find about the market, but the real ones is accumulate because we don't get our facts together. And yeah, that's it. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate it. I appreciate the floor. Like I said, sorry yesterday I didn't see you, but I promise you I was there. I heard the whole space. Y'all did an amazing job. Um, like I said, Wadi, I was annoying him the whole time, telling him whatever's going on. But y'all did a great job, so keep it going. Can't wait to look through that tier rejuvenation for ladies. And yeah, just keep shutting it up, man. Shut it down out here. Y'all got a strong team. Rabbi, you should get with it. I heard your speech a few times. You should give us some real ones over here to get you right. And that's it, man. Y'all can stay blessed out there. No doubt about my man Numbers, man. He always showing up, you know what I mean, for the spaces, supporting the whole Terry movement, supporting the ladies of Terry, and also over there doing this thing for PFP, you know what I mean, which is another solid project that's working on building community and just having solid shit going on, man. We one of those heritage, you know what I mean? So make sure y'all follow my man Numbers as well, man. Follow everybody that's on the speaker panel, you know what I mean, and show some love. See my man Ultra Mag down there. You know what I mean? And anybody else got anything to say before we fill out, man? Ryan, what's good, buddy?
No, I was just listening, man, vibing it out, we're all in the cut of the 34. And I'm just realizing, the mindset that, I got, and I know you got too, man, for years, right? We've been together in space 3 years that I've known you. I've been running Twiggy now for coming up tomorrow is our 1 year. And now I get to experience a whole another year and plus with Tierney. So, the real thing is what you can always say, what's next in the market? Real keys and back in style. It's time to get done with all these pump and dumps, get the market back correct. We got to start fresh and, teach these newbies what that 2019 and, beyond mindset was back in the days of grinding for the bag, working for consistency. People were asking me, Ryan, why were you in the chat by yourself? When Twiggy was down in the dumps, there was only 3 or 4 of us, keeping it alive. I was like, because that's when I came into the space. I came in and I saw these communities that back in the early days that I want to be a part of, and now I want to be the voice and the people, the person who teach the next generation of people joining into this market and show them the right way. So I think it's back to time getting back to the OG grind. If you don't grind, you don't shine. And there's projects I wanted to fade or wanted to fade back in the day. Now there's projects that I want to accumulate. So that's what I'm leaving with. Another fire, episode. Here's the number 34, 34 more, and 34 more. And I'll see you on the next one because I'm going to be there. So shout out to all the ones on all the speakers, ladies, gentlemen on the stage, people that tuned in, y'all the real ones. Y'all going to make it.
That's a fact, man. Appreciate you pulling up, Ryan, man. Just representing, man, and everything that you be doing out here in this space, man, and just stay consistent, man, and what you believe in, man. So we always value a person like you in this space, man. You know what I mean? You already know the vibes. We rock with you for like 3 years. Gang, 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 gang. You feel me? Yeah, man. Rabbi, we gonna let you get your shit off real quick, man, and then we gonna shut it down, man. Appreciate everybody pulling up. You know what I mean? From 34, this is only the beginning. The forefront ain't even kick in, man. And shout out to everybody that pull up, everybody that's about their business. Let's just keep it popping for all these stretches. You understand, Rabbi? What's good, my G?
Absolutely. I want to let you know I joined your Telegram. You guys should be very proud of your $200,000 market cap. And shout out to my man Numbers. If you haven't had a chance, join his spaces, Community Over Coals. Well, it's Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 12:30 to 2:30 Eastern Standard Time. There's a lot of alpha delivered there, and I hope to see you guys again soon. Thank you for the opportunity.
Man, no doubt, man. We appreciate you pulling up. Appreciate you joining that Telegram. Hopefully, you grab your baggy so you can take this ride with us. You know what I mean? There's no man get left behind. You know what I mean? And with that being said, God is good. Health is wealth. Any day you wake up around is a beautiful day. Count your blessings and not your problems. So meet me again, my friend. Yeah, I love you too.
I'm here.
Hello.
Hello, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Have you come down yet?
Yes, I am. Yes,
How should I believe you?
I am. I don't know. Look at you.
You don't sound like you've come down. You sound like you're still in the sky, son.
Shut the fuck up. I'm okay though. I'm okay.
All right, how's that truck running?
It's awesome.
All
Fucking
right.
love it.
All right. Have you worked in the back seat yet?
Yeah.
There you go. All right, have you towed anything yet?
Nope.
All right, then you're basically most owners of trucks. That's good. All right, if you were going to tow something, what would you tow?
Uh, you can call your car.
Okay, what about a boat?
Yeah.
All right, cool. Who are you with?
My sister again.
Oh, your little sister? Wait, that was your
My
niece,
big sister.
your big sister. Okay, hold on. Last night you were
Yeah.
babysitting or something. Now you have your sister with you?
No. Yeah.
All right, what's your sister's name? That's okay. You don't have to give it. We'll just say sister. All right, so your sister is older?
Yeah.
All right. You have a good friendship with her? You guys you guys on your best behavior?
Yes.
All right. Did she ride around in your truck with you?
Yeah, sometimes.
All right. What did she get for graduating from high school? Did she get a truck?
She got a car.
What'd she get?
She got a Ford Edge car.
All right, that works. If she were gonna tow something, what would she tow?
My truck.
There you go. That's what I like to hear. All right. So what are you guys doing tonight?
Just chilling, smoking weed,
That's tight.
eating some good food. That's about it.
That's tight. Does she have a better relationship with grandma than you do?
Probably.
All right, that's good. Tell her to be on her best behavior and keep you out of trouble, okay?
Okay.
Excellent. Did you show her sore? Did you show?
Yes, sir.
Excellent. Good job. Did you show her Sora yet?
My what?
Did you show her Sora yet?
Oh yeah. She was on it like all night last
God, she's amazing. A girl after my own heart. Ask her what she made.
night.
What did she make?
She made nothing. She literally just downloaded it, bro, and that's like she didn't even open it.
All right. Well, she wasn't on it all night.
She was just staring at her screen.
All right. That sounds interesting. All right. So what did you make that's cool?
I made Bob Ross and Tupac smoking a cigarette
Oh,
together.
did you finally get it to work?
Yeah.
Good on you.
And then,
All right.
and
What's
then I
that?
made one of a pickup.
Okay. So are you like on basically a work stoppage until more animals come in or something?
Yeah.
Okay. So you don't go back to work till you know when? You don't know when?
Yeah.
Okay. What's the last thing you lassoed?
Fucking stinger.
All right. How big? Yo, how big was it?
It was like 1,500 pounds.
All right. Have you been doing that professionally?
Hell yeah.
All right. Have you been riding horses?
Yup.
All right. How's that been?
It's been good.
Have you fallen off one recently? Okay, does that hurt like a mother?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you smoking out of a vape, out of a bong, or like a joint?
Okay, so that's incriminating. A pipe.
Oh, that's tight. All right. Very well. So you guys are just chilling?
Yeah.
All right. Very well. How's TikTok been for you? Have you made 41 cents yet? 42 cents? Are you at 42 cents yet?
Yeah. Every day.
Oh, you're at 41 cents?
No, 45 now.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Did your Sora video get 5 cents for you?
Yeah.
Okay, that's right. Are you serious? That made you 5 cents? Because I don't believe you. I think you're bullshitting.
Nope, it did.
Are you for real?
Yeah.
All right, well, you owe me a nickel.
I'll rub you 2 nickels and make you a dime. How about that?
Okay, I appreciate that one. All right. Did you tell your sister my joke?
I think so. Yeah.
No, you didn't. You don't even remember. You didn't even know why it was funny.
Oh wait, was it about the fucking? I can't remember the goddamn name of that.
Okay, you ready? I'm going to tell it to you again, and then you tell her, okay?
Okay.
What's
Okay.
the difference between a chickpea and a garbanzo bean? Oh, okay, you want me to say it again?
Yeah.
What's the difference between a chickpea and a garbanzo bean? So say it.
What's the difference?
Say what I just said. What's the difference between a chickpea and a garbanzo bean? Not just what. Say the sentence. What is the difference between a chickpea and a garbanzo bean?
Say it. What's the difference?
No, you say this sentence. What is the difference between a chickpea and a garbanzo bean?
Okay. What is the difference between a chickpea and a garbanzo?
Not whatever the fuck. We're gonna say it again clearly. What is the difference between? Hey, big dog, big dog, big dog, big dog, calm down. What is the difference between a chickpea and a garbanzo bean?
Alright. What's the difference between a chickpea and a garbanzo bean?
I've never had a garbanzo bean on my face.
Oh my god. That's so funny.
Say the answer.
I never had one on my face.
You can't even say the word. How are they supposed to laugh? Thanks, baby. Hey, Connor, you need some new friends.
Okay, hold on. I'll be right back, okay?
Yeah, okay, you're never coming back. That's fine.
I'll be back in like 15 minutes.
I don't believe you. I'll believe it when I see it.
I just gotta take a shit, okay?
Okay, cool.
Okay.
I told you I'd be back.
Yeah, that wasn't quick enough for you to take a shit.
I was like, I just don't
All right.
crap, man.
All right. Well,
That's better than ever, baby.
all right. Well, you can't tell a joke for shit.
I'm sorry.
You're good. All right, big dog. Well, I'm not here to entertain you. I'm about to talk in this Twitter space, so you can listen to me.
Okay. Okay.
Good. How's Zippy?
Oh, shit.
Wait, I can't see Joel. I do thanks to you.
Thank you so much. When you have time, do you mind if I share my project with you? Thank you so much for the opportunity. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will soon. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years, since the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline or a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me extremely influential. And once I go viral, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all independently wealthy if you're not already. I want to make sure that you have generational wealth if you don't already. And I want to make sure that you have the opportunity at creating not for profits, charities, and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm the biggest influencer on the internet. I'm not live on one social media stream. I'm not live on two. I'm live simultaneously on more than 20 YouTube streams. You can watch my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera. If you look at my pinned post, you'll see a link to all of those YouTube streams. I dare you to look at them. You've never seen somebody with so many live streams at one time. I also have my link tree there. I dare you to look at my link tree. I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. It would take you years to go through all of my content. I also have a link to my Discord there, discord.me/rabbi. If you wish, I'm live 24 hours a day in my Discord for you to be able to discuss anything you wish. Additionally, I want you to know that I am someone who is an advocate for ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I'm an advocate for ending world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations such as Nigeria for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Life Straw program and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you're a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a raider, if you're a shiller, you need to be in my Discord. Everything that I will tell you is free. I am here to be a mentor. I am here to be a coach. I'm here to be your friend. I want to make you more money. And I have a proven strategy to be able to do so. I have a proven track record of success. But most importantly, I want you to know that I'm here to support you both professionally and personally. I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view of the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I want to sincerely thank you for the opportunity to share. Yo, what up, baby? I can hear you. Certainly. Well, by 100%. Yeah, by trade, I'm a rabbi, but I'm also a certified project management professional. I have a teaching background. I have successfully launched major apps on the App Store and Google Play, downloads of millions of people in major markets throughout the world, including Los Angeles. I have marketed on essentially every type of medium that there is, including television, radio, online, vertical, billboard, you name it, I've marketed there. Additionally, I have had major six-figure contracts with Fortune 100 companies, and I am really giving my talents and knowledge away. I want people to be more successful. I don't currently have a project of my own, though I'm sponsored by a project. It's known as Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. It has a long name, but it's worth $100 million, and the ticker's Bitcoin. And we have spent hundreds of thousands of dollars building wells in rural Nigeria for the betterment of the people there. And I'd like to not only continue to help those types of projects, but I want to help the people of the world, particularly those in Nigeria. So if you want to know what I do, if you don't mind, I'll share it with you. Would you like to hear? Absolutely. Okay, so here's what I want to do. I want to make you the best social media marketer on the internet. And here's how we're going to do that. You send me a direct message or join my Discord. And what I do is I send you a list of all the social media that is available to you for free online. All the things that I say, everything I say is free. You'll never have to pay anything. There are no catches. So you may be someone who has a Twitter account or a Telegram account or a Discord account, or maybe all three, and that's great. But you don't have all of the social media, chances are. So what am I talking about? You need a YouTube account, an Instagram account, a Facebook account, an Imager account, a Reddit account, a Rumble account, a Twitch account. There are about 25 different free platforms that are major opportunities for you to be able put to use a social media. So what you do, you're going to create a Linktree account. You're going to create the 25 largest social media platform profiles. Once you create those accounts, you're going to link them to your Linktree. Then what we're going to do is we're going to populate those together with content using something known as Sora 2, which is an open AI product. It is taking over the United States and it's soon to take over the world. It produces excellent videos that are about 10 seconds each that will tell you everything that you need to know about a certain person on social media. So we're going to create about 10 or a dozen of those videos and populate all of your social media with that so that your accounts aren't just skeleton accounts, they have content. Then what we're going to do is I'm going to teach you how to make memes. Now you may say, Rabbi, I know how to make memes, and that's great. I want your creativity. But I bet you aren't using your social media in those memes, meaning you're not tagging them with your handle or you're not putting your link tree. So we're going to put your link tree in there. We're going to put your handles in there so that people know who the creative genius is behind these different memes. Then what we're going to do is we're going to make sure that these memes are on your social media, and we are going to populate your social media and your profile, and we're going to optimize your profile picture and profile for the best opportunities and hashtags that are available in crypto and NFT and Web3 in general. Then what we're going to do is we're going to teach you how to clip spaces. So hosts like this one If you weren't aware, they love when you clip their spaces. When there's a really important moment, there's alpha, people are laughing, somebody tells something funny, when there is an entertaining part of a space. So you clip it, you'll tag the hosts, you'll tag the speakers who are involved in that, and then you're going to use hashtags to be able to create a great post. And that post is going to get you on the radar of the host and the other people who are generally influential in social media. Then what we're going to do together is we're going to get your elevator speech together. We're going to put together at least three of these: a 30-second elevator speech, a 60-second elevator speech, and a 3-minute elevator speech. Depending on the environment, depending on the space, some hosts give you more time than others. So you want to be able to get out your message in a clear and concise manner depending on the forum. Now, I'm sure you've heard a lot of people shill themselves, and many times it sounds like this: GM to the host, GM to the co host, GM to the speakers, GM to the audience. How are you guys today? I want you to know I'm XYZ and I'm in Web3 and I'm the best person in Web3 and you want to work with me in Web3, shoot me a DM if you want to give me a job. Many people shield themselves like that, and that's great. At least they're putting themselves out there and they're trying. But I want to make you better. I want you to be able to come in and say, GM everyone, I'm XYZ and I'm the best social media marketer in Web3, and here's why. All of the other reply guys and shillers and raiders are just going to comment GM on your post. They are going to like your post. They're going to repost your post on Twitter, and that's it. That's just the beginning from what I'm going to do for you. I'm going to create excellent replies to you. I'm going to ensure that your content is not just reposted on my Twitter, but I'm going to make sure that it's on my YouTube, the #2 website in the world, Facebook, the #3 website in the world. I'm going to make sure you're when people Google you, the #1 website in the world, you show up #1 because of the strength of our SEO, our search engine optimization and search engine marketing. I'm going to make sure that when someone looks you up on TikTok, your post show. I'm going to make sure that when people look you up on Reddit, your post show. I'm going to make sure that you are highly ranked on Rumble and on Kick and on all of the streaming platforms. I'm going to make sure that you are #1 not just on Twitter, but on Blue Sky and Mastodon and Truth Social and all of the Twitter alternatives. Anywhere it is possible to rank #1 in social media, I'm going to make sure your brand is there. And what is that going to do for you? I'm going to repost you on 30 of my different social media accounts, which means 30 times more direct messages to you. It means 30 times more people are going to be buying your coin. It means 30 times more people are going to be giving you impressions and 30 times more people buying your NFTs. When you partner with me, you partner with an entire marketing team with the social media reach that I have. And the best part is I charge exactly what my competition does. So you can go with the regular reply guys and just get a little of this, a little of that on Twitter, or you can be #1 on all of the social medias. My DMs are open. I'm excited to work with you. That's what you want to say. That's the kind of passion that you want to have. And in addition to you having these social media accounts, you only have to create them once. You're going to get organic followers. You're going to get organic likes. And on top of that, it will make it very difficult for people to be able to impersonate you on the other platforms because you will have your name. No one will be able to steal your name. With those reasons, I think that if you're interested, you should send me a DM. I'll send you the list of social media that you need to create and we can work together. Go ahead. I don't really want anything. In fact, I don't want anything. I'd like people to be more successful. I get a great joy out of that. I like teaching people. I have a teaching background and I have a lot of skills. So I get joy out of teaching people. I like to see people succeed. But again, I don't want your money. Please don't offer me anything. All I want from you at the end of the day is to be proud of your work and to know that you're a better marketer than when before we first met. Absolutely. And you should know I'm available. Excellent. I'm available 24 hours a day. The Discord link's in my profile if you haven't had a chance to join. If you don't have Discord, I totally understand. Feel free to send me a direct message and I'll send you the list of social media that you need and you can get started. It takes about 1 or 2 days for you to create all the social media and to link it in your link tree. But once it is, you have a very, very powerful role in social media. And all of your competition is going to be left in the dust because you're going to be the best social media uh, promoter on Web3, especially on Twitter Spaces. When we have the opportunity to work together for free, again, you can ask any of the people who work with me. I never charge them anything. I don't want to charge them anything. They have more confidence in what they say. They're able to promote themselves better. They're able to promote their customers better. I get great joy out of that.
That's do you have like something like that's always just that doing this kind of do you like post that something like that?
Certainly. Well, we just started this not too long ago, and it takes people a while to create all the 30 accounts or so. But if you search the name Prince Israel on Twitter, you'll find someone who's pretty far along in the process. If you search the name Giant underscore Judge, that's another person who we've helped, and we're really at the start of this. So um, I can tell you from my own experience, I have more social media than any person on earth, so I have a lot of experience. I have over 100 YouTube accounts, 200 Instagram accounts, 500 Twitch accounts, 1,000 TikTok accounts, 2,000 Twitter accounts, 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and 10,000 Kick accounts. So I certainly know the process quite well, and I've seen a lot of social media in my time. And if you give us maybe a month or so, you're going to see the 30 or so people we have who are currently creating their accounts and such all over the internet. Uh, Usually one of them is in one of my spaces. It just so happens to be pretty late where you guys are tonight and they aren't in here. But if you ask around, hey, do you know Rabbi? They're going to be, oh, yeah, I know him. He helped me create my link tree. He helped me create my pitch, and I'm getting more business. So that's what I can tell you. Just ask around. I'm pretty well known in the Nigerian community on Twitter.
Oh, okay, I'll be doing it. Like you know about this.
Excellent. And I just want to extend my appreciation to Eben and Duckler and Henry Crypto for the opportunity to be able to share. I don't mean to take up your whole space, but again, if you're interested, everything that I tell you is free. I'm never going to charge you anything. All of the social media that you're going to forward, you're going to sign up, that's all free. Just send me a DM and I'll get the ball rolling. I'll send you a list of what you need to, for what you need to create accounts.
Rabbi, I have a question to get started. So you're talking about like let's say five social media platforms like that. And don't you think that will not become a way for algorithm for one person to handle?
No, not at all. In fact, if you
Do you
consider
have figured out?
No, not at all. In fact, if you consider yourself a social media marketer, that's the minimum that you need to have. That's what social media marketers in the United States have. If you want to work at an agency, that's what they're going to look at. They're going to want to see your social media. And if you just give me a moment, I'll read them to you so that you know that these aren't just vague ones. These are popular. So of course the link tree. We want you to have a Gmail account somewhere so people can email you. X, formerly Twitter. You know you have X accounts. YouTube, Telegram, Facebook, WhatsApp, Instagram, TikTok, WeChat, Snapchat, Pinterest, LinkedIn, Reddit, Quora, Threads, Discord, Twitch, Tumblr, Mastodon, Flickr, Clubhouse, Rumble, Truth Social, Blue Sky, Kick, Imager, ChatGPT, and Sora. Those are the basics, and all of you already have about at least a quarter of those to half of them already. You just may not realize it, and we just have to help you with the other half. And then you're a full-scale marketer. If you consider yourself a Web3 promoter, Web3 marketer, you need to know that your competition is creating these types of accounts, and you should be as well. This is really important. You want to be able to say to your client that I posted your your content on all of my social media. And it's very important, especially in the age of AI, where AI is crawling all of these social media accounts, to be able to populate it with accurate and important information about whatever the project is that you are promoting. And it's fine if you don't want to get all of these, that's totally fine. But just know that somebody's going to steal your name, and then you're going to be upset in the future when you can't have all of your names be the same and you have to have some of them be different. It's worth your effort to get them all created now. You never have to create them again once they're created. It's not like I say you have to do this once a month or once a year. One time you have to do this. So for those reasons, I do not think it is an overwhelming amount at all. This is what agencies in the United States expect, and globally, this is becoming more common.
Thank you so much for explaining that. I'm very fantastic. So let's say if we started getting to work together, you're putting me on some of this information that I needed. So what do you think is our, let's say, the nearest future, apart from me being a social media marketer and the likes? So what other things do you think we should be looking into getting from all the social media?
Yeah, this is a great question, Duckworth. So, firstly, you're going to have the opportunity to get business on all of the social media. So not just Twitter like you were previously. You're going to have people to reach out to you on YouTube and on Reddit and on Discord and on Instagram and on TikTok. And they're going to say to you, hey, I see that you are promoting a project. I have a project I'd like you to promote, or I have a project that I'd like you to be a part of. So the kind of job you can get from here are moderators, community leaders, things like certainly spaces hosts, and social Web3 marketers. You certainly could be a social media manager from here. You can be a brand ambassador. All of those positions that you may see in people's profiles, even graphic designers and project managers, all of these skills are going to be included in this sign up process and creation of these accounts. And you can use them for anything. So you could say, I don't want to be a Web3 marketer, I'm going to be a graphic designer. Okay, that's great. You need to have all of these accounts because people are going to want to see your art on all of these different social media platforms. It's important. And also, you have to understand Google and AI and DuckDuckGo and all of the other social media engines and AI engines scrape all of these social media platforms for content. And that's how they learn about you. So you want them to have accurate information about you and about your projects. And you're not only going to be able to be a social media marketer, but really what you're going to be is at the core brand ambassador in the future for people, and then perhaps even a dev for certain projects. They're going to say, I saw that you were able to promote this project. I want to bring you into my project. I want to make sure that you have a piece of the pie. I want to make sure that you have the opportunity to be able to make money on our project, whether it's an NFT, whether it's a cryptocurrency, whatever it may be. You're going to be networked much better than you are currently with just a Twitter account. Hi, Mr. Aquarius. I'll be there in a second.
And exactly, because the future of 2020 is all about networking, getting the attention. So really nice having you on. Thank you so much for coming and giving us this information. I appreciate that so much. Thank you so much.
My pleasure, Duckler. And thank you so much for the opportunity to share. Again, if you're interested, send me a DM. I'll get back to you right away. If you follow me, I'll follow you right back so we have that connection. And most of all, come to my Discord 24 hours a day. You can talk to me about any of the professional issues that you have, or if you just need a friend, I'm here for you. Thank you for the opportunity. All righty, Miss Aquarius. Are you ready for me?
I'm sorry. Yeah, I was going to say to you before, when my granddaddy, and before I told my dad, I had to tell my dad, because he was going to do this little falling spell in his room. And I was trying to get him in his bed, and he was like, oh, he was like, "Fuck, on him." No. So, got him in his cane, made him sit down on that window. And I said, okay, you going to sit down. So He said, no, I'm going to sit there for a few minutes. He said, yeah. I said, okay, good. They gave me enough time to take my bath, what I needed to do, and I just put him in the bed. Cause we was not, I told my we was not going to do that tonight. I would have to get her. I'm glad she was up, but I was like, she was asleep. Well, if it had her, that would have been another hold up for me going to sleep. Had to get her up here to try to figure out how to get him in that little tiny space he got over there in that window, over there in that wall, between his bed and that wall. That's a small space. So I got to figure out how we would get him up about that floor. I said, oh, no, 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 not tonight. No, you're not going to do this. I had to run to go get us on you stay right there and go get his cane and I had to go put him in that on that little stool right there by his window. And I'm glad because I got me trying to take my bath and everything.
Is he,
So
is he,
that's what I was dealing with just like a few minutes ago.
no worries. Is he okay?
Yeah, I'm ready now. I'm sorry. I went to play before I went to the bath, but that gave me time to take a bath.
Absolutely.
We weren't doing no talking tonight. This one got to go to work tomorrow. All right.
Okay.
How was your day?
It was really good, thank God. Just I had the opportunity to promote myself and get more people in here. We're approaching 2,500 people in here, Miss Aquarius, and it was just like I don't know, 2 months ago or so, we just hit 2,000, which is really, really great. More and more people are joining, and we've got half of Nigeria in here, so that's good. And those people are really nice, who I've met on Twitter, and I'm doing my best to help them and helping everybody, and just promoting myself, doing what I can. And people are really positive about what I say. Nice job, Miss Aquarius. Those two were pesky. Um, so that's good. Give this to me. Oh, Miss Aquarius, look how difficult this one is. Just get one of them. I mean, that's about all I could do. Nice spare.
Thank you. Come on, Rabbi.
Not good.
Yes.
Thank you. Get it.
Oh.
Oh, Miss Aquarius, you even kissed it. It went to the
Okay,
right.
you got it. You got it. You got it. Come on.
No doubt. No doubt.
Yeah, you did tonight.
No doubt, Miss Aquarius.
That's good. Yay.
You're going to get a strike right now. I feel it. Get it. I was right. I was right. Nice job.
Thank you, Rabbi. My goodness. Come on, let's go.
I agree.
Yay, got this there.
Oh, Miss Aquarius, how didn't you get that one in the back? That was incredible.
Thank you.
You got this. No doubt. That's perfect. Miss Aquarius, look at you. You're going to be tough to beat in this game, ma'am. Oh, you might be unbeatable. I need to give it to me.
Come on, you got it straight.
Okay, that was a big one. That was a big one.
Yeah, you got it. You did that. Yeah, you did that. Good job.
Yeah, but I needed a big score.
You did it.
Yeah, that was
All right.
that was not easy.
Yay.
That was
Good
not
job.
easy, Miss Aquarius. All right, Miss Aquarius.
Yeah.
You win, I win. I win, you win.
Yep.
Now it's your turn. You just won, but you're gonna gotta win again.
I did. I just won. Yep.
Yes, ma'am. Get it, girl. Get it, girl. You gotta get that one.
I'm not going to try to
No doubt.
that like that.
No doubt. They shouldn't even make you do it because you're so
Man,
automatic.
shouldn't make it move. Right. All right. Come on. Right.
Come on. I've got the same one that you've got.
Yeah. You can do it. You got it. Yay.
Thank you, ma'am. Get it. Go, go, go,
Oh
go.
my God. Would y'all stop moving the pin?
It's halfway off. Okay, easy two. You got this.
Nope. Okay. You
I
got it.
shouldn't have said it's easy because those are actually
That's
two
too
tough
bad.
ones.
It's not. Not good. Go ahead, Rabbi.
You're right. All right, now
Let's
this
go split.
this is not easy. Miss Aquarius, my finger slipped.
You know where to stand. Stop copying me, Rabbi.
There you go. I'm watching you. That's right. All right, you got this now. You've got a tough four to get here. You're gonna get them. Got them.
No.
Oh, boo on that one.
Let's go. Come on, Rabbi.
Give it to me. Oh, come on. Miss Aquarius, give me this one.
You
They
got it.
shouldn't even make me throw it.
Yay.
That's automatic. Get it. Get it. Okay, this is a tough split. At least get two. The goal is two.
Nope.
Hey, you got
Got
one. You got one. That's could have been worse.
Yeah. Come on, Rabbi.
Oh, no doubt. Okay, this is actually not an easy split. Give it to me. How did I get those two but not the one? No
Right.
way. No way. No way. Ooh, this is an interesting setup. Get it, girl. Get it, get it, get it, get it, get it. Oh, and she did. Folks, if you're watching at home, you should know she got one of the toughest five splits I've ever seen. That was amazing. Get it again.
Right, Rabbi. You got this. Let's go.
Miss Aquarius with the lead. Give it to me.
Come on, Rabbi.
Uh oh. Uh oh. I need to get all these.
Got it. Come on.
Get it. No! Miss Aquarius with the W. I win, you win.
Yay.
You win, I win.
Yay.
Excellent job. Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship. Miss Aquarius, that was phenomenal.
Yeah.
Good job. All right, Miss Aquarius. That's all she wrote.
All righty. I'll see you in the morning.
Sweet
God
dreams, God
willing.
willing.
Dude, this new chat stuff is really. gift, like, so I started with gift just because I know I can draw. Shit, steady. But my gift is a photo. It's like Photoshop. It's not really photo editing, so I can do my 4K shots of your house. So I got XP pens, which it's like a pencil. It's like a pencil on a pad. It feels like you're drawing. But you can't. You have to look at the screen while you're drawing. I'm not on a tablet. It's a little better quality than tablet NFTs from tablets are cool. They just don't have the computer. You know, about the GPU, the CPU. Yeah, well, so GIMP is basically Photoshop, but I draw in Krita now. Krita is an actual drawing app. And so I've been using Krita, and it's just so much smoother. It's got a bunch of different brushes. It's an Rothschild'S app. It's amazing, so it's free. Download it. And I'm creating these free apps that are created so much because I think that's decentralized. So it's good. It's good. Yeah, so I drew one tonight for so and
It's insane. Thanks everybody for commenting. That was pretty fast. Let's go.
yeah, I mean even the shadows under the hat, bro. I changed my spark plugs today. My serpentine belt. Took it on a ride. Fucking threw that 101. No one's using it. Yeah, I work on cars. Like I know it all. So I've been a lot. Like my grandfather's tool loving fucked around with my dad. So I've been a lot of the tool set yesterday. So I used to push it. And I feel so much better. You know, have my own little setup. My fucking car, not knowing where a tool is stressful. Knowing where the tools are. Yeah, bro, I've been doing it. Like when I was 15, I was changing my girlfriend's brakes and fucking sitting around with new brakes on and shit. I felt manly. That's cool. That's cool. My grandfather's old school, bro. He's from Southern California. Like, rides in the Compton. Back then, it's like the racer guy. He's the racer guy. So he's doing everything. He pushed the 55 Chevy home. Built that whole engine by himself in one night. So I got lucky, man. So it's taught me a lot. But I don't even have a quarter of this knowledge. Oh, yeah, man. I'm running. Oh, bro, yeah, small engines are like weed eaters and stuff. Yeah, that stuff's dope, man. I got a small engines certificate for small motors and stuff. My dad does too. Yeah, yeah, I can do all of it, bro. Like rebuild stems, everything. Pretty simple. I went into the boats for a while, building a lot of them on the boats. You know, a lot of the top ends didn't have much miles on them, so it's very easy to build those. And then, my cousin, what? Oh, those are nice. mouse and Photoshop and editing skills. So I got a lot of that.
You got to use a combination of things like I could have made like that as soon as I put it in the jumbo. You can't just get that made just like you got to make character, right? You got to have the percent. That takes like time. Let's look at this. Smoking a cigar, mustard walking.
I like it a lot. might be my favorite. I hate to say it. I hate to say it. Wait, when did you guys mint out? I completely forgot. Because it was like 2 weeks ago. Shit. Oh, hell yeah. We minted 1,000 NFTs in one day. Let's go, bro. That's fucking awesome. Yeah, the whole NFT community came to us out. Social dogs, ugly dogs, everybody. Everybody came through. People that are here every day, wow. So that like, I think a lot of people were not expecting that. They thought it was only 2 weeks. When that day came, Tim said we're minting out today, we minted out that day. But Tim's dealing with shit, guys. I don't say too much about it, but I wish I could. The real question is, where the fuck is he? I don't know. I haven't heard anything from him. So, just distracted off of that dude. Like, how many things did he ask him? But bro, just come on. I got his address. I know where he's at too. I got him fucking. Just looking at his Roswell. Just like within like the DoorDash, like, here you go, DoorDash. That's what I call him, check out. But yeah, they just DM you the one-on-one. Drew, you tell me what you think. Wait, what's not the one-on-one coming? So you got a one-on-one coming, but and is our top owner. Yeah, so and Rob had to get his stuff. Like I didn't rush it. Okay. No, sorry, no, halftime is coming up, so I have to like come can you say go for the second call, so I'm making up. Next question. Also, check with those that you realize you're like the core company. Like, did you post it? I did not. I can lie. It's really not. It's TikTok. Yeah. Comes like, I can't say. I gotta go. No, they don't like it. They ship out. I knew they come here like, trust me. But that's yeah, I'm saying. Really, what it is like that. You want to know one of the things that apparently X allows but it doesn't allow bots on stuff. I posted my DJ dog thing. It was like a naked girl with a towel. Anime girl, and I got like 4K views. But then when I looked at it on my second account, it was restricted. Yeah, I never once got restricted for any photos I used to post because it's also actually that's. I mean, I'm just like, I just, I mean, they're that desperate to fucking content. I know, dude. I'm like, there are a bunch of gooners here. I mean, I'm not trying to like put my business out on the streets, but like, I'm obviously part of like a rave festival community and like it's self-expression and whatever. And like, I have a band, so I'm not trying to like post my shit on the internet, but this guy's a legend. I see the band for a while. I can't wait to go. It's gonna be so dope. Yeah, we just solidified the lineup and it's so fire. I made the new flyer and that's up like on my Instagram and that shit is gonna be on there. Man, he DM me. He's here. Yeah. He's sleeping right now. He's on deck. Yeah, I heard Ant was talking. I heard Ant's voices. Yeah, I like Keith's photos. Thank you, man. Tell me, text me, say it out loud. I love movies. Okay, you want to hook up? Oh, yeah, well, it's over. And it's 114. Over next, please.
Yo, what up, dude?
But
Hello. Are you ready to lose?
my phone's nearly dead and I'm never room, so probably not.
Okay, well, how was your day?
Not too bad. Hey, Rabbi,
What up, baby?
do you think there's any way that, obviously it's not going to help you win, but do you think there's any way that you can use AI to increase your chances of winning a lottery?
Yeah, I'm sure there are.
I mean, so I want to go off previous data results because it's very unlikely that you're going to get the same
That's the,
previous data.
that's the, dude, that's what's known as the gambler's fallacy. There's the exact same, in a fair lottery, there's the exact same chances that the next choice will be a previous choice as there is a non-previous choice.
Okay. The chances of it being 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 are a lot lower than it being like 6, 9, 12, 15, 22.
That's a
25,
gambler's
26.
fallacy again. It's the exact same odds.
No?
Yes. Ask AI right now.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Just like 4 in a row. You know the chances of that happening?
Oh, in a row? That's a different story. But just mixed up, it's the exact same odds.
You know the chances of it being 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 in a row? Fucking like 12 billion.
Dude, did you hear about that guy in Australia who won, I think, like some amount of money and then won it again? When the news came and interviewed him? Dude, it's really famous. I've seen it like 1,000 times. Yeah. In another dimension, dude, in another dimension, that's you.
It wasn't in the lottery, it was a scratchy.
Whatever.
There's another dimension where I became a really successful famous comedian. Well, there's multiple dimensions where that happened. There's multiple dimensions where we don't fucking mess in my life. I'm kidding, like things. Right.
What up, baby?
There's a dimension where your nose is fucking blue.
Word, dog. She's on my lap right now.
There's a dimension where I'm made fucking blue.
Yep. It's known as your dreams.
What?
Right. It's known as your dreams.
Here's the thing, right? It wouldn't be that bad because at least you know she's a fucking cool. Alright, that's right. At least you know she's like a fucking massive fool. There's a lot of girls out there that people are in relationships and they have no idea how much of a fool they are.
Okay.
I know, some guy.
Zoot, have you joined the Big Steppers Discord?
Not yet.
Okay, because you.
I know this one guy out there. I know this one guy out there, right? He doesn't know his girlfriend's like a massive whore during the weekdays. She works too much.
His girlfriend's a massive whore.
Yeah, and he has no idea.
So she just sucks dick during the week or something.
Yep.
That's tight.
And he doesn't know where the money's coming from. He just thinks that the dad's giving him the money. Fucking hilarious.
Well, it's not that funny. It's sad.
No, it is pretty sad, yeah. But like, I'd rather be in a relationship with Bonnie Blue than have that type of relationship where you have no idea and then you find out later. You'd
Right.
Be like so devastated.
Right. Let me know up front that you are a huge whore. Like record breaking whore. I'd rather know that than the alternative.
Hey, Rabbi,
Yes, sir.
are you gonna have Bonnie Blue on your stream?
100%. That bitch is gonna get anally fucked on 25 different angles.
Hey, Rabbi,
Yeah, baby.
let me ask you another question.
Go ahead.
Do you want the fame?
Not really.
Are you just gonna enjoy it, or do you want the fame?
No, I definitely enjoy it. I enjoy it a lot. I love being on stream. There's like nothing in the world that brings me more joy than being able to share my life with people. I mean,
What do you have?
what'd you say?
Say if this stream blows up, say if this stream blows up in like 10, 15, 20 years, are you gonna be happy? Are you gonna be happy with the fame?
I'll be happy with the I'll be happy with the power. The thing. So, are you gonna shut the fuck up and let me answer the question?
Yeah.
Okay, good. I'll be happy with the power the fame gives me.
You already have no privacy, kind of. Well, no, if you went outside, no one would know who you were. You already have no privacy. So how are you gonna handle the fame when you have no privacy in life? You can't go anywhere.
Well,
And if you do go anywhere, everyone's gonna know where you're going.
well, I do go outside, and people don't know who I am. But even when I live stream primarily outside, people didn't know who I was. So that's not like a major issue for me. The fact that I could probably disguise myself and then live amongst the people, that's not hard. There are stories of presidential children who sneak away from the Secret Service and go on dates and go hang out with their friends and stuff, and celebrities who wear disguises. So I'll be able to do all of that. It's not hard. And I'll be able to make a huge difference in the world. So I see it as a win win.
Do you think anyone can? Do you think anyone like in those situations can get out and disappear and start a new life and like not be recognized?
Yeah, I mean, it could be done. It's getting more difficult though. But if you were like an indigenous person born like in a jungle, nobody knows who the fuck you are. And you could pretend to be your brother or sister or whatever.
Do you think? Do you think I can start a new life in another country and it'll be discovered?
Nope.
Why not?
Dog, you're already within the king's clutches, man. You're in a Commonwealth country. They've known about you since before you were born.
You know what my favorite song is?
No, what's your favorite song?
Karen. Dilemma. Millie is the mellow.
That's not the name. It's Millie Vanilli.
Sorry, Nelly.
Nelly?
Yeah, Dilemma by Nelly. Kelly Rowland.
Dog, have you seen that video?
That's all.
Dog, Nelly's Dilemma with Kelly Rowland. Have you seen the video?
Yeah, were they using the XL? We're just talking about
Right, that's my favorite part. It's like, bitch, he's never gonna get your message. You're using a spreadsheet program. And she's all pissed off at him. You've seen that from a meme, haven't you?
Yeah.
Right. You like that song that much?
No. It's good song.
That's your favorite fucking song? You just like the background that goes, ow, ow, ow. Nelly, I love you. Ow, I do. Need you, Bubba, no matter what I do. All I think about is you. Even when I'm with my crew. You know I'm crazy without you. No matter what I do. You know I'm crazy about you. You know I'm crazy without you. You know I'm on a do you like Nelly? Do you remember that time I asked you a question and you were just dead fucking silent?
Yeah.
Okay. Why was that?
Maybe in that song.
Zoot. Do you like Nelly?
Yeah.
Do you like Nelly?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, what's your favorite Nelly song? Aside from Dilemma.
Uh,
There are only two appropriate answers. Go.
fuck. I can't remember. Another Nelly song.
Country Grammar or Hot in Here?
What about Just a Dream?
That works. That works really well. That's a good song. That's a very good song. And then he also did this song. He did like a remix of Cruise. Baby, you a song. You make me want to roll my windows down and cruise.
Drop it like. No, that's Snap Up.
Yeah, what song did you say of Nelly?
I realize that's Snap Up.
I know. What song did you say of Nelly before Drop It Like It's Hot? Ride with Me? What was it?
Just a Dream. Just a drink.
Just a Dream. That's a good one. I think he has a
There's one
song.
that I'm thinking of, but
I think he has a song "Ride with Me."
well, what about yeah?
What about what?
Nah, Nelly doesn't really have that many hits.
Yeah, he does. There was a time when Nelly was the biggest rapper in the world.
Not a rapper.
Yeah, he is. American rapper Nelly.
He's an R&B.
He's called a rapper. He's a rapper, singer, and actor.
He has a song with okay.
Dog, I don't know. He has 5 children. He's from the Lou.
You know, have a song with
That was a song. He had Sweat and Suit, Party People, Step on My J's. Oh, he had Air Force Ones. That was a big song. Okay, he had Just a Dream. He had, he did like country rap.
Hey, Rabbi.
What up, baby? He had Nellyville. He had Country Grammar. Country Grammar was such a big song. Bump, 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 hot shit, I'm going down, down, baby. Jones Street in the Range Rover, street sweeper, baby. Hot, let it go. Shimmy, shimmy, took a blood, listen to it now. Ride it up and take a blood, listen to me now. You can find me in St. Louis rolling up thugs, rapping up thugs, pop, pop, markers, walking, pop, 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 bring mother, door, shove, caps and hugs, mean mugs and show that you are my cuz. You related enough scratch just to navigate it. Fully decorated in chrome and it's candy painted. Yeah, man, as I'm running, painted, wild ain't it? I'm back and five, everything, from St. Louis to Memphis, from Texas back up to Indiana, Chi-Town, KC, Motown to Alabama, LA, New York, Yankees, logos to Atlanta, Louisiana, getting paid on this country grammar, smoking, going down, down, baby, no street in the rain, from sweet sweeper, baby, hot, ready to let it go, shimmy, shimmy, took a whirl, listen to it now, light it up and took a blood, listen to me now. How'd you like that one, Zoot? He had Batter Up.
Yeah,
He had
yeah.
St. Louis.
I'll go back.
He hold on. He had Hot in Her, Dilemma, Air Force Ones, Pimp Juice. Dog, he had Pimp Juice. He had Pimp Juice. That motherfucker had Pimp Juice. Look at this athleticism.
anytime someone's super serious about something, it's very easy to make fun of Joe, which I think is what they're doing. But yeah, Tom obviously is going to stand up. Joe is a great host. Yeah, and also too, Shane and Matthew Hawkins is great. I've never really watched him for the show, but I'm sure he's going to do it. It's hilarious. Rich is funny. Yeah, he's I think jumped the shark in his way. Yeah. Tom Segura is great. Whitney Cummings, I do. I can't tell you how much I dislike Whitney Cummings, but even then, I have respect for the fucking grind of just staying the hell. Give a fuck about she produced the show. Also, she probably has a lot more privilege than others in achieving that, but like to go and do it all the time, it's like so amazing. Well, Ben, you're talking about your waves. You say you're right now. You're on. I don't understand. Like anyways, it's just like disrespectful. It's that's what keeps so like being disrespectful. But the Valkyries thing is hilarious. I get what you're saying. All right, well, let's go to this next one. It's Ryan cast that posted by 1:44:16. I'm somewhat over by the Ready Range probably. It goes all the way over here. Like what are you talking about? Yeah. Boy Scouts in New Hampshire, okay? Surviving the fittest, they're the kids pulling out of their cots, pick their cots up, and tying them up in the woods. And it's pitch dark. Let's see what I was getting out there. I got a list. Did you? Yes. I talked about this. The tell a story about my fans. It doesn't matter what I mean. It doesn't matter what tell us a story and do it. Tell the story. Well, yeah, I'll tell you. So, I was going to tell them with you. Yeah, it was a dog. And I told him, I had a 40-boy heart on it. I was like, what's going on? He was like, doing this. I was like, I did this. What's he doing? I did this. What's he? I didn't even did it occur to me. So I got my buddy Connie. I go, probably 11. I remember my dad goes, hey man, this guy hit me. I'm like, this guy did. Was playing with my dick. And my buddy John goes, he's playing with my dick too. And then he sucked mine. And I go, fuck Tom and Mom. And so I waited like a little tiger in the dog rat. Yep, John he had a dick suck. He wasn't like a crying stuff. That's a great thing about Chavez. He never understands the gravity of the moment. Whether you've been molested, your fiance just died, he will never do it. And that's almost like sweet in a way. For real. Yeah, no, really, because it's like in that moment where you're talking about something really sad, tragic, sad, you feel bad. Someone like Shaw, he doesn't mean it negatively or like cynical. He just doesn't understand how to process something like that. So he's like, he got his dicks, like you're like, I'm about to take her. As we can laugh how stupid he is. It's almost like he cares, but he just doesn't get it. It's as if he focused in on one thing and forgot that it's a story about a kid getting born. You know what I mean? Like he hears a kid getting sucked and he's like, oh, funny. Here's a blowjob or here's like a way that you can be funny. It's like, oh, this could be a gay joke. Oh, it's sad. No, it's not sad. It's never pretend to be gay. And John comments, we go like, what do you think this is? That kind of walk into my truck, torture me. So I feel like there is some sort of wherewithal inside of his head. Yes, I'm not giving him a full pass for his actions. That's just in these instances. Yeah, it's almost sweet. It sure did. It sure did. He just loved his boys. And I went to my mom. And it was really fun. Well, my mom wasn't there, so she didn't come for about 2 weeks. And I asked me why I wasn't going on more trips. Because I was just taking, I was like not signing up for me to work. I was in New Hampshire 2 months. In the cold winter of 2003, tensions were growing between tent mates at the Colorado military outpost. The ensuing battle would be responsible for the homelessness and unease of thousands. Lieutenant Dan writes home to his family about the mounting tensions. My dearest mother, how are you this evening? I received your biscuits. They remind me of home. Brendan's been eating my rations again. I don't think it's an accident. The dispute over parking continues. I strive to be the noble man you raised me to be, but I fear that confrontation is inevitable. Your loving son, Daniel. P.S. Give my sister a kiss from me. Meanwhile, a messenger also delivered news from Brendan to his family.
What up, Jay? Rick's still a bitch. I think I'm taking this from some trash and stuff in the mud. Spit in his face and see where that goes. Oh, yeah. And I told his mom to fuck off. It was hilarious. Storytelling. Yeah, bro. P.S. Eat my comic shop.
Then, one cold, fateful night, tensions came to a head. Brendan blamed Dan for the work of bandits and declared battle. The first maneuver was to remove his shirt, followed quickly by an artillery volley of saliva. Dan hesitated to take up a defensive posture, and by the time Brendan discharged him, little could be done. Gadoosh through a glass door. The battle was over before Dan fired a shot. To make matters worse, Brendan went on to spin the narrative in his favor, slandering Dan's good name, sending Dan on a wounded retreat home. Though he may never know, thousands have been defending his honor for years, drawing attention to Brendan's many misdeeds.
Hmm.
Still to come in the redacted part. I say,
Gravy Beans 281, thing from Brian Campbell. Excellent show. The combat is really, really good. I think it's really fun. And just big guys. And there's a segment on this show called the Dogs when they get back to the collection, right? And can you guess what supplement this guy that's the that's the solution on the combat? Guess what supplement is from? And can you get those references? And the funny thing is, like I said, I tried to find this clip in the original live YouTube video, and I think it's been taken off. I think so. And also, I think so. Because we need a live stream. The live stream was fixed. And also, I'm going to chat about it. It's an edited video anyway. Live chat video won't be available. But that will be kind of live chat video. Live chat video. On demand. I'll be trying to find chat. When I check the chat next to this video, what's available. So I feel it's been edited out. I think by making the decision to those really ready about it, to come up to Showtime TV, piss off the boss, kind of boss. But this is why guess what this would be corner as well. What's up with Jim Chang, this is our final entry into this. Let's hear from him. Are you doing good? CEO? How you doing? I wanted to ask, James from is it listening to some 41 million? Promoting the promotion I work for because I'm not getting my job. Does he have a point? Is it possible you're not promoting Bellator better? Also, do you think PFL can absorb it? It's pretty impressive. Yes, definitely rolling the pros for volume possible. You shut up. He just said fucking I know. Cheers. Wow, there was a bit of that baseball going on there. Wow. Cheers. You called it shit, honestly. I mean, it was one of the best fan submissions I've ever seen in my entire life. Honestly, the starting, right? Look at this. The start, absolutely brilliant. Are you doing good?
Can't talk. This is what I'm going to talk. Can't talk. I'm going to go my truck. I'm going to get my luck. I can't talk. I can't talk. I can't talk. Yes, I can't talk. I can't talk. I can't talk. Yeah, I can't get my food.
I mentioned that Daddy got
Listen, athleticism.
David Scamps reading, what do I do? Oh, Richard. I'm so grateful for you. I always want to meet somebody that's scam.
Look at this athleticism. It's terrible.
there. It's one thing to pump up your comedy credentials and put through your material at the mothership. If that's not embarrassing enough, then getting scammed by a group of Russians pretending to work for a famous comedian makes things a whole lot worse. So I'm going to take you through the details, and trust me, this does not disappoint. But I'm also going to show you how this was the final straw for Ryan, now that his dreams of making it big have been crushed yet again. So stick around for that too. Now let's start with this scam though. It all started when Ryan thought he was being booked to do Amy Poehler's new podcast.
I'm David Poe's podcast. I say about that. This was one of David Poe's podcasts in LA. Yeah, her assistant reached out. She was like, hey, we'd like to have you on. Storytelling name. Yeah, big podcast. Back shit. Maybe I've done Amy for many years. I've talked about podcasts. I love her. She's been busy being super successful. I think she's been whatever it's cool. I know her. We've always been great before. So her sister reached out, and I had to do it for like a minute to do. Actually, I found out it was going to be a Zoom first tonight. She doesn't. Somebody comes on the internet and then talks about the person there, and I was like, it's a surprise. It's probably like incredible. So they have to make sure that your camera is all. Now I got to do it through Facebook Live. With your unit. I don't know how to do any of that. So he's got me on Facebook, and I'm like, oh, Jesus, I'm doing this thing. And he's like, he's like, do you see it? I'm like, I don't see anything. He wants to screen share so I can help you with it. So now I'm screen sharing with the guy, and he's trying to configure my Facebook page so I can get to a point where I'm there. And then I'm 20 minutes in, so I'm clicking everything. I got this. Wait, so when are they doing the podcast? This Friday. I go, oh, this is just a touch. I go, oh, it's Friday. Okay. All right. I go, how are we going to do that? So is Amy, okay, so I'm going to do the same thing as, yes. I said, where are you looking at? I'm in the phone. I said, where are you looking at? My address. No, it's not here. Anyway, so we can figure the thing out. Okay, Friday, it's just, yeah.
So Ryan Callen and Amy Poehler go way back. They just haven't spoken in years. That's why it made sense when people reached out to him. This is like the equivalent of when Sean talks about Theo Bond and how they're still super tight. Talk every day, kids call it Uncle Theo. Except Theo doesn't have his number anymore and has to go through a program to get in touch. And I don't think I missed those snide remarks that Brendan as Callen was setting up his story. The only got worse. The thing about these guys is that so much from watching them sitting there and telling stories together. It's like they're in couples therapy spilling the beans to a therapist, and the other one can't help but jump in and add shit. As you probably realize, though, Ryan wasn't speaking to Amy Poehler's people. It was all a scam. And just look at how happy it makes Brendan to know that Ryan isn't going on Amy's podcast. Actually, it's probably more relief than anything.
For my podcast. I did it when I started doing my podcast. And my producer said, hey, did you know that Amy Poehler podcast? Do you know it's a scam? Because maybe it's a scam. I was waiting to do the podcast and it never happened. And I'm like, hey, I'm waiting. Like, what do I do? I'm all over to me. I'm always waiting to scam my podcast. And when I say I got scammed, I got scammed so hard I gave them all my information. I had to call a cybersecurity expert, and he saw what they did. He goes, so the good news is, I think that these guys were just trying to get access to your followers so they can spam and do hot stuff. They wanted access. They sell access to your channel. He went on the dark web. And they have all my passwords. They have all my. I even texted Amy, and I was like, I'm DM Amy. I was like, hey, I'm supposed to do your podcast. I'm waiting, but nothing's going on here. She said, you guys, no, I didn't hear somebody. Meanwhile, it's been going on, and somebody else who's a comic, I can't remember her name, she got paid too. She came out,
like, and he can't wait to talk to people he knows somehow, but I know her. They do their research. And it made sense. I was like, of course she'd have an assistant reach out to me.
Brian, Amy, Owen doesn't know who you are, but he's not on her radar. I swear this reminds me of two small boys convincing each other that some girl was checking them out. The desperation is real. As if Amy gives a fuck about his YouTube special. The irony is that the scammers knew more about Brian than anyone else, and they knew that his boomer ass would fall for their scam. You can just imagine him sitting there in front of his laptop, squinting at the screen as they guide him around Facebook, getting him to input his password so they can steal it and sell a for $3.50 on the dark web. But Brandon takes the cake here. Whenever he hears a story of someone falling victim to a scam or making a series of bad decisions, he creases his neck and acts like he would have seen right through it. You know, like the time he got conned into believing that there were 300 pages of evidence showing that Bobby and Kalila were scheming to ruin his reputation off Reddit, and he probably still believes it. That's probably why he always says he's got hard feelings towards Bobby Lee, the guy who Brendan and Ryan physically threatened and tried to blackmail. Makes sense, huh? And so Brendan couldn't help himself and got Ryan to repeat everything just so he could tell everyone how smart he is at spotting scammers and red flags. This is the equivalent of Joe Rogan flexing about his bullshit after 3 minutes of and I saw on Facebook.
He never got to my laptop, and he was trying to tell me how to do it. And I was like, let's try to screen share these. We have a screen share, but we can touch it. And now where I was pointing out, like, here, okay, here. Here's the company. I went, he sounded Russian. I'm Israeli. You're Russian. So then I said, I have it over the word. So I sent it to my house. He just Russian. Yeah, they got you too. So this is prior to they got into my benefits this week. Damn, dude. I got out. Damn. And I was like, oh, I got blown off. And you know,
So here's where things get even funnier. Lucky that these guys aren't experts. Brian keeps saying that after about 20 minutes into the screen sharing call, he realized it was a scam, but then he accidentally reveals that he was sitting there waiting to join Amy's podcast on the day it was scheduled, and would realize the whole thing was a scam 2 days later. So not only did he get duped the days before the podcast was supposed to take place, it took him 2 days after the event to realize it wasn't real.
oh, so good. And it didn't dawn on me until 20 minutes in. I was like, where are you from? I'm like, I know this doesn't feel right.
So, when did you start taking action? As far as thinking about that.
Like two next day. Back when it took me. Like, it doesn't matter. At that point, it doesn't matter. It's over. They've already sold to us.
They honestly couldn't have happened to a nicer guy. On what planet did Brian think he would be a real guy on a comedy podcast, especially after he dropped that sad excuse for a comedy special on YouTube 2 weeks ago? Like I said in the intro, the disappointment from the failure of the special has taken its toll on Brian. Over the last few months, he seemed a lot more upbeat than he was back in LA. And Scott, a regular spot at the mothership, he'd taken 8 months off from writing because he felt he had nothing to say. Then the move to Boston amped him back up and put him back on the stage doing what he loves. However, now that reality is slowly setting in that even though he put Joe Rogan's name in the title of his comedy special, and in a solo guest appearance of JRE to promote it, the group is a distant memory, a tale that will be told in green rooms
find that the shadows of their empty souls, feeling the shallow depths of their depraved minds, and feeding on the deadly bacteria of their own egos, satisfying to fulfill the pagan sacrifice, starving in need of one week at a time, until finally the truth dawns upon them that maybe, just maybe, they were never funny, and it was all just a dream.
I always look at it this way, like somebody who's doing this thing, Ryan Reynolds, people talking about how he gets hated or he gets criticized. I was like, man, I don't know about that. I just know that I tried really hard. I tried my hardest. I was in acting classes. I went on every audition. I got okay, I was on a couple sitcoms and movies and stuff. But for whatever reason, I didn't. I'm not Ryan Reynolds. I think I'm really good at comedy, but maybe I'm just not as good. Or maybe just for whatever reason I didn't do it. Maybe he was smarter in his efforts. But either way, he's there. That's fine. So I'm not going to hate his pride because of it. Thousands and thousands and thousands of people trying. I tried hard. For anybody who's listening, that you're going to get people are going to do down the road. People are going to be like, because I'm the same as you. Yeah. Do not forget. You have to forget. You have to let go of love. Because otherwise you hold on to resentment. And I also look at that whatever happens to me, I always look at it as this. I think all of us are in chaos. Now it could be cancer, it could be a straight bullet, God forbid me some of my kids. There are so many that are way worse. Do what you want with me. I know I am. You say the close to the truth. Even if you dick, use advice. But I think that perspective is all things. So all of these things are a learning experience. The only way out is through the new way to understand and learn them is that way. I know exactly what you mean, like everything is special. For the past almost by the way, everyone's supposed to be special next to you and next to me. And it's amazing. And I'm proud of it. But there's that month period where I went through like I was like I didn't feel like writing. I didn't have anything to say. I want to repeat myself. This is just a chaos that we're going right now. This is the reason I feel kind of what you said. Maybe creating authority both of you gentlemen for two different reasons. The reason I want clients to not have to deal with really disappointing them and it's because so many people, especially in the modern era, last 10 to 15 years, we just social media people like they have this idea and that's something catches them. Next thing you know, they have I watched this guy. And then he gets in that TV show and it's like, you're not saying I'd see him dating up for someone else that I went to see in Orange County, job or something like that. And I was like, it's just consistent. And then the hangover comes out. And I'm like, he's funny, man. He's playing different characters and different hangover. It's the same thing. And then the next thing you know, I'm going to do a show with an MMA fighter. This is like, no one made you quit. Like you had issues, you continue going, and it's like that. Those are people who deserve to be celebrated. Keep that in mind. Sure, you love to catch the same chest that you once got. Sure, you probably, because you and I are coming from a different generation, you probably compare yourself as a successful comedian to anything you're doing wrong. To I'm surrounded by friends who talk about it. Right? But when you bring it this idea of trying to comedian and so it's like, okay, so Seinfeld was peak and Eddie Murphy in 1986. It's like, that's, there was a time and a place when it's innocent selling out. Reed and Dice Clay selling out, Cowboy Stadium or something, it can't be where we measure success. At the end of the day, can you sit here and confidently tell yourself, like, I'm a damn good comedian and no one's ever putting me down because I care so a lot, I contribute to it, and you should.
This is Brian Callaghan, stage 4 coach. You can see on his face the denial, the confusion, the disappointment. How did this happen? How am I 60 years old and still figuring shit out? These are the ramblings of a man still pretending the spotlight has a dick. Callaghan, the accepted stage of a career death spiral. He's coming out of the radio days. Onto the school over. The last digits to revive his marvelous career. Failed miserably. He's never going to leave that
Yeah, Will Chamberlain's sitting on the bench, kid. These motherfuckers have Will Chamberlain. Who's on the bench? Yo, you gonna call him motherfucker? Yo, what up? Yo, dog. Hmm. Yo, how are you? Kicking ass, taking names. Every day's a holiday. Every meal's a feast. What's good? Word, dog. How'd you find out about me, son? Okay, tight. 100%. All right, big dog. What's doing in your neck of the woods, son? You're looking for games to play. All right. What do you like to play? What about Grand Theft Auto 5? How the fuck don't you have Grand Theft Auto, son? Yes, you are. What are your thoughts on Grand Theft Auto 6 getting delayed? No, 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 no. Now, the question I asked you, what are your thoughts on Grand Theft Auto 6 getting delayed? Doug, you didn't even know Grand Theft Auto 6 got delayed.
Delay's never good. That's all I can say.
That's right, my man. So it got delayed from May 26, 2026 to November 19th, 2026. What are your thoughts?
Fuck that shit.
Fuck that shit is the correct answer.
Hurry up.
Word, dog. All right. So what's on your agenda for this weekend? Aside from slanging dick like it's going out of style.
Get a job.
You're going to get a job on the weekend?
I need that. I lost my job recently.
Okay, how'd you lose your job? From being too sexy?
I don't really. I like getting too hasty, but
Too pasty, like too white? Where were you working?
Tyson Foods.
Okay. That's the largest poultry producer in the United States.
Hell yeah.
They practically own the state of Arkansas. Where, dog? Them and
You know more about the country I'm working at than I do.
where, dog? That's nothing surprising. Them and Walmart own that fucking state.
Damn. That's Arkansas.
Where, dog? Okay, so Tyson Foods. That's a tough place to work, isn't it?
It's very. It can be hard on your body over time, but
Were you with the
you gotta do
animals?
shit right.
Were you with the animals?
I saw them after they got defeathered and stuff.
While they were still alive? Or no?
No, I ain't never seen them.
Yeah, it's like illegal to use.
They come to me.
It's illegal to use to film them. Did you know that?
Yep. You sign a contract.
Isn't that shit wild?
They say you basically sign a contract that says you cannot film video or anything. And if you are caught filming, they have a right to go through your phone and remove whatever it is.
Word, dog, and I think you get criminal charges for that shit.
Yeah.
And I don't think that's cool because how do you get whistleblowers? Number one, and number two, well, that's like a violation of your rights. And three, what are you doing that's so fucking secretive?
There's the big answer right there.
Word, dog. But
Here's
here's what happens.
I'm pretty sure they use stuff that they're not supposed to use to basically gas the chickens.
They gas them, and then they fucking
something else that they're not supposed to use.
And they electrocute them so all those fucking feathers come off.
That's what it is. Gotta be what it is.
Word, dog. And
it's a big ass machine they got in there.
And they don't want those videos to get out because it causes millions of dollars in bad PR whenever one of those videos gets out on anybody in the animal industry. And I think that's horseshit. All right. If I ever have a farm, it's gonna be live streamed 24/7. Those fucking chickens are gonna be basking in the sun till the day they die of natural causes, and then we'll fucking eat them. No, I don't want them to die. I don't want to eat them. So perhaps lab grown.
So what do you? Is this all you do for work?
Oh, this isn't my job.
You make enough money to live?
I have gained.
Obviously you do, but
I have gained some financial independence through apps that I've launched on the App Store and Google Play.
Okay.
So I'm an app entrepreneur. Dog,
I just don't like phones.
you don't even have the money to get it off the ground. It's so expensive nowadays.
Everything's expensive.
Word, dog. All right. So you ready to hear what I do?
Yeah.
I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I shoot my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so since the pandemic, more than 4 years. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline or time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history. The reason why is in 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource. And I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. And with that influence, and once I go viral, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all independently wealthy. I want to make sure that you have the opportunity at generational wealth. And I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound to you?
Sounds nice.
Excellent.
Sounds very genuine.
Word, dog. I stream my life not only for world peace, but I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations such as Nigeria for the benefit of the less fortunate. I'm an advocate for the Life Shore program and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump earth seawater onto land and make it drinkable. How does that sound to you?
Sounds nice.
Word, dog.
Like it. I like it.
I'm a futurist. I like to talk about things that unite us as a people, as opposed to that which divides us. We're 99.9% the same DNA. Thus, I like to talk about things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, artificial narrow intelligence, artificial general intelligence, artificial superintelligence, space elevators, space tourism, things like terraforming of other planets. I like to talk about interstellar travel. I like to talk about things like Neuralink and Santa Claus machines and invisibility cloaks and de-extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, is founded known as Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 3 years, or by the year 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, utilizing Asian elephant surrogates. I think this is a mind-blowing goal. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird, which I think is very exciting to be able to capture live on my stream. When you were born, the average life expectancy for you or someone like you was about age 80 years old. If you want, with your consent, I'd like for you to be able to live longer using life extension technology, things like oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, cryonics, cryogenics, things like cold shock therapy, red light therapy, ambrosia therapy, testosterone replacement therapy, to get you to be age 100, 120. But at about age 120, you may say, Rabbi, back in 2025, everything that you said sounded like science fiction, but it's become science fact. My body's starting to break down. What's the next plan? This is again with your consent. If you want, you may be able to utilize a type of technology known as mind uploading technology. That's where we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI with your consent, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system. For later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially, what I'm saying to you is you may have an opportunity at digital immortality. What are your thoughts?
I would love that.
Fuck
I'd
yeah!
love to be
That's what I'm talking
alive
about.
one day.
Fuck yeah, dog.
You know, when they get the fucking the video games where you can just play them with your mind.
Yeah,
That's
baby.
where I want to be. I'll die there.
That's Neuralink. That's already happening. There's a man named Nolan Aspro who plays the game Civilization with his mind.
For real?
Uh,
No one asked, bro.
yeah, he was the first Neuralink patient. It's like it's NOLA Nasburgh, something like that. That's not exactly right, but it's close. Nobody can tell you that motherfucker's name though. So I'm giving you 95% of the way. Look him up. Nolan, Nolan space ASB. Okay. Yeah.
That's one hell of a last name.
Yeah, exactly. It's tough for me. Nolan Arbro. Okay, there you go. Nolan Arbro. There you go. I got you 95% of the way there, baby. Nolan Arbro. Nobody can tell you. Nobody can tell you that motherfucker's name.
Yeah, he's like a couple years younger than me.
And he's better than you are at video games. How does that make you feel? That motherfucker can't use his.
I feel like I want an early.
There you go. He can't use his arms nor his legs. But you don't want a Neuralink implant. You want one of the skull caps so that you don't need to have anything put into your body. And the skull caps work just as well.
They'll give me one of those.
Word, dog. All right. So you want to be on the Neuralink list. Shout out to Nolan Arborough. Apologies to you, G, for always saying your name incorrectly. And shout out to my man here, Rios, who had the balls to look your name up. It's been a long time since I've seen an interview of him. But yeah, about 2 or 3 years ago, he was the first Neuralink patient, and now there are at least half a dozen of them. And so far, so good. So that's good. Like none of them, none of them have died, to my knowledge. So that's baller.
Yeah, hopefully all the updates they implement go through pretty well. It doesn't fuck anybody up for
So that's an issue. That's an issue. So basically, from the interviews I've seen with Nolan, he has said that like they put it in him, but they don't have a way to update it really well right now. And so he wants the second version of it or whatever that is. But they haven't done that yet. They haven't like taken one out and put a new one in and make sure it works. And so he might be exactly. So he might be stuck with volume one or version one, like for life, or hopefully. And he said, like, hopefully they've talked to him about this. They'll be able to figure out how to remove version one and put in version two. But that's why I'm of the belief. That's why I'm of the belief. Don't put anything in me, because I see how technology shit works, and it gets wet, and it's got a bad battery, and the battery becomes a spicy pillow and explodes. I don't need any of that inside me. Give me the skull cap. I'm cool with just the cap.
Like you're driving down the road and then you get your fucking hard drive gets corrupted and now you can't press the brakes in your car.
Word, dog. Somebody gets fancy and waves a magnet by my head, and then all of a sudden I just drop like a fly. I don't want that. Word, dog. Okay, so you like games. Do you know what Twitter Spaces is?
You were telling me about it last time.
Oh, it sucks, but it's great. It sucks. But basically,
I mean, you were talking about how you use it for.
Oh, I'm going viral on it, baby. It just sucks. It's an uphill battle. It's an uphill battle, but yeah, you can use it to become successful. I'm in one right now. You're able to speak to like 1,000 people at once. That's really hard to do, just randomly. You can't do that on YouTube. You can't just hijack somebody's YouTube stream and start talking. So this gives you the opportunity to do that. And I've been promoting myself. The thing is, you have to be very, very, very patient to get into these big spaces. Sometimes you might wait 4 or 5 hours and not even get called up to talk. But then, if there's ever one of these serendipitous moments where you're paying attention and they call you up, you get to shill for like a minute. And whenever I shill for a minute, I get so many motherfucking people here at once. It's too many to talk to. And then I get a ton of DMs and I get a ton of people who follow me. So it's a very effective way to be able to promote yourself. Way more effective than any other way online. Just by far. Like, I've been live streaming my life for more than 4 years, doing everything I can to promote myself, and there isn't anything that works as well as Twitter Spaces.
I remember seeing you on YouTube about 5 or 6 years ago.
Well, that wasn't me because I wasn't streaming my life 5 or 6 years ago, but 4 years ago I was.
Or it might have been 4 or 3.
There you go. That could be
I
100%.
swear I commented on like a YouTube video at one point.
Oh yeah.
Everybody's like, this has got to be fake. This has got to be fake. I'm like, yeah, this could definitely be real. Like, easily. No, I didn't leave a comment. I just said it to myself.
That's all right. If you left a comment,
Be real. Like, what is
if you would have left a comment, I would have never read it, so no big deal.
Yeah, it's fucked up, bro.
Well, because I have so many fucking streams. I have 20 different streams going at once. Nobody's got time to read comments on 20 different streams, especially when half of them are "go fuck yourself." Nobody has time to read that shit.
I don't blame anybody.
Weird dog. And they could make it so much better on YouTube if they just had a sound. Like if just the computer made a sound when somebody typed to you, but they don't have that. And you have to use third party apps, and the third party apps absolutely suck dick. A lot of times they don't work. And so it just becomes a very frustrating situation where you could have somebody typing to you and you don't find out they were typing to you until 12 hours later. It's like such a simple thing for these platforms to just say, if somebody sends a message, just make a sound. That's all. That's all you have to do. But they don't do that. And the third party apps that do make sounds and do read you the chats and shit like that, they only work, 50% of the time maybe. And not always. They get disconnected. They have integration issues. It becomes frustrating. So what I tell everybody when they read my stream, it just says, come to my Discord to talk to me. And I get people who do that. They're like, hey, I saw you streaming. I started commenting to you, and then I read the title, and it said your Discord link, and so I just came in here and checked you out, and I can't believe you're a real person. And I say to them, of course I'm a fucking real person. Nobody would make an AI with this bullshit. And then they're like, oh my word, I watch you every fucking day. I had a girl come in here last week. She's like, oh my god. I'm like, what? She's like, I'm gonna cry. I'm like, why are you gonna cry? She's like, I can't believe I'm talking to you. I watch you every day on YouTube. I just like to not be alone, and I just put on your streams, and it's like I have somebody else there. And I was like, and it took you this long to come in and introduce yourself? She's like, yeah. I'm like, all right, well, you can tell I'm a real person, and you're more than welcome to come in here whenever you want. So I do get some fans, and
Companionship.
pardon me.
It's a companionship.
Yeah, exactly. 100%. I get other people. Some of the people who are in here right now, they just like to sleep with other people just to know they're not alone in the world, and I frankly enjoy it as well. I like to know. I like to know other people are there. Just we're not alone. We've got friends in this world.
You know, you're doing something I had a dream about a long time ago.
Have you ever seen the Truman Show?
No,
What the fuck are you doing with your life if you haven't seen the Truman Show? It's a movie from like 1996. Starred Jim Carrey, and his entire life is on camera, but he doesn't know it.
I never seen that.
So basically, the story is he is born into a world. He's born, but a corporation adopts him, and the corporation that adopts him is like the first corporate baby, and they use this baby to put cameras all over the house and the crib and behind its mirror and all kinds of places, and he doesn't know it, and he goes through his entire life, and everybody's like artificially nice to him, and everything about his life is like very uh, corporate and controlled, and everybody in the outside world watches him on camera, and they're like really excited for him to discover that he's like eventually maybe gonna find out he's on camera and get out to the outside world. He's basically born on a soundstage, like a giant soundstage, and there are clues that he kind of might not, like, things might be artificial, like, but they make him like really scared of water, so he never like tries to go outside his area, and he falls in love, and the person who he loves tries to warn him like, hey, I'm an actor and this is fake, and you need to like try to figure it out. Anyway, it's a really good movie. It's a really famous movie, and so when people say this is a real life Truman Show, when I say that, that's what it is. It's basically like my whole life is on camera, even though I know it's on camera. I don't know that I'm ever really going to be famous. So when I do become famous, we'll go back and watch these and be like, oh, that was so tight. Rabbi didn't even know he was famous then. It's baller as fuck.
I heard, yeah, I heard, that once you become famous, like it takes a little while to actually get famous to like really like the realization is wild. So like,
Yeah. I don't know if it ever settled in. Meaning, like, I
it
mean,
never feels
like,
there's no feeling for
right,
famous. It's just like
exactly.
something that is.
Right. I think it probably would start feeling real when you start to meet other famous people and they know who you are. And you're like, motherfucker, I know you. You're the center for the Lakers, and you're a pitcher for the Dodgers, and you play center field for the Yankees, and they all know who you are. You're like the biggest actress in Hollywood, and you own such and such tech company, and they're all like, yeah, we know who you are. Like, you don't have to, like, we know who we are too. You don't have to tell us. We get it. Like, and they just, and then like wherever you go, everybody's like, they know who you are, and they fucking bitches masturbate to you. That's when you know you're fucking famous.
It's just masturbating.
That's right. Isn't that wouldn't you say that that's a pretty big standard? If you've got bitches masturbating to you, random ass bitches on the street who are just like, I fap to you,
Man,
you're pretty
it's
fucking famous.
that's a whole ass dub.
Word. But it happens.
No, I mean dub is in like a win.
Oh, I know. Definitely. 100%. Knock yourself out, woman.
Go ahead.
Word, girl.
Like,
Let that sprinkler fly.
let it fly, man.
But yeah,
Damn, damn, she did.
I would definitely, if I were ever a famous person, I would definitely be the kind of famous person who would wear disguises and go out and just try to be normal and fuck with people too. I would totally fuck with people. I'd be like the biggest person to fuck with people. I would be like, I'd go to Starbucks and I'd be like, hey, can I get an apron and just pretend to work here? And the baristas would be like, yeah, sure, Rabbi, go for it. And then people would come in, random ass strangers, and I'd be like, all right, welcome to Starbucks. How can I help you? And they'd be like, damn, you look like the rabbi. I'm like, yeah, I get that all the time. What can I get for you? And they'd be like, you look just like my rabbi. I'd be like, yeah, I know, I get that all the time. What can I get for you? You want a frappuccino? Do you want a mocha? Do you want a latte? What can I get for you? And they'd be like, man, can I take a picture with you? I'd be like, look, I'm just a barista here at Starbucks. I would make that my whole fucking morning. Then I'd go to Target. I'd be hanging out at Target. People would be like, is that the rabbi? I'd be like, no, I get that all the time. I am a Target customer service agent. I'd just go in wearing khaki pants and a red shirt, and they'd just be like, you look like a rabbi. I'd be like,
Just an everyday normal guy.
yeah, exactly. I would do that all fucking day. I'd make that like the first part of my week every fucking week. I would just go to random ass places and just be famous. I've seen people do this before, like on Candid Camera or those Jamie Kennedy experiment kind of shows. And it's so fucking funny to me when they're like, who did I see? Or who did I hear about? Oh, I know. Aaron Rodgers. I heard about one of these recently. So he's a quarterback for the Steelers. He was a quarterback for the Jets, and prior to that, he was a quarterback for the Packers. And he was on one of these shows or something like that. Yeah, I read about it on social media, and he was just like, I think they had him working at some customer service job, and somebody comes up to him and they're like, "Are you Aaron Rodgers?" And he's like, "Yeah, no, no, I get that all the time." And the girl's like, "the the team you play for is like my favorite team. You look exactly like him." And he's like, "Yeah, I get that all the time. It's common. How can I help you?" I would do that shit all the time. I would be all about that shit. I would think that is the funniest fucking shit. And I'd play along with it as long as I wanted. Like, they'd be like, can I get your autograph just in case? I'd be like, yeah. Do you want me to sign it with my name or the famous person you think I am? And they'd be like, can we get a selfie? I'd be like, oh, yeah, totally. That's one thing. Have you, I don't know if you've probably ever seen, but like, there are these things on, like, I'm on social media like 24/7, so I see like all the internet. And they have these people who sign autographs for the WWE, and I always see John Cena doing it, and he can fucking do these autographs. They give him a big fucking stack of these things, and he just boom, 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 and they remove them for him. He doesn't even move them. He just puts his fucking signature on, and they do the next one, the next one, and the next one. And I feel like my arm would get tired. So what I would do is I would just get like a stack of paper and have it go sideways, and I would just drive by in a car with a marker and just like mark it. And I'd be like, all right, you got my autograph because there'd be a lot of people who want it, and I'd want to do it in the most efficient way possible. These are the things about which you think when you're like, oh, maybe I'll go viral. But yeah, I'm trying to think what else I would do. I might, I definitely know I would do this. I would go to places and tip really well. I'd be like the best tipper ever. Like, I'm already a very good tipper.
Yeah, so
I'd be like disgusting tipper.
fucking windows.
Yeah, oh yeah, for sure. Um, there's this one oh dude, okay, so there's this show. It was called Nathan for You. Did you ever see it? It was on Comedy Central. Okay, so they have
What for you?
it's called Nathan for You. So it was a really interesting show. And one of the episodes they wanted a look-alike of a celebrity to come in and tip a really big amount. And so, if you remember who Kramer was on Seinfeld, his name's Michael Richards. They had a Michael Richards
Yeah,
look. Yeah, they had like a Michael Richards lookalike or something come in and tip like $1,000 or something like that. Oh, I know what it was. I think it was just to get a business some free publicity, so to get like the news there. So they had a Michael Richards lookalike tip $1,000 or something, and then they called the news and said, "Hey, what a cool thing!" And then the news came there and they were like did an interview at the place, and that got them way more than $1,000 in free publicity. It was something like that. I would do that same shit, but I would really do it. I'd be the real person. I'd be like, I would tip like a motherfucker. Everything. I'm trying to think of things that people normally at which they don't tip, and I would tip. And even if they don't accept tip, I would tip the pilot of a plane. You don't normally tip that guy. I tip him or her. I would tip like I don't know, police officer. I guess you're not allowed to do that because that's like bribery. But I would tip. I don't know. I would tip everybody though. Everybody would be on my list. Yeah, I would try to think who I wouldn't. I would tip. I'd tip the local councilman, but I guess that could be an illegal bribe too. So you got to be careful with some of that shit. But I would tip doctors. Nobody tips your doctor. I would tip doctors. Everything. 100%. I would just be like, bingo. Trying to think what else I would do. I would definitely do the whole wear a disguise and sneak out of places. That would be baller. Oh, I would be really good friends with the paparazzi. I'll tell you that. They could take as many pictures as they want of me because I'm live streaming my life. They're helping me. So I would be like, take all the pictures you want, and I'd be really cool friends with them. And you can tell what celebrities are cool with the paparazzi. I'd be like, all right, so I'm gonna go to this strip club. You can take pictures of me going in, and then I'm gonna go to this brothel afterward. You can take pictures of me coming in and out. Then I might swing by Krispy Kreme late at night. You can take pictures of me there. And I might hit a Baskin Robbins. You can take pictures of me there. And then, I would give them my schedule. Um, what else would I do?
That's so. I never even thought about the
Oh,
smarts.
word dog. 100%. Um, what else would I do? I would, how would I use, uh, I would do the whole thing of going to children's hospitals. I would fucking live at those bitches. I would be like, I've got a tea time. I've got a tea time at 1 p.m. I'm gonna go to a children's hospital before then. All the nurses would think I'm the coolest motherfucker ever. I'd be giving out ice cream cones and lollipops, taking pictures of kids who were gonna die in 2 weeks. That shit would be cool as fuck to me. Um, just to make it kids' day. I would go to schools. I would just randomly show up at schools and be like, I'd talk to the principal and talk to the teachers and just be like, hey, can I just pop in and like make these kids fucking life and be like, I'll sign all the autographs they want. We can sing songs. We can play video games. I would actually want to go have recess and play football with them and like that kind of shit because that would be fun. And just like kids would be like, yeah, I can't like I can't believe like the rabbi came to my fourth grade class and we played catch and then like we fucking ate ice cream and we watched. I'm trying to think what kind of cartoon would it be interesting to me. I don't know. We could do something cool and then they'd remember you as like the coolest fucking. That'd be like the coolest fucking school day ever. Um, what else would I do? Definitely help children's hospitals, regular hospitals, definitely. Maybe nursing homes, just like, because you got to think, like, if you're a celebrity, like a super big celebrity, nobody's going to say no to you. Like, hey guys, I want to go call the numbers at bingo. They're not going to say no to you. They're going to be like, fuck yeah, you're super famous. Like, it's going to give us a bunch of attention and we will forever be known as the retirement home where the rabbi read bingo numbers, that would be fucking. They'd love that. I would just Look, I would love to do shit like that where it would just be totally a surprise. People living their normal life, and not only do they get a break from their mundane day, but they get a story that they're gonna tell their fucking grandkids. That shit would be great to me.
Yeah, it's nice in the material from the stories to grandkids.
100%. Trying to think what else I
I
would.
always feel like I was somebody who didn't do enough stuff and take enough risks.
Have you ever thought of? Have you ever thought of live? Have you ever thought of live streaming your life?
No, I haven't, but that sounds interesting.
Dog, it's a pain in the ass, but it's amazingly worthwhile. I mean, I met you because of it. I would have never met you and all the other people I've met. In total, tens of thousands of people I've met or interacted with in the last 4 years, and I've learned a lot. I've been able to. I can't tell you how much I've learned. I learned so much every single day, and I learned a lot when I had a traditional career as well. I'm always a learner, but uh, I greatly enjoy it. I know I'm creating like an archive of human development that will be studied in the future. I know it has the potential to make me a lot of money, but I don't really think about that. I do think about that it's going to help society, just like with computers. Like I can show the world like computers need to be more efficient. Here's where they crash. Here's where batteries fail. Here's where devices need improvement. Like that kind of shit I would love, and I'm gonna love to be able to help improve if I can get enough attention to it. Um yeah, that's definitely tight. I'm trying to think. I mean, I know there will be drawbacks perhaps of being a famous person. Somebody was asking me about this earlier today, and I get it. The whole like not being able to go outside without getting mobbed and that kind of shit. I get that. So that part will suck, but um, I don't know. I'm sure that you get enough bodyguards to kind of take care of that shit. And celebrities aren't really like I don't know, 30 years ago or something, they would like you'd have paparazzi that would go through your garbage and would like stalk you. Celebrities don't really have that anymore. They basically pay for paparazzi to take pictures of them now, so they get more attention. Like just social media.
Being a paparazzi, and you just that's your goal. That's how you're gonna make money.
Yeah,
And
that's a
annoy
big.
somebody so much that eventually they just pay you to be not where they want to be.
Exactly, and that's what they do. Social media basically killed a lot of that industry though, because before the people were like clamor for magazine pictures and things, but now celebrities give you those pictures, so it kind of cut out the middleman.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Word dog. I would I would pull a bunch of pranks on people, like not in a mean way, but I'd be like, "Can I cook as a chef at a restaurant for a day?" And they'd be like, "Yeah, sure, go for it." And I would like I'm not a professional chef, and then maybe I wouldn't make something right, and somebody would complain about it, and they'd come up to me and they'd be like, "Yeah, they didn't think you cooked the steak right or whatever." And I'd be like, "Oh, they didn't," and I'd come out there and I'd be like, "Oh, you don't think I cooked the steak right?" And they'd be like all embarrassed, and I'd be like, "I'll try my best next time. Sorry," and they'd be like, like that kind of shit is so funny to me. Like, of course they're not gonna do it correctly or something like that. I would love that shit. Or like I would say to somebody the next time somebody asks for the manager, just come get me. And so somebody be like, I don't know, at like a store and they'd be like, I'm gonna speak to your manager, and then I'd come out and I'd be like, yeah, can I help you? And they'd be like, oh my word. And I'd be like, yeah, this person's making minimum wage, you're doing everything that they can, and you're acting like a huge bitch. How about you shut the fuck up and just buy the shit and don't complain. Like whatever the fuck it was, I would just do my best to make people realize that they were acting either immaturely or inappropriately or whatever. I think that shit would be so funny. And what else would I do? Word. Oh, I would do this one. I saw there's a famous picture of where Anthony Bourdain and Barack Obama ate in a Vietnamese restaurant like 15 years ago or so. And it was so famous that nobody's been allowed to sit in the chairs that at this restaurant ever since. They put it in a glass cube, like because that's a really famous people to be there. But there are these famous pictures of these Vietnamese people who are just eating and they don't know who these two guys are. I would do that shit all the time. I'd go to like rural Africa and no one would know who I was and I'd be like, "Hey guys, you want to play soccer?" And they'd be like, "Yeah, who's this guy?" And I'd be like, "Oh, I'm just in the neighborhood." And then they find out who I am. That shit would be hilarious to me. Or to go to like China and just or like Mongolia and somebody's like hut, somebody's yurt, and just be like, "Hey, dog, do you have cable TV?" And they'd be like, "Fuck no." I'd be like, "You have Wi-Fi?" They're like, "Yeah, we've got that." And I'd be like, "Oh, tight. Can I check my email?" And they'd be like, "Yeah." I think that shit would be hilarious. Yo, what's up? How are you? Yo, Toasty the Toast. What's good, son? Toasty the Toast. You're gonna be super famous someday. What do you want to say to the world? Toasty the Toast. Do you speak English? Toasty the Toast. Toasty the Toast. Do you like toast? Yo, can you hear me?
Hello, school.
Oh, Toasty the Toast. You're not 18 years old. We need to go, big dog. Take care, big man. I was gonna ask you all about toast. Just a moment. I have to ban them. There's gonna be this huge group of people in the future who I banned who were all underage when they tried to get in my server years ago, like in the future. They'll be known as like they'll be like
a whole fucking person to appeals.
right, exactly. But no, they'll be tight as fuck. They'll be like, yeah, I was 13 years old and I found this fucking server, and then Rabbi got famous and he well they banned me and then he got famous and then like they'll be like this whole yeah they'll be like this whole it'll be like a badge of honor. Like, yeah, man, I was banned when I was 15 years old from Rabbi's server.
They're gonna have to show you their ID.
Oh yeah, for sure, 100%. So in those cases, I because sometimes Discord asks you to show your ID and stuff in some servers, but I'm not gonna do that to people. I'm not because then you gotta like then you're dealing with people's personal information. I don't want to deal with that. I don't want your fucking ID. But here's how I check if you're 18. If you can pass me, that's great. So I somebody comes in, I say, "How old are you?" If they say they're 18, look, I was once a young person. That's the first age that you say because you're like, "Oh, maybe I can pass for 18." So that's automatically red flags if you say you're 18. If you say you're 19, okay, then there's a chance. But then I ask you very quickly, okay, quick, what year were you born? And the people who are 18 are like, I was born in 2007. And the people who were not, they're like, I was born in, and they have to do the math. And then I just automatically know, like, Doug, you're not 18 years old. But the people who know right away, yeah, I was born in 2007, I'm like, were you born at the beginning of the year or the end of the year? They're like, I was born January 26, 2007. I'm like, oh, well, that makes you 18. Okay. So that's kind of how I check on people. Though I get some people, I had a girl in here yesterday, and she came in, and she even said this herself. Some people say that she sounds like a young, like a 13-year-old boy, or like a 20-year-old girl, um, and I couldn't really tell at first. And so I'm like, "How old are you?" And this happened 2 days ago, and she's like, "I'm 19. How old are you?" I'm like, "Well, I'm 39. Okay, you've got some spunk to you." I'm like, "All right, what are your hobbies?" She's like, "Oh, I don't really know." I'm like, "Okay, well, what do you do?" And she's like, "I'm in med school." I was like, "Oh, okay. Well, most 15-year-olds aren't going to come out and say that they're in med school and then know a lot about it. So I guess I'm willing to believe you." But I'm like, "How are you in med school? You're 19," and she was from Iraq. So it's like, okay, I guess that passes. I do my best though to keep out anybody who's not 18, but it's, it's not
Yeah,
it's not a perfect
thank you, bro.
system. It's not a perfect system, but it's better than most people. Most people will let anybody in their
What's
server.
going on, Rick? But
I do what I can.
we'll just need the verbal verification.
Well, I'm sure they'll have something in the future to make it easier, but as of right now,
Oh yeah,
I just do what I have to do. And
but is verbal verification enough on the internet? That's the question. Being the person who's
yeah, I
using
mean,
verification.
there are going to be ways around it. I know when my friends and I were like under 21, the friends who looked like an older sibling could get into bars, and that was like a really hard thing to detect. I'm sure there'll be some kind of biometric reading and stuff, but that still can, be incorrect. If you look like your older sibling, who's to say you're not them? How are you going to prove it? The ID's legitimate. The picture looks like you.
Right?
So yeah.
Man,
Um,
this day and age is like, it's so easy to find out or to get an easy like a quality fake ID is probably right around the corner. It's might go viral.
yeah,
You
9/11
probably
really,
ask somebody in Discord.
9/11 really changed the game with that, where they made it like they changed, like it used to just be like a misdemeanor to have a fake ID, but they changed it and made it the punishment worse and shit. But people still do it, and then they got the ones that scan all kinds of shit that happens. But I don't know, like the British or in England, you need a digital ID. That'll be here soon enough to get rid of all the riffraff, and I think that's something that makes my stream special. Is like this is the wild wild west of pardon me, the internet. Like let's say they ban my, I don't know, they ban my Twitter account, God forbid. I can just go create 1,000 more Twitter accounts. Nobody's gonna fucking, the SWAT team's not gonna bust down my door. But in the world of the digital ID in the future, they could fucking make some law that says once you get banned, you're banned, and you can't create another account. And if you do, it's a it's a crime. That's when it's gonna, and that day is only a couple years away.
That day's coming.
Oh yeah, you know it and I know it. Where if you fuck up, you can't recreate an account, and it's just like, oh, you fucked up, sorry, but this is the wild wild west, so why not utilize it as much as possible? And until that day comes, and then people will look back on this day and be like, no way. Back then, you could just create as many accounts as you wanted. They couldn't really stop you from getting out your message. If they banned you on Instagram, just create another Instagram. They ban you on Facebook, create another Facebook. They ban you on YouTube, just create another YouTube. They say that you can't, but they're just like, there's no enforcement of that. But in the future, there will be, and they'll make it a crime. And then if you try to get around the system, you'll have a knock at your door. That's basically what's happening in England right now with the people who have tweets. And these tweets aren't even bad, but they've already arrested hundreds, thousands of people for like tweets from like years ago. And that's that's going to come to the United States. Thousands of people in the United Kingdom have been arrested over their tweets. I mean, and these tweets are like, so, like they're tame. Like in comparison to what people in the United States say, they are tame. And that's coming to the United States, and they'll use the premise of hate speech and shit, even though it's a violation of the First Amendment. You should be able to say all this shit. You should be able to, in my opinion, you should be able to say whatever the fuck you want, whenever you want, to whomever you want. That's the First Amendment. And if you want to threaten somebody, go ahead and fucking threaten them. If you want to tell people to go fuck themselves, go tell them to go fuck themselves. You shouldn't be able to put your hands on somebody. That's a different story. But you should be able to say, I'm going to fuck you up. Or you should be able to say, go fuck yourself. Or you should be able to say, I think you're ugly. Or whatever the fuck. That's the First Amendment. There's freedom of speech. That's why we have it. Because when you don't have that, then courts are legislating over the meaning of words and shit like that. And that's not what they're there for. Now, if you come out and put your hands on somebody, or you punch somebody, or then I have an issue with that. But in terms of saying whatever you want, say whatever the fuck you want. That's how I feel.
I get down with that.
There you go. And I should say you should be able to write whatever you want to. That's somewhat included in that. There's the idea that, well, the thing that really changed this is, what about yelling fire in a crowded theater? Well, if there is a fire in a crowded theater, of course you should be able to yell fire. So there are some times when yelling fire in a crowded theater is appropriate. And in those times where somebody does it and it's inappropriate, then people will just learn not to trust this person. Society gets to know people and troublemakers, and they'll be like, yeah, there's no fire. This person likes to yell fire all the time. Don't worry. Likes to yell fire all the time. Don't worry about them. That's just kind of how things are. It's already how things are. If you're at, I don't know, sometimes kids do this. They'll be like, you'll be in an event and somebody will be like, oh, there's a famous celebrity here. You'll be like, I don't think there's a really famous celebrity, or maybe there is. You never know. But you kind of judge those things. But should those people be arrested for what they said if there's no famous celebrity? Fuck no. That's their freedom of speech to be able to say these things. So I don't know. That's just my belief on it. That's how I feel. And what ends up happening is then laws are passed, and then it starts to become illegal to even say things that are like mundane. You can't. So, like for instance, let's say you say, um, "Go fuck yourself, you loser," or something like that. Okay, well, what if they consider loser to be hate speech because that's a bullying term? Well, now you're going to get the book thrown at you because you're using bullying terms. It's like, what the fuck is this shit? It's like, who? That's not what the First Amendment's about. If it were, then the founding fathers would have said, you can't use hate speech, you can't use threats, you can't use terroristic language. It doesn't say anything. It says Congress shall make no laws prohibiting the use of speech, freedom of speech, freedom of religion, all that other shit. And that's kind of how I feel. That's why you have a free press. That's why you have the freedom to be able to say what you want. And in the very near future, that's all going away. And it's already gone away. Not that they had freedom of speech in England, but where you make like the thing that people are getting a lot of for which they're getting a lot of trouble are memes. They'll post a meme on Twitter and they'll have the police at their house.
Yeah, that's a little extra.
Word dog, thousands of them.
Extra than me.
Definitely. I think they passed the law in 2023, and I'm not exactly sure the date that it went in, but over 3,000 people have been arrested. And the UK is not that big of a country, so when you think if they do that in the United States, it's going to be a lot of people who are going to be in trouble. And I mean, I I feel as if I see the worst shit on the internet in terms of quote unquote hate because I'm in all these discords and I'm on YouTube all the time and I'm a huge target and I don't let any of it get to me. I know I'm cooler than all of those motherfuckers. So bring it. Say whatever you want to me. I don't go and call the police on you. I get people who say I want to kill you. Okay, that's fine. Like that's your opinion, man. Pardon me. I get people in communities who are like, I haven't seen you in a long time. I hope you die. Okay, I mean that's cool. I mean the other people like me. This guy's just a dick. I get that. Do I think that they should be in jail because of that? No, I don't. I truthfully do not. Say whatever you want to me. We have a saying from where I am. You may have it from where you are. Sticks and stones may break my bones, but words may never hurt me. And your words are never gonna hurt me. Yeah, exactly. So say whatever the fuck you want to me. I do not care. And the reason why is just because then you start to creep in with these different laws, bullying terms, terroristic terms, and hate terms, and then you turn into a police state. Then you're not. Then you can't say. Very soon, you can't say things that you want to say, like we need a new congressperson. That doesn't seem like it's that bad to say, but they just need to pass a law saying that basically criticism of your congresspeople is is in line with bullying because the majority of people in your area elected them. It could be seen as a sign of bullying. I mean, does that make necessary sense? No, but it doesn't have to. In in this world, they can legislatures can pass things, and I feel like that's why, at least in the United States, the founding fathers specifically gave us this right, and you should be able to use it. So that's just how I feel.
Definitely thought it pretty. They cooked up there. They cooked.
Oh yeah, definitely. I don't agree with the 3/5 of counting people. The 3/5 compromise, where they counted African American people as 3/5 of a person. That's not cool. And I didn't like that many of them owned slaves. That's not cool.
That's fucking so wild.
Oh, isn't that fucking wild? One of the wildest ones to me is Thomas Jefferson had had babies with his slave Sally something, and when he died, in his will, he specifically did not free them. So his own fucking kids, he kept enslaved. Isn't that fucked up? And he's seen as like this amazing fucking politician and president and all this shit. He doubled the size of the United States with the Louisiana Louisiana Purchase. Pardon me, I'm tired. But yet he didn't free his own children in his will. That is fucked up. It is.
What the fuck?
Isn't that fucked up? His own kids were in.
No.
Yeah, dude.
What's wrong with white people? I can't stand like
It's wild shit.
that's not white people shit.
Oh, that's as dirty as it gets. They're your own fucking kids. You rape your slave and have children with her, and you don't free them. Like, if anybody you think's gonna get freed, especially when your dad is like president, is like you'd be like, hey, can you do me a solid? You raped my mom basically, and you're president, and you have the freedom and the power to be able to let me go and give me my freedom. And he chose not to. That is the dirtiest fucking shit. That is, it's like you you are a scumbag and to the highest order. Firstly, you're cheating on your wife with Sally Hemings or something like that, with your slave, and then get her pregnant. And not only do you not think she's a fully human, but you're going to keep her a slave, and then your kids, your flesh and blood, 50% of them is your DNA, and you're not going to free them when it's done. That is some dirty shit. And right, and we hold
You
these.
just gotta hate. Like, you need some hatred.
Right. No, I get that. Just you using that word, hate, in the future, like, I bet you won't be able to say that kind of shit. Like, that's a perfect example. You could be like, I hate what Thomas Jefferson did in not freeing his own children. And that goes against hate speech laws because you can't say you hate anything. Like, in the future, I could easily see that happening. Easily. And that's some bullshit. I'm sure they won't let you say that's some bullshit either, but that's some bullshit.
It's like people that
People that what?
it's like people that don't like cussing and like stuff like that.
Right.
It's always a weird way.
100%. And what do you consider cussing? Depends on the household.
Skinny on the group,
Some people say crap is a cuss word. Other people crap's appropriate. Some people don't think you should be able to say crud.
I would say
The television stations,
those are curse words though.
not in your house, but in a lot of houses, a kid will get in trouble for
I'll say
saying crap. If you said to your mother as a child, not you personally, but just saying in general, you're full of crap, you don't think that kid's going to be in trouble?
Depends who you say it to.
If you say it to your own mother,
Depends.
in 90% of households in the United States,
Depends.
you're going to be in trouble.
Yeah, but at the same time, it depends where you're coming from. You know what I'm saying?
I get it. Can you say pussy
But they
willow?
really are full of crap.
Can you say pussy willow? Can you say pussy willow?
Pussy willow? What is that?
It's a type of tree. Can you say pussy cat?
Pussy cat.
The word pussy, you can't say the word pussy in a sexual context in a lot of places.
Yeah, I would consider pussy a curse word.
There you go. So you can't
If
say
you used it like if you're like going up to somebody and be like you're a pussy.
they use the term pussycat in like Bugs Bunny cartoons. Tweety Bird says putty tat. When Tweety
But I
Bird,
feel like that's different. You know?
I know, I get it. It's too subjective though. The television stations can't even get it right. Meaning, there are some words you can say on television. George Carlin had a very famous stand-up routine about this, and some that you can't. The term a tit is a kind of bird. You can say tit when referencing the bird, but you can't say it in referencing a breast. The term like ass is a term for a donkey, but you can't generally say it in some parts of society as a butt. The term bitch, in some aspects, you can't call a person a bitch, but that is the scientific term for a female dog. So it depends.
That's fine. And I'll stand on it. I think I don't care what age the person is, anything I think every word in this world should be free to use.
That's what I'm
Every
saying.
word don't matter.
That's what I'm saying. You should be able to say whatever you want. Now, the people who hear it can react in whatever way they want. So that's their right too.
Right.
But anybody should be able to say anything. If you want to
Right.
say
Like you might get your ass beat for it, but
exactly, if you want to say, if a black person wants to say the N word, they should be able to say the N word. And amongst black people, they're not going to get too big of a reaction in some circles. If a white person wants to say the N word, they should be able to say the N word. But they're going to be judged by saying it. And that's the right of the people to be able to judge them. That's how society works.
collective accountability.
Exactly. Exactly. But especially when you start legislating that certain people can't say the word, okay, well, how dark do you have to be to say it? What if I don't think that most black people are too dark, are dark enough to be able to say it? I mean, then you're starting to get into like, how dark are you? You don't want to get into that argument. If you start legislating that way, you just, so the best, or people who are of mixed race, you can't get into that argument. That word is used in their household, and it can mean friend, it can mean person, it can mean a whole bunch of things. And
Big brother.
brother,
Yeah.
absolutely. And so, who are you to take away the ability for them to be able to use that word? What if someone is albino? So they're like white looking, but of African American DNA. You're gonna take that away from them?
Yeah, that
Who are you to? Who are
right.
you? Who are you? They have black brothers and sisters. Their parents are black. They're black going all the way back to Africa. They should be able to use that word, as should anybody. But the albino person's not going to be judged on that. A random ass white honky kid who uses it, they're going to be judged. They're going to be either seen as very small minded or racist, or, I mean, there are situations where I hear that term being used by white people, and they don't mean it offensively. They mean it like friend or cousin or brother or whatever. And they're just around black people a lot, so they think that they can use it, and their black friends don't really get on them too much. And then they get out in the bigger world and they sound extremely racist, but they don't mean it that way by any means. It's just how it works. And then it's used a lot. It's used a lot in the Latinx community, where it's not used. Sometimes it's used offensively, sometimes it's not. Sometimes it's just used to be friend or dude. It's just a filler word. And then sometimes it's used in a mean or spiteful or racist way. So I feel that you should be able to use whatever word you want.
As long as you're not using it in a derogatory manner.
No, you should be able to use it in a derogatory manner. And the people should be able to judge you for using it in a derogatory manner and think you're an asshole and not want to do fit, but it shouldn't be illegal. It's as simple as that. People should be able to judge you for your actions and your words, all of that, absolutely. But it should not be illegal. Because when it starts to become illegal, that's when the court's going to come in and say, how dark do you have to be able to say this word? What if you're mixed race? What if you have three grandparents who are black and one white parent? Or one white grandparent and three, uh, a grandparent who is black and two parents? You get what I'm saying? Like, there are lots of combinations here, and you don't want to get into that.
Many of them is whole ass list of shit.
You don't want to, and you don't want to get into that, and that then becomes it.
Yeah, now you have to break the whole thing down to the very
Then it becomes,
just
there's a Family Guy episode with this. It's completely racist, but they're joking about it, poking fun at it. There's like a thing where to get into New York City, you have to be like a certain color, and there's like super white, white, tan, and if you're any of those three, you're fine. But then when you start getting to dark tan, darker tan, and like brown, and then black, it's like no. And then they hold the card up next to your skin, and if you're in the approved version, you can go in. But if not, They pull you over to the side and they do all kinds of questioning to you. You don't want to live in that world.
Right. Definitely not.
Exactly. And that just complicates things. It's fine for society to judge people based on what word someone uses. If someone's using a word, they are allowed to basically excommunicate that person. They're able to ignore them. They're able to yell words back at them. But you do not want to get into a world where it becomes illegal to say that. Because then when it's illegal to say that, then it becomes who gets to say it, who doesn't get to say it. How do you dictate who has the right? What skin color are you, or what makeup are you, or whatever it is? What religion are you? Like, you just don't want to get into that world. It becomes too difficult to legislate, and courts have agreed it becomes too hard to legislate that kind of stuff. That's why Congress shall make no law infringing, impeding free speech, basically, or whatever the fuck the language is. Um, Freedom of speech, freedom of religion, freedom of the press, freedom to gather. Those are all in. Those are all given to us by our Creator. They're not even really given to us by the founding fathers. They're endowed by our Creator. Is the language of the Constitution. All right, big dog. I'd love to talk with you more. I'm gonna get some sleep. I hope that's all right, my man.
That makes sense.
All right. Well, then with that, feel free. I'm gonna listen to some podcasts and
What's their seat?
Switch
enjoy.
Why do you say it's good? Because I have to be honest with you. You're one of those guys that you annoy me because you'll be like, the best wings, the best pizza. I'm like, it's just wings.
Yeah, no, their wings were good. But that's like Brendan's equivalent to Andrew Schultz's epiphanies. When he figures something out for himself, it's the next best thing, and he cannot wait to tell everyone about it. You know, like a child. And that's the ongoing theme with Brandon. It seems like the more things slip away from him, the more immature and juvenile he becomes. There's a segment in the podcast with Aubrey Marcus later on that I'll play for you, where if you close your eyes, it feels like you're back in middle school all over again. Except then you open your eyes and realize you're watching three grown men dressed like teenage fuckboys, unironically talking out of their asses. But the thing for Brian Callen is that he's clearly struggling financially, and the daily grind of having to turn up to Brendan's storage unit to record the podcast twice a week, while being forced to inhale fumes from Bubba's beast of a truck, and then slogging it out of the comedy mothership where he's constantly workshopping new material that doesn't seem to land. Well, it's all starting to weigh on him. For Brian, everything's a business transaction for him now.
Marcus, I haven't seen you in way too long. I've been here more than 4 months.
I know.
But we get to a certain age, buddy, where it's like, if we ain't making money, if we're not doing business or learning, it's hard to just hang out when I'm on trolls, hanging out with kids. I got kids.
That's how we're starting comedy podcasts these days. I'm sorry I haven't seen you since I moved to Texas. I couldn't justify it financially. But we shouldn't be too hard on Alan. It must be hard to live lives separate families whilst living in the shadows of all the allegations that were leveled at you a few years ago, forcing you to vote for a guy you completely despise as you cruise into your 60s with no end in sight. And now that Brian's called out Joe Rogan for cosplaying as a scientist on the recent Life Companion, I'd say his opportunities at the mothership are drying up too. Personally, I'm sad for him. I really wanted this move to Texas to work out for him so he could finally escape from captivity and leave Brendan behind once and for all, just like Theo Von did. But the thing is, I'd rather watch the fighter and the kid die a long, slow death of 1,000 tiny cuts until the lights literally go out in the middle of a poem. Oh, no, wait, that already happened. But all jokes aside, no pun intended, their most recent episode with Aubrey Marcus was eye-opening to say the least. I've been documenting their struggle to be guests on the show on this very channel, and here we are with quite possibly one of the
the slimiest snake oil salesman you've ever seen. He's going to lecture us on authenticity on the fire industry. He's lecturing us about authenticity on the fire industry. All right, I've made my point. Let's roll the tape.
Still taking out the trade now along with the respect. Yeah, there's an interesting study I just saw that was exactly what I was talking about, where they put people in a Faraday cage where they measured their electromagnetic frequencies and everything else happening in their body. And when they brought them into emotions of like extreme joy, like something just sentimental, or something with your wife and your kids, it's not actually or they brought them in that moment, there was a spike of energy, whether it was from the heart field or the mental field, but there was a spike of energy that was measurable. And then when they asked them about other traumatic, experiences or places where they were super vulnerable or bad things happened, they saw the same equal amount of energy expelled. And the theory being actually that it's authenticity that actually spikes the field because our souls are in truth. Like our spirit body knows truth. We know the frequency of it, we know the resonance of it. And so when you tap into truth, actually your whole body lights up. And so truth is even more important than positive emotions.
Like especially now with AI, what we get into people, AI is going to take one of the most difficult entertainment business and all these jobs. I think there's ways to be authentic, repel, destroy all that. You're going to be able to tell it's AI, you're going to feel that authentic that you have down. So the guy who lied about his whole career, he continues to take anabolic steroids for recreational use, got caught cheating on his girl multiple times, sued the YouTuber for exposing him, and was then forced to submit a sworn affidavit to the court, admitting that he blatantly lied multiple times on his podcast. He's telling us on that very podcast, chalked up by fake views and thoughts, that authentic creators with talent are going to be in high demand once AI takes over. And we're only just getting started with this episode. The absolute lack of self-awareness and discipline is mind-blowing. You've got Brendan Schaub, the human embodiment of failure, sitting there nodding along to stakeholder sales. Marcus talking about the power of authenticity, while Brian Callen's soul basically leaves his body with every passing minute. You can literally see Brian calculating in real time how many more episodes of The Fighter he will have to sit through before all his kids turn 18 and he's no longer on the hook for child support. Meanwhile, Bubba's sitting there thinking he's about to stage a comeback off the back of a supplement collaboration between him, Rogan, and Real. I find you get the Scorpions to help themselves. When I was listening to this episode, I thought to myself, this is the perfect snapshot of a dying brand. What's the hate watching at this point?
They might be rough fight to lose the
Exhibition. How do you feel like this might hang on? Like it feels like you could have lost a lot of change. With Dana, when you put these on balls, and you think even another, I do your slide, right? He said, what do you do? You fight people inside. It's one alone. Like, either Javante Davis or Jay. All right, can Javante do this slide? I just know Jay gets this. If you're paying him all the moves, I just know this. You're being the reason he wants to build the foundation of a lot of the community. He just wants that.
That's 100% in the sights and the meantime.
This is what you have to learn. I can keep this kind of here, and then the Javante Davis, like Tyson's going to move.
So he has this kind of strategy where he'll do fight legit, fighter like Chavez Jr. was getting a little older, but it's still being a fight. And he'll go for something that's just a spectacle. And we remember the spectacles in the Pride days where you had some little guy versus the big guy, and everybody's asking that question. How will speed do against size? And then Jake capitalizes on this question in people's minds. That's a fight. And so he has this strategy of like, all right, let me go do the thing that's going to get maximum attention. He's getting out of exposure to side, and then go switch back and then fight another fighter who's on his track to pay out. And his goal above anything is to be the cruiserweight champion.
That's what I don't get. If I'm genuinely being legitimately boxing, basically champion, I think that's a big or just to get to another.
All right, so let me tell you, I know he was fighting so much.
course, this guy is best friends with Jake Paul. So far, everything checks out. And did you see how boys lived flipping around, desperately trying to agree with Aubrey about Jake Paul's career trajectory? First it was, I agree with Dana. Why doesn't Jake stick to fighting people his own size? And then after Aubrey spun his word around short hair, he came out with, why is he trying to push for the cruiserweight title and just stick to the circus money fights? Oh, buddy, what a career. And then the Brendan's in a room with someone wealthier than him, he goes into autopilot and ends up on his knees searching for the truth. Callum, on the other hand, wasn't convinced. One of the only redeeming features of Ryan's character is his willingness to call people out on the spot. After sitting there listening to Aubrey washing Jake Paul's balls, he finally had enough and said what we were all thinking.
Usually me all people who likes and all the things who win. It's great. Like, no, 6 when I told three at a time, we saw like, we actually will go into meditations together before, and we'll have visions as they happen to turn out, oftentimes in strange ways. Like, we're going to have a picture of the fight you just knocked down on all fours. You get knocked down in a lot of different ways, but some, we just saw that. Mindset is in the right place. I think that'll play to Jake's advantage. Let me just answer the question, why is Jake doing this? Jake's doing this because he's got money, and he lives on a certain point. The money doesn't matter as much, but what Jake needs is he needs some kind of thing that's scary to him and dangerous to him to actually keep him on the path where he's not off the rail. I think it ends with Jake being able to belt. I don't know what you guys find the belts or whatever, just find a path, like somebody who's way to pass the belt. And I think Jake's going to bring that energy of shocking somebody with the attention. Jake's positive energy that we're working on all the time. Like, what people don't realize is this is also, if anybody who's seen Shaq before, which is a great show right now, and Apple TV Plus, at the end, they have this is at the end, they have a battle, and in the battle, it's like the spiritual warfare begin, and there are shamans and singers start calling in the spirits of elements and all, and like everything good to give the mind, the spirit of mind, and Jake's doing that at 100. Scott, Chris Mack is one of the best practitioners, and myself, if I'm honest, in the South, it's like, we're bringing the best spiritual energy out, the best training. He's not going to say, we're going to fish it that. This is a energy level. That's why he's in there with the channel. Cruiserweight contender. Some dudes throw his right hands into his head. I don't think that's going to matter. That's a big deal. I say that Alex Pereira does the same. I'm sure he does, but you'll see training for a long time. So what I'm saying is, it's like Alex Pereira when he does that thing where he walks out, it's for real. Yeah, it's for real. He's bringing some, and he's bringing some deep jungle energy. Did he just say deep jungle energy? What did we just listen to? I lost several IQ points after listening to that clip. Deep jungle energy sounds like his next supplement line. Imagine admitting you're friends with Jake Paul in public, but then doubling down by claiming you're his breathing and spiritual coach while wearing those pants. It was only a few weeks ago that Jake Paul announced he was quitting podcasting because he's not good at talking, and his brother-in-law is friends with him. Jake thinks he's quitting by fighting a guy almost 70 pounds lighter than him in an exhibition fight, but that wasn't the worst part. Being such good friends and a former business partner of Joe Rogan, I should have known that Aubrey Marcus was trained in the fine art of stand-up comedy worship. You guys know I don't usually do this, but I'm issuing an official pre-join to anyone new here, or just like anyone with a big stomach. It's like that old saying goes, laughter is the best medicine. All Jewish people think and like all of us, we get way too serious. So laughter is the most underrated as far as cultivating good energy. You want to feel good energy? Find a comic that's dialed in, that's locked in, and you're under a spell of hilarity, and your gut is first. I say that to people like ecstasy. People hate on comics. I don't say like we literally spend a lot of time trying to make people laugh. It's like that's the worst we are. We're not great. For the most part, I promise you, the comics that you're hating on, everybody might be, all we do all day is sit around and make fun. I would say I work with the best shamans in the world. And the best shamans in the world can cultivate a level of positive energy that keeps you safe and keeps you like focused on what you're learning. The comics are better than any great shaman. They're able to take a whole stadium. Try to get one ayahuasca shaman to get a whole stadium. Maybe they could, maybe they're the best. But like you get a whole stadium in the same energy level, and it's the best, highest frequency energy that you can possibly imagine. Like comics are laughter shamans in a way. And it's like, yeah, I have so much respect. It's so true.
Brandon was awfully quiet during the entire conversation. He wanted absolutely none of that. And that was just a bridge too far for me. As you all know, I'm a huge fan of stand-up comedy. However, we're getting to a point where comedy worship is out of control. Austin comedy gatekeepers aren't just trying to monopolize comedy, they're trying to monopolize life. Do these guys actually believe in bullshit coming out of their own mouths, or are they just so indulged to their group that it all comes naturally to them now? Every Marcus was talking about laughter like it's some sacred psychedelic ceremony, while Brendan Shaw was sitting there looking like a kid in timeout. Comedy writes itself in these buckets, and Brian Callen's speech about comedians looking every week in a thinking how to be funny is just as bad. The reality is they spend every waking minute scheming how to work off their audience. This brand of pseudo-spiritual grifting is next level. The Austin comedy assassins have moved on from promoting vitamin supplements to pitching their comedy as vitamins instead. And we all know their goal of comedy in Austin. Because if your audience doesn't love, just keep saying it until they do.
Every conspiracy theory always has a bunch of Jews who are controlling the world. That's the term. And I think that's right. Because all comes from I've never seen it. And so it's actually a Jewish slur. And so this idea that it's the Jews, well, they've been getting blamed for a lot of it. And certainly, I think there's probably Sith Jews and probably full-on Jedi. I know some full-on Jedi Jews. I'm Jewish. Like, I care more about the good. Yeah, 87% Ashkenazi. So, like fundamentally, yeah, they can go both paths, for sure. I mean, there's something that's in, I think it's also like, there's this idea of, there's this idea that genetic bottleneck.
You got there in the end, Brendan. There's no trend that Buckle would jump on. Did you see how proud of himself he was there? There's nothing quite like interrupting a conversation to explain a joke that didn't land in the first place. One suggestion though, Jen, if you're listening, please get Brendan to say the word anti-Semitism. Seriously, could you imagine? That would be epic. And then after he says it, ask him what he thinks it means. How would you give the opportunity to do something really funny? Getting Audrey Vargas on as a guest is just further proof of just how desperate these guys are. We heard Brendan complaining just the other week over his Patreon that it's too hard to book guests because he's too busy with the kids to make a phone call or send an email. And also, for some reason, Brian doesn't want to ask anyone in the Mothership Green Room to come on the show. So all that's left is a Rogan affiliate who lived in 2016 selling new comics to CrossFit dads. This guy takes word salad to a whole new level. Hopefully, though, Brendan is officially entering his spiritual ways. While Neil was early a matter of time before he entered his black beat question arc, I seriously imagine him sitting there on his own after everyone's left him, mumbling his way through the Bible, trying to explain the subtext of each passage. Meanwhile, Brian Callen, who just recently publicly humiliated Trump, now finds himself spiritually handcuffed to a very man-child that Rogan helped to create in his own lab. This is actually a new experience for Brian. Once he's being forced to some of the consequences of his own actions. I think that's enough slander from me for today. Make sure you check out the link in the description to my Patreon if you're interested in seeing my breakdowns of Tony, as well as my comedy special reviews and much, much more. If you want to see more cringe outside the podcast universe, head over to my newest channel, More Cringe, and get subscribed so you don't miss out on uploads throughout the week. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll catch you in the next one.
Yeah, Robin said something interesting. He was talking about last night we were together. He was talking about some people that tend to get, they a superstar. You did. Have you when was the last time you took responsibility for where you're at? Hey, John, there's a lot of Reddits and YouTube super toxic. So you gotta get out of the drama to get from one thing to destroy. That's cool. That's what at this point, I'm convinced that Brian Callen is low-key trolling Brendan. In basically every episode of The Fighter on the kid these days, Brian brings up a major criticism of your boy and masks it off as a random thought he had or some conversation he was having with somebody else. We saw just a couple of weeks ago how he brought up the shorter life expectancy of athletes and has chinned up all the sports that Brendan's attempted over the years just to show everyone how the leading cause of death is heart disease from steroid and PED abuse. And of course, we can't forget the sad reality of CTE and TBIs in football and MMA. Brendan was sitting there biting his nails, squinting as he wrote on the screen about how his days are numbered. But over the last few episodes, for some reason, Brian's been grilling Chin about his alcohol abuse and all the various health issues that he's been dealing with as a result. Naturally, Brian has this special way of bringing it up. He has the subtlety of a poet and the precision of a marksman. So Chin's gonna die, and there's a dead body guy. He can take your pulse right now. Ironically, Brian's probably the healthiest person in that storage unit, and so in keeping with the theme of bullying his producer who gets poor lifestyle choices and bad health, Brian casually brought up his drinking issues because, it's engineered, so he's doing laundry on a podcast just for a laugh. But things quickly turned on Brendan after Brian dished out a piece of advice that seemingly applied more to Brendan than it did to Chin. This was another one of those moments where Brian Callen directed his wise cautionary tale at Chin, where he was really speaking to his boy Papa. Just quickly though, if you haven't already, check out my new channel, More Cringe, which I just launched yesterday, where I like to cover cringe from all over the internet, not just on podcasts. Shout out to all of you who have already subscribed and helped to get it off the ground. You guys are the best. Alright, Chin. The important is to do something. Yeah, so we can finish the messaging on that. So, what they say, a lot of them on my side, they're just like, you just see the way you do your thing, bro, do your thing. And then anyone that says, do your thing. One thing about the abuse, you can count on that. I appreciate your support. I'm also some people say, like, do you love me? We have to say this character. People that care about you, people that actually are for your best interest, we care about, well, that's what I'm trying to make thing is that people that says, try, keep doing this, is not your friend. I think Brenda and I have been around long enough, it's got our own issues, and so I think what happens if you get some age on you is you realize that there's a limit to what you can say and do for anybody, and we all have to be our own source of change. Rogan said something interesting. He was talking about last night we were together, and he was talking about some people that tend to get, they blame other people for their failings, they get critical, they get quality. And he said, you're there, you're where you are because of you. You did this. Don't then turn and look at successful people and go, well, those guys are assholes. Like, what are you doing, man? No, I didn't have anything to do with your not being a superstar. You did. So why are you turning to people that have been a little more successful and criticizing them? That's exactly right. It's like, when was the last time you took responsibility for where you're at then? And that's what you were going to say. Yeah, sure. Maybe. I don't blame anyone for anything. I'm just like, no, I know you know. I'm just saying, and I appreciate that. But I'm saying that, it's all responsible for the condition we're in one way or another. Things happen in life, but, what are you going to do to get out of it? And, there's some salty people out there in our community. And they spend a lot of time kind of like criticizing people that have just maybe that attitude is the reason you are where you are. More than happy with it.
I seriously could not watch that clip with a straight face. I was literally grinning the whole time as Brian spelled out Brendan's entire career right in front of him. Nobody is saltier and more bitter than Brendan Schaub. His whole downfall started in the first place because he tried to be someone he wasn't, thanks to his North Star Joe Rogan, who I'll get to in a moment. Don't think I missed that bit. This Mark Maron beef is out of control. The sheer irony and hypocrisy coming from both Brian and Brendan when it comes to lecturing Chad on taking responsibility for his actions and taking steps to improve his life when they're both sitting in armchairs in some random storage unit in Austin, Texas, making podcasts to entertain their haters and a bunch of bots. Like, imagine being in a meeting at work and your boss randomly brings up that you're alcoholic with health issues in a meeting about the stationary budget. Brendan has to be one of the biggest hypocrites I've ever seen in my life. Stick around because in a moment I'll play the clip of Brendan choking up in tears while blaming everyone else for Brian's problems. He does almost exactly what Joe Rogan was describing through Brian right there in that clip. But like I said, let's quickly switch gears for a minute because when Brian was recalling that conversation he had with Rogan the night before, Brendan blurted out that he was talking about bald, salty comedian. And we all know he's talking about Mark Maron. The Rogan thing with Mark is crazy because it all started with Rogan being a little gossip queen and completely making up his own narrative. I know, right? That's completely out of character for a tall and funny comedian like Joe Rogan. When has he ever done that before? Rogan texted me the other day. He said, "You're talking about me on podcast." And I texted him, "Is that your boy?" And I was like, "Pay attention. That's hot. Joe is just hyper-aware of weird concepts. Like he doesn't care about him. He doesn't care about like types. He cares about his boys and like just giving you a heads up. He said it to me. I was like, guy, I'm friends with you. I'm on my podcast, Joe. Like I was on an Instagram live. Just doing a thing. And I was rambling on, like and I was talking about Netflix. And basically what I said was that Netflix has created this cash grab culture or cash grab economies. It's just pops up shows, shit things, and make millions of dollars. And I wasn't talking. Do you know what I was talking about? Oh, I decided to make it back on the stage. On Graham was like, talking about Christ. Oh, that's actually like I'm scrolling. I see him on the podcast saying like, there's this guy, just friends. He's been on my show. I've been on his show, and like he's so and Rogan told Rogan got my ear and said he's my show, and his name rhymes with it. I'm like, so Joe, don't read the comments. Rogan created a beef with Mark Maron and Bert Russia for absolutely no reason at all. On a side note, I couldn't help but imagine what Dave Chappelle's reaction would have been if Rogan called him up to let him know that Mark had been talking shit about him. He'd probably been like, Mark, like the time Joe was explaining to Chappelle how Andrew Schultz is a comedy genius for making little skits in the pandemic, and Chappelle didn't have a clue what he was talking about. And so clearly, according to Brian Callen, Rogan hasn't been following his own rules about ignoring the haters and not giving them any attention, because it looks like Mark Maron's recent publicity tour for his comedy special has been keeping Joe up at night. It's so funny to me how Rogan falls to this time and time again. Remember how last year Cat Williams caused a stir by calling out Rogan on Shannon Sharp's podcast, which led Rogan to even invite Cat onto his podcast, which in turn gave Cat so much publicity that his comedy special went straight to the top on Netflix a month later. Now everyone's talking about Mark Maron talking shit about Rogan, and what do you know, Mark's also got a comedy special out. The whole business model of going on JRE to promote your special has been flipped on its shiny bald head. Now comedians are just calling him out for the same effect. Now that's genius. Maybe Schultz should try that instead. This is turning into the UFC, except there's no fight and they're just comedians. But I promised you earlier I'd show you a clip of Brendan doing exactly what Brian was describing earlier. How Rogan was saying he's sick of these comedians blaming everyone else for not being as successful as the top 250 are. And what do you know? Brendan was actually talking about Brian. drives me, oh, if I'm being honest, if you believe this, Jacobs, I'm here, I'm just going to like, it drives me nuts. Nuts. That Brian's at where he's at. I will challenge anybody anytime to go on stage out of town. I challenge you to come out. If it's a comedy store, Zany's, wherever they're at, and you're telling me Brian's not better than 99% of those fucking comics. It drives me nuts that he's not up to those guys. He's better than 99% of them. And you want to outcast him or something? That's what upsets me. So what makes me proud, and I'm not trying to give out what makes me proud, is he's not going to lash out at it. Brian's cool. Brian goes to work. Brian's doing the road. Brian's trying to sell tickets. I'll tell you right now, I don't forget. It's not cool. That's what you don't see in those places. Right? The system is set up, not to execute. That's how we're set up. So then they'll go also all this watch it says, one of the shut other than the alcohol kid is supposed to yeah, there's a whole other thing. Also, always been sort of side-based shows. Yeah, I actually have some solid advice for you. He said, the thing is, Fish, you can't be blaming everyone else for Brian's actions. At some point, he's going to take responsibility for where he is. You know, sitting next to a watchdog, saying, our own shit was great. That's on him, bro. You can't be blaming everyone else for the allegations that put his comedy career crashing down. By the way, I thought you should have been those comedy clubs anymore because you retired to be with your family. Their studio or the show social media actually she's so great. It's real publishers out there. Kids lost it in Nashville. Usually I hate doing that stuff. It happens. I think this time I just don't care. That's where I'm at. I got bills. Back and forth so much. And I just can't be home, man. I got it. Get this time games. Get this my boss to grown up. Baby girl. Just like you. I'm tired. I'm tired. Everything else is there's no I gotta chill out, but I just want to know, hey, so now, work out, shut that show. I just can't happening right now. So I'm gonna take a break from that and just focus on family and do my thing, man. Do my thing. So yeah, let's do it. And after that, you need to get the story straight. You're going around in circles. First it was family, and then it was too many sonny boy Canadians talking shit about you. Then it was because Rogan left LA and you couldn't get any stage time. What are we doing here, but the haters have well and truly broken Brendan Schaub, and at this point, it's more pathetic than it is sad. The amount of absolute dog shit this man has spoken into a microphone, and then changed his story to make it worse, and then lashed out at people for things that he was entirely responsible for, is out of control. And instead of following Rogan's advice to take responsibility for his own actions and improve himself, his solution is to start a Patreon to give away all the haters. You seriously cannot make this stuff up anymore. So again, the fact that you're here, even if you don't, I can't, shut myself up. Yeah, I'm going to shut that down. So then when the case of that so hard, it's been podcast for much farther, but Patreon, 10 years ago, it's one, somewhere else. That's the combination. But that's something that's a friction. The assumption is after you're talking about it, he gets access to it. I mean, you want I think there's somewhere else. That's the obviously, it my work. And also, you have a whole lot of yes. Yeah. Super toxic. You have to
Just adding to extra stuff, hardcore bullshit, other things. Yeah, extra episodes, long episodes, Q&As, just enjoying content. That's the biggest thing too. So we can, just so we can just on their videos. Wow, that's the real. People just be completely wrong. That's what a pretty raw as it is. Every now and then, we have to do something that's authentic, not just that, but just saying names of people that that's what you're concerned about. Some kind of wow, I love my serial killers. I know, right, man. The reason I'm starting a Patreon is for the hardcore fans. It's so I can hide from all the toxic haters on YouTube. Let's get real for a second here. The real reason why Brendan's started the Patreon is because without ad reads, there's no reason to have a hate situation. Because the bots, being serious, think about it. They start a Patreon, they buy a bunch of fan memberships to boost the numbers. If there are no ad reads, they can't offset the cost of all the bots. So what would be the point if there's no one to call? And for the life of me, I cannot understand why these so-called comedy podcasters insist on having production meetings in the middle of a podcast, talking about it as well. Guys, nobody wants to hear that shit. Have a conversation behind closed doors, make a decision, and then announce it. Talking us through the pros and cons of a business decision is fucking boring. Not only that, Brendan's in for a rude shock if they ever do start a Patreon. Does he really think a bunch of pointless ads will sign up to troll him for the low price of $3 per month and no ad reads through? I still a bargain to you guys. Then you should definitely do that, but I can't wait. Sign me up. Incidentally, check out the link below in the description to my Patreon if you want to see my uncensored exclusive content. I'm currently working on a video covering the disaster communication in London that Tony Hitchcock and Ryan Redband have been hiding from us. So check that out if you're interested, and don't forget to subscribe to my other channels right here on YouTube as well. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll catch you in the next one. Alright, and this is ChatGPT, how I talk about the John. He's bad podcasting, he's bad flying, what's drug did you flip in the standards, right? The standards. ChatGPT, how I talk to John. Again, he's a result. I don't know. Maybe it's a translation. People really watch me pretty much on the show on YouTube. Especially this. And I can do better than that show. And I live in Spain, Texas. And I can and I could be a million days. So beyond Ariel when he said that? That's the point. No, but he didn't go on. Right? He didn't go on to address this. He told them, oh, my God, I go on there for Brendan Shaw is using his mind in the most productive Brendan Shaw way possible. This is some of the funniest shit I've seen in a while. The guy simply cannot stop taking notes. Whenever there's a new situation with his podcast or someone's calling about or he wants a business venture, he always manages to misread the room and make the situation worse than it needs to be, while also embarrassing himself in the worst way possible. This beef between Brendan and UFC fighter Ronaldo Moncada is no different. It's the same shit different day. Brendan starts it, the other guy claps back, and then Brendan has a full-on meltdown over it while claiming, wait for it, this is the best part, he does not give a fuck. Brendan cares so little about this situation that he decided to dedicate half an episode of the fighter in the end to addressing two sentences Moncada dropped on the Ariel Helwani show. This reminded me of the time Brendan lost his mind over a 6-foot late dance tweet where he up to date with my upload throughout the week. Make sure you're subscribed to both of my channels, Podcast Link and Podcast Green Lights, and check out the link in the description for my Patreon for uncensored exclusive deep dives on all the usual suspects. For those of you who don't know what's going on, this is where it all started. I'm sure you would. I don't know how much money you can give me, but when they use that, cheer me, mom. I don't know what time it is. Goddamn money. I recorded $12.01. And again, here's the other thing. Some of this other thing was some brothers said, I'm not doing contracts on 200K. 200K sales and check. Just like the UFC sold there. Here's the thing, Connor. That money can allocate no matter what. No matter what. You being a company man and not taking it doesn't give you an inch of good grades of UFC. This does not matter. There's guys that are more UFC that are fighting right now that are taking their stuff away. The UFC does not give a the UFC right now in Spain. So easy. It's so dumb not to take money. It's so dumb. It makes no sense. I'm not sure if I just started this and explained how you can take this money and invest it for your children. And the UFC is like, we're not getting a bad match. Send me my goddamn money. Just remind them. He's just uneducated about politics. This all has to do with the recent class action antitrust lawsuit that Britain was part of by default, which accused the UFC of using monopolistic practices to suppress athlete pay by losing exclusive contracts and conclusion. The UFC ended up settling for $375 million in October last year, and it was officially approved by the court in February of this year. This whole thing had been going on for over a decade, but the final settlement was split between fighters in December 2010 and June 2017, which is why Brendan Shaw was included, and of course Moicano as well. Except Moicano rejected his $200K portion of the payment because, in his own opinion, it just didn't feel right. As you can imagine, opinions are pretty divided on Moicano's reasoning for rejecting the payment. He's basically saying if he accepted it, he would implicitly be agreeing that the UFC is a monopoly, which he disagrees with, and that he was underpaid early on in his career, which apparently he also disagrees with. But his main point is that if the fighters who started the lawsuit genuinely cared about putting a stop to the UFC's predatory tactics, which everybody's well aware of, I mean, Dana White's the biggest tight-ups on the planet, unless he's playing blackjack. If they really cared about holding the UFC to account, they wouldn't have settled and instead looking for a judgment to actually force the UFC to make changes to the way they do business with fighters. Instead, they forked out a few $100 million and went back to business as usual. So I can see where Moicano's coming from in the sense that this decade-long lawsuit didn't actually change anything. It just put a little bit more money in the pockets of the fighters who were underpaid. But Brendan, being the business shark that he is, thinks that choosing expensive money based on morals and principles is so outrageous that he actually hurt his feelings. All that because you think that you're going to be a good, crazy, boxing brass money I hate to tell you, they could give two rules, but that's the truth. If no one in your teachers told you that, it's like managers or managers, people in your camp and coaches tell you not to take it, you fire. You have brainbusters chanting.
All right, hang on. First of all, what the fuck is a brainbuster? You can't just get a brain stuff out. A brainbuster is a wrestling move. I think you mean brain teaser, like 2 times 2 plus 1. And for the one of God, stop saying they couldn't give 2 fucks. It's they couldn't give, as in would not. I mean, even Moicano knows how to say, and English is his second language. Honestly, Moicano is easy to understand than your boy Brendan. On Brainbusters aside, a few days ago on the Ariel Milani show, Ronaldo clarified his position on rejecting the money in quite a bit of detail, doubling down on his reasoning and how he believed it would be unethical to take the money. The best part was when he called out Brendan Shaw for saying he was done not taking the money. This is what now has Boppers knickers in a knot. Brendan spent a whole episode of the show a couple of weeks ago shitting all over Moicano, saying he's dumb and doesn't understand business, saying he doesn't understand what's really going on with the lawsuit, that he's handling him by not explaining it to him properly, etc. And so while he was talking to Ariel, he had a little message for you. And just like that, and you homeless cat is gone. That was absolutely fucking brilliant. The bloody legend. This is how you deal with Brendan. Right where it hurts. Fucking nuts. Not only did he insult Bobby's intelligence, he doubled down and insulted his whole audience. I mean, you got entertained. Well, apparently, your boy was not happy about this, so he decided to spend half of the latest episode of The Fighter in the Kid addressing just how much he doesn't care. Yet, even after all this time and after Moicano coming out and explaining in detail why he rejected the deal, Brendan still managed to completely miss the point and embarrass himself. Now, I don't actually completely disagree with Brendan's take on all of this. Sure, if you agree that UFC fighters are underpaid, which I definitely do, then yeah, you should take the money. UFC is a billion-dollar company that can offer back a good promotion, but also off the back of guys who are willing to take a beating in the octagon. They've got to get paid too. So there are definitely merits to both sides of the argument. But as usual, Brendan ends up getting all his emotions and making the strangest points. This truly was just bizarre.
Did you see finally Moicano respond when he decided not taking Moicano? I did not see that. He responded to me, decided not taking the money. Now, let me be very upfront here. Him not taking the money helps me out. So I really get it actually puts more in my pocket once Rory's pocket. So he does the money using. It was my fault. I respect and rebuttal. You criticize a fighter, you went harder than that. So whenever you call out a fighter, I expect a response from the fighter. You call me out, just as a genuine hater, or I feel much more real. Never happened. Never real professional. They have my attention because I'm not going to come out with the other
have a place where every single drink you get is bad. It's just not how that someone that comes to the this is the only thing that's currently.
Wasn't he on Ariel when he said that?
Correct, but that's the point.
No, but did he go on? No, but he didn't go on. He didn't go on to
Address this. He doesn't have a
only
fight.
that. He didn't go on there for other
He
people.
doesn't have a fight.
Right.
It was at that point Brian Callen said to himself, what are we doing here, babe? Brendan's all in his feelings over this. I still don't understand his point about going on another grown man's show. He's a UFC fighter going on Ariel Helwani's show talking about the settlement and whatever the fuck else. He only hit back at Brendan at the very end of the interview, but your boy is acting like he went on there just to talk shit about him. This is the raging narcissistic lover coming out. The way he tried to shut down Brian by doing that little cringe-ass telephone call act was some of the saddest shit I've ever seen a grown man do.
You got the Heat Strike podcast and right? Weird. UFC fighter and podcast. Do you know this? Right? So he's in a larger podcast show. You're gonna call, show me the money. And then when they show you the money, you turn it down. Oh, I'm the dumb one.
All right, Brendan, you got me with that one. That's actually a good point. Ricardo calling his podcast Show Me the Money after he rejected the money is ironic. But just to clarify, you're still the dumb one, bro. That one doesn't count. And I'm not going to lie, I've never ever heard of Ricardo's podcast Show Me the Money, so I looked it up and checked this out. He's only got 39,000 subscribers compared to Thick Boy's 177,000. Yet they still do around the same numbers. I mean, Moicano's podcast almost does the same numbers as The Fighter and the Kid, and that's got over 500,000 subscribers, and it's been going for over a decade. Why would you bring that up? You're the most frequent guest in JRE history, yet when you adjust the numbers to account for all the paid votes you have, Moicano's podcast is actually performing better than both of yours. Tell us, Brendan, how did they have an 8-hour-old comment on your video 9 minutes after it went live? That's besides the point. Almost every argument Brendan brought up in retaliation to Moicano's brutal takedown didn't even make sense. Not a single well thought out point was made in that whole episode. Just fucking loads of copium on full display for the world to see. And if you want to see more of comedians coping on podcasts, make sure you subscribe to both of my channels, Podcast Cringe and Podcast Cringe Bites, and check out the link in the description to my Patreon for uncensored exclusive deep dives. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll catch you in the next one.
What's going on in the world? I'd like to touch on some of the things that have happened.
Last time we were in Arizona,
Yeah, he also did all the steroids for 13 years. And I think that probably back then they were doing all that stuff that goes straight on the car.
Yeah.
Right? These guys, they're doing a lot of roids and they're not really doctors.
I don't think you chalk it up to boys. It's just they do so much with the homicide, suicides, killing 20% of the deaths. Well,
Wow. 20%? That's got to be chocolate. Or just one out.
The Brendan Schaub saga continues this week with the sad realization that maybe his attitude towards his mind and body is taking years off his life rather than adding them on. This is something I've spoken about on this channel a few times in the context of guys like Joe Rogan and Brendan Schaub promoting recreational steroid use and even doing paid ad reads for unregulated substances, which in some cases have opened lawsuits against them, such as Rogan's previously owned supplement company Onnit, which produces Alpha Brain. But there was also Brendan's close encounter with those kratom supplements he used to plug on his podcasts, which turned out to be harmful and highly addictive, forcing him to retract his endorsement and telling everyone about how bad they are. I'm glad he gave the money back though. Speaking of endorsements, I have an update on Brendan Schaub's latest lawsuit coming soon, so make sure you subscribe to both of my channels so you don't miss out. Also, don't forget to check out the link in the description to my Patreon for my uncensored exclusive videos covering the usual suspects. As for your boy's latest realization, before I show you his slow motion panic attack from yesterday's Fighter of the Kid episode, when it dawned on him that his steroid use and CTE are putting him at risk of a premature death, let me give you some context for why this makes him look so stupid from earlier this year. Yeah.
shoulders. I know my mind's GFX
TFX. There's a small town. Yeah, it's small town. Oh, I sort of checked in ABC and things. Start taking the Scorpion. Yes, Scorpion. Brand name is Venom or actions Venom? Venom. They Venom and from headlines like what? Scorpion. What's the name? Really no Scorpion. We had Scorpion chips. I can 3 weeks ago. No, or we did it for you? I don't know. I think so much. I don't know. Well, also we put on your tongue. You put on your tongue. Every morning, every night. And I'm like, how much do they take? I'll take double. Is there a side effect? Not from you being healthy. Does it make you feel great? Yeah, I feel great. Wow. You're doing a lot of stuff. Yeah, that's the thing I have. I don't know. That's like when I saw the one, was it metformin? That's not how you say it. Actually, metformin. But definitely. Dude, it's on me all the time. You want something? What did I take? 3 or 4 times a day? Yeah, you were supposed to do 1 a day. That's it. Diesel stuff. You think it tests for it? Yeah. Probably. That's what South working. It's got full combos working. In case you missed it, that was the whole scorpion milk drama. We actually thought they milked scorpions to create a supplement, and then Brian Callen fact checked him and explained that it's probably mostly water. And that was the perfect display of Brendan's endless pursuit for Joe Rogan's affection. When he tried to impress Joe with his willingness to harm his body in the pursuit of Superman-like performance, he noticed that he'd have the edge over the competition while he sits in his sweaty leather chair upstairs in the storage unit podcast studio, sliding used nicotine pouches down the side of the cushion while squinting at the screen and trying to sound out 2-syllable words. This is peak Brendan Shaw. Inject first, ask questions later. Or fuck it, just don't ask questions at all. And I know most of the substances they were talking about in that clip there aren't actually anabolic steroids. They're mostly underregulated supplements created by savvy corporations who push them out to influencers like Brandon to promote on his podcast that nobody watches. Sorry guys, I'm still recovering from that whole Greg situation. My female AI alter ego triggered some level of trauma from years ago that I clearly haven't dealt with properly. But we've all seen both Rogan and Brendan discussing their recreational testosterone use and how much they love it. And whenever I bring this up, it always ends up sparking a debate in the comments. So just to be clear, I'm not talking about TRT. Obviously, there's a place for that if you have a deficiency. I'm talking about guys who take tests so they can get jacked in the gym purely for aesthetic reasons. They're 2 completely different things. And so when Brian Callen brought up Hulk Hogan's passing on the fighter in the kid yesterday, it led Brendan Shaw down a path of discovery and despair. It surprised me. Yeah, that Jamal Warner, which is 4 a.m., is 2 more famous people. I guess he had an operation. I heard his trachea collapsed. I don't know. At the end of the day, what's interesting about this is that he's 71, and you can have a compromise in your arterial branch. You can have an aneurysm that you don't pick up. You can pick it up on a on a sonogram if you're good. But overall, you can have your vitals can look totally normal, and then boom, it just breaks. Yeah, something happens. There's something wrong with the machinery. And look, man, you know how big he was in his prime? You ever look at that guy? Maybe the size was 6'7", 320. Large. He's massive. Well, you might have seen him now that his spine is completely shrunk. Yeah, I think he's just because I'm at who's on heels. Yeah. He's mine. Yeah. Because he's a little bit certain. Yeah, he's shrunk, but when he was younger, 6'7", he was a tall man. You don't see it more surgeons do. He's now closer to 6'4". Yep. And then all the surgeries, but he also did all the steroids for 13 years. And I think that probably back then when they were doing all that stuff, that puts a strain on your heart. Yeah. Right? Big dogs, plus you're at home. It was so massive. What's weird to me is the people that are like, life I can't love it. It's like a great American. Just has to be bigger than everyone else. Bro, piece of fun that you're taller than Hulk Hogan after a bunch of surgeries and in his senior years. If you want to talk about people who wear less in their shoes, let's talk about bald dudes slinging dick instead. Yeah, you thought we'd forgotten about that one, huh, Bubba? But I remember listening to this episode in the background last night while I was trolling Greg on Instagram, and as soon as I heard Brandon push back on Hulk Hogan's steroid use as a potential cause of death, my ears pricked up and I knew exactly where this was going.
So I did. I kind of looked at how many of these pro wrestlers haven't made it to 50. It's pretty alarming. There's something about that score, and it's so hard on the money. Yeah, man, it's so hard. A lot of these guys, they're doing a lot of roids, and they're not really doctors. I don't know if you chalk it up to roids. It's just they do so much with the money. There's a lot of drugs. There's a lot of drag, a lot of painkillers. And then there's a lot of steroids and stuff like that. I didn't even see how many WWE knows the night before this. It's great. Dorian Yates was saying that. Dorian Yates was saying, I know so many people that I informed have 280 on religious days. Yeah, because they go hard to pay. You take the hard for both ends, and then also the amount of wear and tear on your body doing that sports insane. They're also giant men. You know, so you think that has something to do with it. Yeah, you're not doing it you're small. Yeah. And they're so big that they're doing they're probably doing an irresponsible amount of crazy the big steroids like Tren and stuff like that. That just works. That works wonders on your heart.
Boy, Brendan, you fought his WE. You're always looking for a full word. It's just 3 letters. Come on, man. What are we doing here, B? The only thing worse than the amount of wear and tear professional wrestlers put their bodies through is the amount of coke coming out of Brendan's mouth as he sits there in complete denial that steroid abuse is a contributing factor toward premature death in pro wrestlers. This little copium session from Brendan is as transparent as his wife's thirst trap posts on Instagram. He was scrambling through his empty head, searching for every excuse under the sun, trying to convince himself that steroids don't have side effects. That's right, Brendan, they die young because they go hard at the pain. Nothing to do with all the shit they take to stay jacked with low body fat well into their 40s and 50s. And let's not act like he hasn't been around elite athletes before. How is it possible that he's gotten this far in life, competed in multiple sports at an elite level, and it hasn't once occurred to him that maybe abusing your body is not sustainable? It sounds like that scorpion milk went straight to his head. At this point, though, it was all starting to dawn on him. If pro wrestlers are dying young, then what about NFL players?
Isn't that crazy? It's a crazy stat. It really is a crazy shit. I've been how many NFL players did die before 50? Okay, I'll say there's more guys. There's more guys in the NFL, but still. Okay. Oh my God. A single 3,850. Those qualifies a base with twice as many back for age right there. And yeah, there was this heavy issue, right? 22% of all deaths were contributed by heart. Again, I think the common factors NFL players tend to be big people, and also NFL guys, they get fat. They get fat as they just do. Some of them like linemen and stuff like that, they just get way fat. Heart disease, homicide, suicide, kind of 9% of the deaths. Wow. 20%? Wow. That's got to be tough on the CTE, I guess. Or just one out.
Alright, guys, let's get serious for a second here. Brendan has nothing to worry about. He's never played in the NFL. But first it was the juice, and now it's the CTE. That slow realization from Brandon that he's got 2 major risk factors was actually kind of hard to watch. It was at this point that I actually started feeling sorry for him. This always happens with Bubba. Covering this guy is such an emotional roller coaster. See, guys like Andrew Schultz and Bert Kreischer, they lean into the cringe and use it to maintain relevance. But Brendan's just a straight up dumbass. Like, I genuinely believe that he's never really thought about the side effects of his steroid use and all of the head trauma he's endured over the years.
I think it's interesting that some people Chen, this is wild. 73.5% of the 517 NFL players died the ground before the age of 70. Yeah. Wow. That's kind of nuts. So the average NFL player died at the average age of 60. That compared to MLB 66.
That's my age. Damn. Yeah, but these are big boys. Big boys. You talk about 30 years of people running and people also like training really hard. Yeah, wear and tear on your body. Yeah, tears your body up. Tears your body up. And probably, I think a lot of them just gain a lot of weight, don't they? I don't know about that, but then also the MLB average, the 60. That's shocking too, by the way. That's shocking. Might just be athletes in general. I think athletes, yeah, but I think that's kind of been chalked up to their size. You know, maybe. And I also think that this is 1979, 2013. That's not they weren't huge like they are now. What about the NBA? I think they're all just bigger people. Yeah, that's another good question. Let's see NBA. Damn. Wow. They're only 5. Do not live to see their 50th birthday. What are you talking about? Risk factors like lifestyle choices, career-related injuries, pre-existing conditions. Also, they're just great days. Great days. Great days. I would imagine too, with anti-inflammatories, all the drugs you're taking all the time, painkillers. That's kind of it's all heart related. Yeah. Damn. Shit. That's crazy. UFC. Believe it or not, that actually made me feel kind of sad. I mean, this guy has a wife and 3 kids, and he's only just realizing that the decisions he's made, and in some instances continues to make, have caused him long-term irreversible damage. And don't get me wrong, I don't think Brendan deserves any of the harmful side effects of his steroid use or the effects of CTE. My point is that he spent years bragging about taking everything under the sun, doubling and tripling the doses, joking about it in front of Rogan to make him laugh and to get his approval. But now at the age of 42, he's finally realizing that he's fucked himself. Like, how embarrassing is that to just sit there on a podcast biting your nails as you read off a screen, searching for excuses as to why athletes in sports that are known for steroid abuse are dying early, and it wasn't just me that noticed. Brian Callen could see where Brendan was going with all the questions, telling Chin to bring up the NFL data, and then finally the UFC. UFC can't be high. I feel like you are going to live longer. Dude, I did this with Ways to Well has this test you can take. Yeah, it looks for all cancer cells in your body, like from cancer. So you give all you donate on Monday, all to see if there's any, if it catches it before it's a problem. Right. I just had to call before the show. It was in the clinic. I was like, really? Nothing? But you even though you've never actually been an addict, you went through a little stage where you were drinking and taking Adderall, but you have an addictive personality. Yeah. But you've always worked out. Yeah. You've always eaten well. Yeah. And you've always, so there's all that, I feel like. I don't know. Do you have any, like, answering family? In my family? Yeah. Like, aunts, uncles. My mom had a nurse thyroid. All my grandparents had it. So it does make it fun. That's like, you're very lucky. But your family's very long then, right? Oh, yeah. I was like 98, 99. Yeah. You've seen them around that long, so it can't be better on than that. It can't be. Although, I remember you said, can I get the band? Right? Not the light heavyweights and heavyweights. There's NFL guys, and there's huge big ones. And they're gonna wait. And harder on their mother, so the flyweights are gonna wait. It's just even worse. And taking some shots on him. So Jim didn't end up looking up the stats for MMA fighters, so I did a quick Google to see what the numbers were like, and as you'd expect, it wasn't good. I know this isn't a comprehensive analysis, it's just a Google search, but that's exactly what Jim was doing in those clips there. And what do you know, the main cause of premature death in MMA fighters is head trauma. Credit to Rogan, though, he's never shied away from this discussion, and he's done a lot over the years to spread awareness of CTE and the damage fighters are doing to their bodies. But also, fuck Joe Rogan for promoting PEDs and steroids to a whole generation of men, including Brandon. I know so many guys who are on the gear and justify it by saying, well, Joe Rogan doesn't affect his life. We're at the point now where scrawny comedians like Tony Hinchcliffe are taking tests while having shitty diets and smoking cigarettes. And it's not like it's a secret. They all go to the same doctors at ways to well. I think Rogan even pays for some of his buddies to go down there and get sweet about. That whole Austin comedy scene has turned into the biggest cash cow for all those doctors who keep pumping them full of shit they don't need. And where did Brian Callen get the idea that Brendan's on a good diet? How many times have we heard him shitting on Brian since they moved to Texas for not eating barbecue the right way? Brian will say he ordered the lean barbecue option with a side of veggies, and Bubba will call him gay. Like, this is what it's come down to. They've completely revived middle school humor while dressing like Gen Z fuckboys, but have the biological clocks of boomers who drink too much. Like I said, guys like Brandon make it real hard to feel sorry for them. Anyway, that's enough ranting for today. If you enjoyed this video, please hit the like button and make sure you subscribe to both of my channels so you don't miss out on my uploads throughout the week. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll catch you in the next one.
So walk me through this idea again. So, the CBD industry is like a wild west. You never know what you're going to get. I was a pure stranger. You know exactly what you're going to get. So I ride into this mall, this country town right there. I'm representing pure stranger. I'm the sheriff. I'm on a big bird horse, brown horse. And and all the towns, they circle around me. They just won't get why they circle around because they represent the CBD. They want me to they're not real. They're bad guys. I'm good guy. They're guns. I'm good guy. They're guns. And they take them out. Everyone goes, easy, cowboy. What's your time around here? They're not back now. You don't know the shit. They don't want to expect you.
Alright guys, before we get into today's serving of lobster lasagna, I've got to remind you, everything I'm about to talk about comes directly from the plaintiff's legal filings in this civil case. These are just allegations. None of this has been tested or proven in court yet, and Brendan Shaw is still fully entitled to defend himself. In fact, according to the latest court records, Brendan hasn't even been officially served with the lawsuit, so technically speaking, he hasn't had his chance to respond, deny the claims, or put forward his side of the story. There's a very real possibility Brendan's sitting in his storage unit studio right now, watching this video, finding out about these allegations for the very first time. So let's be crystal clear. As of today, these are just claims made by the plaintiff. They still need to be tested in court, and Brendan Shaw has not been charged with any crimes in relation to this civil complaint. This is a civil business dispute, not a criminal prosecution. We're just unpacking what's in the public court documents. The legal system will handle the rest. Also, I will alternate between the words lawsuit and lawsuit, Texas and Texas throughout this video. No, it's not intentional. It's just the price you pay for watching hours and hours of Brendan Shaw content.
And then they're all around me, and they're like, make your move, boy. And then I see one girl come out of the bar. She's like, don't hurt him. Don't hurt him. And I'm like, dang, sweetie, I'll take it from here. And they call her guns. I'm like, are we doing this? I'm in here, yo. And then she's like,
Alright guys, buckle in because what I'm about to tell you is so fake Brendan Shaw, so classically Bubba, that even Gringo Puppy is looking like the least embarrassing thing he's ever done. See, while most comedians move to Austin to chase stage time, network with their Romans in a circle, or just sit in traffic near a Buc-ee's for 6 hours, your boy Brendan's been busy racking up lawsuits like he racks up missed punchlines. And this latest one isn't about the so-called Reddit trolls, it's not about podcast bots, it's not even about his failing podcasting empire. This time, Brendan Shaw is knee-deep in a civil lawsuit out of Palm Beach County, Florida, with allegations so ridiculous, so on brand, that even the fighter in the kids subreddit couldn't have dreamed this one up. We're talking tax fraud, wire fraud, civil theft, conspiracy, and brace yourself, you guys are going to fucking love this one. Allegedly using a CBD company's private customer database to spam strangers with promos for his failing comedy special at the time. That's right, you buy CBD oil to help your anxiety, and next thing you know, Brendan folks, they're going to watch Gringo Harvey. That's not just more marketing, that's psychological warfare. But let me back it up for those of you new to this Bubba saga, because to really appreciate how epically Brendan fumbled this one, we're going to start from the beginning. Before the lawsuits, before the storage unit studio, and before the Botox.
Jeez, that's a literal problem.
How did you call? I don't know, but I might say seizures. CBD. Seizures. I know, and then there's like all after the first one, some medications, do this. And then when I get support from the mom, do not give her medication. Everything you do is kind of most of the time, just people say, so if I'm trying to do this, try to have that one sense to achieve and figure out what CBD is. This story starts with Brendan's newfound love of CBD oil around 6 years ago. He starts asking around, and eventually, Pure Spectrum CBD, a company founded by a guy named Brady Bell, enters the picture. Brady's your typical entrepreneur trying to build a legit CBD brand. He's making moves, sponsoring athletes, trying to get into the wellness space, and for some reason, someone possibly under the influence of one too many modern supplements suggests Brendan Shaw as a brand ambassador. Now, most rational people would look at Bubba's track record, fumbled an MMA career, fumbled stand-up comedy, fumbled podcast after podcast, fumbled basic geography by moving his business to a storage unit in Texas, and think maybe he's not the ideal choice. But they roll the dice anyway, and in late 2018, Brady Bell brings Brendan Shaw into Pure Spectrum as a partner, giving him 10% ownership of the company straight out of his own personal stake. All Bubba has to do is promote the brand, make a few social media posts, show up to an event or two, mention it on his podcasts, the bare minimum for someone constantly bragging about being a business shark. But Brendan didn't just fumble the bag, he lit on fire, shoved it in a Texas storage locker, and called it concept.
I had some stuff going on. I had some joint issues and some other stuff. She told me you brought it to Charlotte's Web. It's Pure Spectrum. It's a CBD on the planet. Is that what the brand? Pure Spectrum is the brand. And she told me to ask you for that. Talk to one of the owners. Did you just talk to them? I'm one of the owners. Are you? Yeah. Oh, you started your own brand. Did you buy into it or did you form this company with them? They formed it and I came in as a fourth one. Wow, congratulations. Yeah, thanks. So you brought it. You brought it, I'm going to try it out. I got the best for you. We don't look forward to each other. I'd like to give you until then. Okay.
Thanks, dude.
Yeah, no problem, man. What do you think you do?
So here's where it all starts to unravel, and honestly, it wouldn't be a true Brendan Shaw story without some world-class self-sabotage. After getting his 10% stake in Pure Spectrum, Brendan allegedly does what Brendan does best. Absolutely fuck all. The lawsuit spells it out clear as day. Brendan missed every single replied social media post. For those keeping score at home, that's 88 out of 88 missed posts. He skipped professional events, he failed to honor his contractual obligations. Meanwhile, get this, he still managed to collect over $370,000 in commissions from Pure Spectrum. That's right, Brendan allegedly pocketed hundreds of thousands of dollars while doing less promo than Chin does research for the fighter and the kid. And honestly, that's impressive in its own way. Like every good Bubba scandal, things get dumber. Because as Gringo Puppy started taking harder than his Spotify download numbers, Brendan allegedly decided to get creative. And by creative, I mean desperate. This lawsuit contains possibly the funniest sentence I've ever read in a legal filing. On multiple occasions in 2019 and 2020, Mr. Shaw solicited plaintiff to send mass emails using Pure Spectrum's customer database to promote defendants' unrelated comedy specials to help boost more ratings on Showtime and IMDb. Let that sink in for a second. People are signing up to Pure Spectrum's mailing list CBD products. They're dealing with anxiety, pain, sleeplessness, and Brendan allegedly tries to hijack the database to spam them with ads for radio pump. Imagine buying CBD to help your anxiety, and next thing you know, Brendan's in your inbox saying, "What else you got, Jim?" While being yet rate his comedy special higher than a Rotten Tomatoes disaster movie. But mate, it gets so much better because apparently even Showtime and IMDb were so pissed off by Buffer's guerrilla marketing tactics that they allegedly threatened legal action. This is directly from the lawsuit. Defendants' misuse of company assets for personal gain resulted in negative consequences, including threats from Showtime and IMDb for improper promotional activities. After receiving threats from Showtime, Mr. Shaw acted like he didn't know about the promotional campaign, leaving plaintiff with Brendan's dirt on his hands. That is aged Brendan Shaw. Initiate the scam, fumble the execution, blame everyone else, retreat to Joe Rogan's bunker. Honestly, imagine being so bad at comedy that even your own promo strategy backfires, and the platforms you're desperately trying to impress threaten legal action just to get cheese. Oh, it's almost poetic if poetry had CTE and a big boy logo slapped on it. But we're just getting started. This was only the beginning of Brendan's downfall with Pure Spectrum. The next chapter, the non-compete violation, the $100,000 payoff, and what might be the sloppiest business move since he tried to trademark Tiger Big Whiskey.
CBD cafe. They're doing this market. I said, hey, my friends are the funniest comedians in the world. Give me whatever marketing budget you have for the next 1 or 2 months. Let me do my thing with my guys. Okay, so I had Chris Dorito, Santino, Andrew Santino, Philippe, Derek Poston, Hassan Ahmad, and Brian Callen. Great, I had them come in. I gave them an outline of Michael Rappaport. I gave them an outline of what I want to do. What you going to freestyle this? What you going to pay? And what you going to do is we did 3 commercials.
So after Brendan's failed attempts to boost his comedy career by misusing a CBD company's customer list like his own personal email chain, things finally came to a head. By late 2020, even Brendan, the undisputed king of denial, couldn't ignore the writing on the wall. The lawsuit claims that after months of skipped promos, failed appearances, and illegal marketing tactics, Brendan finally agrees to part ways with Pure Spectrum, but not before allegedly pocketing nearly $400,000, which means quite literally less than nothing. The terms of the deal were pretty straightforward. Brandon signs a dissolution agreement giving up his entire 10% stake in Pure Spectrum. He agrees to a 12-month non-compete, meaning he can't promote or partner with any rival CBD company during that time. Everyone walks away with less brain cells than when they started. Simple, right? But this is not what we're talking about. If there's one thing Brendan loves more than abusing PEDs, it's violating contracts he never fully understood in the first place. Because not even 2 months after signing the non-compete, Brendan allegedly turns around and starts publicly promoting Direct Hemp, a competitor of Pure Spectrum, founded by co-defendant Daniel Herder, one of the masterminds behind what allegedly happens next. Brady Bell, the founder who originally brought Brendan into Pure Spectrum, wasn't having it. He sent cease and desist letters, or as Brendan calls them, cease and desist letters, reminding Brendan of the non-compete he literally just signed, and he probably even tried to speak slowly so Brendan could keep up, But true to form, Bubba allegedly ignores everything, keeps promoting Direct Hemp, and focuses on the only thing he's consistent with, doubling down on the dumbest possible move. It doesn't stop there though, because behind the scenes, things are about to get a lot darker.
My horse out in slow motion. That was on the horse. Like I'm going. It was like smoke in the town was behind me. So, why is my horse out? And a snake over there. Nobody ran. Because I heard one girl in the snake go, "Oh, that's a sick ass cowboy." That way you were at sweetie. Cows, and then in slow motion, it's like, then I'm looking like super smoky, and then even that horse in slow motion goes,
August 2021. According to the lawsuit, Pure Spectrum insiders and investors are plotting a hostile takeover of the company. The plan, with Brady Bell out of his business, take control and in classic podcast industry fashion, glaze over the state, but how about you lie on some documents, pretend you still own 9.3% of Pure Spectrum, and help us vote Grady out? We'll throw in $100,000 for your trouble. Now, if there's one thing Brendan loves more than Scorpion Golf, it's easy money with zero accountability. The lawsuit claims he took the deal faster than Theodore distanced himself from the fighter and the kid, signed the false declaration, claimed he still owned part of the company, and helped oust Brady Bell from Pure Spectrum entirely, all for a cool 100K, which in Brandon's world would cover Chin's salary for the next 4 years. But don't worry, the stupidity doesn't end there. You think after pocketing a questionable 100 grand for allegedly making ownership documents, Brendan Shaw would ride off into the sunset, maybe retreat to another failing YouTube channel, or finally invest in a real studio that doesn't level up as a car park. But no, when Bubba fumbles, he fumbles hard. The lawsuit claims that after helping remove Brady Bell from his own company, Brandon kept the scam going with some classic paper trail manipulation. We're talking allegedly filing false tax returns, using a fraudulent Schedule K1 form to pretend he still had partnership income from Pure Spectrum, and participating in what the lawsuit calls a civil conspiracy designed to defraud the IRS and Brady Bell simultaneously. I mean, the man's so addicted to big numbers, he allegedly tried to block his own tax filings. And look, this isn't just, oops, I forgot to declare a podcast ad. We're talking potential felony level allegations, wire fraud, tax fraud, civil theft, fraudulent misrepresentation, conspiracy to commit tax-related crimes. The lawsuit doesn't pull punches. It paints Brandon as a textbook scammer, hiding behind his MMA background, influencer persona, and ever so fragile ego to cover up for his incompetence. The plaintiff's legal team even calls out Brendan's pattern of behavior. Defendant has consistently leveraged his perceived public persona as a former athlete and comedian to mislead business partners, evade contractual obligations, and engage in fraudulent conduct for personal gain. Translation: the Big Boy business model isn't built on hard work. It's built on smoke, mirrors, storage units, and allegedly illegal shortcuts. But to truly understand how we got here, let's zoom out for a second.
You know, I'm in the business of like building, so I on the road, I would say, I think too, the comments when people do receive feedback, they want to throw all the comments or whatever it is, it's real. It's not real, man. I make it real off like, you know, I don't know, 10 endorsement deals. That's all the time they make goals. 10 endorsement deals. This is a flex, just showing you that, you know, more love than my top shop. I can't just make money without nice people. And also myself live on the road at the house and pay my mortgage, you know, so that stuff is real. That's attainable. I see it and meet those people. So I think that's what helps me navigate through all the problems. I'm a short look at the business. Yeah.
This lawsuit isn't happening in a vacuum. It's part of a long, slow-motion train wreck we've all been watching for years. Failed MMA career, blamed it on concussions. Failed comedy career, blamed it on being too big, strong, and good-looking. Watch podcasts, blame it on Brian Callen, Chin, and production staff. Banned from Rogan's mothership, blamed it on protecting comedians from his fists. Now allegedly scamming CBD customers, falsifying tax documents, and panicking when the feds get involved. This lawsuit basically takes all the worst parts of Brendan's public persona, the fragile ego, the self-sabotage, the desperate clinging to relevance, and shows that allegedly it wasn't just happening on YouTube. It was happening in boardrooms, tax filings, and corporate documents. And to no one's surprise, it all circles back to that same trademark Bubba energy. Deny, deflect, distract, and somehow still fumble the bag. But if you thought this was just the civil court drama, think again, because the fallout from this lawsuit could make Gringo Bobby look like a career highlight. Brendan Shaw, former UFC heavyweight, failed stand-up comedian, storage unit landlord, podcast blog enthusiast, now facing the most on-brand legal meltdown of his career. If even half of these allegations are proven true, we're not just looking at some slap on the wrist YouTube drama. We're talking massive financial penalties, triple damages under Florida civil theft laws, IRS investigations for filing false tax returns, potential criminal referrals to the Department of Justice, and worst of all, more storage unit podcast episodes while he scrambles to salvage the empire. But let's be honest, we all know how this plays out. Brendan's going to hit the fighter in the kids' set next week, acting like nothing's happened. He'll blaze Rogan harder than ever, even though Rogan hasn't acknowledged his existence since the move to Austin. He'll blame the haters, aka anyone who's been reading the court filings and knows how to pronounce the word conspiracy. And in true partner fashion, he'll probably fuck up the legal defense worse than he fucked up his copyright lawsuit. You know, the one he was a defamation lawsuit for 2 years until I called it up on this channel, and his lawyers had to scramble to convince the court that he was lying on the podcast to save the case, which he still lost. But let me stop for a second, because even with everything we've seen from Brendan over the years, there's one particular part of this lawsuit that feels almost too dumb to be real. According to the filings, Brendan allegedly sold a 9.3% ownership stake in Pure Spectrum CBD, pocketing $100,000 for it, despite the fact that, and I can't stress this enough, he didn't even legally own the stake at that point. He already signed it away months earlier in a dissolution agreement. Now, look, I've covered Bubba long enough to know he's no Terrence Howard. The man once thought Texas was an actual place. He thought Rico Bobby was going to break Netflix. He thought Rogan would actually let him set foot in the mothership green room. But surely even Brendan Schaub isn't dumb enough to sign legal documents selling part of a company he doesn't own. Surely the people around him, and let's remember, Brendan's constantly reminding us how professional his legal team is. They just sitting there watching him allegedly sign fake declarations, cash checks for non-existent equity, and thinking, yeah, B, this is how Bezos built Amazon. I mean, how do you even end up in that situation? Where were his lawyers, his manager? Was there literally no adult supervision? Chin's back there fumbling focus, Callan's busy planning his escape, and Brendan's out front allegedly committing corporate fraud like it's another poorly planned drug giveaway. We've seen Bubba talk about being a business shark. We've seen him blaze himself on his car shows. We've seen him claim he's too strong and big and good looking to fail, but allegedly selling phantom ownership in a CBD company while already locked in a non-compete. It almost defies belief. Almost. Because when you zoom out and look at the pattern, the comedy career that fell apart, the Texas move that backfired, the numerous scandals, the alleged tax issues, maybe this isn't as surprising as it sounds. Maybe Brendan's been winging it so hard for so long that people around him just stop questioning the dumb moves. Maybe the entire Bitcoin ecosystem is running on autopilot, fueled by bot views, blind confidence, and questionable paperwork. But let me be clear, this is all just speculation. It's my opinion based on what's in the lawsuit. I believe this case will hit on whether or not Brendan legally still owns a share of Pure Spectrum CBD. Brendan hasn't filed his defense yet, and maybe when he does, it'll make sense. Maybe there's a rational adult explanation for how he allegedly tried to sell a stake in a company he didn't legally own. Maybe he still owned it and the plaintiff has it all mixed up. I mean, it's entirely possible. But based on history, I wouldn't count on it. This is going to get messy, it's going to be public, and we're all here for it. So if you want to stay up to date on the Bubba downfall, make sure you smash that subscribe button for this channel. Then head over to my second channel, Podcast Range of Lights, and subscribe there so you don't miss out on my uploads throughout the week. Also, don't forget to hit the link in the description for my Patreon, where we go unfiltered, uncensored, and deeper than Brendan ever went into reading his own contracts, allegedly. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll catch you in the next one.
Pure CBD in this town is Pure Spectrum. Water there. I love it. This makes me want to use Pure Spectrum now. I did in comedy contests. I was always like trying to down my pants and how I can fight, so I never really put that side out. But then it became I was like just a stopping pad, shotgun kid. You fire women, you say what you want. And I went so far where I was like, man, if I return to that scene, like in that environment where I'm at now, it's like, oh, that's what's up to me about it. That makes sense.
Brendan Schaub's back to his old ways again, threatening comedians with physical violence because they hurt his feelings. Ironically, doing exactly that to Bobby Lee was the straw that broke his his shards back and set off a chain of events that would see him fall from grace and land himself in a puddle of his own piss in Austin, Texas. There is so much going on right now in love as well that you guys might not know about. So just before we get into today's serving of cream slop from the butter and the king, let me tell you what happened this morning. In the middle of the night, I woke up to what I thought was a knock at the door. I rolled out of bed, chucked on my wife's undies, and went down to see what was going on. Outside my front door, laid out neatly on the top step, was a yellow package with the words "Cringe Lord" written in thick black text. Being the naturally curious individual that I am, I scooped it up and brought it into my study, which doubles as my kitchen, and opened the package. Inside were a bunch of legal documents, Brendan Schultz name written all over them. My initial thought was, finally, that fun face is suiting me, and I started to freak out. Now, I don't know if you've ever tried to have women's underwear, but it's possibly one of the most uncomfortable things you could possibly do to yourself. But after I realized that Brendan was being sued by someone else, I put an extra inch and had to take the damn thing off. So I'm standing there in my kitchen, which doubles as a study, completely naked, reading about all these allegations against Brendan Schultz, from tax fraud to wire fraud to conspiracy, and I thought to myself, fuck, it's cold. And so as soon as the sun came up, I got my lawyer on the phone, explained what happened, and now we're in the process of verifying all the documents I received, so I can do a full breakdown of exactly what's going on, knowing that everything is correct and accurate. But pardon me there, some of the allegations in these documents I was reading about Brendan had me absolutely howling. Most of the events allegedly took place between 2019 and 2022, when Mother was in full flight, so I put my fingers crossed that it's all legit, and I can share them with you as soon as possible. So stay tuned, make sure you subscribe to this channel and my second channel podcast Green Flags, because if this shit is real, then I'll be going deep on this one. Also, quick shout out to all my members over on Patreon. There are still a few spots left in the $5 Founders tier before it gets locked. So make sure you head over there via the link in the description and sign up before it's sold out. My video on TV No Breaks will be up very soon, but I just uploaded a video on the worst execution planners history. So go and check that out if you're interested. As for your boy, life is just getting harder and harder down in Texas. If you've been following my coverage of his epic fail of a move, you'll know that Brian Callen has abandoned him yet again to go on a Mediterranean holiday with his family. So in the very first test of Brendan's move to the comedy capital of the universe, he's failed to get any big guests on to replace Callen while he's living it up on a cruise ship. Instead, we've had Tim Stoll and Bala Kennedy on twice, and the first two appearances from Mike Gallagher. And we all know there's nothing worse than seeing grown men sucking up to Brendan Schaub.
So the idea here is he's only paying for money to purchase very high end wine. So the mission is I was so great at it. Found one, so he went ahead and stole how much from wine to the bottom of the shoe. Okay, so he also said, said one of us, people that is very high. Tim's is very high. And so there has to be situations amongst your own life where you're like, I don't know what you're getting into. The reason I ask this is because I don't have a very high capacity convert. The people that were hey, my daughter has male friends, male buddies, and she's 11. The oldest kid was like 8, like 13, like, and then the youngest of the group is probably like in the 9th or the collection of brothers and their male friends. And I like to say they're good kids. I was driving around we're Typhoon, Texas here in Texas, and we're having a great time. They start getting lippy. So they would have a sit up. And they were and not, they were, they're little boys. Yeah, well, I'll show you what's up. And I pulled the car over. I was like, you're having a good time. This is fun. I'll take you shooting. I wouldn't even break a sweat yet, dude. I was smashing this. And all of you in the car, everyone in this car, all versus me, I would destroy you. Just so we know. Let's have some fun here. Let's get that out of the way. Does that happen to you with adults? Especially in
comedy world, and you've got to be like, hey, I'm having fun here. Never. In comedy judges, I was always like trying to tone down my opinions and how confined to implement that out. Then it became, I was just a stopping cat. I shot the kid, you fire women, he said, what do you want? And that went so far, I was like, man, if I return to that scene, I get that environment where I'm at now, it's like, oh, yeah, that's what it's about. What could be worse than 40-something-year-old has-beens trying to convince everyone how tough they are on a podcast that gets most of their views from paid blogs? And ad reads are getting shorter and shorter. Have you noticed? I keep telling you guys this podcast is on its last legs, and here we have irrefutable evidence that it's almost over. As soon as podcast one starts pulling ads from the big white empire, Brendan won't be able to pay Callan to be his friend anymore. Jim will probably keep working for free, and before you know it, it'll be Brendan, the train tracks, the air conditioning unit, and Jim all sitting there in a storage unit with no lights on, repeating that same line over and over again. What else about Jim? Man, that's rough. For all the growth that Brendan pretends he's gone through since quitting comedy to focus on being the most embarrassing baseball dad of all time, it seems like he's still harboring an enormous amount of resentment towards the top 250 elite comedy killers who used to pay the shit out of him in green rooms around the country. Instead of ignoring them and moving on like Pete Bandy is, now he's claiming that he beat the shit out of them if they never said a bad word around him ever again. That's why he doesn't move around those circles anymore. It's not because he's not allowed in Ruben's comedy club, it's because he's protecting all those comedy assassins from his fists. It's not just the mothership green room that isn't safe anymore. Even his own kids are in danger. I'm like, you know, I'm his dad. So it's all, I didn't know his time. It's really good. He was going to live with me. And I was like, I'm too old. Like, he was killing whatever again. And I was like, I'll tell you what, I'm like, I can get you on. What do you want to do? I said, I was like, you can't do this. You can't do that. He's like, oh, man. Because he won't check with his life money. And I was like, go, dude, because that's why it's hard to want. I'm going to be at 10%. And that was education for him. That's all I want. And this shit, it's good. So it's like, I was like, check my car, check some of it stuff. I was like, Jesus Christ. And he was like, you want to tell me? I'm like, all right. Why don't you go? He was a kid in his jacket. He did conference pressures. My knees like on the ground. And he's like, I get to hate he's mad. So relaxed. He's still like, I'm like, killing chokes. I'm keeping it. And we got done. He was a great switch. If you find out what I know about that, you're gonna tell me like 10 minutes. You know, like a firewall like that. That's PlayStation odds are like you just don't want to look at it. It's at the school. It's a game. I just take it in. I would tell you this option. I'm content saying choose. So in that one interaction with his dad, Brendan's son learned two life lessons. My dad has the most fragile ego in the world, and it's okay to beat the shit out of kids in the schoolyard. When they do a hairband, that feels Brendan would be in the principal's office pretending like he doesn't know where his kid got the idea from. Look, for him though, it's highly unlikely that the school principal has ever seen an episode of The Fighter and the Kid. I mean, let's be honest here. How many times have we heard these multi-millionaire podcasters pretending like they had to do it tough on the way out, having to scrape their money together to make the Rage fund? We heard it from Rogan, Burr, Tom, and Schultz. Apparently, the hardest part is having to call up your parents and ask for a couple of grand to get through the month. According to Bubba, it's those phone calls that make men have boys. You're one of the guys where nothing you can do is nothing. You get business or you have money with you. How do you have that constant fear? Like, if you pay me, you might not even do it. And I just I'm swallowing razors. I go to my parents' house at night. So if you're nervous, how can that happen? Again, I don't know what to do. But today, does it feel like no, I don't feel like that. But what I do feel like is like I think about those times.
And it's not going to
You sitting there watching TV or doing whatever you need to kill time on the TV when I work.
what's going to happen? He's going to rob,
And
he's going to steal, and he's going
like
to
I'm sitting in my lap and I'm like,
So the idea will be here. It only works if you see
how am I going to pay my rent? And I'm sitting in the moment and I don't necessarily
So in other words, if he's only
being in that
yeah,
moment.
I should get wine, good wine, good wine, good meat. That means that you're just looking at the people. And that's what keeps rising in this
Oh, no, it's true.
So I'm not talking about guys who look at
my kids experience like most of this life. And my life I'm here is a very like I wake up, there's the lake there, like middle of the lake every day. And like my wife, I told him like,
Shut you guys, right? You don't have to
she knows that it's gotta make you feel weird. It's gotta make you feel like this is real. Yeah, it's my wife is that they have this life where my wife's like, you can call me. It's super weird. But he doesn't want to watch this. We can't go back. We can't go back. I don't want my kids to have that story. Yeah, I was doing
Right? What is the concept of
something happened now. And that's not even about money. It's you're right. It's not right. The idea of oppression. That's so scary. Brendan outlining his own demise right there. He's saying pages. It's really been keeping him up at night with those calls. So let's hear us just talking about he can't just admit that it's all falling apart around him. Moving to Texas was his last edge effort to save the broadcast, and we all know how that's going to turn. At least he's got a whole life to stick with him throughout the big event. Once the money runs dry, she'll be the first one to get his shot.
That's all.
The reality is, like his team claimed that mistakes were made outside of his control. His dad will bail him out and he'll be on the first flight back to LA, ready for his next identity theft. If you ask me, I think he'd be better off asking working for a drug security at the company mothership. It'd be funny if anything happening inside. But if there's one thing we know about Brendan, it's his strong sense of self-awareness. His next clip is more than paid for by Fleetwood Studios. It's now I think one of the year it's here. I'm called about you. Like there's no self-awareness. And I couldn't disagree. I think no one is already like none of my friends in the entertainment industry, especially like digital space, are more self-aware than you. Because you struggle with the idea of like I'm going to be in the space of like social media and this and that. I love and used to fight in cages. And I'm handsome, and you know what I'm saying? Like it would be so hard to do that and not. It's so hard to kind of express I don't want it. There's a reason why a lot of comedians kind of like machine like to leave the like basically because that fits what people understand and it also makes it easier for people to kind of connect with them once it's same with I gotta say with radio guys and when someone comes along and you can say what you want about Dane Cook or these guys Talia, when you're with Matt, a lot of it is just like it's swimming uphill when you don't fit and since day one and you and Alan were just piecing together the idea of doing a podcast. Living in a and you just like first gamer, like you just get like and you're like, yeah, dude, I don't care. I'll do this, I'll do that. It's like, it'll be rough. It's like, look at my jeans. And I'm gonna go, I'm looking at buying this pair of jeans. You're like, this is gonna be rough. You never once were like, I don't even understand why people don't talk to you like, I do my jeans. I do it, I do it, you know? So anyway, that's the one of this whole time was that Brendan was too strong and too looking to be famous. It's not because he's a massive dumbass with shit for brains and doesn't have a funny bone in his body. It's because he's super talented, so he had to speak uphill in his love life. I remember Joe Rogan said almost the exact same thing years ago. People have trouble accepting Brendan Schaub because he's too confident about his people, and I almost forgot he's also too self-aware. It makes sense now why Brendan basically begged Mike to come back for a second recording this week. Looks like he just found Brian Callen's replacement, and so the cycle repeats itself. With all the dick riding in this episode, it made me think, what happened to Brendan's all-star Trevor? We haven't heard him even mention Brendan's move to Texas yet. He hasn't given the guys a shout-out, let alone phoned into the podcast to help boost the numbers. Yet, according to Bubba, Brendan's his most loyalist friend in the world.
My first flight out looking at houses, it's like 4 months ago. I got an argument with two people. I'm tired. All the time, he's one of our favorite people. He was amazing. I used to live there with. He always was cool. Gave me and Kevin tickets to go to UFC. He was cool. I have been experience. But I want to say, like, I'm not a Rogan conspirator. I'm not hanging out with a planner. I'm not going to go to shit. I will tell you, in 2004, Joe Rogan would come in, do the radio show, and you know what he would talk about on and off the air? MMA, conspiracy theories, and wild animals that I've never heard of. Some island is close. What this guy said, there's a theory about Hitler right now. Oh my God, I just got this enforcement. All the vision you're seeing, and this isn't a content creation. This is like constant television people watching. Yeah, and so I'm going to tell you, hate him or love him, I will tell you, I saw him off the air, on the air. It's completely him. This is completely him. I don't know anybody who's off here without wanting to get his blood. So essentially, what you sold the coming that's why, by the way, I don't want to ever get out there on this question. That's why the mid-season happened. Not because Rogan was mad because he was stealing his food. He was curious about Ari and guys. I've never seen a guy more actually confirmed that comes from water. Mike's really pushing for a topic that's like these off the charts. Because anyone know who the comedian Rogan banned from the mothership is? He said it's a dude, so it can't be Annie Leibovitz. It's obviously not Bobby Lee because Rogan loves Bobby and had him on the podcast last year. I mean, is it Andrew said to you? I honestly have no idea. Let me know in the comments who you think it is, because the only thing funnier than Rogan not letting Brendan into his club is banning someone else who had beef with him. And that whole thing about how Rogan hasn't changed, he's the same guy he's always been, blah, blah, blah. If you showed Joe Rogan from 8 years ago any of his podcasts in the last 12 months, you wouldn't believe his eyes and ears. All of the shit that Mike just mentioned, Brian, Brendan, have all become more douchey ever since they got the Rogan button. I seriously think he's angry that I dropped him one of them, and he's using Brian's absence to get the chip into Brendan for when they eventually split up through it. Like I said at the beginning, make sure you subscribe to this channel and my second channel, Podcast Cringe Vibes, because there's a lot happening at the moment and you don't want to miss out on video I upload. Shout out to all my members on Patreon. You guys are fucking legends. And I'm sorry to my wife for ruining our America underwear. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll catch you in the next one. Also, I think one Catholic, I'm a wild boy. It's not for them to deal with my issues. You don't reach on cage 5. We're back, and I apologize for leaving again. let's go back to the fucking.
But it's only 10 days.
E aí, você falou que junto tudo isso, that for everything one of us, I can't sell it because I don't have
That's right.
I like to say,
I'm going to get us some great guests. I'm at the mothership. I'm at Creek in the Cave. It's very Johnny Depp on. Johnny Depp. Ivan Moscon.
today,
Ivan's also. Just got back to the most motivation breakup in history. Just when you thought Brendan Shaw couldn't embarrass himself anymore, his move to Texas has proven to be worse than everyone thought. This all started almost 6 months ago. There were two main narratives going. The first one was moving to Texas is going to be an opportunity for Brendan to start fresh in a new city and rebuild what was once one of the biggest podcasts in the world. The second one was Brendan's move is going to be more of the same, and instead of a slow death in LA, we're going to witness a slow death in Boston. I would never have predicted how much worse all of this would turn out. Both narratives were completely wrong because, yet again, Brendan has redefined hitting rock bottom. Seriously, take a look at the new studio. They've got for a Texas-themed logo background on the wall next to the stage, and literally at the top of the stage on the landing, that's where the Predator himself sits. And why do they have so many tripods? If the camera locations are fixed, why don't they just build a shared rig to save space and hide the cables? They could have saved so much space by doing that. And of course, you've got the solar Redux show set up right behind, which is just more of the same. And across the whole upstairs area, there is not one sound absorption panel inside, just some useless black rags hanging in the corners that do absolutely nothing for the human voice. So not only does the Senate lighting look like a high school visual arts project, it also sounds like dog shit too. And that's not even the worst part. Wait until you see this. Brendan is using the entire lower floor to show all of his cars on the channel drive past all gas and wait for it. They're actually in a storage unit. This gives a whole new meaning to what we have been. So let me just get this straight. They moved their podcast studio from LA to the middle of nowhere in some Austin storage unit that nobody can find, including Brian Callen. And then they squeeze two podcast sets in the smallest area up the top. So they can get a bunch of cars downstairs for a failing car channel that doesn't make any money. This has Brendan the business shark showing all over. The studio setup is only just at the beginning. Literally everyone could see what was about to happen, except for Bubba. Brian moved down there a couple of months before Brendan, and he's absolutely killing it. He's got a regular show at Rothschild'S comedy mothership, and he's making regular appearances at other comedy clubs and on various podcasts and shows. Now that Brian's catched up and flying high again, he's ready for a summer vacation. And Brendan isn't happy about it. This was the conversation at the very beginning of the podcast, right after the cringy intro thing.
Yeah, here we are, baby. Back. And I want to apologize for leaving again. But it's only 10 days.
Why did it just too easy? And you will say, two sides.
I'm not missing come back. Well, come back on Wednesday. I'll be. We'll just get a podcast in that week. So it's 3 shows. 3 shows. Yeah, we'll come on Thursday. We'll come on Thursday. You know what? Hey, we're coming on Thursday. Guess what? We'll get it in. That'll be our Thursday. We'll do it Thursday morning. We only have 3. I'm going with the extended event. It's every. It's so good. Well, it's my whole family. My dad, me, Rob. We'll be taking the high-end cruise. It's on the town. No, but this is a great it's with the kids. Right now, we just got there you got your dirty laundry in the intro is a Sins or a Die podcast. Like, who seriously wants to tune into a show while they're working or just chilling at home? Maybe they're in the car. And the first thing they hear is Brendan bitching about Brian taking a family holiday. It's like when there's a couple in your friend group who are constantly arguing and bickering, but no one has the balls to tell them to break up already. After all these years of Brian, Brendan
finally turned on your boy Bubba, and now he's copying a taste of his own medicine. Just watch the way Brian talks to Brendan now compared to when they were back in LA. He gives absolutely zero fucks what Brendan thinks. He's doing things his own way, and he doesn't need Brendan's approval anymore. Brendan's turned into the toxic ex-boyfriend who's trying to convince Brian that he's nothing without him and needs him to be happy. Just Dan. No, I can't. I got it. Then come on, you know. Three glasses of wine. Okay, Jen and Brennan have been in the studio building this place out, putting up lights, renting the place, leasing it. I mean everything. And I've been pushing your hand up and just I've been, you know what I've been? I'm useful as a couch chewing rat. And what else is new? Back hurt. No, your back hurt. I did say thank you. I did text. I really notice the lights. I'm such a but I apologize. You're doing a great job. It's nice to be your best friend should say, hey dude, I'm used to it. But I don't want to be that guy to you. I don't want to be that person. I want to be your friend who's there. Furthermore, shines from the sun. That was each other's backs and chilling with the most assassins in the mothership free word. By the way, renting the place, leasing it, and doing needless as thieves, and everyone knows that Bob is not signing anything himself. Brendan's probably been loitering around taking pics and videos for Instagram and getting in shit. So then, furthermore, what needs to Brendan aside explain to him that Brian's been carrying the show, never seems like we're able to book guests anymore. Everything wrong with the show is a direct result of Brendan adding shit to his book. And when Brian's the strongest link, you know you've got a problem. Speaking of guests, like I said at the beginning of this podcast, it was meant to be an opportunity to bring on some guests and bring some life into this podcast. The show that Brian thinks of the top 250 again has plans for the future. What am I going to do? That's right. Wait, but once you touch me, I'd be here and I'd be like, you want to put that in? I know that. Now listen, I'm going to get us some great guests. I'm at the mothership. I'm at the Christian Care. We're going to have some great fun. It's a great hotel. See, I was thinking, again, so right? It's like open gas company. It's like right there, right in that section. That's how I love that. Sunset Strip. We got some great. Yeah, with one. Yeah, Story Wars with Louis J. Gomez and Story Wars. Louis J. Gomez is like it's great. No, Louis J. Gomez came up with this idea. I'm not sure about that. So tell us, you submit stories anonymously. All 5 submit 3 stories. And then we in the story, you have to guess it's a real story. You have to guess who in the crowd, who in the panel. It's stories from the yes. And so I'm doing it with Big Jokers. Right? The funniest motherfucking guy. Like, it might be Zach Galifianakis and Artie Lang to me were this raw, funny, improvised, like being able to improvise the funniest people I've ever I would say P.J. Okerson is just from raw talent and ability to funny. There's nothing funny. Calling P.J. Okerson the top 5 comedian in the world right now, and even going as far as to say that there's nobody going around better than him at the moment is absolutely crazy. These guys are so fucking desperate for a guest that they've resorted to blazing average comedians. Next, they'll be saying how amazing Steve is to get him in the studio as well. Brendan has burned so many bridges over the years that it's going to be almost impossible to get a decent guest on the show now and then. But with this whole move over the past few months, the chatter and the endless promotion from these guys, we haven't heard one word about it it's not Joe Rogan. Knows how much Rogan loves to flirt when another comedian moves the host in, yet he's had absolutely zero to say about this in any facet. Come on, man. The writing's literally on the wall. And so after they finished glazing Big J, they moved on to Louis J. Gomez. And you don't have to be here, stick around because I'll give you a taste straight after this again.
Jay Combs, you know, his dad was murdered. His mom was a drug addict. He went through some shit. Yeah, I love that guy. He's great. I did a show. I did a stand-up show at the no, he just comes in and just said, "We'll get him on the podcast." So, has he done this podcast? He's done it. Big J.
So for those of you who don't know the history, Louis has been one of Brendan's biggest trolls over the years, especially after Gringo Bobby came out and Brendan started getting attention from the internet for being the world's worst comedian.
And that's what you know. It's not. You know, a guy like you. I think you don't know anything about anything. You know everything about everything. That's not true. I'll listen to Brendan Schaub and try to answer more. Thanks. Brendan Schaub is an athlete. She has an answer more. Brendan Schaub has showed up here to stand on. No, Brendan Schaub is the best comedian in the country right now. Look at this. Have you seen his stuff? He's the best. So I will take advice from him. Brendan Schaub he might be a chance to get this comedian. Yes, prolific. This is nothing to do with him. This has nothing to do with I understand that because he's an athlete. I was a swimmer when I was a child, Louis. I was a great swimmer. I'll beat you in a race, and I'll beat him in a race in swimming. I'll kick his ass in swimming. Brendan Schaub knows nothing about being fat and being a cheat. Maybe I guess the title of him is something like Brendan Schaub trying to cheat on his wife. There's a video of Brendan Schaub at a restaurant. There's a security footage. And he goes up to a girl, allegedly goes up to we don't know, we're security footage. He goes up to a girl. This video, I'm giving his number to this shit. His wife's on. And he's like, I'm sick of this guy saying, multiple emotions saying, right? Every video this guy does on the air, he's writing jokes. Yeah, Shop. Okay, workshop possibly. Please edit this out. Go to workshop. My LA friends, we don't have patience abuse. We have to take this abuse in LA. We have bad kids that we all talk about their own. We have to take this abuse for these low-level bodega rats. So, we're not talking about comedy writing. We're talking about high-level Olympic comedian Brandon Schaub. Not workshop. Somebody needs something that way.
There are seriously a bunch of videos like that of Louis just roasting the shit out of Brendan, including Jim Dillon, Dave Smith, and Big J. And so after calling out Brendan for so long and inviting him to skate first, he eventually agreed to join and went on the paddle, only for all of them to kiss each other's asses and play nice. So the fact that Brendan's willing to see past all of that and invite him on his dying podcast just goes to show how desperate they are to get a decent guest on. Comedians, these guys are shooting for the stars. You're Johnny Depp on. Johnny Depp. He's got this. He owns it. We can't trade him. I'm going to be down. Maybe. That's not the job. I'm sure you guys, I'm obviously as a good buddy, but it's just there's not another should come on there. He just knew. You see the jeans behind you. He was like, with his toes in there. He's not doing that. So they're chill questions that we're all curious about that no one asked them. It's his way. It's his way. It's his way. There's no one else. You find other Brian's and Brandon's. You find other, insert water podcasts, what you want. He's not another Leo from Wizards. He's not nervous. He's doing his thing. There's information connection there. It's so good.
Give all
He's so easy. I tried to answer that. He said to me, Brendan went on that whole rant about Theo just so he could say that he spoke to him yesterday at the end. He's more transparent than his wife seems to have stories. The whole Jared Leto thing is wild. Ever since Brian Callen was falsely confused by several women, they're saying them a few years back, Brendan has adopted the default position to never believe any allegations that women made ever again. They openly defended Russell Brand and Jared Leto, and I believe Brian tried to defend P. Diddy, but then backtracked when he realized what he just said. Becoming apologists for celebrities with allegations against them is not the path back to big numbers and pulling in big ad dollars. I don't want to get sick of hearing Brendan try to leech off the Obama success. He has to constantly remind everyone that they're still good buddies, even though Theo ditched Brendan to go out on his own and become one of the biggest podcasts in the world.
So you could super to like community talks like a lot of people or something like that, checking in there, blah blah blah. Just
here they are. Okay, you can't let it go along. So like how, like you so get through.
It's starts to happen.
Once right by Gira or by Yana, by Yana is the remember gets lost.
Well, you should go and spell the way.
Or
there's no place in LA. And I was like, oh, I'll stay to you.
Shape, you got another one. That's a single. Right, single. Another one.
After 3 years.
So I'm talking about right there.
Oh, see, I was going to I'm not going to plan, and I'm not going to lie here, guys. As much as I think Brendan is his own worst enemy, I can't help but feel bad for the guy. He uproots his whole family while his kids are young to follow Brian to Austin. Brendan hasn't even acknowledged their presence with any facet. Meanwhile, Brian's in the ground running, selling out shows at the publishing, and going on different shows and podcasts. The new studio is in some random storage unit in the middle of nowhere. It looks shit, and it sounds shit. Brendan's clearly hating it down there, but he's still watching it with a great face, trying to make it happen. Just let it go. Admit you were wrong and go back to LA. You were clearly happy there. This didn't turn out the way you thought it would. Brendan doesn't give a fuck that you were there, and Elon isn't even going to be nasty. I said this a couple of years ago in one of my videos. Brendan's biggest problem was trying to become a comedian while still trying to have a voice in the MMA community. If he had never tried his hand at stand-up comedy and instead used his podcast profile from JRE and the Butter and the King to open up a gym franchise, I really think he'd be absolutely killing it right now. I really do. If you think about all the drama he's been involved in, almost all of it comes from him trying to be a comedian and struggling for acceptance within the industry. All of that shit with Bobby Lee and Kalila would have never happened. The internet wouldn't have turned him into the main news of Gringo Bobby. He would have been just another retired MMA fighter who was friends with Joe Rogan and made a name for himself in his own lane. I actually think he's still sitting down. Brendan still has some support in the MMA community. He would move back to LA, Spider and the Kid at the Golden Hour, all his energy into producing a professional MMA show. Actually watch the fights instead of watching the highlights. Fight a kid and get a decent producer who understands basic audiovisual production. Maybe a research assistant to give him a cheat sheet before every show, and then open an MMA gym. Work hard, grow the membership base, prove that it's a viable business model, and get some investors on board and expand throughout the country. Everyone would leave him alone, and he'd make a shitload more money. I mean, look at the title of this episode of Spider and the Kid, Trump on why he shaved his head. And this is the only part of the whole podcast where he talks about it.
Okay.
I'm sure you'd mention that.
Vai up no fechado, vai ficar cara. So they saw that. Because it said lots of so and I like it. Just the way
I'm saying, I'm a fan. My mom was in Spanish. The first thing that
shaving his head. Bro, nobody gives a fuck. He's talking about his hair, but he's not even in focus because the autofocus was locked on Brian the whole time. Chin set it to manual focus and moved them very equal distances from the camera in a toe shot. Fuck me, Dad. I don't know if you guys can tell, but I'm actually kind of disappointed with this whole Texas move. I really thought that Brendan was going to put a bit of money and effort into the studio and try to get some guests on the show, but this is just fucking miserable. There are quite a few theories going around about how he's still making money, and I definitely agree that they're buying pod views. I'd say at least 30 to 40,000 per episode. They're going to get bored eventually and find themselves on the receiving end of a massive lawsuit from Podcast One. That's how they're still making money. It's because the ad deals are syndicated by Podcast One, and they spread the revenue around to all the podcasts on their payroll. That's how all of Brendan's shows are still going under the radar and making money. They're part of a group. They don't have direct deals with any of the advertisers. But that's obviously just my opinion. I don't know for sure. I'm just speculating based on public information. As for Brian Callen, I think he's playing the waiting game and he's holding out for Brendan to have the idea to part ways. I don't think he has the balls to burn that bridge with Brendan, so he's planting the seed for Bubba to turn around and think it was his own idea. That sounds like something Brian would do, so we'll just have to wait and see how it all pans out. So make sure you subscribe to this channel and my second one podcast for each live so you don't miss out on all of my uploads throughout the week. Make sure you check out the link in the description to my Patreon as well, where you'll find a bunch of exclusive, long-form, uncensored content covering various comedy specials and entertainment shows. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll catch you in the next one.
I think the most of the long time is but I know that it's true. This time I it never takes more than half an hour to watch it. You'll come and get me at my house or wherever you want. If there's a video, I'll watch it right there. And you'll jump in. You'll just take off. It's smart when you're shaving. You got friends. And people ask, he doesn't drive. Tony's there, Hedgeland's there, Ruby's there. It's just great. I can catch up and see those guys. Red Band start to play his place. He can turn out.
It was one thing for Brendan Shaw to drag Brian Callen to Texas, but the entire execution of the move has blown up in Brendan's face. And I'm not going to lie, I'm actually starting to feel bad for him. I've never seen Brendan with this much low energy. He barely laughed the entire podcast. He didn't even sit up and almost burst the vein in his neck while staring into the wrong camera. He didn't claim to be non-violent and then threaten violence against someone with the next breath. There was no name dropping or claiming he's super close to someone he's never met, and he didn't even falsely confuse anyone while exposing him. In this episode, Brendan just sat there slumped in his chair, looking depressed and defeated, sipping on a Diet Coke and shoving God knows what into his mouth at regular intervals. As the reality of his situation set in deeper, he did, however, bring up his son's baseball in the first 2 minutes.
I can't wait till you get there anyway. Tigers, the championship will have a line for line. Sometimes.
Callen, on the other hand, was glowing like an expectant mother who just got back from an ultrasound. For those of you who don't know, earlier this year after the LA fires, Brendan Shaw came up with the idea to pick up shop and move to Texas so he can convince his buddy Brian Callen to move there with him so they can continue their podcast and hopefully save what's left of the Big White Empire, which has been dying in the last few years. However, what he didn't know at the time was that Brian would make the move on his own a couple of months before Brendan would, because Shaw would have trouble selling his multi-million-dollar mansion in Calabasas. Because Brian was renting, he was able to get his shit together and move down there much quicker. And so, over the last few weeks, Brian's been flying back to LA to shoot episodes of The Fighter and the Kid until Shaw finally makes the move. And every time he comes back, he looks happier, healthier, and more at peace with his life, even though he wasn't able to fully beat the allegations. Brendan, on the other hand, looks like a divorced dad who gets to see his son 1 weekend per month after his ex-wife's new husband moved the family down to Texas a year ago, and is now forced to hear about how much happier his ex-wife is without him and how well the new stepdad is going in his new job. So every night pictures. It's great, man. I'm loving it. I'm so fired up. I'm writing like crazy. Getting a late spot, like I close the voice on for a half hour. It's 15 minutes. It's just such a privilege. It's great. Tony's there, Angela's there, Ruben's there every night. It's just great. You know, I can catch up and see those guys. Everything I predicted right here on this channel has come true so far. Brian has hit the ground running in Texas thanks to his decades-long relationship with tall and funny Canadian Joe Rogan. After the allegations relegated Brian to the passenger seat in Brendan Schaub's train wreck of an existence, he's been struggling to score roles as a Hollywood extra. He hasn't been able to get a streaming deal for a comedy special, and he's been struggling to sell tickets on the road. Actually, that sounds exactly like Rothschild'S. Must be a coincidence. But now that he's made the Austin sacrifice of being abducted by the comedy mothership, his career is starting to turn around. And don't get it twisted, mothership regulars are making big deals. Rogan's club is sold out every day of the week, so I have no doubt that Callan's making more money from stand-up than he does from the fighter and kid. However, if you recall, back in January, I put out a poll for you guys asking what would happen to Brendan in 2025. A, he moved to Texas, B, lose his lawsuit appeal, C, make a comedy comeback, and D, all of the above. Clearly, the correct answer is all of the above. A has already come true, and it looks like C is just around the corner. I got an idea for us. I know you're in retirement, but I got an idea for you to jump up on stage and do some stuff. No, just for I think you might have to make a couple guest appearances. It'll be silly and fun, and I promise you, you'll love it. Get you meet with just do all that. That's all. You know what I'm saying? I'll go with the real non for a second. As soon as Brian mentioned coming out of retirement and getting back on stage, it's like all those memories of being bullied by the entire internet for being the worst comedian in the history of the world came back to haunt him in that single moment. But hear me out for a second, because I think we might be onto something here. Correct me if I'm wrong, but did that just sound like Brian was talking about going to kill Tony? Because if he was, then fuck me dead, 100% yes, make it happen. Chin, if you're watching this right now from your unfurnished studio apartment, you haven't gone to help make this happen. If there was anything we didn't deserve that nobody asked for but we desperately need, it's Brendan Schaub on Kill Tony. And I'm not talking about going on the panel as a guest. No, fuck that. We didn't even want to say guest open mic, but you imagine Brendan making a comeback 60 seconds at a time, getting his comedy chops from the ground up, becoming a regular on Kill Tony, getting a bunch of Red Band signature, just rewriting the script and proving to all the haters out there that not only is he the worst comedian in the history of the world, but he's actually willing to lean into it and resurrect the Gringo puppet. Imagine all the recycled Texas material he'd have, such as shitting on homeless people, everyone being fat and white, complaining about the libs, and then showing off the size of his belt buckle. It would be the single funniest thing to have ever come out of a comedy mothership. And if you really want to see how bad things are in the Austin comedy scene right now, check out a link to my Patreon in the description below, where you'll find all my Netflix comedy special reviews and Kill Tony content. But as we know, Joe Rogan is the biggest obstacle for Brendan resurrecting his comedy career. So I'll come back to Brendan's Joe Rogan problem in a moment, because Brian's Austin shenanigans did not stop there. If the stories about the Austin comedy scene didn't hurt others' feelings enough, then Brian's newfound love affair lived up to Saturday did. We all know that Brendan's been bleeding money for years, and he's being propped up by his dad, Peter Shaw, who's the director of Big Boy Productions. So when Brian brought up his old buddy who picks him up in a chopper to go for barbecue, it was yet another dagger in the back of his Texas dreams. So my Shane Snyder, who is just a great guy, and I work out with Tim Kennedy's best friend. Shane gives me a helicopter. It's not just a flex, he'll come and get me at my house, sir. It's busy, like, where he wants. We own the launch land right there. His office. We worked out, and he goes, well, it's barbecue. I go, so I go, how far was that? He goes, oh, no, you can't drive. It's about an hour. I think there are 7 minutes. And I went, huh? Because how did? And I hopped in. Did I mention that video bag that's like our cars? Yeah, but he's got whatever you need in his helicopter. We got up, and in 7 minutes, we landed in a field right there. Better than 2 blocks, right there. So I was like, you like yourself some barbecue, right? I had some bison ribs, I had some sausage bacon, and then we got back in the helicopter, and I was back in my car in 7 minutes. Okay, yeah, and that's hard to argue. Into his truck, I was about to walk into his truck for some sloppy topping in his truck. As you would expect, Brendan's immediate reaction was to check out how much helicopters cost to see if he could swing it past his daddy, but it didn't take him long for him to realize that they were way out of his league, and there was no way he was going to be able to afford one. He said, I'll let you use my chopper to learn. And he was giving me a little lesson. It scares me because it's so sensitive. The wind hits you like this. The whole thing was moving. And I'm like, oh, it's just let it do what it's doing. I know, but I don't like this. And by the way, you're in a bubble, so you can see everything. It would take me 4 months, it might cost me $30,000, a lot of money to get your license. But then you're off that bubble. Now you can pick up a used chopper for about $140 out of a Thompson. Not terrible. And you put your hand on some. You're getting anywhere you want. Now I just need more money. I don't have money. You understand? I'm not a helicopter guy. But if I ever make a lot of money, that's a lot of money right there. Now my one buddy, our boy Snowmaster, he flies around in that. He'll go back. He flies around that one right there. I'll do it with you. Not your scared of it?
This is so unnecessary. No, neither of you need to help out.
That's waste time. Oh, hey, I'll pick you up in a second. You know what I mean? Now, here's the problem. Sometimes you gotta be careful. Yeah, I know. That's not. Come on, single seat. Single seat? Yeah.
Brian, just turn your left.
You gotta spend. You gotta buy it. You really don't want to pay attention to that. You don't want to pay attention to that. And maintenance. That's a good one. I need to start. If you guys see that on stage at the rubber shit, it belongs to Greenwich Shop and he's not getting credit. Penny bitch. On tattoos or helicopter. That's a great job. Yeah, that's actually a terrible job. Hey, don't let that discourage you, Brendan. Tony's waiting for you. Trust me, you're getting killed. I'm not gonna lie though, this whole conversation was funny as fuck. Seeing the rocks in Brendan's head slowly turning as he tries to navigate the world of aviation in real time was an absolute interesting life. He also had a moment of true self-awareness where he acknowledged that flipping trucks is one thing, but flipping choppers is a whole other thing entirely. It's so convenient. He flies by my house. I'm with my kids. And he just buzzes my house. My kids were like, he's looking at me like this. He comes right down to the trees. He's like, my wife's like, your friends out there. And he's like, what are you doing, fucker? I can land that field and hear him late. We'll just go. I was like, what? Wow. And he goes, you know, it's like a half mile away from you. I'm jealous. Well, he's been sending me options. Well, it's helicopters are just really more dangerous than driving. Generators are more dangerous than cars and airplanes. Why? Because it's helicopters $3 per flight, and cars per driving hour. Okay. Sometimes more dangerous than driving. What? Well, let's get the cars. Yeah. Just did you see so heaven? I have made a few mistakes driving my day, right? Cars like that, I made that mistake. Like, ready for this T-Rex, right? I'm fine. Good shots, but ready for this helicopter. Alright, so if 7 times more dangerous than cars, then boy, mother, we better add a zero to that, like a handicap. Could you imagine if Brendan managed to convince his dad and Legs to get him a chopper, and he got his license and everything? Forget drive fast old gas, we're talking about fly high, don't land. Fly by day, comedy mothership, green room by night, all day. I'm telling you, he could work. He's even got the chopper impression down already. It's 10 times better than Calvin's. He comes right down to the trees. He's like, my wife's like, your friend's out there. And he's like, what are you doing, fucker? Shit. Gangster. Yeah, Brendan took that chopper noise down for sure. The ride sounds like a car that won't start. But all jokes aside, this move to Texas is going to be a real problem for sure. And the irony is, the man standing in his way is the very man who started all of this in the first place.
Well, Alice Square is the scariest kickboxers ever competed in sport. He's like the one guy of them all that I would say if he hits you once, you're dead. He just has to hit you once. And of all the guys I've ever seen fight, I don't think anybody can say that more than that guy, including in kickboxing. In everything. He's crazy. I don't think any of us knew they were like scared. Like I was terrified because he was like, I want to be choked. And for sure, we in DC, we're in the hallway upstairs in the mothership, and he's teaching us how he checks the captain. You know that little area where the elevator is, where the VIP is? We're standing there in this little crowded area, there's like 5 of us. And Peloton's kicking my legs, and he's kicking DC's legs, and he's explaining how he lifts his leg up this way. This is how he checks it. Like, oh, I told DC, what do we tell people about this? I'm like, yeah, it's a guy like you have to go and become a regular person. How do you integrate and just be a regular guy? Yeah, it's got to be very, very, like shops are Shop got lucky that he found podcasting, from his car show, All Gas and Brakes. So he found a way to transition and still have a good time. Yeah, very few.
That is just fucking unbelievable. The way Rogan brought that up with a straight face and got completely wrong is just next level comedy. Talk about kicking a guy while he's down. Brendan started that channel to drive past All Gas 18 months ago and is still yet to break 10k subscribers when he's the most frequent guest in JRE history and runs 3 other podcasts himself. Not to mention the fact that his podcasts very rarely break 50,000 views, just like the guy who coached me. Damn, stop the fight. This is where I start to feel bad for my boy Brendan. Know how much he looks up to Rogan. He's his North Star. He runs everything past him and takes his advice in every facet. And then Rogan can't even remember the name of his stupid ass car channel that nobody watches anyway and clearly exists as a way for Brendan's dad to write off all of Brendan's cars. Then Joe will drag him onto a flight companion where Brendan will make an absolute fool of himself, get every prediction wrong, claim that he milks scorpions, and mispronounce words with more than 2 syllables. But it's all good because Jamie turned up the live chat. I mean, what exactly is Brendan going down to Texas for? It's clearly working out for Ryan Gallen. Once you know Brendan, we all know Rogan's going to let him in the comedy mothership.
Years ago, you told Brandon on this podcast shit.
Yes.
Like, when do you feel like a fighter shit? Like, for example,
Me and him, I was friends with him, so I knew that he wasn't really committed. And also, I trained with him a few times, and I knew that his lust for training wasn't there. And I was worried that neurologically he was suffering. There's got to come a point in time where you have to stop. Now is the best time to stop. Like, you already have a career. You're doing podcasts and you're doing well. You're making more money doing podcasts than you ever fighting. I'm like, dude, you got it out right now. You're a funny guy. You're fun to hang out with. He might not have a good stand-up, but talking to the dude, he's a funny dude. He's got a great personality. He's fun to talk to.
telling Brandon, like, or just being honest enough to say, you need to polish up your stand-up. Like, a lot of people surround themselves with this, like, not that confident, like, it's so important to have people that's going to be honest with you.
Holy shit, the irony of that conversation is next level. Rogan is the worst example of a rich and famous person surrounding himself with a bunch of yes men who continuously bend over to kiss the ring while simultaneously being one of the worst comedians in history. If anyone needs to polish their stand-up, it's your boy Joe Rogan. The net result of that conversation, where Rogan told Brendan to retire from fighting and focus on podcasting and stand-up comedy, is that his podcast is barely making any money and he's retired from comedy. This is why I'm starting to empathize with Brendan, because he's too stupid to see that none of the guys around him give a fuck anymore. Well, it's either stupidity or he knows he doesn't have any other choice. I really think moving to Texas is going to ruin him. He's dragging his wife and kids away from their Brendan family based on the false promise of a better life and more opportunities. When the reality is, he's left the Golden Hour podcast back in LA. The show is basically dead at this point. Brian Callen's got one foot out the door at one of Metro, and Brendan's comedy career is dead on arrival. What are we doing here, B? Sounds like a disaster waiting to happen. Remember though, if you want to see my detailed breakdowns of all the Netflix comedy specials and all the big Tony shows, don't forget to head over to my Patreon via the link in the description. There's a bunch of other stuff on there that you might be interested in as well, so go and check that out. Otherwise, make sure you subscribe to my channel right here on YouTube and hit the like button while you're here. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll catch you in the next one.
This is how we can play house. I think so too. It can pay for itself, given how I'm applying to everyone for a job. Who's scoring that? Is it real bad? They said we lost them milk and it's no score. It's like anyways, really milk score because we had scored privileges. I could have lived 3 weeks ago. I don't know. I've been there for you. I don't know. That's the thing. I think so much. I don't know. You know you're taking for real. That guy's having a go back to that guy. There's a guy like that out there who figured out a way to make money off of people who are just either desperate or too dumb to fucking really sorry, buddy.
Now, boy Brendan is back at it again. This time he's fallen for a snake oil scam, and in true Shaw style, he melted everything it's got, even going as far as to bring it up on JRE with Papa Rogan after he knew full well that the whole thing was complete bullshit. And this is all part of Brendan's latest obsession with being the strongest dad on the baseball field. Because recently he posted a video of his bed press routine to Instagram saying, "A lot of chatter about my workout routine these days, so here you go. Meat and potatoes workouts, bench pull-ups and deadlifts. That's it, no fancy kettlebell bullshit, no CrossFit, no saunas, ice baths or trendy gym workouts. Never injured, strong as hell. I go to bed at 9 p.m. and wake up at 4 a.m. During the week I fast until 1 p.m. Eat only meat, and on weekends I'll have cheat meals at the snack shack during my son's baseball games. My only goal is to be the strongest dad in the baseball field. My pre-workout is an energy drink and a mouthful of creatine powder, super meathead style. I give all glory to Jesus and scorpion venom plus peptides. Not to mention on top of this, I run 2 miles every day. If you ever wondered why his comedy career fell flat on its face, well, yet again we have irrefutable evidence of just how far gone this guy is. And the worst part is that he's generally a super strong dude. He played D1 football, he was a top 10 UFC heavyweight, towers over Joe Rogan by a whole foot at 6'4", and he weighs upwards of 240 pounds. The guy's an absolute fucking beast. But that's not enough for him. He still has to brag about how strong he is. He puts everyone down around him for absolutely no reason. And at the age of 42, he's jacked up on TRT and peptides. He gets stem cell injections. He takes a bunch of unregulated nootropics and supplements. Also, he can post videos on Instagram of himself doing half reps on the bench press. But more on that later, because I've got all the clips lined up for you guys from the last 6 episodes of The Fighter over here. So stick around for that. To start off with though, let's take a look at how one of Papa's friends duped him into squirting snake oil underneath his tongue several times a day. I don't know if his buddy was trolling him or he's just genuinely a dumbass like Shaw. But this was absolutely hilarious. As usual, it starts off with a flex and ends in embarrassment. And for those of you who don't understand Shawmanese, when he says milking, he means to say milking as in milking a cow. He just says it differently because Papa just goes. And so after his recent bicep tear, which apparently doesn't count as an injury, Brendan was explaining to Brian on the podcast how he was able to cure it overnight using scorpion just taking it one of the other things Tom. I couldn't hold the baseball glove for Tiger. I couldn't look at Tom. I mentioned shit.
You're gonna use your bicep for that. The scorpion venom is a real venom.
Oh yeah. They sent me videos of them milking these little scorpions, and they're only, I think, they're only it's a switch cut. You can get that fat Arizona scorpion anywhere. That's why it's blue scorpion. How big does he are?
You're putting out there, Tom. It's so interesting how they figure that out.
Milking scorpion.
Yeah, I was like, yeah, but
They're showing how they melt so much that they put it in the rain. I don't have the video. You gotta show me to them. Sections. So they melt, rotate, and then just keep them. That dude, the swords melt like goddamn tiny scorpion.
yeah, I wonder if this shows me both of that is pussy or if this is famous. That's what I want to know.
So just in case you missed the graphic that Jim pulled up on screen there, the scorpion snake oil costs $299 per month at a subscription. Seriously, the amount of shit these guys take and how expensive it is absolutely boggles the mind. That was like an 8-year-old kid bragging to his buddies at school about what he did on the weekend. And of course, he had to slip in that bit about not being able to hold up the baseball glove for his son, just to remind everyone that he's the world's greatest baseball dad, the strongest too. Thank God for Brian Callen, because if it weren't for him, we'd be none the wiser. He called the shit straight away and found that it was a massive scam within a couple of minutes of Google. I've noticed that Brian's pushing it back against Shaw more and more since the move to Boston. He's got an exit strategy now, so he looks like he's less inclined to put up as endless bullshit. He also looks more relaxed and happy than he ever did over the last couple of years. I mean, let's not get carried away here. He hasn't completely beaten the allegations, but having a strategy for life after Brandon is a winning move by me. I can even see a tailwind on the horizon about how he survived some of the darkest years of his life. I mean, he was literally a ball cow at one point. Anyway, once Jim pulled up an article breaking down the blue scorpion snake oil scam, it was all downhill for our boy Bubba.
Candidates from around the world have been traveling to Cuba, blah, blah, blah. Senator infection venom on some 10,000 people in companies almost research. My man did, however, become so great that Latino fam had to change his tag because he could not survive it. So the Jewish senator is a homeopathic version of the venom. That means it's not, it's a homeopathic version of the venom. There's no venom. Under the name Phytox, the homeopathic version. Now, so it's accused for 4 cents and Florida's for $220. It's not backed by Cuba's Regulatory Bureau of Health Protection. We have some anecdotes that are impossible to confirm. In the meantime, there are practitioners in some countries who offer the treatment against people. You know you're taking for real water. That guy's in that. Go back to that. Go back to that guy. They're so full of it, dude. We should call him Harut Tovmasyan. Like, dude, what are you saying? What? It's okay. Let me just see. Let me go back. I just want to see what he's saying that.
It's derived from venom of proving blue scorpions because of the complex nature of peptide minerals.
It's a highly diluted form. Okay, guys, what that means is that there's no venom.
And it sounds cool.
It's that guy. Who's that guy? Oh, God. Yeah, there's a guy like that out there who figures out a way to make money off of people who are just either desperate or too dumb to,
Yeah, Brian knew exactly what he was doing there. Like I said, he's put a safety net down in Boston now that he's closer to his old friend Joe Rogan, and Brendan knows it too. But seeing Brendan fall for a scam in real time is an absolute peaches in the line. And it wasn't as if he was curious or ambivalent about it. He went balls deep without doing a lick of research, just because he thought it sounded cool to say that he squirts scorpion milk under his tongue 4 times a day. And if you notice the dates in those clips, that was actually last month, on March 18th to be exact. So 4 days later, boy Bubba would appear on the Joe Rogan Experience Flight Companion with Eddie Bravo and Gordon Ryan, where he would randomly bring up his bicep and miracle snake oil cure, even after he knew full well it was a scam. Just to remind you, if you didn't hear it, that company sells this stuff in Cuba for 4 cents and marks it up to $200 to sell in the United States. Now that's some solid business strategy right there. Yeah, and yours?
Controllers, I told my myself,
Do you get fixed or no?
you don't have to get fixed. This is software. It's software. I just need to check out BBC, anything, something just start taking blue scorpion venom. Yes, brand name is venom or actions from the venom. They take the venom and peptides from what? Scorpion. Milk scorpion is done. We have scorpion chips. I got that 3 weeks ago. Scorpion did it for you? I don't know. That's the thing. I think so much. I don't know. Something's working. Something's working. I got my new bench. What is the scorpion stuff supposed to do? Help with there's all sorts of industry. Really? Also, you put it in your tongue. You put it in your tongue. Every night. And on the couch, say, is there a side effect? Yeah. You also, does that make you feel great? Oh, yeah, I feel great. Wow. But you're doing a lot of stuff. I don't know. I always met myself with one. That's not how you say it. Actually, athlete? Dude, it's on me all the time. Yeah, I did creaking for neurological reasons and for muscle recovery. And then I'm taking some nootropics. I feel like I leveled out. And then someone recommended this. Methanol. 3 or 4 times a day? Yeah, I know. So it's doing 1 a day. Yeah, this one's big for diesel stuff. See, like a test rat. So it's working. The combo's working. The look on Gordon Rye and Eddie Rybo's faces at the end there was the best part of me. And can I just say, we all know Ron's a massive fucking idiot. But part of me kind of felt happy for him just to see him in his element, cracking up his little star and kicking it with the boys. Jamie disabled the live chat before they jumped on, so he didn't have to worry about getting roasted by the internet. And I can't help but feel that it's such a miserable life full of reaction and rejection, always getting shit on by the internet. But that's the moment right there when you want Reagan to laugh and lean into it more and more just to keep it going. Tugs at the heartstrings, you know. It's like going fishing with your dad for the first time. You hook on a massive fish, you start reeling it in, but when it gets to the side of the boat, your dad bends down and scoops it out with a net. And in that moment, you see the look on his face and you think to yourself, you know what? Maybe it wasn't my fault that he left us to start a new family one side of the boat. Anyway, I really gotta stop drinking before I record this shit. And so after Brendan's embarrassing yet entertaining snake oil scam, he moved on to his next obsession, which is benching 225 pounds. It all started with a visit to the now infamous Waste Well, the health clinic that services the top 250 down in Boston. And while you're watching this, make sure you don't forget Brendan's instant first. He never gets injured. TRT, peptides, scorpion milk, and nootropics were enough. Now our boys onto stem cell therapy. It's sick. And so you got, you know, and peptides and all that. Dude, I don't see I think just structurally, because all the pounding is just kind of fucked up. Sure. And when I'm on the plane, and usually on the plane, I need to start getting hard. I was I read this couple. Oh, really? Like a fuck. Now, they said it would take 4 to 6 weeks to see the benefit. I don't know if it's just whatever they also have pain in people's Let's say they shot him with stem cells. The pain works on it. They get out of the previous infection. It's tears in the ear. You'll be fine. Yeah, it'll work. So now the stem cells fix the tears in his arm. You knew your biceps could cry. Actually, now that I think about it, it actually checks out.
After he's punched out a dozen or so reps, he slows down and goes full range, so he can clearly do it right. But Schwab's obsessed with being the best at breaking his own imaginary record of 40 reps, even though absolutely nobody gives a fuck and nobody asked him for this. He literally brought it up on every single episode in the last month.
And she is very, it's ridiculous. I've shown that to people who are like, Jesus Christ, my good. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I mean, that's crazy.
Nothing but 225 on just 20 is my wow.
What do you do? CrossFit, that kind of stuff. So, okay, so I haven't, so let's just, my test is, and to be honest, this was, did you do 37? Did you do 225?
35 and a half.
225, 35 and a half.
35 and a half. Didn't work out.
At the end of the workout,
It was deadlifting, pulling tape, and under 25. I don't use spotters. I think spotters are days. I did 225. Can you bench 225? I can bench a lot better. You can't. I didn't ask that. What's that? I can do it.
you should be doing tests.
It was at least one. Have you really done the stat that those how many men bench 225? What's that? 225. It's not many, which was surprising to me. I'm not even going to be smart here. It's the standards of high school.
If we can, even somebody like me can work up to that, but it's a lot. Nice. What's up with your boots? Those Tanner boots?
Jeffrey, these are what? The Spector show. Do they send them? I've had them for a while. The inside is so comfortable. It's like my Jordans.
They're a sponsor.
Yeah.
Where's my square? What do you mean? I bench, man.
To bring up the thing, our boy Captain just posted.
Shut up. You know, it's a video of me just. Yeah, I didn't comment. You know what I'm talking about. Yeah. Shut up.
And I did 235 this morning 34 times. So 6 off of my whole hand. Yeah, I think that's 36, but I took this bicep match. When I do I crank out.
That's a lot of fun. See, 34 times.
36. I did 36 on 4 off.
You did 36 times.
I'm 4 off.
That is a lot of weight.
I know.
I mean, that's crazy.
You knew that Brendan Schaub would have fought the Russian this year. When Ryan Gallen finally leaves Brendan for that fell punishing check, and Thompson finally milks the last drop of scorpion milk from Russia's teeth. But Red Bart seriously needs to join forces and start their own podcast. I honestly trip over myself to watch that every week. Just imagine the conversation. Brendan would start bragging about how he's the best baseball dad in the world. Then we'll try and put up a story about his daughter's period party, and then Bob will challenge her to a push-up competition. And so they'll both end up on the floor doing half reps until failure. Maybe Burke can get Brendan back on the bottle for some real laughs. Now we're talking. But this is also to be with Brandon. He gets an idea in his head and goes full redact with it. And don't get me wrong, I think it's a good thing for him at the age of 42 to be setting himself goals and training towards them for his own personal health and well-being. Sure, it will probably inspire some of his redacted audience to get into shape as well. But the guys I think everything under the sun, how is that achieved? Because the one with great genetics and he's on thousands of dollars worth of steroids, peptides and supplements so that he can push out half reps on Instagram for a weight that he can clearly easily do proper reps with. If that's not the most Brendan Schaub thing you've ever heard, I don't know what is. Actually, no, I stand corrected. Losing a 3-year lawsuit to a degenerate mushroom and no one's ever heard of after falsely confusing Bobby Lee trying to sabotage his marriage is the most Brendan Schaub thing you've ever heard. All this guy ever does is punch down on the people around him. In the studio, you saw him giving Brian shit for not being able to reach 225. I mean, Brian's 58 years old, and he looks pretty damn for his age. Sure, he's got multiple families around the country, but come on, man, cut him some slack. And as for Jen, actually, fuck that guy, I can't stand him. He deserves everything he gets from Brendan. All that we're waiting for now is the Austin podcast studio reveal. I don't know when that's coming, but when it does, you know I'll be the first one to bring it to you. Until then, if you want to see my detailed breakdown for all the Netflix comedy specials and all the Big Kitty Tony shows, don't forget to head over to my Patreon via the link in the description. There's a bunch of other stuff on there too that you might be interested in, so go and check that out. Otherwise, make sure you subscribe to my channel here on YouTube and hit the like button while you're here. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll catch you in the next one.
You got to get those from Brian. You're wrong.
How do you guys always keep confident, especially when
Because at the end of people that edit these videos or these reaction videos or the downfall of Shane Gillis or Andrew Schultz or Brendan Schaub, I clearly have editing skills. If you just focus on it, you have a career, dude. If you get some creative, just giving an opinion on somebody else's talent, like thinking of this, man, I can almost do what I do. I think part of it is also, I just think
It's day-to-day for our boy Brendan Schaub because his buddy Ryan Callen has officially left the building and headed for greener pastures in Austin, Texas, leaving Bubba behind to figure some things out.
So, guys, as you might know, we are in the process of moving this entire operation of the Fire the Kid to Austin, Texas. Now, with that, Brian decided to move way too early. I'm right behind him. So our schedules are all here and there. And if we can't make it in the studio at the same time, we got to make some episodes where we got to do the best of it. This is what we're doing now. So we appreciate you guys. We're doing our best to give you episodes. We're going to do it for the most part, but every now and then, we're going to do the best of it. So enjoy the best of it.
And so, in the spirit of making episodes, the Father and the Kid released the question and answer podcast earlier in the week, while Brendan runs around getting his house ready for yet another open house this weekend. With the irony of doing a Q&A session reflecting on their careers and still not realizing that it's Brendan's own attitude and actions that led to their downfall and not the external factors that he's still continuing to blame is actually crazy. This whole episode was filled with the most bullshit excuses, including I've been given the wrong information, I trusted the wrong people, I was going through a rough patch, and at one point he even justified his actions with the classic line, who cares? Mind you, this was all in relation to when Brendan and Brian falsely confused Bobby Lee of trying to sabotage Brendan's life in retaliation for Brendan trying to smash Bobby's girlfriend at the time, Delilah Coonan, and one of her friends back to his truck after Bobby on stage. And so I dissected and decoded this train wreck of an episode using my advanced editing skills in the hope of getting employment at Big Boy Studios as an unpaid intern. So if you've been following their move to Texas on this channel, you may recall my theory that Brian Callen will be the net beneficiary of the move because it will bring him closer to Rogan and he won't have to hit the road doing nothing now that he'll be able to join the top 250 assassins in the mothership free room. I also floated the idea that Brian will attempt to resurrect his comedy career in Texas as well. However, according to the man himself, he's put the mic down. I'm not going to lie, when I heard his justification for not making a comeback, I literally could not believe my ears.
Colin Sr. wants to know, Brendan, if you ever think you'll go back to comedy?
I get this all the time. I can't imagine a world where I would have time to do it. I just, there's a few factors I don't do it. A, in order to get us the amount of time that you need to spend doing it, Monday through Sunday, like you gotta realize, like, you guys have to do comedy, shake his finger for 20 and seeing Schultz 20s and Tito 20. It's all behind the eight ball. So LA just to even touch the tip of the iceberg. I have to do so much work just to get even at any level. And I just don't have the concept. I miss the hay. Sometimes I miss certain things about it, but overall I don't miss it. And then I would miss my kids' sports. It's just not worth it. I do miss the travel. I do miss the sports. And the late nights. Everybody 30, remember now, they never happened. I just don't think I do. I do like fire the kid every now and then. But nothing made me commit to it.
Alright, first things first. The Shane Gillis character of all these guys is funny as hell. When he started comedy 20 years ago, that would mean he had just turned 16 years old when he started. Brendan started doing comedy shortly after he retired from MMA, which was only a couple of years after Shane started. So technically, if Shaw had stuck with it, he'd basically be a 10-year guy by now. Instead, he dropped his first comedy special through Showtime barely a few years into his so-called comedy career, which was one of the first steps in making everyone hate him. I'll come back to this a little bit later on in the video when Brendan explains the two things he thinks ruined the Fighter and the Kid podcast. But to hear him finally realize what literally everyone has been saying for the last 10 years about how he sucks at comedy and needed to take a step back and actually put in the time and effort required to actually become half decent is one of the most important short things ever. Talk about being late to the party. Fuck my life. What a react. But like you saw in the intro, our boy Bubba isn't such a big fan of channels like this one. Not because we document his lies and stupidity, but because we're wasting talent.
333 wants to know, how do you guys always be positive, especially when any hate?
Because at the end of the day, when hate started away, I was laughing. I'm like, I spend, you know what I do all day? I spend, and this is all I've ever done. I spend all day trying to figure out ways to make people laugh. And then I do a podcast. I don't know what I'm doing that's causing, like, if you hate me, I don't know what to tell you. You know, like it's really changed. Like, where we supposed to hate me, hate us. Somebody that's not like anybody. We're not celebrities, like anyone doing anything. Hate's just what you sign up for. I don't know too many people that like just focus on that. If we didn't focus on that, we wouldn't be here. I don't need comments that are bad. That's not the whole thing. Good comments, bad comments. I don't really because they give you the same power to weight in that. You can't win the theater. I just get rid of the territory. It's nice people just. Anyway, sometimes it's fun to hate on somebody. Sometimes it's fun to be to kick somebody out. It's such a waste of time, though. It's just such a waste of time. Like somebody that edit these videos, these production videos, or the downfall of Shane Gillis, or Daniel Schultz, or Brendan Jarrett. Clearly, editing these videos. If you just focus on a career and you did something creative, where just giving an opinion on somebody else's talent, like you can do this, man. I think all of them more skill problems than what I do.
The child of a child, not within of the opinion that a child can have a child. The thing around with all that argument, trying to walk, another right,
you fail a lot more than you succeed.
Brendan shitting on reaction channels and making a career out of commenting on someone else's talent when he literally has a whole podcast dedicated to giving bullshit takes on the MMA world is a irony even for your boy. But the best part for me is how Brendan tries to normalize the hate that he gets as simply it comes with the territory. Brendan has a subreddit dedicated to exposing his every move with almost 170,000 hopeless fans. It's literally in the top 1% of subreddits. No one else is dealing with that shit but him. And this is the trend of this guy. He complains about people creating false narratives about his life, when the reality is he sits there every day running his bush mouth, spouting the most bullshit takes about everything and anything, constantly lying through his teeth about things that are easily verifiable, and then blames everyone around him when he gets called out for it, and credits Brian Callen for leaning into a lot of the hate they get, and acknowledging that some of it's actually funny, instead of just denying and deflecting like Brendan does. When it comes to hypocrisy, Brian and Brendan are
people like child, this like child, everybody has their different. And the fuck is it?
Somebody said to me, he goes, I was on the road there a long time ago. Hey, dude, you get on there and all you do is try to show us how smart you are and how many books you read. I was like, you know what? You might be able to listen to me. You so there's a lot of that too. It's like, are you getting on there to promote something, or you get on there to show off? It's just, hey, like, what are you doing special? If you're just yourself, you don't have to
Father,
people go, imagine you have a special agenda. I was very on that. I'll just get special. You don't have to, like, hands in when people come on this show. Rather than choose to do have an agenda, we can smell it a mile away. Whenever I have to go on, I think, you gotta promote your stuff on the road. I have this, I hate it so much. I hate it. Yeah, evacuation or elevator, and I go, I gotta go to Joe's podcast and show my special and people the shit, but I feel guilty about thinking you're here. What are you gonna do? You can't change a tire. I got this. All right, raise my kids. Save them. Tell my story. I'll be in Austin. Sorry about the fires. Tell them to watch your special. Tell them kids in school to watch Daddy's special. Watch Daddy's special. Good. Scott, I'm excited. YouTube. Yeah, I think so. YouTube's the most. Here's the thing about football. Here's the thing about my dates. It's like, such a relief. I'm saying it all. You don't have to stop thinking about when you put in this promotion. There's nothing to I don't want bad at it, so I'm not going to do that. And when you said that, I go, I don't want to be on the road promoting. I want to talk about it. I just want to head. So I'm going to shoot the special, and I'm going to throw it away. And I got to start again. And just because I've done 5 specials doesn't mean it's going to be 9-second quarter mile rifle from the dirty mother. 9 is what you need. That's what you need, count to. It's very special. Kicks in. You start selling out giant theaters. He's getting a little. I don't want to do that. Like, I just don't know. It's so natural. It's like, I know nothing about me. I don't want to go see anything like that. It's just not you. So what you do it. Yeah, it's not doing.
Not grow up there. I should tell them to start to plant that.
Again, now, boy, Bubba, with the truckloads of coffee when it comes to company special talk. If he has something to promote, which he doesn't, he'd be the first one to blurt it out on JRE for the world to hear. When it comes to his money, Brian is just fucking cringe. And it honestly drives me nuts that Brian has to self-publish his comedy special on YouTube because no streamers will touch him after the allegations. Like, now, boy, broke a deal with Netflix for him. That's how fucking toxic he is. On a quick side note, there's nothing more American than Joe Rogan. To say that he's cool with it, hitting 9-second quarter miles under the Texan sun. How does he reach the pedals though? Anyway, the Bobby Lee situation came up yet again. And if you ask me now what Rogan's biggest talent is, I'd definitely say his ability to butcher a narrative into the ground so badly that it's barely recognizable. I honestly have no idea what he's trying to say here, but after all that's been said and done about this, Bucko really needs to take the cue from Brian and go with his narrative instead.
Here's another question from the same person. Do you guys think you've ever fixed the relationship with Bobby Lee, and who gave you the info about Tiger Town's belly and Constance?
Bobby Lee and I on text have fixed that relationship. I think you'll see us together in some words, in the future. And I've apologized for taking full accountability. I love him. He's a great guy. I won't go into the Tiger Belly stuff until it's over. It's done. It was a huge mistake. And he's our boy. I love him. I think he's really funny. I don't want to make any excuses. I never had him. I wanted him right away several times. And I throw myself in the mercy of the Lord. I mean, I'm around to see Bobby. I mean, cool. I know you're awesome. I don't care. He's hilarious. He's so talented. But, I'm sure you feel the same way. It's like, I like to think better.
There's the Costello, the child, the
Wow,
third
that is a
mother,
great guy.
the third
Yeah, I
mother,
always
now hold on. How is it possible that the third mother can't see it?
it's not like I missed it.
I think that could have been the mix that mix was wrong. 100% wrong. And I was working on that information. And I take full responsibility. I don't even claim the information I got. I take full responsibility for that. I always say it was my when I spoke to him, he's my friend. Somebody I cared about. Didn't deserve any of that. Not even a little bit. And I have not made a lot of mistakes in my life. When I make mistakes, I've always countered them. And I believe a man should say, I was wrong. Huge learning experience, no excuses. No excuses. And I had a bad moment. I was in a bad way. I was personally and emotionally in a bad way, man. I was at dark place.
It's bad timing. And also, I should have had it hindsight. We shouldn't do this. We just weren't thinking. I had a million things going on.
It was so dumb. Who was behind it? Somebody that we cared about who was a good person. But nothing to do with it. And it was outrageous. And that's my mea culpa.
Like it was happening now. Like we're in such a better spot. Someone we came to us with that same information.
I think you'll see there's certainly a Bobby in the future. I don't know what we're going to do. It's not like
Hold on.
so when Brian says who cares, I think he means that's how he should have approached the whole situation way back when it happened. As in, when it was presented with the fake 300 pages of evidence that Bobby Lee was behind the fighter of the kids subreddit, he should have just said, who cares, instead of threatening violence against Bobby Lee over phone and text. I mean, are you fucking kidding me? The whole point is that you didn't say who cares, and you effectively intimidated and threatened a little Asian boy for absolutely no reason. And then you completely contradict himself in the same breath by saying, I still blame the information, not the way I reacted. So which one is it? Do you regret your behavior at the time, or do you regret being so naive as to be duped by fake evidence? 5 minutes now, unfortunately, but the icing on the cake is Brendan's answer to this next question. This perfectly encapsulates why Brendan is where he is today, and why he never clawed his way back into being the famous comedy podcaster that he always wanted to be. The direction is from this one.
Yeah, somebody said they wanted to know which one thing you both do differently when you had to start this podcast over.
Yeah, the part of the fact that
As far as two things different,
now, when is the woman noticeably pregnant?
I think when I was growing up,
What happened?
taking leave of absence,
Just to be pregnant. That will happen.
we just do a show for him.
What?
I think we should have. I tweeted money at the time. I think we should have put down. Now, today in 2025, you can do that. It's a champion, right? Like the same guys that get accused of everyone's like out with it. But back in 2019, we were going through it, and I was like, "Be what you want to do," and we were to get my issue with the leave of absence. I think you.
No, so I'm going to put today. I'm going to shop. So yeah, I'm going to maybe I'll give them all the days. The third of our only 3 months go by.
Police force to come back, whatever that means. I would do a show.
Almost here. Or it says it's not a contradiction. You know what? You give him sensible. Take him something.
Okay, so for those of you who don't know, when the allegations against Brian Callen from 4 different women came back in 2020 in the LA Times article, Brendan was supposedly forced to take Brian off air because otherwise advertisers weren't going to do business with him. It was a classic Me Too cancellation. And here we have Mr. Anti-Woke Anti-Cancellation openly admitting that he cancelled his own best friend for money because apparently he needed it at the time. Mind you, this was back when Brendan had one of the most successful podcasts in the world with Online, getting millions of views an episode. The fake virtue signaling to his audience that he always sticks by his buddies and never gives into cancellation is so fucking hypocritical. elephant in the room is that Brendan doesn't realize the real reason why the fire in the cube fell off is because of him. Remember earlier on when he gave us those words of wisdom about how a return to comedy would be too late? It requires too much hard work and he's too fucking lazy to make a comeback at this point. The part he left out was that not only did he do everything too quickly and rely on his MMA fame and friendship with Joe Rogan to get his Showtime deal, but he was extremely fucking arrogant the whole time. And that's what he still refuses to admit to this day. His whole attitude back then was so toxic that you could see it just by looking at photos. And it wasn't just his attitude, he actually hit back at his critics at the time, pointing out that he's rich, successful, and good looking, and they're not. Imagine trying to become a Canadian and going full Karen on your audience, and then 15 years later, you needed to put in the hard work to make it in comedy, and you're just not prepared to do that. And that's not the only reason his podcast is so lazy and boring now that he just got left behind. Thanks to Papa Rogan, Brendan was an early adopter of the podcasting format and got in while it was growing exponentially. There wasn't anywhere near the amount of competition there is nowadays back then when he was getting the view counts, but he didn't do anything with it. When Theo Von left to do his own thing and figure some things out, Brendan used to make fun of him. Instead, he chose to hang out with sex pests and go down with the podcast. So his whole narrative of blaming everyone around him, feeding him false information, and Brian leaving the podcast for a period of time in 2020 as the only two reasons why the podcast is wrong simply isn't the full picture. The real reason is him. And so now that Brian's officially gone to Texas, things are about to get really interesting. I stand by my prediction that once Brian gets settled at the mothership and builds a following down there, he'll start bringing home the cash, etc., etc. He will then lead the fighter and the kid. Brendan's already announced he's leaving Golden Hour. They're staying behind in LA, so once Brian's gone, he'll have two short shows that nobody watches and no comedy career because it's too hard. All that will be left is Bubba, the truck guy. What a fucking dumbass. Anyway, remember to check out the link in the description to my Patreon if you want to see my full review of her and Schultz's comedy specials. There's a bunch of other exclusive content on there as well, so check that out if you're interested. Otherwise, make sure you subscribe to my channel right here on YouTube and hit the like button while you're here. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll catch you in the next one.
When or if will we ever see Theo back on the pod? Current relationship with him.
I talked to Theo yesterday. It was busy. He was man, I talked to Brian, so I'm telling you, this thing's been fun. Anyway, that's it. Never said that. He was like, why don't you shut up? Yeah, that's higher. That's weird. This guy goes strong. They've only just announced their move to Austin, and already there's trouble in paradise. Brian Callen's been talking shit, and it came back to Brendan, who decided to bring it up during the latest episode of The Fighter and the Kid. They said that talking about it off camera, Brendan thought he'd make it as modern as possible by bringing it up on their daily podcast. And gone are the days when Brendan was straight up bully Callen on camera. Now he's refined his style into a more passive-aggressive confrontation where he drops an accusation while smiling from gritted teeth. He does the same thing with Brian's allegations. He gives the sole reason why everyone still knows about them, because he'll randomly bring them up to remind everyone and then mask it off by saying how funny Brian is and the allegations have ruined his life. It drives me nuts. It drives me nuts. It drives me nuts. You want to outcast him off the roads. That's what I'm saying. So I told Proud, and I'm now trying to get that one to Proud, is he's not going to lash out. Brian's cool. Brian goes to work. Brian's doing the work. Brian's trying to sell tickets. I'll tell you right now, I don't hear that's not cool. That's what he talks about.
The irony is, Brian's comedy career had a massive boost at the beginning of this year when he went down to Austin to record his new comedy special at Rogan's Comedy Club and sold out every show. That's That's the power of Rogan celebrity. Dragging an average comic for a weekend and every single show will sell out fast. Not only that, Brian also did a solo episode of JRE to boost his profile, which is something our boy Bubba hasn't had the pleasure of doing since 2022, almost 3 years ago. Bear in mind that Brendan Shaw was the most frequent guest in JRE history. I don't think we're ready to I'm saying, but that's why I have them. Right? See what I'm saying? Like, it's not. If you sit around thinking about the ratings, do you think you would be on? Because Joe Rogan. I suppose the same things. And so this new talk is looking like it's going to mostly benefit Brian instead of traveling around the country doing gigs to feed sparrows and pay child support. He will likely take Rogan as one of the mothership, which will honestly probably pay more than his tours do, because Joe Rogan's known to be quite generous and give comedians most of the door. However, one thing we know about Brendan is that he's a shark when it comes to business. He will no doubt have massive plans to make a comedy comeback and finally get us put on stage at the mothership as well, a place he's previously been banned from performing at. But I'll get into the rumors that Brian Callen is leaving the partner and the kid in just a moment, because today I'm wearing my fresh new business shark tee and hoodie, which you can get exclusively from the Podcast Ranch merch. Anyway, check out the links below or just head straight over to podcastrange.com to get your business shark tee and hoodie, as well as a bunch of other exclusive designs only available from the Podcast Range merch store. I like to do my mutual friend of ours. Dr. Brian, so yeah, I know. Hold on. I said, dude, I can't. We do not have a riot. So, one day up there. Did you either take it outside that context or apply that context? I said, we're not talking about enthusiasm. That's an actual thing. The whole thing he's talking about is just issues, maybe. I don't know. I never said that. He was like, well, you're so yeah, that's hilarious. Going almost together, dude. This is actually fucking crazy. There is so much loaded in there. Basically, there are two options in my opinion. The first one is Brian has been talking shit about Brendan and the podcast, and as usual, our boy Bubba is the 12th man on the deal team that has to find out from somebody else about personal matters like this one. Alternatively, Brian and Brendan's mutual friend was trolling Brendan. I think both options are equally valid. I've honestly heard it both ways. If you ask me, though, I'd say that Brian's been hinting to people that he's going to part ways with Brendan, depending on how things go down in Austin. And there's something that Brendan said there that makes me think that I didn't realize that Brian was the first one to buy a place down there. I think a lot of us were thinking that Brendan was going to be more keen to move than Brian was, and Brian would either need a lot of convincing or would just end up staying back in LA. See, Brian's made a career out of being a Hollywood extra, as well as doing stand-up comedy, and the options are going to be limited when he moves to Texas. However, like I was saying earlier, it makes sense that Brian has a massive opportunity to resurrect his comedy career at Rogan's Comedy Club, given that they've been friends for decades. There's one more thing that I just can't get past. Rogan saying that they'll keep doing the podcast even if it's making $0. is absolutely wild. That right there just proves that somebody else's bankrolling this whole operation. How is it even possible to pay several staff as well as Brian's monthly appearance fee with $0 coming through the door? You guys know my theory. His dad Peter Shaw is keeping the lights on and covering the bills as a tax write-off and to keep his boy busy and out of trouble. But there's no way to know that for sure. I mean, I also speculated that Brendan secretly isn't getting paid for doing ad reads. He's just doing them to keep up appearances and be like his buddies. Just take a look at how he throws one of his sponsors under the bus by admitting his gums are wrecked from sucking on too many nicotine pouches. super nice guy. He knows exactly why he stands where he stands. Like, he's really thought out everything. So he's not a liar. He was a little weird when he was on Fox. He was pushing the agenda, but then when he was on, he was towards the end of Fox, or towards the end of Fox, towards the end of his run, he was like the only guy that was talking about Rothschild. And talking about things that were very controversial and people did not want to talk about. That's when he was on top. There was a lot of things. There was multiple different, I mean, it was there were reluctant to. Part of the story was at this point, it's a weird medium because there's too many commercials. You have to watch it at the time of the advertising. Therefore, it's just too hard. So I actually went and looked this up. In the past, Fox News averaged 2.8 million viewers per night, and CNN averaged half a million viewers per night. Compare that to the writer and the kids, 900,000 views for the past 30 days, and Fox News does more than 3 times the views that Brendan does in a month in just 1 night, and CNN is a true archive. Why Brendan makes shit up like that when it's easily verifiable never ceases to amaze me, but it makes more and more sense why Rogan tells Jamie to disable the live chat with blood competitors. And Brendan's clearly nervous about this move. It seems like he was a bit on the move, and now he's getting cold. That's what parents are saying. How does he change it? I think you're corporate and, you know, he's not. I can't wait to go there. You're tired, I said, I don't have people expect it, but most people no. I don't have work on kids. Like, they production have this shots of seriously, these adding shit to my screens. Sorry. Anyway, apparently Texas has much looser family laws and actually caps monthly child support payments at $2,760 per father. I mean, everything else, right? You Austin Hook, dude. Cowboy hat, kids like Pete. And you went to the Georgia for like research and stuff. Kids do, especially boys, they have this way. Especially like all the highest teams like that. Season,
Which can be interesting. You always say your friends are funny. I don't know, not to make it awkward. Listen, he said that, dude. You try to say you're sure. You have to say yes. The friend was anti-electric vehicle. GT order. Charles Comeback has finally kicked off for 2025 with an appearance on the latest JRE fight companion for UFC 312. He was joined by registered sex offender Brian Callen and former UFC welterweight champion comedy assassin Matt Serra. Seriously, the funniest guy in the room was a 5'6" dude on TRT with violence in his DNA. You know there's something going wrong. And I'm not talking about raping here either. Okay, the funniest thing about Rogan's live streams is how Jamie has turned off the live chat. There's absolutely zero doubt in my mind that it's mostly to do with the fact that everywhere on the internet Rogan goes, he gets trolled in the comments. Even after the stream was finished and Jamie took it down to edit a few bits out before uploading that video, the comment section was going hard. Love how Brendan Shaw can be so wrong so often with confidence. Shaw's self-awareness is almost as good as his MMA career. Always loved listening to Brendan talk like an expert, then be wrong about everything. Brendan's podcast started. 1. Favorite person talk. 2. Riffing person talk. 3. Number 1. It's a good vibe with 3 comedians and Brendan Shaw. Shaw is so bad, and he's moving to Austin to be closer to Daddy Joe. Yep, that's right. Brendan confirmed in this episode that he is in fact moving to Austin. More on that later, because he's seen Rogan and his buddies getting so worked up over the comment section. It's some of the funniest shit you'll ever see. When it comes to interacting with their fans, nobody comes close to being as sensitive as these pre-pro murderers. Remember last year when Brian Simpson just wanted to see what the internet thought about the controversial Sneak decision? Tweeting down at Dan Hooker at UFC 305, got absolutely shut down by Rogan, Hitchcock, and Brendan Shaw. Split decisions. What are you doing with this stuff? Let's leave it. Let's not connect with folks outside. Nothing to do with us. Watching outside YouTube. Yeah, what are you doing? Just keeping up with the zeitgeist. Please don't do that. I want there's 3 other people in the room, and we're also on YouTube now. You just watching. You might be tired out. You want a mirror or something? Don't ever let them know you're doing that either. Test it out. Also, you doing it while you just say, I actually agree with Rogan about staying in the conversation. It is kind of weird to have your laptop out there on JRE on a live stream during a live chat. They just asked James to check what people are saying on Twitter or whatever. Coming from Rogan and Tony, calling their fans mentally ill and crazy is so fucking wild. These guys will sell anything and everything to their fans with a straight face. When it comes to the live chat comment section, all of a sudden their fans are crazy people who should not be heard under any circumstances. And heaven forbid their fans know that they read any of their comments. Like Tony said, you're not going to get famous if you read the comments. It's all about decorating Rogan to fame and fortune rather than knowing the people who got you there. And speaking of decorating Rogan, did you hear Brendan apparently Shaw agreeing with everything Rogan was saying, as if he isn't the most hated man on the internet? I don't know if you guys have heard or not. Brendan's active charting his socials. Rabbi will take it from here, like I was saying, on the latest JRE, my opinion, the funniest guy in the room was Matt Serra. And for the first time since it happened just over a year ago, finally someone brought up Cat Williams talking shit about Rogan, and he's now being funny buddies to his face. Honestly, when Matt loaded this out, I picked up almost instantly. I've been waiting for someone to say this for so long, and Rogan's response was some of the biggest move I've ever seen on an episode of JRE. Which comedians was he? Always said your friends are funny. I don't know. Not to make it awkward. Listen, he said that because he thought for some crazy reason
isolated. That's not even. He doesn't know me that well. The first time I met him was in the studio. I love Cat Williams. I've always been a fan. He's so wild, and I've actually taken advice from him. There's two pieces of advice that I took from an interview that he did once where he says that one, he said, I never eat before a show. He said, don't eat because I want to be hungry. Better off being hungry, my brain works better. And then two, he said, I have a music playlist that I make that just gets me in the mood to do a show. So like, that's a good idea. The Green Room playlist that we have on Spotify, that's all the songs. It's like 3 hours. It's smart. You should do that. That's what happens. It was a smart thing. I was thinking, I was like, why don't I do that? Like, that makes sense. Like, you want to turn it into a little bit more. You get that music going, it feels good. Like we do with the Green Room and the mothership. Get that music going, everybody's having fun. So basically, Rogan's response was, I don't know, I love Cat Williams. Great guy, never met him. Rogan asked him who Cat Williams was talking about when he said he's been pushing the same 6 that have been funny comedians. And Rogan's answer was, I don't eat before shows anymore and I listen to music. He even dragged the sacred Green Room into the mix as well. And fuck me dead, out of the 10,000 hours of Brendan Shaw podcasting I've listened to, I've never heard such crisp silence from your boy. Upper and Brian are all quiet for a minute there. But for someone who insists on promoting the most dogshit comedians in America on his podcast, Rogan hates it when any of them get their flowers when he's in the room. See, Rogan's the John Wick of comedy assassins. He's the clean beat alive, the tallest, funniest comedian alive. So when Matt was passing on a compliment to Brian Callen, Rogan changed the subject real quick.
I want to give you a compliment. Longo, who doesn't give compliments? I don't know if he saw you, but he said, I was fucking dying the whole time, dying. You killed him.
That's satisfactory. Matthew's on very high on this kid. He's very, very high on this kid. Yeah. Rogan and Callen have been friends since the 90s, but man, Rogan likes to shut him down. Imagine if that was Shane Gillis. He'd be giggling and smiling like a high school cheerleader crushing over the quarterback. And I've heard people say this so many times. Trump and Callen must have something over Rogan to keep getting invited back on for the Flight Companions. I mean, Brian even had his own appearance on JRE a couple of weeks ago to promote his comedy mothership appearance and the recording of his latest comedy special. So they must have a compromising video or 300 pages of evidence or something to keep getting the royal treatment from Rogan. And just in case you didn't know, Brendan Shaw is the most frequent guest in JRE history. Brian Callen's also in the top 5 most frequent guests, yet in almost every single Flight Companion, they're the weakest link, and Rogan lets them know it too. Remember Matt Serra? We saw Matt Hughes. Matt Serra dropped him.
And I did. What was that about that? I wanted. Every time I hear him say it, it's true. It was a headbutt. My head hit him. He was still saying that. Look at that. Oh, my hand.
Yeah, it was both. That was certainly both. But it was definitely so at first.
Yeah, but
You could do much 100% cigarette. Look, man, you always take crazy. He did go. He's coming back. He looks really good. Who's coming back? Matt Serra. No, I don't need fight. No. I'm just not coming back from his injury. Matt Hughes getting back from the tree. And so his recovery is no. It's coming. Stalled out or something. I don't know what happened. It's depressing. I don't know what happened. Anyway, son. What are you guys doing? I'm just information on there's a massive opportunity for Rogan to have some awesome guests on his Fight Companions, like ex-fighters or even former MMA referees. Instead, we get two fucking degenerates who can't seem to capitalize on the Rogan bump. It's insane how shit their podcast numbers are, especially Brendan's solo short show, where he speaks into a microphone all alone in a studio, looking into a camera with nobody on the other side. And speaking of, let's get to Brendan being an absolute fucking dumbass. And let me just say up front, I get it. Brendan cops a lot of shit. Some people think it's bullying. For me, I see it as a public service. In fact, even the first judge in his lawsuit who ruled against him in the lower court described videos shitting on Brendan Shaw as being heavily in the public interest that it can be. But the thing that people seem to forget is that your boy tries to attack or go hard on someone, but it always ends up backfiring on him. I mean, on what planet did Buffer think it would be a good idea to call someone out for being a poser? Bro lives in the glassiest of houses.
I was busted up on his right eyebrow. Yeah. To be honest, one of the moments of guys when you had some conversion videos. I hunt. Oh no. I went like this. Yes. What is he on? I went, yes, he was. And then my dad goes, I bawled and I went, I love this whole joint. I love this whole joint. Do you? No, I kind of told you. I think you did. I just forgot it. I would never forget my bow. But I'm a fanatic. Like, I shoot archery every day. Yeah, I should shoot bows and arrows. Yeah, he does. He does video. He has. No. He definitely has highlight blades. He definitely loves pigs. He lives on an island. He has an island in Kauai that's infested with wild pigs. You know, he does hunt them. I've seen videos of him doing it. I've seen it's just his son gives him a bow. He doesn't look at it.
Bergen was real quick to defend his billionaire oligarch. I'll come back to shitting on Brendan in just a moment, but he was right. When Sub 2.0 tried to bring up his bird hunting exploits with Rogan, it ended up falling flat on its face, which honestly, I'm here for. These are the JRE moments I enjoy the most, when the rich and famous elite corporate overlords come onto JRE to reinvent their image, but mess it up completely.
You wind up eating that meat from the animal into a fair. One of the animal died. They were all together. Well, that's where meat comes from. Yeah. Which is another reason why things have become sort of emasculated, because they're just unnecessary. More and more meat. You actually pull the trigger, kill the animal yourself, cut it up, butcher it, cook it. You knew what you were doing. Yeah. Well, my favorite is bone arrow. Like that's, I think, like the most. And that feels like the most kind of sporting version of it. Yeah, if you want to put it that way. Yeah. If you're just trying to get meat, it's not the most effective. The most effective is shooting it away. Yeah, no, I mostly use a rifle just because it's so much more efficient. Your conversion rate is so much higher, but it's but yeah, what kind of bow do you have? Gosh, I didn't get to do it this season, but do you know the company that makes it? Not on the top of my head. I don't think I have to know. Yeah, no, this isn't Sanderson. I get you hooked up. Yeah, I think it's like just a compound bow that I got strung to my drawing. Did you get someone to coach you? Yeah. Who coached you? It's basically a bunch of the guys who help run security at the range. Okay. Porter was planning that moment for months, only to come on and completely flop. Someone definitely got fired over that one. But now that Dana White's on the board of Meta, Joe's got to bend over and let Zod have his way with him, to support the cause. However, we can't let Brendan off the hook here, because later on in the podcast, he would also become a bomb expert when he tried to flex his hatred of electric vehicles on Rogan, completely forgetting that Rogan had just taken delivery of a custom Tesla Model S. And just like Zuck, Brendan had been waiting for this moment for months. Finally, Rogan acknowledged his shitty little YouTube channel that hasn't broken 10k subscribers, called Drive Fast Full of Gas. Well, it actually started out as Toontown, but Brendan allegedly received a cease and desist from Disney, so he changed the name to Drive Fast Full of Gas, which makes more sense when you read it as an acronym. Is that your shirt? Drive Fast Full of Gas? Bro, where's mine? I know it. I like Tesla. I like those. I like the way it looks. What does it say in the back? Anti-electric vehicle club. Your electric vehicles. I'm jealous. I'm not in the car. Yesterday I did my thing, but I was so angry. I have some kind of van to us in Jens. Had so much anger, but now I'm in Austin. It's kind of bleak. Tesla's got a factory here. I know. Get yourself one. Get yourself a Cybertruck and put the fighter in the kid logo. Just run around telling everybody, oh yeah, let's go, baby. There you go. Confirmation from the man himself.
trying to sell a car and the buyer isn't completely sold. Why is cameraman more focused on Joe's legs than the car? The cameraman is definitely getting replaced after all the comments. Terrible cameraman. Next time, give us a clear 360 of the car, please. I felt it was needed in the video, and we never got it. The build and the whole reveal has been a mess. Show off the damn car and all the parts, and hire a proper social media manager for fuck's sake. Joe's legs are made out of carbon fiber. And so after getting roasted for fangirling over Rogan's legs, they ended up posting a comment addressing all the backlash. We appreciate the constructive criticism on wanting more footage of the car in a 360 view. The last thing we want to do is not showcase Joe's epic custom build as fully as possible. We have more footage and will release another edit that shows the car more clearly as a response to the comment requests. We'll also aim to improve 360 capture of our vehicles in future videos. For this particular video, we shot with Joe in one take quite rapidly, so as a result, the content capture with Joe was raw and imperfect, yet still greatly enjoyable to us. We hope to our viewers too. Okay, seriously, who the fuck wrote that? That sounds like something out of a Drive Fast or Gas video. And why is Bubba promoting his car brand when the last time he posted was over 4 months ago? What are we doing here, B? But in all honesty, I'm so ready for Brendan's Austin, Texas arc. If you thought Tony Hinchcliffe's boots were cringe, wait until you see Bubba when he settles into his new digs up the road from Bubba Rubin. He's going to become a gun expert, buy a Cybertruck, and try to pierce it with a bow and arrow. Even Chin will start posting barbecue videos. Oh man, it's going to be a peach's delight. Just don't ask Bubba to point out where Texas is on a map.
The first man to make an argument. Well, also, he's trying to make a name for himself. He's in Australia, our home country, the whole deal. That's where he's from, right? You have to have your hometown boys. You know, a foot on a card off the land. So they respect that. Back, man. So I guess it's from South Africa. It's kind of mutual around the same area. Same area. It's pretty good. You know what I told you? Closer than it gets restricted. Yeah, not much.
Brendan really has absolutely no geographical awareness of the world around him.
I believe you're on opposite sides of the globe. They are like this. Santa lives here. Yes. Polar bears live here. Yeah. Santa doesn't have any polar bears, so he's up here. Remember, polar bears are down there. Yeah.
Why did they show polar bears in the North Pole?
Because polar bears are drinking. So polar bears are in the Arctic. And the Arctic live in the South Pole, and Antarctica is the South Pole. Make sure I'm right about that.
We'll learn something here today.
Where's the North Pole? The North Pole is the Arctic, and the Antarctic, and the South Pole is the Antarctic. The Arctic is southern, it's the North Pole. Okay, so the Arctic and the Antarctic is the South Pole. As I said, so Santa lives in the Arctic.
The amount of
Why is it important to know where Australia is? Why is it important to know where Africa is? It's the same thing. How long was it on? 2 seasons. Yeah, 2 seasons you were doing it. Yeah, it's fun. Season 1 went to Asia forever, and then season 2 went to Europe, Africa, and Africa. Well, just for one location. We were in Morocco. Jesus Christ. People say Africa like it's a country. I do it too. Africa is a country. That's a big continent. Just like Egyptians are technically African, and Moroccans are everybody's claiming Africa. Yeah, but it's like I'm American. I know. I know. But it's not a continent. The whole continent is North America.
You know, I've often said that Brendan needs to get as far away from the camera and microphone as possible. But to be honest, at this point, I think it's the safest place for him. Imagine if he had a real job that people relied upon to live their lives. At least this way we can check in on him and make sure he's still safe and not hurting anyone. You know, it's like those parents that would rather their teenage kids drink at home rather than going out and getting drunk and getting up to no good. They do it at the house where it's safe. But like I've been saying, I am so ready to embark on this journey with Brendan from LA to Boston, even though he probably has no idea how far apart they are or where they're located on a map. Brendan's determination not to quit is only matched by his stupidity and lack of self-awareness. I honestly think he's going to make a comedy comeback this year and try to make his way onto the stage at the mothership. And if he somehow gets a spot on Kid Tony as a guest in the panel, that will literally break the internet. Plenty more to come, so stay tuned. Anyway, remember to check out the link link to my Patreon in the description. I recently dropped a video covering the episode of Kill Tony with Shane Gillis, Mike Norman, and Ari Shafir, so make sure you're signed up so you don't miss out on that one. There's also a video up there covering the Kill Tony New Year's Eve show, which they only just uploaded to YouTube. While you're here though, hit the subscribe button and make sure you give me a thumbs up if you end up liking this video. Thanks for watching. I'll catch you in the next one.
Black guys like anime. And that's all black guys.
I've never met a black guy in my life who likes anime.
You live in a lot of pain, and then which was women, which should be fun on one of the podcasts in 30 years. It's your fault.
Okay.
I'm sorry. God, when has that ever happened? When did that ever happen? It's great. Now I'm going to slap the person call me. Slap him. Slap my wife.
If podcasting is an art form, then Brendan Schaub is the Leonardo da Vinci of the industry. A renaissance man in every facet of his days as a high school athlete, receiving no college athletic scholarship offers, instead paying his way into college where he would go on to be undrafted in the 2006 NFL draft, and then getting released from the Utah Blaze at the Arena Football League without making the roster. Forced into retirement at the age of 24, Schaub then went on to train in boxing and Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, eventually making his way into the UFC 2 years later, where he would flourish in the heavyweight division, losing 4 of his last 6 fights, 3 of which by knockout. However, after close friends and podcasting legend Joe Rogan encouraged him to rethink his career in MMA and consider moving into podcasting and stand-up comedy, Brendan would seize the opportunity to announce his retirement from the sport and take his talents on stage and into the studio. A true modern-age polymath, Brendan would contradict all the haters and soy boys who laughed at him instead of with him, securing his first comedy special on Showtime just 4 years into his career as a stand-up comic. But with an IMDb rating of 1.4 stars out of 10, Brendan found himself at a crossroad. Do I apologize to the comedy world and open a gym back in Colorado where I can lead a quiet life, raising a small family, attending all their baseball games, and pass off all my athletic knowledge and abilities to a new generation? Or do I carry on unscathed, push through all the hate, and prove to the world that I belong on stage behind the microphone, making people laugh? Naturally, Brendan chose the latter option, continuing his comedy career and releasing his second comedy special on YouTube 3 years later, titled Gringo Bobby, a clever play on both because his wife is Mexican and he's white, and he's also a father, so that would make him the white daddy. I think that's right. Hey, fuck you guys, that's funny, alright? Anyway, sorry, where was I? Oh, so Gringo Bobby ended up with an even lower rating of 1.1 out of 10, making it the worst comedy special ever released in history on paper at least. Luckily though, Brendan, who fancies himself as a bit of a business shark, always had a backup plan. You see, Bubba talks for a living, and thanks to his close relationship with superstar comedian and legendary podcaster Joe Rogan, Brendan was an early adopter of the podcasting format with the father and the kid, which was a joint effort between himself and Hollywood extra Brian Callen. Sean would also go on to spread his talents across other podcasting ventures, including a 3-year stint on The King and the Sting with widely loved comedian and podcaster Theo Von, which turned into The Golden Hour, as well as his own solo podcast, The Short Show, which is still in production despite extraordinarily poor performance. Meanwhile, Theo Von's solo podcasting venture has gone on to perform amongst the best podcasts in the world. And so this would become a theme for Brendan Schaub. His extraordinarily poor performance in any facet would see him become frustrated with the world around him, resulting in some of the most embarrassing scandals on the internet, from drug walks gone wrong to 300 pages of missing evidence to hundreds of thousands of dollars wasted on beast lawyers pursuing unwinnable lawsuits. Brendan went from high school athlete to UFC heavyweight to stand-up comedian to a massive fucking all-cow podcaster who can barely string a sentence together. Oh, I think he's a car guy as well. For some of you, this might be news. For others, this story is all too familiar. You see, Brendan fancies himself as a man of many talents, an athlete, a comedian, a thinking man, a beast of a baseball dad. But where Joe Rogan has flourished with his down-to-earth, relatable character, who asks his guests the questions we're all thinking, Brendan doesn't have access to yet. So it's up to him and his co-hosts, and increasingly his producers these days, to provide the hot takes and analysis on topics that all of them know absolutely fuck all about. Brendan calls this the deep dive.
Now, you did that. I know you like these deep dives.
Yeah, I gotta get through them. I've covered many a deep dive on this channel, most recently from Brendan Shaw, the lawyer.
Whether you're guilty or not, whether they find you guilty or not, whatever they're going to find you, whatever he's going to, appeal this, whatever the verdict is, whatever it is, even if they, in the retrial or whatever it is, even the appeal.
And so even after butchering Conor McGregor's recent civil lawsuit loss, where Brendan repeatedly displayed his lack of knowledge on complex legal matters, he recently went to counsel McGregor in his business affairs as well.
It's not this we can't get out of those votes, and again, unless he paid all cash or something, he did all of this, so they're not a big, huge amount of money, but chances are he didn't pay all cash. So his monthly net, just based on what we see online, was a few $1 million a month. All of that was taken care of. From the nut he was getting every oil agency on that time. Most of that was taken care of. He was getting from proper 12, getting $5 million a month. That covers my nut every single month. So you go from your nut of making $10 million a month to zero.
So to clarify for those of you who have no idea what he's talking about there, when you're rich and you can't meet the obligations, you have less money, so you can't afford to continue living the high life. Those are the basic nuts and bolts of it. But it was this past week that we really saw Brendan go off the deep end with his take on the healthcare CEO shooter, who true to form he identified with the CEO and not the shooter. Now, all jokes aside for a moment, because this is actually a fascinating look into this guy's brain, and just to cleanse the palate and set the tone, let's look at two hot takes from people who have managed to successfully read the room with regards to the CEO shooter situation, and then compare it to Brendan's breakdown.
You know what's annoying me about this kid who killed the CEO is none of these news programs are talking about the incredible lack of empathy from the general public about this because of how these insurance companies treat people when they are their most vulnerable after we've all given them our money every month, and now we finally need you, and all you do is deny us. And then these when these things are taking pictures of their CEOs off their websites. I'm going to be honest with you, okay? I love to think that CEOs are afraid right now. You should be. By and large, you're all a bunch of selfish, greedy pieces of shit. And a lot of you are mass murderers. You just don't pull the trigger. That's why it looks clean. That's why these people look, oh my God, he was just, walking into a hotel. It's like, okay, well, what was his job? What did he do? What was the result of it?
Well, Jamie and I were just talking with Nate. I think they have a photo of the guy who worked at insurance CEO.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I think they have a photo of his face now.
Oh, they do, huh? I would think from the time when they picked it up later.
I think, there's cameras everywhere.
Yeah.
If I had to guess, some guy got pulled over. Apparently that company is really bad denying claims. 34% denial rate, almost like 16. Yeah. So, guys,
I don't think anybody's going to,
crying too hard over that guy. Maybe his family, but that's about it. Yeah. It's a dirty business. The business of insurance is gross. It's gross. At a moment where the stakes are high, the tension between rich and poor is on the knife's edge, and the social contract with government is hanging by a thread, Bill Burr managed to capture the thoughts of the masses without inciting violence, without condoning murder, and without spreading hatred. He simply said the quiet bit out loud in the most Bill Burr way possible. Joe Rogan and his guests also understood the underlying tensions at play between the insurance industry and the everyday person. Brendan Shaw, on the other hand, had a much simpler explanation. Nothing to do with politics or sociology, no accounting for cost of living pressures or economic conditions. See, our boy Bubba understands these things on a more human level. He put himself in the shoes of the man himself. We've seen Brendan the lawyer, Brendan the business shark, and Brendan the accountant. Now we have Brendan the criminal psychologist. Hey, real quick, how many chicks you guys fuck?
this kid, smart kid, wicked smart kid, clearly his hair was the problem that he did. But apparently his family, he came straight from his family. He got a back pictures I've ever seen in my life. What's going on? What is that? I don't believe that's a real picture.
Apparently, this kid did that. Remember that thing? So he's agonizing pain all the time. He could be intimate with women. Legit crazy. So he just been for almost a year. His friends and family on his social media reached out like, hey, hope you're okay. His one like best friend was like, hey man, try to plan a wedding. Get ready to do it. What's going on? Get back to us. And Hawaii. People that have this huge football stuff like that. And sometimes that's why they help. It helps. Yeah, sometimes it helps. For him, they couldn't know what happened. God, it was a botch surgery.
That looks like a joke. I can't believe it's real.
Shoulder we can deal with it. You know, PRPs, stem cells, down to Tijuana. That's a pretty stupid. Why would he went down to Tijuana? It's like, I don't know how he injured his back. He tried to surf it afterwards, and then it was just, he was in pain for like weeks after. Apparently, he had a really bad. That's why he was didn't tell his buddies, like, dude, I can't have sex. Like, it hurts too bad. I can't be intimate with him.
I think that he might have just gone crazy. There's a thing. Young people, young men, schizophrenia and stuff like that kicks in when they're in their 20s. You never know. Maybe the drugs he was taking.
I think he's in a lot of pain, and then because of women. This kid pain for years, but then seems like how God. Crazy. You could just be like, everything's dark in this world, and then you can't hook up with chicks. So then, right? Usually it's not like hated women. Clearly women like, yeah, you just can't bust up.
There's something. So that's a good point right there.
That is fucking brilliant. Honestly, when I heard this for the first time, I paused and I thought to myself, what do we do to deserve such a high-grade podcast slot? Our boy Buffer's got it all figured out. Despite the protest of his producer and co-host, it had nothing to do with the manifesto, family guy, or the socioeconomic climate, and sure, this kind of shit builds up over a long period of time with various factors involved. I mean, it's a complex situation with a lot of moving parts. I'm sure you've all heard this by now, but the healthcare company the CEO was in charge of had the worst policy payout ratio in the entire industry. But not for Brendan, nope. Bro just needs a busted nut. Fucking amazing. That has to be one of the most redacted takes I've ever heard come out of his mouth. I mean, that's the kind of explanation you'd expect from a middle schooler joking around with his buddies. I'm a 41-year-old baseball dad of the year. However, as per usual, things got gross. And can I just say, what's with this endless fascination these days with SA in prisons? First we heard Andrew Schultz fantasizing about it over Kendrick Lamar, and now our boy Bubba has done his own prison fantasy slip.
Yeah, crazy IQ as well. So I'm sure he really fun on that side. And then you have a super darkness to do as you heard, and then you can't bust nuts if you're attracted to. But to kill someone, come on, dude. I mean, if I'm like in insane, crazy pain, guess who I'm gonna kill? Myself. Yeah.
Or the doctor that put this.
No. You end the pain.
I can see that happening.
Your pain when you're worse, dude. Also, that scene has nothing to do with your back. You're feeling that guy's family too. Everyone that loves him, like, you can't do that to someone. So that guy's not recommending that doctor. You have nothing to do with the screws.
No, he's just
But also, dude, you go for money. So there's other avenues you could have to figure this back pain out. Back pain's be so bad in prison. You know what the meds are like? Your Pelican Bay, son. They're not memory foam. You know, you're not gonna have softer vehicle activity. You say get back up now. Just be lifting. You know, that goes. And also he's a fucking chill. He's a good guy. That's gonna give him. He's a good pain.
Nobody when they're taking you far behind, nobody's going, you're back okay on this. It's just not that crazy.
You have to lay down. Let's go finish with that. And then get that right. You already have that position. You're living fishing.
It's going to be a bad time.
Actually,
Yeah,
I like fish. She's a good shot. She'll do that. Go ahead. It's great.
Yeah, all you gotta do is wiggle it out, babe. Thank you. Like I was saying, it's interesting to see how none of them understood the connection between the actual CEO that got shot and the company he worked for compared to the entire healthcare industry. I Not to mention the show was apparently just getting started. And as usual, the comment section did not disappoint. Mixed in with all the gay thoughts were some clearly agitated listeners. Hearing Brendan speak about this shooter is hilarious. The horrible take, the continued use of the word compromise, and the mispronunciation of all the words. I love this. Thank you, Brendan. Do they all have CTE? Their take on Luigi is embarrassing. So many minutes wasted because these guys don't even know why Luigi killed the CEO. You know Brendan comes from money because he's been able to go this far in life dressing and having the mindset of a middle schooler. Even if you don't agree, it's easy to understand why he did it. Brendan and Brian missed the point so hard because they're so out of touch in their little bubble. Brian totally misses the point of why Luigi shot the CEO of United Health. Crazy. So you'd think that after trying to milk the CEO shooter story over the last 3 episodes, with special thumbnails and everything, they have actually done some basic research and understood the various motives of the alleged shooter, other than needing to bust a nut. But as usual, they missed the group and came up with the most bullshit take possible. And the funny thing is, Brendan wasn't trying to be funny. He was actually being serious. He really thought he'd figured it all out. But there is one saving grace about Mr. Shaw. He has a tendency to play up the truth. We all know he has a track record of lying through his teeth about almost everything. Remember when he said this earlier this year in an interview?
Outside looking in, I mean, I'm not in your head, from outside looking in, you mentioned at the very beginning of Rothschild'S. You can just like sweep it off and on to the next thing. Let's keep going. Unlike anybody I really ever seen.
Yeah, I'm appreciative. I can't just work out. I have a lot of friends who say, whatever shot on professional athletes work ethic to podcasts or to stand up, and now we can call it watch out. That's not professional athletes work ethic. So I don't know what you see fighters just so talented.
Okay,
First we have Brendan the lawyer, then the business shark, then the accountant, and now the criminal psychologist. But now we also have Brendan the janitor. Maybe not though.
Did you say your first job was a janitor? Like mopping the floor?
I got fired because they weren't doing the Super Bowl. So I quit. And it was one of the problems with I kept getting in trouble because if I can't go to the bathroom, I flipped out. You know, the 5 cents candy back in the day. I used to grab a handful of Twizzlers, go in the bathroom, grab them all, like try to correct things, and just sit there for hours reading the bag and eating the candy. And then finally someone's like, and then it being a trying to pick the cigarette out of the ashtray. I do that at 5 a.m.
What was your first job, Brian?
McDonald's.
No way!
Hang on. I got fired because they wouldn't give me the Super Bowl off, so I quit. Huh? Bro, you can't even go 1 sentence without lying. These are what I like to call the confessions of a degenerate mind. If you give him enough rope, he'll let the truth come out from time to time, and it's almost completely involuntary. We may not know how this all ends for Brendan Shaw, but one thing we can count on is that I'll be here to document it in forensic detail. So make sure you go and check out the link below in the description to my Patreon if you're interested in my longer form uncensored content. While you're here though, hit the subscribe button and make sure you give me a thumbs up if you ended up liking this video. Thanks for watching. I'll catch you in the next one.
To you, there's a question of opinion. They love to be able to tell you what their opinion about you is, right? And it can be flat out hurtful at times. And you have to have it because it's the I'm a very close friend, my best friend, who's also confused. Whether you're guilty or not, whether they find you guilty or not, everything's going to find you, whatever easy to, appeal this, whatever the end of the verdict is, whatever it is, even if
0 marks for execution. And while he threw in the towel in his stand-up comedy career at the beginning of this year, the unintentional comedy he offers every week on his podcast keeps us coming back for more. The top 250 low-cal business is booming this year. So when I saw the thumbnail and title for the latest episode of The Short Show, I laughed so hard that a little bit of pee came out. Conor McGregor trial for dummies, and the thumbnail has the learning made easy trademark for dummies. But the funniest part is they're not leaning into it, they're actually being serious. Brendan and his producer Jim really thought they could give us a legal breakdown of the McGregor trial and help to educate all of us casuals on how the Irish legal system works and shed some light on the little nuances that the lawyers, jury, and judge got wrong. Because being thousands of miles away in a podcast studio gives you the best vantage point when it comes to analysing all the facts and evidence. For dummies, by dummies. Nailed it. And honestly, who better than Brendan, the business shark shore, to break out a complicated legal case for us? This is the guy who didn't know he was suing a YouTuber for copyright infringement until over 18 months into the case. He actually thought it was a defamation case. So his lawyers had to get him to sign a declaration that he understood the difference between copyright and defamation, and then submit it to the court. But not only that, he lost the case to a degenerate live streamer who was representing himself, or as Brendan likes to call it, pro bono. Now you can start to see why I got so excited to hear Buffer's breakdown of this lawsuit.
I would say it's not a thing, but the Conor McGregor being accused of assaulting a woman, it's not big news here unless you're kind of a hardcore, you know what's going on. But as far as like on mainstream media, it's not a thing here. And I've been getting so many DMs and emails like, dude, what do you think of this Conor stuff? And it's everyone freaking out in America. I'm like, dude, when I say it's not a thing here, the public didn't get freaking privy to it until he actually got convicted of assault. And it was like a ticker on the bottom of ESPN. That's it. I'd say 98% of America didn't even know this was going on. Which is insane because over in Ireland or in Europe, this is like mainstream paparazzi. People follow it day by day. It's a big deal over there. I knew that was going on, but for the rest of especially casuals, had no clue. Like my dad, once he saw the ticker at the bottom, was like, "Come there, found guilty of aggravated assault," whatever they're saying it is now. He's like, "What? Are you kidding me?" And I was like, you didn't know? He's like, "No, what's going on?" I'm like, "Oh, do you have time to chat? It's going to be a deep dive." So also important to remember this civil case is not a criminal. Yes.
And what an absolutely brilliant way to start this breakdown by saying Conor McGregor was found guilty of assault, only to be corrected by his producer, Jim, who's also a non-redact, yet still understands the difference between a civil and criminal trial. Throughout the whole 40-minute breakdown, Brendan would refer to the civil court's finding that McGregor is liable for SA as being guilty, which made me tingle every single time. But the sheer arrogance on display from our boy Buffer cannot be ignored. Of course, he had to start off by explaining to us listeners how he's in a unique position with his ear to the ground on such matters. He's been following this closely because of his ties to the UFC and his dedication to covering all things MMA in a timely and considered manner. However, there's one unique factor that apparently qualifies him as an expert on this particular legal matter, and it's his relationship with Brian Callen. Never has there been a media personality that threw more people under the bus every week for absolutely no reason at all. You'll see what I mean in a moment. So not only is he part of the 2% of Americans that actually knew about this case, he ain't just some casual who regurgitates what he hears from so-called experts and podcasters. I mean, surely Brendan did his own due diligence, right?
So I've done, trying to do my due diligence, listening to these experts that have chimed in on it. I listen to other podcasts. We talk about this stuff. It's tough, especially coming from my experience. Oh boy, it's tough because when I hear this stuff, obviously I'm gonna have a different perspective. I'm a very close friend, my best friend, who was falsely confused. He was accused of, and it was my friend Mike, I was one of the guys that suffered from this. And I
fighter, and he won't speak on it too much, but it really messed him up financially as to tour every weekend just to make ends meet. And that's not how this is supposed to go. The way comedy should work is a guy at his level should be able to maybe do one show a month, or pick and choose when he's on the road because he's put in the work for 30 years in the clubs, in the theaters, in podcasting. He's put in all the work. At his age, he should be on the road all the time. He should be enjoying the fruits of his labor and raising his children and doing what he wants to do and doing spots around town. And all that was taken away with a simple tool. No evidence, zero evidence, no trial, nothing. Just boom. She said, he said, I know the details. It's not my job to speak on it, nor do I have that authority. That's Brian's thing. I know the exact details. It's awful what happened. Awful. Ruined his life. Brian does his best, and he does a show. So if you want to support Brian, I take him a show. I take him a show. Watch his podcast. I'd love to get a different perspective on this stuff. Where when I hear this stuff, I go, I need to hear more of it. I think most people go, oh my God, Connor's a piece of shit. I knew this guy. This is terrible. Because of my experience, I don't believe it's on the consumer to figure out and form your own opinion. Don't listen to certain journalists or MMA experts or personalities who despise Conor McGregor. They're going to be biased and they can paint a picture that's what can convince you otherwise. We can get into it. I just want you guys to know what I'm coming from. I'm going to have a very different perspective because one of my closest friends, my brother has gone through, not to this degree, but it took everything from him.
Just when everyone had started to forget about the allegations against Brian Callen, Bubba starts running his injected lips and reminds everyone about the multiple assault and harassment accusations against Brian over a space of nearly 20 years. And Brendan's done this so many times, he uses the people around him and blurts out details about their personal lives just so he has something to say. Most of the time, he doesn't actually have a point though. For example, he just tries to convince us that he's in an unbiased position relative to other commentators and McGregor haters because he's close to someone who was accused of similar acts but was unable to clear his name despite trying to sue one of their husbands and failing. Honestly, it drives me nuts how often Brendan brings up Brian's allegations.
It drives me nuts. To be honest, leave it to go ahead and edit this out. I'm speaking from my heart. I really do like this. I'm going to go ahead. It drives me nuts. Nuts. That Brian's at where he's at. I will challenge anyone, any comic, to go on stage after talent and you tell me Brian's not better than 99% of those comics. It drives me nuts that he's not up there with those guys. You want to outcast him or some bullshit? That's what I don't do. That's what I'm saying. So what makes me proud, and I'm now trying to get mad what makes me proud, is he's not going to last shot at that. Brian's cool. Brian goes to work. Brian's doing the road. Brian's trying to sell tickets. I'll tell you right now, I don't forget. That's what's not cool with me. That's what you don't see in this.
Yeah.
So if Brian's struggling financially, why doesn't Bubba just pay him more instead of rage crying over the allegations? If Brian Callen is struggling to make ends meet and has to actually work for a living like the rest of us instead of living off daddy's money like Bubba, what's wrong with that? Brian's in his late 50s. In fact, he's only a year older than Brad. Plenty of people work into their late 50s, dude. Is it possible that Brian's just not that funny and can't sell that big enough package to tour once a month? And wasn't Brendan the one who cancelled Brian by taking him off the podcast because of advertiser backlash when all the accusations came out? Which the rage crying then be? What are we doing here? Anyway, let's get back to Brendan's lawsuit analysis.
This is so complicated. I've been following pretty closely. It's pretty complicated. Meaning, I can paint a narrative 20 guys that will make you believe that Connor's going to be innocent. I can do that pretty easily. I can also paint a picture where the accuser is completely correct. Yeah, okay, yeah, I can. Yeah, pretty easily. Pretty easily too. That's the problem with this. That's the problem. You start with Connor, so when I tell you all this stuff, what I want you to do is in the back of your mind think if this was a Conor McGregor, would this have any sort of health issue? If it wasn't the most famous mixed martial artist of all time, if he was in the biggest name in UFC history, is this even eating anything? So I do the thing, so he goes out, it's not out of town, right? He gets texts and pictures from these, those accused of these acts. I'm talking pretty simple pictures, pretty things, stuff like that. She does have a boyfriend and she does have a child. So there's that, right? This is what you should Jesus Christ Connor is a party animal. This isn't like one night. This is a 2 to 3 day bender on cocaine and alcohol. 3 days is insane. I've never done coke, so I guess you just go all night. I don't know how it works, but just partying and doing their thing, and her claim is then Connor supposedly held her down and had his way. During all this, she's texting her boyfriend, lying to her boyfriend, her whereabouts. She's with, she mentioned Connor, anything like that. There's CCTV, so in the hotel, that shows her after the time when she said she was assaulted, that she is hugging Connor, kissing Connor, taking drinks, convincing other people leaving the party to stay and party more. Apparently, she saw some therapist that said, no, it's just a delayed reaction, and it's PTSD. That's tough for me. She went to the hospital. I think she went to the clinic, and the bruises on her arms, legs, and body. I've never seen anything this bad. That's not good. That's not good. I think that's ultimately what convinced the jury that Connor's kind of at least liable for some damages. And now remember, he was found guilty. He was found guilty, I think, of something.
Okay, so Brendan brings up some valid points there around credibility. However, these days in courtrooms around the world, especially in cases of this nature, there's no generally accepted standard of behaviour for an alleged victim. A lot of the things that Brendan pointed out are irrelevant when judges and juries are determining whether or not consent was given. However, this is the most important detail that they missed, and honestly, this is why guys like Brendan and Chiz should really be talking about this shit and giving their opinions. Connor was not found guilty of anything. It was a civil case. Connor is an innocent man in the eyes of the law. He was found liable for SA, resulting in an award of damages to the plaintiff of around $250,000. So, for someone who claims to have been all over this case and following it from the beginning, listening to expert analysis and various breakdowns on different podcasts, he still can't understand the simplest legal terminology. It kind of makes sense, though, why he spent hundreds of thousands of dollars in legal fees himself with absolutely nothing to show except for a judgment against him. I thought he was a numbers guy.
Here's where it's tough to defend Connor. For her, this is not a money play. Now, this is over a 6-year period. She's been harassed. She had different houses. Apparently, some people moved in her house to her boyfriend, right? So all that stuff. Now, apparently, Connor's team offered her a settlement. She refused that. She wants justice. That's through. So apparently, talked to her, hey, we don't need a law trial here. So settlement, she refused it. So that's over a 6-year period. She only got, I think, basically $275 grand in American dollars, which might cover for as we see it's a money play. There's not much money here, and it changes her life forever. Does who would sign up from all this trauma, all this stuff, nonstop? And it's not like she got $50 million, $10 million, $1 million.
He was asking for 1.7, $1 million in loss of earnings.
right in the role. I honestly think she's like good. Seriously though. Okay, so everything they all just said there is almost entirely wrong. First of all, the damages order that got handed down by the court does not include legal costs. So Brendan's theory that a lot of the money will just cover her legal fees is complete bullshit. There will be a separate cost hearing to determine how the legal bills are split up. But generally in these cases, the defendant who lost would have to pay all of the plaintiff's legal fees. However, there is a possibility that she will have to pay Connor's legal fees, although she won, and it's all to do with the fact that Connor offered a settlement that she rejected. Basically, when you're in a civil dispute and the defendant offers you, the plaintiff, a settlement and you reject it, but then you go on to win the case at trial and the damages you're awarded are less than the previous settlement offer, the court would order you to pay all the defendant's legal fees from the time you rejected that settlement. This is called the court-based mechanism, and it exists to encourage parties to settle out of court and take pressure off the court system. And it makes sense, right? If you reject a decent settlement offer and then the court awards you less damages than that settlement, well, then you've just wasted everyone's time and money. That's why the woman in this case could actually end up going broke, even though she won. And I actually think this is a possibility because if you're in McGregor's position, right, and you've got this woman coming after you, she was asking for $1.7 million initially. Connor said in court that he's earned over $650 million in career earnings. So I can see how his settlement offer could have been well over the $250K she was awarded by the court. In that case, she would then be liable for all of Connor's legal fees after the date she rejected the offer, even though she won. I guess that reinforces Brendan's point, though, that she wasn't in it for the money and that she just wanted to clear her name and get some justice. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, I was saying, usually yeah, DJs loves to fly. Like getting possibilities done back to UFC to large. Especially that I really
Fuck, we did. Even when Brendan corrects himself, he's still wrong. Connor beat Donald Cerrone in 2022. Oh, this is such a casual. Seriously. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed my breakdown of Brendan Schaub's breakdown of the Conor McGregor lawsuit. Make sure you go and check out the link in the description to my Patreon if you're interested in my long-form uncensored content. While you're here, though, hit the subscribe button and make sure you give me a thumbs up if you ended up liking this video. Thanks for watching. I'll catch you in the next one.
Okay, it's Monday morning. It is 8:52 a.m. here Pacific time on this chilly SoCal morning. How's everybody doing? Right. You're a kid, hey, do you want? I'm not hard to find, but it's gonna be one-on-one. Don't do that Discord and stuff like jump times. If you do this, the truth, it better be more than live.
Brendan Schaub back at it again, making headlines for all the wrong reasons. What started out as a seemingly genuine effort to bring attention to a progressive degenerative disease that he suffers from himself, commonly known as CTE, or as Brendan likes to call it, SAT, or just CTE. It ended up turning into a back and forth between him and Nate Diaz on Twitter. But now he appears to be a step further and delivered a staggeringly redacted hit piece on The Schaub Show, rivaling all of our favorite Schaubisms. And I don't usually say this often, but working on these posts for you guys from Brendan's epic meltdown today was some of the most enjoyable work I've ever done on this channel. Don't get me wrong, I absolutely love slugging it through all the podcast cringe stuff for you guys day in, day out. Every now and then, I kind of feel like, you know what, this one's for me. This is the cream on top. It was honestly like a Shakespearean delivery. You had all our favorite Schaubisms throughout. You almost started rage crying at several points, and you mispronounced all of our favorite words with the skill and precision of a surgeon performing brain surgery after 20 years. But this isn't the first time our boys had a public meltdown all alone by himself in his studio.
Shit, I'm gonna tell you about that. Steve, the guy went really bad.
It's just facts. It's just facts. Now, here's the thing. In my opinion, Brendan's actually right about almost everything he says in this video. 99.99% of the human population has a problem. But the way he gets so easily triggered by guys who have made a good living out of trolling people is absolutely fucking hilarious. See, the boys had it tough. Over the past decade, Buck has been catching devils like a fat kid on prom night. Almost everything he's tried, he's failed at. But not like normal fails. I'm talking really public, embarrassing fails. Like Joe Rogan telling him he should quit fighting because he's not built for it anymore, live on a public broadcast, to then become one of the most widely ridiculed comedians in the world, and then getting dropped and ghosted by Theo Von. He went on to build one of the most wildly successful podcasts in the world, while Brendan was left to share the crumbs with a bunch of cancelled losers who get paid to laugh and be his friend. You guys know I would go on and on listing all of Bubba's seemingly endless failures, but that's not why we're gathered here today. I actually have a serious point to make once we're done laughing at Brendan's on-air meltdown this morning, so stick around to the end where I'll explain exactly what's going on here.
We'll jump right into something that was particularly interesting to me. That's one of the responses to ideas. So it was around the same time. I've never had issue.
So, 4 minutes into the latest troll show, Brendan declared that he wasn't going to spend too long on this. It didn't really bother him anyway, you know. And he was only going to talk about it because his fans probably expected him to, as well as any new fans, of course. Because we know Bubba's got such a big reach these days that he's always fielding new fans. But after making this declaration, he went into a 20-minute uninterrupted rant trying to convince us how tough he is and how he could easily snap Nate Diaz in half. Oh, and he doesn't care. None of this bothers him. Remember that. It's important. Luckily, though, he actually provided some context to this beef with Nate, which goes way back to 2017 when Conor McGregor fought Floyd Mayweather Jr., and I managed to find a clip of the interaction he's talking about here to give you full context.
I was paid by Showtime back then. I was paid by Showtime to sell the public that Conor has a chance, and that he will win, he has a chance. That was my job. That's what I was paid for as a Conor expert. So, love the guy, right? So that was my deal. And I was leaving out of my job, and I was walking, and the entire arena, boxing, there's no familiar faces. So it's awesome for me because my Showtime boys are I say Nate, and I'm like, oh, thank God I know the UFC guy. I'm like, yes. I go see what's up. And just like that, that's what these days, when insecurities, I don't know what's going on there.
None of this bothers you, boy. That's why he decided to dedicate half his show to a single tweet from Nate Diaz. But as you can see from that interaction 7 years ago, Brendan was the one who walked away saying he didn't have a problem with Nate, which, to be honest, was probably the mature thing to do and de-escalate the whole situation. Nate Diaz was probably just trying to be friendly or something. That's what goes through that guy's head. Anyway, so last week on the show, Brendan got all emotional when talking about his buddy's experience with CTE and how much it's affecting his life. This is where the whole Nate Diaz beef started up again.
So much uncontrolled potential. I learned so much. I'm alright. How did that get? More confidence. I just think that everybody could stop and turn their counts me. I learned so much.
that's an issue.
And I
There's
told
not
her,
enough money.
but I could have done so much more. I could have been so much more. And that is the greatest existential pain that a person can face when they are at the end of the journey of life. I could have done more. I could have been more. I could have learned more. I could have Those already said, how before the many people don't contact me, I was actually looking out for the market. But I learned so much from my failure. The truth is, I didn't take ordinary like a dog takes when it's lapping water from the sea. Like the dog goes over to the river, starts drinking water, he doesn't finish the water. So
Brendan's heartfelt, emotional, filled dedication to his old sparring partner struck a chord with Nate Diaz, beginning to share his thoughts on your voice performance. He said, Brendan, the big old show. Now, Brendan didn't like this, so he went back with this. Oh, buddy, I probably got 20 pounds on you, so not too far off. I'll snap your neck, set up a grappling match, and let me know how it goes for you. How about if you head, let's read this through and get back to it. Okay, just quickly, why does Nate have to let him know how it goes for you? Like, wouldn't Bubba be there too? Isn't he meant to be the opponent? I just feel like Brendan already knows the result, given he'd be the other guy in there. Anyway, sorry, I digress.
Driving my son to baseball practice, and I told him, but I got it done so much. For what? Can't see the thing, and I can't do the tea shop with a girl in a motion. Okay, this device. I was trying to show you something else. I'm response to the emotional.
Fuck me, Dad. Can somebody please explain to me, honestly, why does every Brendan Shaw story start with him either driving to or from baseball practice or being at a baseball practice, or just being somewhere in the vicinity of a baseball game? I don't get it, but finally we're in the thick of it now. Brendan turns to go into full blood and totally knocked down over something that he clearly doesn't care about. But while you're watching, I want you to picture this. Just imagine that jungle is recorded to the realize until they get to the end of this thread. Imagine, see, that's the type of shit I think about. Best friends people think. Like, one more thing, if you put headphones on and listen real close, you can actually hear Chin breaking up as Brendan starts to heat up.
No one ever asked me anything except what you could have asked. Why would this what's the story of your people?
Social media thing, like you tag your friend, living on the shop, kind of much.
Anything about operation is that. So the other thing with this was one time that the Akiva and I were walking
Here's how I feel about it.
utterly, and then Akiva said,
This is just internet gossip, right? This gets to be trending. He doesn't have a lot going on. Okay, so possible life. I don't know what he's going to do next. Connor, you might wing on that. Connor's tied out. Ideal, so just right on that. Papa's lost to take forward, right? That's a big deal. So I guess he needs to do this to stay current. I typed 15 years ago. That being said, that social media, this isn't real. Because here's what's real. I will fuck you up. That's real. I'm not asking for this. I don't want to fuck you up. I'm not trying to fuck you up. The other day, if you look right now, I said, Chin, please do that thing. One of us is going to walk out unscathed. And it's me. Every day of the week, 365 days a year, I will snap his phone. I know. It's like 209. I know 209. I can call that. Very cool. None of that is real. It's Donald Cerrone. Did you see Leon Edwards? Dude, he's had some great fights, tough dude. I don't give a I'm 245 pounds, trained black belt, top 10 UFC heavyweight when I won.
So this is like this 45
Not out of shape. I'm a fucking beast when it comes down to I know. I do jokes, I do crazy. I made some mistakes. I'm not going to no Garrows in the transfer. I get all that time. I get silly, dude. I get all that. At the end of the day, the way this works, I'm not a civilian like this. Goons around him. I'm not this fake gangster. I don't go looking for fights. I know I'm tough. I don't have to get on Twitter and blast it out every day because I'm insecure. What's going on with this childhood trauma? I don't have to do that.
there's many guys that get friends that I grew up with. Ask them how it went. Ask them. Very confident. Ask them how it went. That's real. This isn't real. Oh man, that was fucking poetry. A-grade podcast cringe slop, straight from the deep fries. Let's just quickly recap the highlights because that was jam-packed. One of the plays on skate. Is that some sort of jiu-jitsu move that Rogan taught him in the mothership ring? Hang on, don't worry about that, scratch that. What about Rogan's incredible ability to have a full conversation with himself? He's so good at it that he can do something theoretically be saying, according to your boy, this is what Nate Diaz would be saying if he was there. Rogan tells jokes, he's made some mistakes, but he's also into drugs. He has a podcast about really kid, and he's a silly dude. Bro, what? No, wait. This takes the cake. There's many of guys that he fucks with. Oh man, that's unbelievable. Seriously, what did we do to deserve this? Christmas came early this year, boys. It came early. Except we're not done yet, because as usual, it got worse. Between you and I, did you start crying because you're pulled out of the CT? The difference between you and I is if you're a brother, you're the brother, if you actually being brother came out and started getting emotional, or if you started coming out and getting emotional about your brother's issues with CT and fighting and all this to be able to get to these issues, I would support you, even though you did it during the entire time. Few moments later, elephant in the room is guys do have some issues. I'm not saying I feel like I don't. I don't know if you do. I'm not going to get it on here and funny about that. I don't know if your brother actually had it either. He has some issues. I don't know if it's that. I don't know either. What I do know is you're not going to do that. That I can guarantee you. So after Bubba cooled down a bit, he tried to backpedal Nick Diaz having CTE. Amazing. How did he do it? We'll never know. He ramped up again. Seriously, this is the last clip I'm going to play for you guys before I explain what's really going on here, in my opinion. On for almost 20 minutes uninterrupted. Like, dude, that's fucking wild. That is not normal, mate. Imagine if some random dude clicked on this video and started watching, and this is what you saw. It's all fake, bud. You're not fooling anybody. I've seen how the sausage is made. You're not tough to me. I know tough guys. Tough guys don't get on the internet and tweet at another grown man and beat the shit out of them when they're crying and getting emotional because their friend of 20 years is having a major issue, suicidal thoughts. That's the difference between you and I. I'm not some moron who buys into your tough guy narrative, but I don't give a fuck. You're from Sacramento. That's your biggest thing. That's it. That's the narrative. I know tough guys from Sacramento. What are you gonna do, man? What are you gonna do? Fall in and punch me, motherfucker? That's what you're gonna do. What are you gonna do? Out me? In what consent? What world are you living in? This is the real world. You can show up to all your boys, do all that stuff. What a real man will do is go up one-on-one. I don't have a posse. I don't need one, bud. I'll drop my chin off and grab this, roll over, twist your fucking neck off, and then pick you up just in time on stage. That's how you go. If you wanted to make me laugh, Papa, you got me. Someone explained to me what suicidal thoughts are. Is it like a depressed Instagram model? And if you see his neck in those clips, jeez, man, talk about breaking up. Anyway, let's just calm down for a minute, because this is where I wanted to get to. Here's the thing. At the beginning, when I was listening to Brendan's failures, how he can't stop catching bells, the bottom line is that I don't think he's in a good place. He's super emotional. He's having hot flushes. I mean, he was almost rage crying over a tweet from Nate Diaz. That is so fucking wild. Now, imagine being a 41-year-old dude with 3 kids sitting down and yelling into a camera for 20 minutes over a tweet. Seriously, 6 words and an emoji. The shit he's gone through over the years has taken its toll on him. That's why I don't think any of this had to do with CTE awareness or putting Nate Diaz in his place. Brendan's just a rat. He needs to stop and get help and get as far away from the camera as possible. The worst part is, though, people were egging him on in the comment section. This is the we like this side of short, but it's about time Brendan started sticking up
himself. I like this version of Shaw. Fucking right. Well said, Brendan. That's when Brendan finally stood up for himself. I wish he responded to everyone like this. It's about time Brendan starts to push back. Now, most of those are probably paid bots. It's strange to have that many likes but not many replies. And don't get me wrong, I said this at the beginning. Brendan's probably right. He would probably fall late in half if it came down to an EA one-on-one situation. I mean, Butler's a big dude. But I think these meltdowns that he keeps having could get a lot worse if he doesn't get off the internet. He is way too sensitive for this shit. And I hate to be the one to say this, but he seems dangerously unstable. He's got all the embarrassment from the lawsuit, being caught lying on his podcast and forced by his lawyers to sign a document admitting that he lied and that he knows everything that's going on. Every month it's something new with this guy, and when the money finally starts coming in, yeah, I don't want to think about the headspace he'll be in. So I'm happy to have a laugh at his long-hand meltdowns with you guys, but beneath the surface, there's definitely some shit that needs to be addressed there. And the first step, in my opinion, is for him to just get off the internet and start rebuilding his life. Anyway, thanks for you guys. Check out the link in the description to my Patreon if you're interested in my longer-form uncensored content. There's plenty of other stuff on there covering Rogan, Tony, various lawsuits, as well as other bits and pieces, and it's just a great way to support the channel. While you're here, though, hit the subscribe button and make sure you give me a thumbs up if you ended up liking this video. Thanks for watching. I'll catch you in the next one. That's right. I don't know, man. Like, I forgot. CD. But also, I'm sure it's a question also. The guy's no longer with me. There's this guy comes to me and says, hey man, there's this guy and YouTube. I swear to God, I've never seen you. I don't see him. Thank God I'm able to realize this. Even if you're like dragging it out, it's pro bono. I don't pay anymore. So whatever issue they have with it, I can't tell you what's going on with it. I can't tell you when it's going to end. I know nothing about. I don't associate with them anymore. I can't tell you. I could not even. Just when we thought the degeneracy of Brendan Shaw had maxed out its quota for 2024, he managed to completely flip the script and remind us just how self-destructive he really is. And I'm not talking about the way he talks like a toddler or dresses like a 19-year-old fuckboy, but even his addiction to lip fillers, nicotine pouches, and peptides. Shit just got real for Brendan, and the funniest part is he did it all to himself. Never has there been a public figure who was such a clear and present danger to themselves. Brendan's been caught lying to his audience across several podcasts, which ended up being presented to court in his ongoing lawsuit with a school YouTuber, which he started, forcing his lawyers to submit a document to the court admitting that he had in fact lied to his audience. But it gets worse. So Brendan already lost this lawsuit earlier this year, so if he had just taken the L like a big boy and moved on, none of this would have come up, except our boy Bubba has an exceptional ability to misread the room and completely fuck himself for no reason. Like, there is absolutely no reason at all for him to be in this position. It's just wild. Let me explain. So as most of you know, back in 2022, Bubba the Business Shark launched a copyright lawsuit against the small YouTuber called Kyle, who goes by the name Unique. Now here's the thing. Everything you're about to see here is a complete lie. All of the clips I'm going to play for you right now have been quoted in a legal filing by Kyle in a motion to dismiss Brendan's appeal on the basis that he is not in control of the Boy Productions. This is from Kyle's filing, and it's fucking hilarious. Business records filed with the California Secretary of State show that podcaster and former comedian Brendan P. Shaw is the principal officer of Big Boy Productions. In fact, Shaw is the only officer of Big Boy named as the Chief Executive Officer, Secretary, and Chief Financial Officer in its most recent filing. For all intents and purposes, Brendan Shaw is Big Boy and is solely responsible for all business decisions of the entity. Shaw sells Big Boy merchandise and bills himself as the Big Boy himself in promotional materials. So get this, for the rest of this filing, Brendan is referred to as Big Boy instead of his actual name. But it sounds like because lawyers are speaking himself. Anyway, I cannot express to you guys how reactive Brendan is for getting into this mess, but let me try. That's the thing with like definition of character and stuff like that. That's even like the narrative on what we're trying to talk about.
background of this guy who's big in space, who's smart. I don't criticize my fight dates, but I stay out of my podcast. That's what I'm going to do. Right? So I think we start sliding stealing content, creating this false narrative. I should do my live blogs, using content like clickbait, stuff like that. Years, that's how we do it. I have to do something. Any type of defamation, I have to do something. Sometimes I've had my TV channel, no one pursued this to just stop. This bigger YouTuber suing this other YouTuber for no reason to silence him. I thought you would get down with you. I don't believe that. Okay, so why don't we look at the real facts and details? In Carl's motion to dismiss, it says it appears that throughout the pendency of the litigation, Robert Allen had not given Figboy updates or explanations as to what is happening with the case. Figboy's CEO, Sean Public, has spoken multiple times about the lawsuit in the last 2 years, but seemed to have no idea that it was actually a copyright infringement case. In fact, he continually called it a defamation of character case, supporting his assertion that he is not being properly informed by his counsel. And then he references the clip that I just played for you. Back in 2022, by his own admission, Brenton thought that he was pursuing a defamation case. It seems like everyone else was glued into the fact that it was actually a copyright case, except for the guy who was signing off on all the filings and supposedly paying the bills. Talk about facts and details, huh? Except it gets worse. Let's move into 2023, over 18 months into the lawsuit. Yet our boy Creature Harvey still didn't understand what the whole case was about. You seem to be good at like just focusing on what you control, not letting the negativity get to you. I mean, I have to. Otherwise, you know, I'm trying to it's like the Dodge trucks. I'd say like Lamborghini. It's a little truck, a little blue collar guys. Yeah, I don't know. Stop. But have you done anything to try to like suppress this or like get on top of it? Like it's just there's nothing to do. I mean, can you sue people? Have you tried doing any of that? No, I mean, we have a lawsuit with a guy who does videos. Again, if you're gonna critique, stand up, fight pigs, now, some of you probably remember that clip from the video I made last year, pointing out how Brendan had no idea what the lawsuit was about and how he potentially just screwed himself by talking about it publicly. And now, finally, it made its way into a court filing. Take a look for yourselves. Almost 19 months later, a YouTube page called Hollywood Comedy Network posted an interview with Shaw on December 12, 2023. The interviewer asks Shaw how he handles negativity online, which led to this exchange. We just saw that in the clip I played. He goes on to say, Robert Allen declined to explain why his supposed client was so uninformed about the litigation when the question was raised in lower court filings. These statements bolstered Figboy's allegation that it was defrauded. It has not been apprised of the progress of the lawsuit and has no interest in moving forward. Figboy has clearly not given informed consent for its counsel to move forward with this copyright infringement appeal. In fact, the appeal filings indicate that something odd is going on with this case. Figboy Productions is a Colorado corporation based in California with a principal office address in Calabasas, California. Yet this appeal was filed under a mailing address in Florida that has no official affiliation to Figboy Productions or its legal counsel and appears to simply be a single-family house in a residential development. All landlord evidence suggests that Figboy has no knowledge of this appeal, no interest in pursuing it, and the action is being controlled by somebody outside the organization without the consent of the company's CEO, secretary, and CFO. Well, fuck me, dude. How many videos did I have to make about this for Kyle and his ghost lawyers who finally figured this out? But it gets worse. We're now in 2024. Brendan
defendants lost the lawsuit on the basis that Kyle used clips in his videos under the provisions of fair use, except instead of walking away and licking his wounds, Brendan supposedly doubled down and filed an appeal. Or did he?
That was a time period, like the same thing I'm sure you brought up. Like, even with this lawsuit thing, right, with this YouTuber, that's all around the same time. I have a whole team, right? You have businessman, I have this entertainment, I have lawyer, you have this. I have a whole bunch of people working around that. I've never been the guy to people like, you can control this. That's not my thing. That's why I'm not where I'm at. But somewhere along the line, I lost my way. I started delegating certain things to people. And you notice, like 2 years ago, 3 years ago, 4 years ago, my social media was awful. It's not me. Those days are gone.
So this was part of the Fighter and the Kids 1000th episode celebration, where they couldn't get anyone to actually come into the studio to hang out with them, so they phoned it in instead. Quite a detail. Anyway, for some reason, Brendan and Brian thought it would be a good opportunity to clear up a few things about the last couple of years. We just heard Butler explaining how at the time of the lawsuit, there was also all of that bullshit with the wrongful accusation against Bobby Lee and Kalila over the Fighter and the Kids subreddit. And so Brendan simply put it all down to delegating his authority to people who didn't have his best interest at heart. By the way, all of this is quoted in Kyle's legal filing.
I'm sure it's a question also. The guy who's no longer with me, there's this guy comes in and goes, hey man, there's this guy on YouTube. I swear to God, I've never seen him. I don't see him. So this guy who works for night doing stuff. This manager, he goes, hey man, I got a call from the store. I've known him a long time. And there's this guy on YouTube. He's making thousands of videos, bad mouth here, using your content. I said, I don't care. I don't care. There's a million of them. What are you going to do? He goes, that's bad, man. He said, you got your kid. And I was like, okay, next week comes back to me, dude. I'm telling you, I really think you should do something. They know how to pull up my question. He goes, he has a rap sheet where, he beat his son. It's on video on there. I'm like, whoa. All right, do what you got to do. It's right. And I was told, it's easy to take 3 months. It's still going on. That was really 3 years ago. It's still going on. But here's what they don't realize is somebody told me 3 months, and I don't know if they're going to skip money or whatever. Me 10 years ago, I would never, you're never going to be doing that. It's your shit. That's Canada. There's nothing you can do. That's great. And at the time, like, the initial cost, good amount of money, but again, at the time, whatever, everybody was falling. So at the time, like, do what you got to do. So according to Brendan's lawyers, everything he just said in that clip was a lie, and he was forced to sign an affidavit confirming that it was a lie, which I'll show you in a moment. But here's what Kyle's filing said about those clips you just saw. Big Boy initiated the lawsuit only after the unnamed business manager told Big Boy 2 unequivocally false statements. 1, that Swindells said Shaw beats his kids, and 2, that Swindells has a rap sheet where he beat his son. These 2 statements are absolutely untrue and form the basis for Big Boy filing this action. In that respect, Big Boy was defrauded by his former business manager and entered into this action under false pretenses. This is also evidence that Big Boy has never had an interest in litigating its copyright interests in question. It goes on to quote one of the clips. Big Boy's business manager and Robert Allen were possibly scheming to defraud him of money. Shaw appears to state that he knows nothing about Robert Allen or possibly the business manager and would not recognize him if he were in the same room. This shows that Big Boy was neither involved nor informed in the litigation at any point, even now before this court of appeals. Thank God, and people realize this, and even people like dragging it out, it's pro bono. I don't pay anymore. So whatever issue they have with it, I couldn't tell you what's going on with it. I couldn't tell you when it's going to end. I know nothing. I don't associate with it anymore. I couldn't tell you. I could not hear you. I take accountability. That's what I pay these people jobs. There are wrong people around me that I hired. Horrible people, right? I have this business guy that had no business managing any of my bad information. And I'm a time bomb fucker. I'm not steering shit. And it's not good.
So to bring the flow, he was clearing things up for the record. He was doing his best in every facet to explain how he is no longer associated with the lawsuit. It's out of his hands. These other guys are taking care of it pro bono, which clearly he has no fucking idea what that actually means. And here is what Kyle's filing said about that claim. So Big Boy had ended its association with the former business manager who was handling this case and knows nothing about receiving updates from its legal counsel. This raises an important question regarding that previous delegation of authority. If the entity who was controlling the litigation is now gone, and Bitcoin knows nothing about the lawsuit and has no interest in it, who is making the decisions? Bitcoin makes it sound like the former business manager is still handling the case without authority. As far as decision-making authority, Bitcoin stated, "My board is back. I've been back about a year now. I run everything. Everything you see is me. Everything you see is my decision." Obviously, this is confusing. The original lawsuit was filed in February 2022, and this appeal was filed in March 24. Trump wrested the decision-making authority of Bitcoin's operations away from the former business manager a year ago and has no knowledge or interest in the current litigation. This indicates that Bitcoin never gave consent for his appeal to be filed and move forward. Wow, that's some good ghost lawyering right there, Vic. And speaking of lawyering, I would pay good money to see the look on Brendan's lawyer's face when he saw this legal filing and then went to watch all the clips that were quoted. Imagine the slow closing of the eyes, the acceptance that your client is a weird act, and then scrambling to undo everything Bobby just said. Well, this is what they came up with, and I'm going to try my best not to laugh while I read this to you. Stay strong, brothers. Here we go. Declaration of Brendan Shaw. I am the CEO of Bitcoin Productions. In February 2022, I appointed Robbie Allen as Bitcoin's lead counsel in this action. Mr. Allen has regularly communicated with my business manager, Lex McMahon, and me regarding the status of this action. Mr. Allen had full authority from Bitcoin to file the complaint against Carl Swindells on February 28, 2022. Mr. Allen had full authority from Bitcoin to file the notice of appeal of the district court's decision on March 1, 2024. Mr. Allen continues to have full authority to act on Bitcoin's behalf in all matters associated with this action. I understand that Bitcoin has fully participated in this action as required, including making the decisions to file the lawsuit, responding to discovery, and deciding to file the appeal. I understand that Bitcoin's complaint in this action alleges that Carl Swindells committed copyright infringement and not defamation. Well, as stated, I understand that Bitcoin filed its opening appeal brief in early May 24, and that the parties are currently waiting for a decision from the court. So here we have a signed affidavit from Brendan Shaw basically refuting everything he said about the lawsuit over the last 2 years. This is the signed confession of a compulsive liar. And for those of you wondering why this is so serious, it's because if what Brendan was saying on episode 1000 of the Fighter of the Kid, how the lawsuit is out of his hands, he's not up to speed, he knows nothing about it, well, that would imply that somebody was submitting the legal filings without Bitcoin's knowledge or approval, which is illegal, right? Like, that's potentially a criminal act. But here's the best part. Now that Bob has submitted a sworn affidavit to the court, if he says anything to contradict any of those 9 points on his podcast or in an interview or whatever, well, that would be perjury. Seriously, only Brandon could get himself into this much shit over absolutely nothing. And don't forget, this whole thing is over $13,000. That's right, 13K grand. Take a look at this from Kyle's filing. Clearly, Shaw is misusing the term pro bono. As an attorney at a top LA law firm would not switch a rich celebrity's case to a pro bono cause. Bitcoin's speculation that this lawsuit may only be a legal cash grab by his attorney reinforces that the term was used in error. But nonetheless, this case has dragged on for over 28 months, and Bitcoin is claiming that it did not pay for the appeal, and its voluminous brief filed by its elite legal team. The Bitcoin legal team sought approximately $13,000 in damages in the lower court, so a contingency or no cure no pay agreement does not make financial sense. This raises more questions about who is controlling this litigation and whether improprieties are afoot. Regardless, all evidence points to the conclusion that Bitcoin Productions is not a willing and active participant in this lawsuit. Well, thank God for Brendan's quick-thinking lawyers who got him to sign an affidavit admitting that he is in fact in full control and knows all the facts and details about the lawsuit and its status. Ladies and gentlemen, we now have a legal document proving that Brendan Shaw is full of shit and he fucking signed it himself. So normally I wouldn't do a video like this on YouTube. This is more of a Patreon style video, but I wanted to share this with a wider audience because it's not all jokes, right? I mean, people deserve to know when they're being lied to by a public figure. That's why I've always said Brendan is not built for this. He needs to get as far away from the microphone and the camera as possible. He just cannot stop taking L's. This is why lawyers will always lawyers tell you when you're involved in a lawsuit, don't talk about it. Keep your mouth shut until it's over, because you can potentially perjure yourself. And not only that, Brendan went so far to save face in front of his audience that he ended up throwing his lawyer under the bus. He just doesn't get it. When it comes to the legal world, the things you say matter. You can't just make shit up and create false narratives to save your own ass. So if you want to stay up to date with this lawsuit and the appeal, make sure you check out the link in the description to my Patreon, where you'll find a bunch of videos, not just lawsuit stuff. It's also a great way to support the channel. Also, if you're not a regular here on YouTube yet, hit the subscribe button and make sure to give me a thumbs up if you ended up liking this video. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll catch you in the next one.
I'm sure when it comes to business, they underpay Roman. They underpay. He should have paid a lot more. I'll bet that. Dude, I almost got a fight this morning. Straight up, because I've never been to get physical fight.
Not just an argument anymore.
Straight up, I got out of the ball.
Actually, why didn't you start the podcast?
I don't know.
Okay, so we're talking about
Movies, I don't know, just a joke.
all right, so
I'm going to share the story of what happened yesterday. It was very scary at the time when it was happening, but also it made me realize that there's places for heroes and vigilantes, and it happened to be friends yesterday.
So good for her. She was like, I've never been so turned on. That's what it took. Of course I can look at that.
but that's
You don't know that, but you're taking over a rest.
yeah,
I'm talking under 45 seconds.
and I know. Whereas easy there, big boy. Let's take this one slow. So, if you haven't heard, Brendan's wife found herself the victim of a road rage incident last week in a drive-thru at a Starbucks. Luckily, though, Green Joe Barbie just happened to be 45 seconds away and came to the rescue of his wife and kids in what can only be described as an heroic effort. However, like everything that happens in Brendan's life, there is a problem. Which story do we believe? You see, his wife came out and posted a now deleted Instagram video explaining what happened and bragging about how her beast of a husband came to the rescue and saved her and the kids from imminent harm by giving the alleged perpetrator diarrhea. Yes, she actually said that. As if this was all scripted by the man himself, Brandon just couldn't help himself and shared his version of events on the latest episode of the Golden Hour podcast, which was posted in full Starbucks theme. So, luckily for you guys, I've gone through and dissected each version of events and put them side by side for forensic examination. And given that there's no evidence of these events other than the hearsay testimony of Brendan and his wife, it's up to you which story you believe. Don't worry, I'll obviously tell you what I actually think happened and why. Just before we get straight into it, remember to check out the link in the description below to my Patreon, where I just posted my much anticipated video covering last weekend's Kentucky mystery shows with full uncensored clips and commentary. My feedback so far, it's looking like you guys want a part 2, so if you're interested, go and check it out and support the channel over on Patreon. Unfortunately, for one reason or another, our Butler did not make an appearance at Madison Square Garden. However, Roman did force Tony Hinchcliffe to share a small group with Brendan yesterday on the fight companion for UFC 305, which was awkward as fuck. Getting back to our forensic investigation of the alleged road rage incident last week, let's see how it all started.
Worked out early enough, so my wife posted, I think, what she posted. She put, you were my superhero today, and always like, talk about it. But just show your kids, just know your kid, and I'm so proud. I'll send you to the rescue at Starbucks today. I'll forgive you. She's worked out at 6 a.m. to get back in time to get the kids ready to go. Back in time? To get back. Oh my God, finally someone figured it out. I was leaving the house early to get back, get the kids ready for school, summer camp, whatever. At 7 a.m. we headed back, and I call her, and she's like, "Oh, we left her so early." She's like, "I guess get there early. We're so ready. Have something else to do." She's like, "We're in line at Starbucks." I'm like, "What's Starbucks?" She's like, "We have the soda."
We're leaving my house pretty early. We usually leave like 7:45. We went into school, and Greg usually works out in the morning, and he comes back on time. Say goodbye, whatever, get with the kids, and head on for the rest of the day. But yesterday he didn't make it. The odds of him not making it yesterday. And so I drive to Starbucks super close to my house, and I pull into
saying he heard the incident take place while they were off the phone, but she's saying that nothing happened over the phone. They just planned to meet at the gas station, and then after they hung up, that's when shit went down.
Isn't that big construction, like city job? So he was reversing and trying to see like beat, like walk out the way, right? And then the car behind her just she was backing up and held on the horn. I guess he thought he was hers, but he was pissed. And then she was like, "Oh, I'm gonna get away so you can back up."
I pull up, it's my turn to order my drink, and I roll the window down, I order our drink, but the work truck in front of me, I guess work trucks are a little wider, they're like a wider road, so he didn't give himself enough space, so he starts backing up, and in 2024, I want to say most cars have rear view cameras, however, this guy got really close to my car, so I did a courtesy like talk. I said, I'm like, hey, I'm here. Don't back up anymore because I'm right here. So I stop. I put my car in reverse and I start backing up myself. The lady behind me apparently doesn't know we live in 2024 where we have rear view cameras, and she pulled the horn, which felt like for 5 minutes she was literally hanging on to the horn, like honking horn. And I'm like, whoa, I even me, I'm like, what are you doing?
Okay, this is brilliant. I'm not sure why, but I always assumed that Bubba was the biggest great actor in the family. However, it looks like there's some fierce competition from the wife. In almost the very same sentence, she says the guy in front was reversing, and even though it's 2024 and we have reversing cameras on most cars, she gave him a courtesy beep, but the woman behind her didn't realize it was 2024 and we have reversing cameras and beeped as well, except she held onto the horn for a much longer period of time. So the woman behind her doesn't know we have cameras and beeped, but she herself beeped as well. Yeah, makes sense. That's the kind of logic I would come to expect from Bubba's better half.
We had this guy coming and he starts shouting at me like horribly. Well, he honks at me and then he comes to my car and he slams the hood of my car. I told the guy, I said, back up. I said, if you get any closer, I will run you over. I said, you are scaring my kid. You need to back up. And he goes, who do you think you're talking to? Blah, blah, blah. He goes, I will. When he said that, it clicked in my mind that my husband was on his way to give me and his kids a gift before sending us off to summer camp. And so I said, oh, okay. I said, you really want to do this? I said, that's how you feel? And he goes, yeah. And so I'm like, all right. I said, you know what? I'm going to call my husband, and he's the one that's going to F you up. I said, you don't talk to a woman like that, let alone you don't talk to a woman who has her kids in the car.
So again, this supposedly happened while Brendan was on the phone with her the first time, except she's saying that she called him the second time after she was threatened to summon her beast of a husband to come down and commit a felony in front of the kids.
I giggled and I looked at him and I said, you're going to regret you said that in about 1 minute, 1.5 minutes. You're going to regret you just said that to me. And he goes, okay, I'll be waiting. I said, okay, why don't you get back in your car? We'll see what happens.
So I go, what kind of car is he in? She's like, he's in a construction truck, a white truck. Big dude, she's like, looks pretty big, has a beard.
So now I'm shaky and I call Brett and I'm like, babe, where are you? And he's like, oh, he's like, oh, and like, happy go doodle guy, riding to the Starbucks. And I'm like, where are you? And he's like, oh, like, what's up? He's like, what's going on? I said, the M.O. in front of me just threatened me and your kid. And he said he was gonna beat us. And Brett goes, what does he look like? What is he wearing? And I said, he's in front of me, he's in a white work truck. He is a Caucasian male, and he was very aggressive towards me. And this is what he said. He goes, I will be right there. And I said, thank you. I will be
she said yes, and he said all good, I'm coming. And her recollection was that she only told him the type of car he was in and that he was Caucasian. And here's the thing, we're getting to the meat of the story now, and this is where they basically tell two completely different stories. She's trying to flex that her beast of a husband came down super aggressive, he saw red, she's never seen like that before. Except Brendan says the complete opposite. He says that he was super calm, he was in control, he took care of the situation in an orderly and civil way. He even says that his wife was so surprised about how calm he was, and that it turned her on. Yet her recollection straight from the G-Wagon completely contradicted that. So who's telling the truth?
Hold up. I'm taking a left hand turn. I see that construction truck trying to get out of the way. I cut through all the lanes, no traffic, I cut him off. Cut him off. Let's do it. Just get them mileage.
No, I hear like she's tired. And I'm like, oh, that's definitely gonna be red. Red intersection in the middle of the Turner Bar. So this guy has no idea what's going on. He thinks he's gone all 90, calling me a bitch, thinking all these people and horrible things to me. And thinking, oh well, I just get to leave now.
Nah, man, I can do it. I'm calm in the situation. So I can open the door. I can open the door. The door gets right. I can open it. I go, yeah, FedEx this thing. He goes, no. Go there. And you don't jump on up today. Just very calm. Today, embark on this journey. The mark on the upper is like, remove the RDC is nothing. And there's she's not that to me. Doing videos and videos. So there's
and he tries to like open the passenger door of this guy's work truck and it's locked. And he starts like yelling, in window, and this guy looks over and he doesn't know what just hit him.
You know what's getting terrifying? It was alcohol. That scared the shit out of me. People that get like themselves all crazy. She just walked them with her.
What are they waiting for? What are they waiting for? What are they waiting for?
Several more.
They're waiting just for the right moment. And when's the right moment? Is that moment? I don't know when, but it's still not now. Something not now. Like, if they just call up and talk about it, come up with that tomorrow. Like, Sunday sounds good, Sunday has that thing. And I'm sure the right moment is going to come in the next decade. Oh, and when that right moment comes, oh, that's a good thing. Like, when that right moment comes, that's a good thing.
I'm just super calm. You know, how that just we'll do it here, we'll do it there. That's the way you can't talk about it like this, man.
It's all right.
Shake your tongue, punish me to a female and the two kids. I'm telling you, just go over there and figure this out.
You know what? Waiting. They become professional.
They make you like, yeah.
Then I turn around. It's like they become professional waiters. That's what they do. They're like waiting for these things.
Also, alright, well, you guys are recovering from the green overload. Let me break this down. Like I said before, she's saying he rocked up in a rage and was red, but he's saying he was completely calm and it turned her on, which I'll show you in a moment. But you also notice how when Brendan, he was being super cautious. He asked his wife on the phone how big the guy was. He approached the truck in a calm manner and asked him to wipe the window down, asked him if he had a gun, and then simultaneously told the guy to get out of the truck, but warned him not to get out of the truck. Apparently, for many reasons, which I'll also not to get over. And it just struck me that the tough guy narrative that Bubba pushes on the regular, they kind of have quite a massive reason. Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying I would have necessarily done anything differently, or if I would have busted the guy out of the truck and beat him up. I'm not some tough guy, and I'm under no delusions. But Brendan's an ex-UFC top 10 heavyweight who could smash 99.99% of the human population on any given day without so much as breaking a sweat. The other thing is, Brendan's also a beast of a family guy, and when it comes to his family, he's making that all bets are off. So why would he ask a guy if he had a gun? Like, I get that could obviously be a problem, but when you're in that moment, a true tough guy like our boy Robert, you think of that, and really pulled the guy out of the truck and made him senselessly. I mean,
Love him there in the stable, David called him out on Twitter for his redacted comments about UFC 300, so he challenged Steve Lillard to a duel at friendly Martin's gym. Steve Lillard, he came at me on Twitter. I said, I don't know that. So there's still people left. Yeah, I'm still champion. Oh, I get it. So you can poke stuff at me. Just tweeting, don't know comedy, that doesn't work. He's fine. Don't get my number from Bradley. There's something going on that I don't know about. You're so upset. I can meet you at Zoom. Gym, culture, whichever location you want. You can meet there, we talk about it. You're so mad, go in the back room, figure it out. You sign papers that you're not going to sue or anything like that. Figure it out. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's how it's I know what you're saying. What I'm saying is, like, he's that mad. It's like, if you want to, do it, we can figure it out. Yeah, I have no problem with that. No, I don't want it. He seems like he's small, too. I don't, so it doesn't, like, I don't come up as a bully, but you're not shooting at me, so it's like, if you're that mad, that's an angle. I'm down. Never need this single person come after me that I cut it. That's just fact. This is a bully thing. This is a hockey thing. Come to the hand-to-hand fight. Unless your name's Francis and God, Ray Ryan, Tyson Fury, I will fight you. These are facts. That's right, unless you're one of a handful of people on this planet who are trained assassins like Bubba, they'll mess you up. Or basically just anyone with a gun. And this is the thing about Brendan, that I think a lot of us already know. He's just a common bully. He only ever threatens people he knows he can handle easily, like Bobby Lee, Lila, Stapleton, his producer Chin, and his side piece Brian Callen. As long as he knows he's safe, he's a tough guy. But when you introduce variables, then he's cool, calm, and collected, which is obviously a good thing, don't get me wrong, but it shows true tough guy status. A family man who sees red when his family is threatened doesn't open the window and politely ask someone if they have a gun before challenging them to a duel by the dumpsters.
Sheer terror in this guy's face, I've never seen it. Listen, I'm not for violence, but the happiness I felt to see this guy literally dance and like be on the crying, on the verge of crying, shaking, like he didn't know what hit him, was the most gratifying thing that I have ever experienced.
She was like, I never been so turned down. That's what it took. That construction, that's how easy it matters. I'm just saying like that. Of course I can do that. But that's if you don't know that, but you're taking over rest. Yeah. I'm talking 145 seconds. You know, I know. Oh, ain't tight. And also from his wife's perspective, I think it says a lot that she was willingly dragged Brendan into a potentially violent situation like that and expect him to be the tough guy when she wasn't really in any danger. Remember, after the guy had allegedly threatened her, she wasn't in any imminent danger. In fact, Brendan told his wife to block the guy in and not let him leave. That's just you and me. I mean, when you tell your wife and kids to get away from the threat, that's not escalated any further. For me, the right thing to do would have been to get the CCTV footage and submit it to police so they can arrest the one in the truck if it actually went down the way she said it did, because it would constitute assault under California laws. Not to mention that I'm surprised she didn't get the whole thing on camera herself. And speaking of California laws, Brendan yet again proved just how little he knows about how the law works. This was actually fucking hilarious because his co-host Eric Griffin called him out and had to explain that his reasoning was completely wrong. Because if he's filming or because he had movies in the truck, I'd give him several more. If it's on trailers and the law, that's what he did in my head. I don't know that. I don't actually think that's going to help you in court. It will, like I said, like if you're acting, like if you're Bruce Lee and you have the skills to kill someone, that's not true. That's what I'm saying. You can't be like, get out of the car. Get out of the car. Like you're like, you know what? I said, get out of the car. You know, except for they could argue that when he got out of the car,
real threat. In fact, if that guy had caused an accident in the process of escaping Brendan's threats, then Brandon could potentially be held partially liable. He really needs a fucking handler, dude. Maybe somebody with a law degree or just somebody with an ounce of common sense, just to stop him from repeating and incriminating himself on the internet. But hey, read-acts are gonna read-act. Anyway, remember to check out the link in the description to my Patreon if you want to see my breakdown of Tommy's massive weekend at Madison Square Garden. There's a bunch of other stuff on there as well, so check it out and support the channel on Patreon. Also, if you're not a regular of this channel yet, hit the subscribe button and don't forget to give me the thumbs up if you end up enjoying this video. Thanks for watching. I'll catch you in the next one.
No way on earth you're going to be able to of 100 This guy, I think, probably got diarrhea.
Have you never seen Prisoner Innocent? What?
What's he at you?
Wait, have I seen what? I can't. Wait, what did you say? What did you say? Nothing. Don't answer me. I couldn't understand what he actually said. Superman. So, that's like an L, right? Dude, Dr. Doom or Superman. Comic book cover. Not Dr. Doom cover. Listen, I was 570s. I told you this. Did you read comments to fill this out? How far do you see it? What are you doing? This is why you're unlikable. Just be you to yourself. So the father and the kid are back from summer break, and things are not looking good. The views are continuing to tank, the ad revenue is drying up, and there seems to be tension growing amongst the crew. This is typically what you see in the final days of a show, just before it's cancelled and the excuses start getting thrown around. I mean, things have gotten so bad that Brendan is giving away a truck just to celebrate the match. I'll come back to that towards the end because since they came back from their short break, it's clear that everyone is starting to turn on our boy Bubba. And just in case you missed it, while Brian Callen was holidaying in Turkey and Bubba was in the shop working on his truck, they re-uploaded all episodes of the podcast and called them throwbacks. And there was one comment in particular that caught my attention. These should be called back when the podcast made money. So being the naturally curious individual that I am, I wanted to figure out how much money Brandon's podcasts are actually making now after years of dropping views. First up is the father and the kid. Using an industry standard CPM assumption and based off their recent views data, my estimate is that the podcast makes around $200,000 to $300,000 per year. Then there's Brendan's personal channel, Big Boy, which does a similar amount of views to the father and the kid. But given that most of those views come from shorts, which barely make any money at all, I'd say that channel struggles to clear $100,000 per year in ad revenue. And of course, there's the Golden Hour podcast, which has the lowest views out of the three channels and probably brings in around $200K per year in ad revenue. So in total, across all three channels, my estimate is that Brendan's content brings in around $500,000 to $700,000 per year at the moment, which would be the lowest it's ever been for him in almost 10 years of podcasting. Throw in a couple of producers, salaries, Callan, Delia, and Griffin as well, not to mention all of the property and studio costs associated with running several podcasts. Well, you don't have to be a numbers guy to see that something doesn't add up. Meanwhile, Buffett's still voting through cars, his wife's voting through handbags, and the IRS are probably involved in the subreddit monitoring their activities. They are very happy, huh? But let's put the numbers to the side for now and enjoy some old-fashioned podcast cringe slop. Because if you thought things wouldn't get much worse for our boy, then you'd be wrong. You see, when your stuff starts to smell blood, then you start to lose your authority. And that's exactly what seems to be happening with Bubba's best and brightest. So let me give you the background. In their first episode back, they were getting up to speed with the latest entertainment news when Brendan apparently triggered some of his fans by mixing up DC and Marvel.
And one of the tournaments we have here is Marvel announced the new Doctor Doom. It's gonna be Robert Downey Jr.
They go crazy.
I was in the room. They went nuts.
Because he was Iron Man.
Yeah. So that's the whole multiverse thing, right?
Robert Downey Jr. was also Black Panther.
Great.
So Iron Man. I don't know Dr. Doom. So then my pants were over there. You took the mask off. Also 40. Yeah, but it's also so good. You know, he's gonna kill. Oh no, he can't do no wrong. So as it turns out, our boy was actually correct. Superman and Dr. Doom did a crossover, which was apparently what he was referring to there. But one thing we know about Brendan is that it doesn't matter who's right and who's wrong. He always seems to fumble the win by going too hard. And it's understandable, right? He's so used to getting ridiculed for being a redact that when he finally gets something right, he doesn't know what to do with it. And you know it's bad when your number one fan, Chin, doesn't understand why you're getting so worked up over it. The next clip from the following episode is so beautiful that I reckon I could personally convince a judge in a copyright lawsuit that it should be considered art and therefore a creative work. And just remember, he didn't bust a nut in his pants over Robert Downey Jr.'s reveal because he's 40 years old, right? He doesn't care about comic books. James was saying we were getting the emails that were talking about Dr. Doom. I was saying how he was with Superman. So Dr. Doom is from Marvel, right? Yeah. Superman's from DC. Yeah. I was like, one's Marvel, one's DC. What is so wrong? I'm not wrong. I had the comic book as a kid. If you look at all of these things, yes, my memory remembers certain things. The cover of that comic book I remember. Like in Superman, so that was like an outright. Dude, Dr. Doom for Superman, comic book cover, not Dr. Doom cover. DC and Marvel, no, just do that. Dr. Doom, Superman, comic book cover. You see the action one, and there's a few. There it is. Oh, where? Shut up, nerds. DC. Yeah, what's DC? Shut up, nerds. Is it a collab together or something? Yeah, they do collabs with Marvel DC. They do every now and then. Which funny side of this? Did you read comments? Did you read the side of how DC emails not Marvel's DC, those don't things never happen. Superman, Dr. Doom's Marvel. Yeah, dude, have that freaking comic. You're open up the Star Wars, Marvel thing, because don't get that wrong. Okay, we'll come back to the shark attack in a moment because there's three things going on there. Chin is a useless producer. He's a redacted regular. The time stamps are always wrong, including in this latest episode. He still hasn't fixed it yet, and he talks too much. All those things aside, even though Brendan was right, Chin is finally starting to realize how much of a child he was being by insisting he correct the record and let everyone know that he's a beast when it comes to comic books and who is Bubba Kid. He 100% read the comments on that episode. There were no emails, bro. And just so we can appreciate how low the collective IQ of everyone sitting in that studio is, let's get back to this shark story.
Well, yeah, this was a good one. Great white shark, Australian surfer, leg goes bye-bye. And photo. This happened July 31st.
Let me see. So firstly, Snaz points out that some Australian guy got bitten by a great white shark while surfing. Other than says, is this in California? She corrects him and says, no, it's in Australia. Then Chad and Callan jump in and say it's in South Wales. And so they all thought that there was a shark attack over in the United Kingdom. Except New South Wales is actually a state in Australia on the east coast, so Snaz was right in the first place. But hey, maybe that isn't common knowledge. However, for a guy like Brenda, who was formerly an internationally recognized stand-up comedian who toured globally before his untimed retirement at the beginning of this year, you'd think he'd at least
least know the difference between two places on opposite sides of the planet. Thank God for Brian Callen's super smart nephews.
Smoking cigars. Are you a cigar man? Well, I don't say no because I enjoy what gives me some energy. There's something about it. It's almost like a manly mature thing to do. Yeah, I was just with my nephews who I love. My two nephews now that are grown men. They're the best. 23 and 27 kilo. Cigars. Just smart and just they get it. My nephew, the president, he's a huge UFC fan. So we go, I don't know if I told you this, but we go, we're just on the floor, we're watching the fights.
Okay, let me just jump in for a minute to give you the context so you can fully appreciate the cringe that's about to unfold before your eyes. Recently, the boys celebrated episode 1000 of The Fighter and the Kid, which I covered in great detail right here on this channel. However, there was one part that I left out about why Rogan has never been on the show.
Last two are questions that I just got from so many people that we're going to generalize them. The first one is, why has Joe never been on the show?
Good question. He's been on. We called him over at Fox. We called him. Yeah, that's what's in person. The podcast we took to stop fighting was actually our podcast.
Brian the Kid when he was at Germany Studio, so I would say he's on the show. He's been the most famous guy in the room, so I just don't have preference for him. He never asked me on the show.
Everybody asks Joe. His friends. I don't want to be the one to ask everybody. He gets asked for everything. Even when I call him, I want to bring my nephew to the fight. Conor McGregor. Other than that, I would never. I don't even ask him for that. No, I asked him that. But I think that's what I would rather pay and not ask. Yes. I would have paid him. You're here with Dad. That's like that's just not. I don't feel comfortable doing it.
Okay, so this is a super sensitive issue for our boy Bubba. You see, along with being banned from Bruins Limited Mothership, Brenda's also banned from attending UFC events by Dana White due to his redacted takes on anything to do with the UFC. Basically, Ariel Helwani is higher on the list of people to get free tickets from Dana than Brendan Schaub is. So when Callum went on to tell the story about his experience at the UFC recently with his nephew Andrew Rogan, it hit Brendan on multiple levels.
So we go. I don't know if I told you this, but we go. We're on the floor. We're watching the fights. All good. Well, we're on the floor. We're just not behind him. We're caged. We're not caged. Actually, a little bit more. You gotta give me about 6 rows back. Even that. Then our 6 rows. Then our 6 rows. About 6 rows. I don't know exactly. Behind the line. Yeah. Doesn't mean that. Hey, you're interrupting my story with detail. Doesn't mean that it was this joke they put on 20 years ago. You got my secret. So Rogan texts me and says we're eating at such and such. Gives me the coordinates. Basically, come by and have a meal. And I say to my nephew, I go, it's late, but I'll go for you because you get to meet probably Angela. He's a huge Showtime fan. I mean, Jelly Ross was there. He was 24 years old. Dude, I'm not going to show up as your plus one and just be that young guy because it's going to be work for them because now they have to acknowledge me and talk to me. And it's just an interruption into the flow. And I want this kid. He gets it. He just gets it. He's done a really amazing job, by the way. Like an amazing job. And so, and there's a reason he got that amazing job. That social intelligence is really the reason. By the way, tell me how rare that is. A lot of people carry a group, right? This kid can read a room. He can read a room. I read a room. We see a situation. We get you put in a situation. We come out of that situation. You throw us in a room. We're not talking to each other. We come out with the exact same conclusion every time. By the way, we were in a couple situations where everything was amazing. Like it was like, wow, you're in this situation which couldn't be cooler. Everybody would want to be here, and these people are amazing. And both of us come out and go like this. Find good people. Yeah. Anyway, here it is.
We're at that one time. You could tell I was kind of slowed down. I'm not buying it. I just don't.
I remember that. So,
holy shit, where do I even start? Brendan and Brian calling themselves Breeders has to be the funniest thing I've ever heard them back to how they attacked Bobby Lee and Kalila because somebody duped them into thinking they were behind a lot of the hate on Reddit. And after all of the drama, it turned out that Reddit was just butthurt that Kalila's friends outed him on Trash Tuesday for asking a chief for walking to his truck. All the time that he sued a YouTuber for making videos about him, and then 2 years later pretended he knew nothing about it after he lost the court and then filed an appeal a few weeks later. Nobody is worse at reading a room than Brendan Schaub and Brian Callen. I mean, the irony of bragging about how good they are at reading rooms on a podcast that should have been cancelled 3 years ago. Seriously, what are we doing here, B? But it gets worse. After Callen told his UFC reading story, Bubba wanted to get in on the action, so he told one of the most random stories I've ever heard. And at first, I had no idea why he was telling us this story. Then as he got towards the end, it all made sense. See if you can spot it too.
Yesterday, and then I got lost in the studio all day. And then I just told him, so I was leaving here, and a few lines of my truck just blew up before I'm getting on the highway. So I called Joe, got my girl Kitty up, pick off the other ones, Danny friend, get him out here, and I'll see if I can get the shop. Happened in the 3 hours started, 3 hours jeans, no shade, and I was so frustrated, just sitting there in silence, so talking to people. The tow truck back from AAA, yelling at his cat, Jim, rush hour traffic. He texted me, that was that car guy, he was everything I had. As a kid, okay, and there's like that awkward silence. How long you been doing it? He's all this? 3 years. How long is this shit like the page for trying to go? So how do you do it? Like even I was asking like how's it pay? Where's that guy? So them I need exact numbers. How they do it? Just AAA, like they give you the truck and then they pay you a salary. Like so I do all this calorie, right? Like I go all over and I was like, oh, like 9 to 5. He's like, no man, I try to do 14 days, Monday to Saturday. I wish I could work Sunday. God damn. I was complaining with Metro. And yeah, and I wish I could work Sunday. He was like, well, we do this tips too. Like your tips are the other salary. He's just a comment from me. Just a big cat. It wasn't like he was giving me a sob story. He was just yeah, it's just 22 hours. What you do for it? I work Sunday. I work 24 hours. I was still hustling, man. And he's like, I was a coach, just hustling, trying to make that red. He's like, I got 4 kids, man. 4 kids out there still. How old? I was like, oh, he's getting me out. I'm out of the house. There's empty house. I'm truck. I'm out of the house. I never have cash. For whatever reason, I had to put some cat on this. There's reason to like pulling like 2 to 4 cats and swinging a bunch of cats. Stacking my pocket. And you can't get it. So you're so I told that whole story just to let everybody know that he's not baseball dad. Like, we get it. You reach stand-up comedy to become a beast of a dad. And don't forget, he's always asking questions about business because he's a business shark. I'm a shark when it comes to business. And I called this out a couple of weeks ago when I started noticing that Brendan will find any excuse to randomly bring up being a baseball dad. Turns out I was right. Ryan was telling everyone about an upcoming comedy gig and asking for advice on whether to drive or fly. You have to have 4 if they give you 4.5 hours. No choice. Jeez, he's almost as bad as those vegans and Tesla drivers. He's always bagging. We get it, dude. You're a beast of a dad. Unfortunately, he's not a beast when it comes to TV shows. This seriously has to be one of the worst takes I've ever heard come out of Brenda's bloated lips. Have you not ever seen what it said? Wait, have I seen what? Wait, what did he say? What did he say? Nothing. I didn't go to
what he actually said. Assumed it was presumed to law. Yeah. That's from Brendan thinks that an 8-part limited series on Apple TV that was based on a 1990 film starring Harrison Ford, which was based on a 1987 novel, is better than Breaking Bad and The Sopranos, arguably two of the top 10 TV shows in history. Don't get me wrong, I love it when courtroom drama as much as the next guy, and Jake Gyllenhaal is an awesome actor when he's not pretending to be a UFC fighter turned nightclub bouncer, but fuck me dead, Buck CTE is out of control on that one. And speaking of CTE, let's finish off with Brendan's last-ditch effort to sell merch and make a few dollars to cover all of his bills. The countdown to the drug giveaway is getting closer and closer, with only 3.5 weeks left to enter. You see, Brendan started a new YouTube channel last year called Town, which he got died in the arse after a few videos. In fact, the most viewed video on that channel by far is the one of him living his drug in the middle of nowhere. And so after only a few videos, Buffett decided it was time for a rebrand. Some have speculated that Disney finally noticed he was using their trademark and sent him a cease and desist. But others, including myself, think that it's yet another attempt to refresh his brand and start the fire again. So now his drug channel is called Drive Fast or Gas, which stands for and so what better way to launch his new brand than to give away a base of a drug? All you have to do is go to gas.com and purchase as much merch as you can to maximize your chances of winning. Or you can just read the official rules where it says no purchase necessary to enter or win. So you can just send Buffer a handwritten letter or send him a text message or an email. By the way, this looks dodgy as fuck. And as I said at the beginning of this video, I just don't understand how the numbers are still adding up. I mean, even if the giveaway is sponsored by a bunch of off-road advertisers and he's earning revenue from all the ad reads across his podcast network, he simply doesn't have the viewers to get them a return on their spending. So either he's making promises that he can't keep, or there's somebody in the background paying his bills and maintaining his lifestyle. Anyway, that's it from me for today. Remember to go and check out the link in the description to my Patreon. If you want to see some of my uncensored content, I'm currently working on my review of Joe Rogan's latest comedy special with some commentary, so make sure you're signed up so you don't miss out on that one. Otherwise, if you're not a regular with this channel yet, hit the subscribe button and don't forget to give me a thumbs up if you ended up enjoying this video. Thanks for watching. I'll catch you in the next one. Experience has become so ironically entertaining that it's almost ironic. Here we have the latest fight companion with Brian Callen, the washed-up Hollywood extra who knows nothing about fighting. Brian Simpson, no comedy Punisher regular, also knows nothing about fighting, and Brandon Schlov, a former UFC power bottom, who's known for having the most dog-shit takes on fighting on the internet. But don't forget Rogan himself, not only is he notorious for not getting jokes, but that's
has now become the funniest thing he's ever done. Every now and then, Grumpy Joe will rear his shiny head and create some of the most awkward moments for absolutely no reason. So we'll get to Grumpy Joe later on because we're basically at the point now where his whole podcast is a giant meme, especially these fight companions with Shaw and Callan. Brendan sits there for 3 hours being almost completely incoherent while behind wishes for viral moments by trying to troll Rogan. Basically almost always goes over his head because he takes Brian so literally. I want to start with Brandon though. It's so nice of Jamie to disable the live chat whenever Buff is on a live stream, but that didn't stop people ragging on him after the stream ended in the comment section. What does Brian and Brenda have on Joe that makes him constantly invite them? Why the hell does he still have Callan and Shaw on here? I look down on whoever puts a mic in front of Shaw. Bubba just agreeing with everything Joe says is the funniest shit ever. Brendan has that microphone really close. If he isn't careful and it touches his chin, he'll end up on the floor doing the upside down tortoise. I hope Brendan isn't nervous being on a podcast that will eventually get more than 50,000 views. Shaw casually ingesting 40 milligrams of nicotine and lighting a cigar and talking about nootropics is crazy. Yeah, this guy is on so much shit, it's getting scary. I mean, the amount of coke this guy is dealing with on a day-to-day basis is sending him into a spiral of substance abuse, spilling salt to nicotine to kratom, even PEDs.
I'll tell you what, that wakes you up on the show. We have better read my problem. Lucy's the breakers? No. They're AIDS. They're AIDS. Lucy's have AIDS and they have like a little mint thing in it. How many you have in there? What do you use it for? Oh my god. That's not even an envelope anymore. He's got a satchel that always you already have 24. Yeah, just save them. I took the 24 out. I don't mix flavors. Well, now you get 16. So you have 2 of those over 16. Save your heart stop. Yeah, Lucy's a groupie boy, but I like it better than Zen. A lot better. Zen gives you this weird flavor in your mouth that it toss you pick up. Yeah, it doesn't seem good. How long is it doing? Like a year. Why? Because it's good for your brain. It fires you up, man. It's good. It's like a nootropic. It actually helps your brain. It helps cognitive performance. The real problem with cigarettes are not they smoke a lot of grain, right? A lot of grain walks are written on cigarettes. Oh, yeah. Nicotine's great. Yeah, nicotine's great, Bubba. It's also one of the most addictive substances known to mankind. But these guys have never let the gross science get in the way of a good blood. Did you hear Rogan there referencing nootropics as being beneficial for cognitive function? Meanwhile, the company that he developed Alpha Brain is being sued for making misleading and false statements in their advertising and marketing. The first time around in California, they managed to settle the lawsuit, but this time around in New York is proving to be a little bit more difficult. If you want all the juicy details from the court filings as well as a breakdown of the study they used to make their false claims, go and check out the link below in the description to my Patreon. We are providing ongoing coverage of the lawsuit as well as a bunch of other stuff. Basically, though, there's a class action in New York claiming that the study they used did not reach the conclusions around cognitive improvements that they have been claiming for years. Joe doesn't let that stop him when it comes to promoting non-FDA approved products on his podcast. Yeah, let me spit this thing out. Let's begin. A lot today. Renegade Road. Thank you. Hey, do you know the Zen conspiracy? Do you know about this? We're all being accused of secretly being sponsored by Zen. Yeah. It's the funniest shit. Okay, watch this. This is crazy. Okay, so maybe my Zen conspiracy has been debunked, but now they've moved on to Lucy's, which isn't a conspiracy because they've been sending boxes of their product to podcasters. Remember this? We are back. I tell you, there's this thing that happened over the last few months, which is that everybody has discovered the wonder of just nicotine straight to the system. I'm looking at where you're going with this. If I could invest in anything, it would be just a lawsuit like this. Yeah. I wish
this is not by the way, this is organic. You know we love you. By the way, this might be as well. Because they sent us this box. Yeah. This box. It might record of it. Because some of the flavors and these geniuses came up with like the cracker. Remember when podcast went 1 hour long infomercials. Anyway, let's get back to our floating green drone puppy. Those nicotine pouches aren't the only thing stopping him from living his TRA. Oh, no, wait, no, never mind. Because you don't drive part of the shapes of like my fly is that transcend. Like peptides, TRT, those transcend. It's a company that you do blood work like at least every 2 weeks, every 3 weeks. They monitor you, right? Make sure you do this, and this. It's a search by my symptoms. I'm not just taking they check your blood work. That's what Cowboys are. Really hard. Which was exactly like that. Like that. What do you think for your cognitive? Like, for me, I need my brain to get enough to get some cognitive energy. Your peptides are broken. Yeah, that's why they keep out long. I'm a guinea pig. I shoot myself lots of times a day. What do you feel good? I am. Okay, why is Brendan using PEDs? He's a 41-year-old retired semi-professional athlete who stuffs his face with nicotine pouches and mumbles into a microphone for a living. And they use huge names. It's fun. Why do we have like a great record? Okay, it's fun, but some people just leaves. It's such a fun story, bro. You got so many pouches in your mouth. It's so much fun. Seriously, why is Sean on PEDs? Why not any of these guys on TRT and HGH and everything else they can get a doctor to prescribe them? Is it so they can perform better on stage or in the podcast studio? Maybe it's so they can perform better in bed. Let's see if Brandon can explain. Well, it's just me if I get through, one time I've been on organic, but they don't run. The cardio's not very good. Let's get back to these actually. That's why I run. She pops off, give me a run. So it's amazing. Yeah. I'm saying I'm this like a whole bunker from Armageddon, Doomsday. I'm saying we get in the mountain. Have you ever tried that? Give me the walk. Take your gear. I'm telling you, actually, right. 2 miles a day usually. That's when I just started doing this. 4 months ago, I started with 3 miles, and with the 2, I did 4 miles. That's crazy. I don't know. They might be tough. CD. I don't know what that is. I didn't know that's all Richard Jelly Roll doing it. I just went I was struggling so much. Oh, come on, guys. Did Tommy seriously forget to invite Bubba to their bear run? He's been training for it and everything. Hang on, can we just stop for a moment and appreciate what has happened? Here's my read on this today. Brendan knew that the 2 Bears 5-kilometer run was coming up because Tom and Bert started running it several months back. Schwab said he started running 3 miles a day a few months ago, which is 4.8 kilometers, so almost 5 Ks. Clearly, he was training for it and hoping for an invite at the last minute so he could rock up and put in a solid performance enhanced effort and then claim that he hadn't trained for it at all. Now, I know I just made that up completely. I don't have 300 pages of evidence or anything like that. But come on, guys. Bubba starts doing 4.8-kilometer runs every day right after Tom and Bert announced a 5K bear run. Yeah, I'm going to get my ass. But hey, you should acknowledge just before we move on that Brandon's apocalypse joke was actually pretty funny. No? Okay, maybe not. Tough crowd. And speaking of tough crowds, Brian Callen just pushed anything to land with Roby. Nickel the fact that it was already getting it all done. Yeah. Well, Hamzat's got a lot of bread, bro. He got a lot of money. Yeah. He's hanging out with some people that have a lot of money. Some people that be saying, you see, yeah, he's got the land on the road. Your friends are cool. I take care of the athletes, especially if they're fighting. Hamzat is friends with the cardio guy that goes to Chechen. Yeah, he want to know about these rights. Did he really? No, he did not. No, he's not. He is not. He's a porno. John, on what planet is the head of the Czech Republic getting a Nobel Peace Prize? But as always, it got worse. Guests trolling Rogan has to be one of my favorite dynamics on JRE, and Callan is one of the best at doing it because he's been going at it for so many years.
I love that France made a ton of money. I love that drop Tyson Fury. I do not love that Joshua fight. That was sad. Watching him get KO like that against Anthony Joshua was like, it's like you're just fighting one of the best boxers that's ever competed at heavyweight. He was a knockout puncher. He really knows how to box. He was an Olympic gold medalist, and you've been a boxer. He also might have had incentive to keep that fight going for a long time. I'm not saying that. Yeah, I said it. Mike Tyson Fury. He may have had an idea ridiculous. You're so wrong. There's no chance in hell that Tyson Fury carried him. He was terrified of his powers. He got dropped in the furious left in the left round. He got rocked in the 8th round. It's the same thing you see in the Usyk fight. He's not all there anymore. Those fights with Deontay Wilder took shoulders out of him. 100%. I think I still think that Tyson Fury fight. Did you not hear him talk? Yeah, I'm just saying. I'm just my thought. Yeah, but you're finishing your thought while I was talking. Yeah, but we were already having our conversation, and then you moved on. I'm saying that the idea that Tyson Fury didn't have a bag of tricks and he didn't carry it, for me, it's very strange to me. It's very strange. I don't know, maybe he didn't drink too. He's one of the greatest heavyweights of all time, for sure, but he's also fighting a mountain of a man with insane physical abilities. They're calling him with a vicious left hook in the second round. If he was carrying that dude, all this would be out the window after he dropped and rocked like that. So clearly, Callan was just talking shit, and once he saw Rogan take the bait, he waited for a second helping, but Rocky Joe takes everything so literally these days, and he kept shutting him down. And it bothered him so much that he even brought it up again later on when Callan brought up Justin Timberlake. Justin Timberlake, it wasn't selling well in his concert. Jimmy Lee just moved arrested for drink driving. It's like conspiracy theory. Tyson Fury carried Francis into it. Actually, you're a ridiculous person. I think you got paid for it. Yeah, you can tell Rogan was working hard. It reminded me of Callan's all-time best failed troll on Rogan way back in the old JRE days, where he played the tough guy saying he could beat up anyone that tried to bully him. You know what happened to me? I got bullied for a full year, and it turned me into if somebody tried to bully, I'll show you. House and kill you. That's what happens. I get so angry. I'm not finding out even bullying. It's not true. Bullying, you know, you try to bully me right now. Let me ask you a question. You talk to too many guys that let you say like that, and then it becomes like vernacular. When I first met you, all the people I used to hang around with, those are all toxic, and they ruin the way you're allowed to communicate with people. It's true because they said stupid, and then you said stupid. Somebody goes, hey, bro, what do you say to me? Well, I was Callan was taking the piss and trying to wind up Rogan, but Rocky Joe came out and started lecturing him. You can tell just from the look on Grinder's face that he knew it was a joke. They probably planned it in advance. Brian actually explained that it was a bit last year when he had a 22 on the Fighter and the Kid podcast. Do you remember that, Brian? I was about to go. It's a long time ago. 5 years ago. I was about to go. Yeah, and I was going to go. And I'll tell you something else. You come at me, you better come at me correctly. I'm going to talk around you. And he thought I was being funny. Yeah, so you think after all these years, Rogan would have finally realized that Callan was just fucking with him, but Joe's having none of it. And there's an interesting dynamic to their whole relationship. Recently, on episode 1000 of The Fighter and the Kid, Shaw and Callan advertised that they were going to have the people on the show who helped make it all happen and were there from the start. So naturally, everybody thought that Rogan would make an appearance, especially given that he was the one who encouraged Brendan to quit fighting and move into podcasting and stand-up comedy. But not only did they have no guests in the studio, Rogan didn't even call in to congratulate them, which raised some eyebrows. The amount of code in this next clip is off the charts.
The last two are questions I just got from some people that we're going to analyze them. The first one is, why has Joe never been on the show?
Good question. He's gone. They called him when we were at the Fox. The podcast where we took this stuff fighting was actually our Fighting the Kid, but it was a job in the studio, so I would say something. Once I feel we did a pretty good job looking at the people that made the show,
actually got Rogan because he was never been on the show. Yeah, it's different because also Rogan, a lot of way we have views is we're on Rogan so many times, so we cross-pollinate. We got him again. And then Saturday we're back on, so you even asked Rogan. No. It's been kind of room, so I just don't feel that's great. We've never asked him on the show. Everybody asks Joe. It's friends. It makes you do I want people to ask him. Maybe he gets asked for everything. Even when I call him and I want to bring my nephew to the fight, to the Conor McGregor channel. But other than that, I would never. I mean, that's that. I wouldn't do this. No, I asked him that. See, I believe that's what I would rather pay, not ask him. I would have paid him. You're here like that. You should ask me. That's just not. I don't come back to it. Like, you know, around asking. You have to ask him. And it made me feel sick. Like, I called him, like, I feel bad for him. Because it's fine. He's like, it's fine. You know, everybody's an agenda. Everybody's okay. Everyone's mentioning it. So it's like, I've legit given him a seat. I've never asked him for us. I've never asked him to be on a show. I've never asked him to come on this show. I'll ask him 3 times. I asked him if I could do the podcast one time because I wanted to know my special. And I think I already know it was very complicated. Waiting for a long time. And that's it. I've done a press tour. I was like, hey, can I come on? He would say yes.
Yeah, so the real reason they never asked him to come on the podcast is because they know he'll turn them down. Rogan rarely goes on other people's podcasts, though, which is really strange. I also find it strange that instead of going to their studios, he'll let them do an episode of their podcast in his studio. I don't know if he's just lazy or he thinks he's helping them out. Maybe he wants to stay hiding behind his massive Mike Tyson desk and avoid any full body shots. I don't know. This whole podcast world is so weird. They're all basically turned into lol cows at this point. And the ironic thing is that their shows are the most entertaining that they've ever been. Seeing 4 middle-aged men jumping around, sniffing out of a bottle, stuffing their faces with pouches, and not getting each other's jokes is big entertainment in 2024, and I'm here for it. We're in a polished entertainment world now where it's just a bunch of clown shows on repeat. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed this breakdown of the latest JRE by Companion. If you want to see some of my uncensored content, head over to my Patreon, where I just dropped the first part in a 3-part series on Tony Hinchcliffe and Kill Tony. Otherwise, if you're not a regular on this channel yet, hit the subscribe button and don't forget to give me a thumbs up if you ended up enjoying this video. Thanks for watching. I'll catch you in the next one.
This is a very good fight.
I'll just still be
It drives me nuts.
like Shabbos,
I'm speaking
you know what, I don't want to do certain things first thing in the morning.
It drives me nuts. It drives me nuts. I'm sure I heard 1,000 episodes
today by paying my debts.
Brandon Shaw and Ryan Callen celebrated their 1,000th episode of the Fighter Kid this week, and they did it in style. Okay, no longer. But Brandon hyped it up all week, saying that we're going to have a very special guest on episode 1,000, someone who played a big role in its success, except they ended up just having a few of their buddies phone in for his Zoom call. And the best part for me was seeing the top comment get deleted by Chin. I didn't get a chance to screenshot the comment, but it said something along the lines of, how pathetic is this that they couldn't get any guests in the actual studio to celebrate? So they voted and pushed it. They got a bunch of likes and it was literally the top comment, but now it's gone, so they must have deleted it. If anyone got a screenshot or knows what it said exactly, drop it below and I'll pin you a comment so it's here to stay. And listen, I'm not here to poke fun at one of the oldest and longest running podcasts in the world. The Fighter and the Kid has been going for over 10 years. They started in 2013 on Fox, but then they went out on their own in 2016 after a contract dispute, and ever since it's been downhill. They struggle to get 50,000 views per episode, and considering that they used to get hundreds of thousands and even millions of views, it has to be one of the most epic downfalls in podcast history.
That's where I'm at. Like,
It's really funny things when you get to that or I'm
okay with it. I'm sure that would be great. It means like hustling, living from the YouTube algorithm game, which I'm not doing.
Yep, makes sense. But like I said, I'm not here to poke fun at their As usual, I brought receipts. At this point, Brandon is so out of control and is so full of his own lies that he really needs to stop and get help. I really mean that. I'm not even joking a little bit. Every time he opens his mouth about the lawsuit or about stand-up comedy or anything to do with his decision making, he only makes it worse. Brandon, if you're watching this, stop it. Get some help. The lies you're telling are damaging the people around you and ruining any semblance of integrity that you never had. To all my regulars watching who have been following this train wreck from the beginning, you're going to see Brandon lying through his teeth yet again, blaming everybody but himself for the damage he's caused, while Brian Callen sits next to him, enabling all his lies because he's got skeletons in his own closet that he's still trying to hide. But if you're new here, don't worry, I'll get you up to speed as we go along. If you end up wanting more, you can go and check out my Patreon by the link in the description, where I have full detailed coverage of all the legal filings in this case, as well as Rothschild'S Alpha Rank lawsuit. There's also more uncensored content over there that you might be interested in, so go and check that out. For now, though, sit back and relax, grab a cupcake, and let me explain what's going on. To celebrate episode 1000, they did a 3-hour podcast where they had their money's going for a chat, which was very jazz fuck. But they also decided to answer some questions from their so-called fans, and nothing was off limits, including how they mistakenly bullied their friend Bobby Lee, Brandon's favorite lawsuit, and his recent retirement from stand-up comedy.
What's going on with you and Bobby Lee? Have you guys watched everything?
Yeah, I told him real quick. Brian's close with Bobby. He's also close with Bobby. I was like, me and Bobby didn't talk like weekly or even monthly. If I saw this, it was cool. Yeah, it's not like if I tell you just the truth, I don't talk to Bobby. I didn't talk to him. So there's no falling out. We just never that close. Yeah. I think we spoke a little bit, and I said, I love you, and I'm terribly sorry. I said, we're good. And, so I love him, and I take full responsibility. I was going through something I was working on. I was not working on that information, and I was wrong. Through and through. That guy didn't deserve it. I was defending my friend Rabbi. I wasn't working on all the information, and I don't know. I can get into what it was. I was going through some really crazy, and I just lost my heart. And I lost on the last person that deserved it. And I apologize to him unreservedly. So for those of you who don't know, years ago, Brandon and Brian were trolled by somebody who was claiming to have evidence that Bobby Lee was behind some of the posts on the fighter that he had suffered, which included stuff about Brandon cheating on his wife, hitting his children, and other deeply embarrassing details about Brandon's personal life. They jumped onto this fake evidence and immediately started calling and texting Bobby and his ex-girlfriend Kalila, threatening to expose that they were in an open relationship, as well as physically threatening Bobby Lee himself. The only person I know of who threatened Bobby Lee and actually assaulted was his Irish affiliate, so they were able to accomplish. Unfortunately, it all ended up being fake. Bobby had nothing to do with the fighter and the kids suffered. Brandon and Brian went into damage control, and the rest is history. Instead of taking responsibility for their actions and being straight up about it, they still blame the people around them for leading them astray.
That whole time was so weird. Like now I'm in a much better place, much healthier. I don't have people around me. Like when that was going on, like if that same opportunity came to me now, so I could say like, are you it was so weird too. And then also like I never thought it'd become what it did. I know some public messages, I heard some of this stuff, and it just became this monster, so it's like the part of it, I was out of line. You know what I did? I got up and I've never, to be honest, but I was straight, I told you, man, this friends, like, when I think my friends are getting I was mad about some stuff that was going on, like it, where you get mad, you get mad. So at least Brian Callen was being straight up about what he did and taking responsibility for it. He was the one who called up Bobby and physically threatened him. But yet again, here we have Brandon using every excuse in the world to take responsibility for all of this piece of his family and the things he was doing behind their backs, allegedly. The reason I'm bringing up the Bobby Lee drama is because Brandon used this in the podcast to try and justify launching a lawsuit against that YouTuber known as Unique. This
his argument is that he was in a bad place. He was constantly dragged into something that he didn't fully understand. This is rewriting history in real time.
So that was a time period. It's like the same thing I'm sure you brought up. Like remember this lawsuit thing, right? With this YouTube. That's all around the same time. I have a whole team, right? You have this documentary, you have lawyers, you have this. I have a whole bunch of people working on it. I've never been a guy to give people like yeah, you can control this. Never. It's not my thing. That's why I'm not where I'm at. But somewhere along the line, I lost my way. And I started delegating certain things to people. And you know, so like 2 years ago, 3 years ago, 4 years ago, social media was awful. It's not me. Those days are gone.
Did you get that guy's friend as delegates? That's just not his style. Except he did it on that one occasion. Basically, Brandon puts it all down to being in the wrong headspace at the time, as well as having the wrong people around him, giving him the wrong advice, and simply trying to profit off of his culture. This is his full explanation, and just so you know, I had to edit this pretty heavily because he was umming and ahhing, stuttering, and repeating himself, so I did my best to help him with all the normal sentences. Take a look.
That's what lawsuit thing. I'm sure it's a question lawsuit thing. The guy was all over me. There's this guy comes to me and says, hey, there's this guy. I've never seen him. I don't see him. So this guy who works for me, doing this stuff. Thank you. This is what he goes. Hey man, you go from this lawyer. I've known him a long time. There's this guy who he's making videos, you know, bad mouthing or using your content. He said, I don't care. I go, I don't care. There's a video that says, that's bad, man. He said, you're kidding. Okay, that's what you're doing. I said, dude, I'm telling you, you should do something. You know, you know how to pull out an arch. You know, he's a rap singer. He beat his son. All right, do what you gotta do. I was told, it's easy to take 3 months. It's still going on. That was 3 years ago. It's still going on. Here's what people don't realize is, so they told me 3 months, and I don't know if they were just get money out of it. Now, 2 years ago, I would have done that. It's just, that's Canada. At the time, like, the initial cost, came out money, at the time, whatever, you know, so at the time, I didn't know what to do.
So let's break this down because it's important to set all of this out to understand just how full of shit he is. And trust me, it gets worse. Brandon saying that he never knew about the videos he was making was brought to his attention by a business manager who potentially had some sort of arrangement with a lawyer to screw Brandon out of legal fees to line their own pockets. At the time, they told him it would only take 3 months to get it all settled and done, but now, 3 years later, it's still going. James how nothing is ever his fault. He decided to go with the lawsuit because the YouTuber allegedly beat his own son, so he had to throw in that little humble brag there. And that line we heard him say before, the internet, Brandon was the one that blamed him to all the hate he was getting, by telling all of his haters that he's richer, more successful than them. What they think doesn't matter because they're all nobodies hiding in their mom's basements. And he did that, and look how it turned out for him. He can't go anywhere or say anything without getting shit on by all of his haters. To be to act all high and mighty with his catchy phrase, it's yet another example of Brandon trying to rewrite history. Anyway, let's get going. It's about to get good.
Thank God, and people realize this. And even kids are like dragging it out. It's pro bono. I don't pay anymore. So whatever issue they have with it, I can tell you what's wrong with it. I can tell you when it's going to end. I know nothing about. I don't associate with it anymore. I can tell you. I could not tell you. I take accountability. That's all. I pay these people jobs. I have the wrong people around me that I hired. Horrible people. And this business guy that should have no business managing any of my bad information. And I'm at a time I'm not staring the shit. It's not good.
Okay, first off, Brandon does not know what pro bono means. I think what he's trying to say is that they were working on a no-win, no-fee basis, which also doesn't make sense because he's previously admitted to having paid their massive legal fees. So either they switched into a no-win, no-fee basis after the lawsuits that were dragging out for years, or he's just straight up lying. But the other thing that caught my attention was the pretty outrageous that he wasn't in control of his company. which is the entity that brought the action against you. I would have looked up who the directors are of Finboy Productions, and I found this. His father, Peter, was the first director, and then he brought his son, Brandon, on as a director as well at a later date. Now, the way these kinds of things usually work is that a representative of the company, usually a director, has to sign off on the legal filings. Sure, your lawyers submit them on your behalf because they're lawyers, but the individual or company bringing the suit is ultimately responsible for bringing the action and need to sign off on it. So given that you can't delegate directors' obligations and responsibilities, there are three possibilities here. The first one is Buffett's right and his lawyer and former business manager are running the lawsuit without his knowledge or involvement. If that's true, the lawyer needs to be reported to the American Bar Association because that's illegal and he would be disbarred. The second is his dad is calling shots and paying the bills without Brandon's knowledge or involvement. And the third is Brandon knows exactly what's going on and he's straight up lying about not being involved in the case.
I can notice fast for now. I have to take time off from stand-up. I'm doing too much. I gotta cut back on the shows. I'm going on a bad road. I control my social media was bad. I've been back about a year now. Being easy now is my decision. Knows how much better it is. How much more positive I am. I'm a positive person. That time when I was going through that, we're going through all this mayhem. That was like the darkest hours of our careers of our life. And I made it worse by far with the points of my gun. And somebody I care about that didn't deserve it. To your defense, that could have been Bobby. That could have been a progression. That's not a bad day. On that day, I was going through so happy. I was going through something. I was going through something else. And I don't like talking about it because that makes an excuse.
So I want to give Brian Callen credit here for taking this on his own shoulders and not trying to deflect onto anybody else. But as for Brandon, he made some interesting comments there that we heard before. Things are different now. He's changed. He's in control. He's the one calling the shots. Hey, butler, just so you know, we have a lawsuit with a guy who stand up for my fight pigs. Everything about defamation. That was only 6 months ago. Brandon claims to have no knowledge of the lawsuit, what it's about, where it's at, why he's doing it. Based on his own words, the lawsuit was always about silencing the YouTuber who was posting videos exposing Brandon lying and cheating, allegedly. But thinking 6 months ago, what about just recently when he finally lost the lawsuit? That's right, Brandon ended up losing the lawsuit, and then only a month ago he filed an appeal. He was appealing the loss. It's being in control of. We just said everything happened in the last 18 months are all your own decisions. So either someone is fraudulently filing lawsuits on your behalf, maybe your dad's doing it for you, or you're just playing along shit. And that's what it is there. It's so easy to look all of this stuff up. I've covered this extensively. Does he not realize we all know the truth about this lawsuit, how he lost it, how he filed an appeal? One other thing, I've seen this a lot of my travels, from guys like Rogan and Brandon and their females as well. It's the whole argument that they don't know what's going on. It's their producers and their people who are doing the copyright claims and strikes, so you can't blame them for it. Let me ask you this though, if I wanted to fight back and sue them for the Twitter interference in my business, who do I sue? Do I sue Big Pixels, sue them, creators, producers? No, I sue the entity or the individual who owns the copyright. So this whole argument that it wasn't them, it wasn't their people, well, it has no bearing in the law. It's just the code. This is why he makes this law video and get as far away from the camera and microphone as possible. Except there's one problem. It gets worse. The question they got from their so-called fans in episode 1000 was one thing that they were proud of each other for. It was Brandon's response. I get emotional.
It drives me off. Moving on. You think that you notice that's how I'm speaking from my bar. I know that you like this. It drives me
drives me nuts that she's not up there with those guys. You want to outcast him over some bullshit. That's what I don't agree with. That's what upsets me. That's what makes me proud. I'm trying to give that one to proud. He's not going to lash out about it. Brian's cool. Brian goes to work. Brian's on the road. Brian's trying to sell tickets. But I'll tell you right now, I don't forget. That's what's not cool. That's what you don't see at those
Second resolution is no longer slug. They have replenished the regular launching.
Yeah.
Maybe here we go. So back in 2020, four women came out and made allegations against Brian Callen, which to this day he vehemently denies. He has never been found guilty of any criminal charges by a court and therefore maintains his presumption of innocence. However, Brian did try to sue the husband of one of the complainants for effectively cancelling him. Brian claimed that her husband contacted his agents, which subsequently dropped him as a client, as well as various comedy clubs, which also refused to book him at the time. Some of the sponsors of the fighter and the kid refused to do business with him if Callen stayed on the show. Unfortunately, Brian wasn't able to prove his case to the sufficient standard and eventually withdrew his action. That is why Brian's comedy career never took off. The reason is he's simply just not that funny. Now, I don't hold Brian in the same low regard as Brandon, but this isn't it, Papa. Sitting there in rage crying because your buddy didn't make it in comedy is fucking sad. You can't force us to find you or Brian Callen funny. It's got nothing to do with the allegations. See, this is what I mean when I say Brandon needs to stop thanking Callen. He still doesn't get it. Even though he claims to be back on top, he's making his own decisions and he's no longer being manipulated, he still doesn't understand how comedy works. You want to be funny, that's it. Brian has access to Joe Rogan on his podcast, the Mothership as well. Go on everybody's podcast and get exposure. He's got his own website, his own podcast as well, so there is no excuse for not making it. And as for Brandon's own comedy career, well, he's following the real reason for quitting stand-ups. I just got a weird life, man. I'm the world, making decisions like a man, father, should do. Like, it was I was going down the road, and I was like, dude, is it like, what is it? I was like, who is this guy? And me too. I was like, I don't see him on the road. I'm around my kids. I was like, on the road. It's not what I do. As a kid, man, just God bless you. If you're out better than I am, I can't do the road. I can't give you the good quality podcast. I can't do the coach the phone, dude. I can't do it. So someone has to give. That means making less money, not doing the road. All the time. Now, you guys can tell me if I'm reading into this too much and I'll copy the chin, but that sounded to me like his wife maybe told him to stop doing stand-up and traveling to keep him home and out of trouble. We all know that Brandon has a thing with the Instagram baddies. He's been called out a couple of times, and so maybe his wife put him down and said, you either choose that or you quit and stay home with us and just do your podcast and total drugs in the middle of nowhere. He really just needs to stop talking. Like I said at the beginning, if you want detailed, ongoing coverage of his lawsuit, as well as the Alpha Brain lawsuit and more uncensored content, head over to my Patreon where I can speak more freely without any copyright restrictions, as well as YouTube censorship regime. Otherwise, if you're not already on this channel yet, hit that subscribe button. And don't forget to give me a thumbs up if you ended up enjoying this video. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll catch you in the next one. You look at the valuation of their stock, how much the company's worth now, and they paid them. You know, I'm sure when it comes to business, they underpaid them. I'm serious. Well, you can't play because listen, YouTube, I love you. Can't play the American football. My God, down to the Jamie's back. We're back. Jamie, don't be rage, man. Jamie, can we get told? Jamie, I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not a lawyer. So we're on the floating news again. You got signed. We're just signed. On YouTube. It's no secret that Joe Rogan's been having a hard time since he came back to YouTube this year. Apart from having to put up with all of us eventually on YouTube users who comment on his podcasts, he now has to follow the same rules as everyone else on here.
all came to an end on episode 2128 with Johnny Diaz. The episode was taken down from YouTube soon after it was published, and a short clip was cut out before it was republished again. That clip was of Tyson Fury singing American Pie in 2020, just after he beat Deontay Wilder in their second fight. And so a couple of days later, Rogan had this to say on episode 2130 with Coleman News.
Just staying entirely on Spotify, and now we're everywhere. Dealing with YouTube is so bizarre. Like, people can claim copyright for things that are 100% not there. But if they claim it, then they can monetize your show. They take all the money from your show, so you have to remove it. You have to fight. It's bizarre. It's dumb. They're dumb. There's things they should be able to talk about. If there's a popular song, you like, ask them, like, look at World Decline of America, listen to this. I don't play America, it's bad. You should be able to play that and just go, what the fuck are we doing? This is wild. And entertaining and fun and great song. But, so this is him. But at the same time as the not-so-powerful JRE was fumbling his way through YouTube sort of like Cream Circus, one of Rogan's proteges was the headline act of his own service. In February, Brendan Shaw lost a 2-year lawsuit that he had brought against a small YouTuber named Kyle Girls. Brandon claimed that Kyle had used clips from the short show and a minor in his commentary videos without authorization from the copyright owner, Big Boy Studios. So on the one hand, we have the most powerful podcaster in the world having episodes of his podcast taken down and being forced to cut out a couple of minutes before re-uploading it to YouTube. And on the other hand, we have Brendan Business Shark Shaw losing a court battle against another YouTuber using clips in commentary videos. Now, I've also had my fair share of copyright battles right here on this channel, but I've been lucky. I've got a legal background myself, and my best friend is a lawyer. So when guys like Bert Kreischer, Theo Von, Brendan Shaw, the Bill Boys, Netflix, the Johnny Carson Show have come after me and tried to steal my ad revenue, I've been able to fight back and win every single time. But there's been one exception. There's been one massive pain in the ass that won't seem to go away no matter how many disputes, appeals, and legal letters we send. That pain in the ass is Joe Rogan. That's right, the legendary free speech icon himself is the biggest copyright troll I've had to deal with. Not only does Rogan have a whole team of people dedicated to stealing ad revenue from YouTube channels like mine, maybe even completely block my videos from being published. One time, Rogan took all the ad revenue from a 20-minute video of mine that wasn't even about him because I used a 20-second clip from JRE. If they claim it, then they can monetize your show. They take all the money from your show, so you have to remove it, and you have to fight. It's bizarre. It's dumb. It's dumb. But here's the thing, it gets worse. You know how Brandon lost his copyright lawsuit? Well, he appealed. And this is where things get really interesting. You see, like, Mustafa has basically put a spotlight on podcasting and exposed and gaping hole in the industry. But then appealing the district court's decision has closed that gaping hole right open. I'll explain exactly why in just a moment, but I want to say this first. We like to poke fun at Brendan and laugh at his stand-up comedy and inability to string coherent sentences together and just general delusional and degenerate behavior. But this lawsuit is the single most stupid thing he's ever done. Most of his other failures have been funny and pathetic, but this is something else. I honestly cannot express to you just how damaging this has been for podcasting. But let me try anyway. So this is what the judge said in making her decision against Brandon. Because Mr. Swindell's reaction videos use the copyright words to criticize or comment on them, rather than to supersede the work's original objects, the first fair use factor weighs in Mr. Swindell's favor. And just for this, the judge referenced the Supreme Court case from just last year between the late artist Andy Warhol and the photographer who claimed Warhol's use of a photo he'd taken of Prince for one of his artworks was in breach of copyright. The section reads, a use which comments on, criticizes on, or provides otherwise unavailable information about the original is unlikely to supersede the original work. That simply means if you provide commentary or criticism on a copyrighted work, you can use it without the owner's permission. But the judge didn't stop there. She also referenced the Ethan Klein copyright case from 2017, which Ethan won. The quote reads, a YouTube reaction video
copyrighted work in order to comment upon that work was a transformative fair use. Now, in Papa Lester's case, he actually pulled up a screenshot from posts that appeared on Reddit and had a little bit of a gloat about how he helped Brandon lose his lawsuit.
This is also really detailed. Brandon Schwab.
He's going to be punished by straight up. The rest of them,
Here's with a W. But here's slow with a W. Making fun of it. This
and they're going to get
Schwab.
arrested. I
I think it's Shaw.
he also
So he sued like
gets a girl down
making
there.
fun of them.
Also, now we can see that so we have talking about the initial act of so he's like a nice,
Lost the case. The part is that in the verdict decided in favor of fair use.
so you don't say
They say, no, they're get out now. Mr. Sutton reaction to the copyright process as a comment on and to supersede the original object. First grade is back to the ways of Mr. Sutton's favors. Thank you for the talk. It's on around with them more persuasive.
Okay,
fine. So we know Brandon lost the lawsuit, but what about this appeal? Here is the basic argument that his lawyers are now trying to make. The main issue on appeal is has been his burden of showing that his extensive use of the boys' podcast episodes, while adding at most relatively short and insubstantial voiceovers, constitute fair use. Now here's the thing. Brandon's lawyers are right. In some of Carl's videos, he used long clips from Bubba's podcasts and provided lyrical commentary, sometimes just one sentence that didn't really provide any additional context or perspectives to the original content. So how come Brendan still lost? Well, here's the answer. Tucked away on page 26 of Bubba's appeal filing, his lawyers say this. On the podcast, the hosts discuss and debate topics such as news, sports, celebrities. The podcast takes place in a production studio, and the hosts joke around with each other, provide funny stories and unusual wordplay. As we delve a bit, Sean has also conducted interviews with a variety of people, including Navy SEALs, NFL players, MMA fighters, comedians, and others. There is nothing factual about the episodes. Sean and the other hosts make creative choices as to what to discuss. If the district court found that the episodes were factual in nature, that was incorrect. So this is the thing about copyright law. Not all types of media and art are treated the same. For example, a song or piece of music has a high level of copyright protection compared to a newspaper article in the New York Times or Washington Post. That's because the Copyright Act distinguishes between creative works and factual works. Now here's the other one. Brandon's lawsuit is the first of its kind to make it into the courts. Prior to this decision, there was no precedent that had categorized podcasts as factual works. And if you wonder what that means, it simply refers to the fact that on a podcast, it's just people sitting around talking about stuff. It's not a work of art in the sense that creative decisions are made about what colors to use for a painting or the skill in the brush strokes. It's the creative direction from Martin Scorsese and his collaborations with Robert De Niro. We can use a bunch of different examples throughout our life. The point is that now Brandon lost because an established legal precedent that says podcasts are not creative works for the purposes of copyright law, and therefore don't have the same copyright protections as more creative or artistic works. And that's basically the basis of this appeal. I'm very hoping that the appeals court will say, hey, you know what, the short film and the fighter and the kid are creative works, they're works of art, therefore the standard should be higher for Kyle's films. Because remember, the judge said that Kyle did use too much of Brendan's legs, but Brendan lost because, well, basically there was nothing for Brendan to protect in the eyes of the law. It's just him talking in front of the camera. Anyone can do that. It's not creative. This is what I mean when I say Bubba has exposed podcasting. Not only did he lose the case, but now he's paid hundreds of thousands of dollars to set up a precedent that screwed over all of his buddies, including Joe Rogan. So the irony is, Rogan can't just play songs randomly on JRE or clips from movies or TV shows, but I can use clips from his podcast to comment and criticize the things he says. And now, thanks to his buddy Brandon, there's a legal precedent that reinforces my right to their use of Rothschild'S clips. It's dumb. It's dumb. Unlucky Bubba, you did it to yourself, bro. So I just wanted to bring this to you guys here on YouTube. I've been working on my full legal breakdown for my members on Patreon, and I didn't want all of you here to miss out on what's happening with this case. So if you want the full legal breakdown where I take you through the appeal in detail, check out the link in the description and head over to my Patreon and sign up so you don't miss out. Anyway, that's it from me. I hope you enjoyed this video. Let me know what you guys think in the comments below. And if you're not already on this channel, you hit the subscribe button. Also, don't forget to give me a thumbs up if you ended up enjoying this video. Thanks for watching. I'll catch you in the next one.
Oh my god.
He's fine, by the way. This guy, by the way, he just lost the lawsuit. And by the way, the guy who he lost the lawsuit to he was represented himself.
Remember Chin on Monday? I'll tell you about that. Steve Muldoon guy went really bad on me. He was like, "Oh, and Dana," and like, I went dark a little bit. How when it comes to hand-to-hand fighting, I was really do up. Unless your name's Francis Ngannou, Gordon Ryan, Tyson Fury, I will. These are just facts.
Brendan Schaub has reminded us this week yet again that he's the biggest loser on the internet. Whether it's getting trolled on Twitter and not realizing it, or going on a CTE rant on his live stream that nobody watches, and then clickbaiting his dying audience on the fighter and the kid. But it's not just that, he filed an appeal this week in court that doesn't make sense. So more on that towards the end, because no matter what this guy does, he finds a way to extract maximum damage and make himself look like an absolute tool in the process. He really has taken losing to a whole new level and almost turned it into an art form. So when we started with UFC 300, our boy Papa was an vocal critic of the event. He thought that the stakes weren't high enough and it was all for show, which isn't necessarily wrong or a bad take, but in the end it was a pretty wild show. Most people I know enjoyed it. And so in true Dana White fashion, he had a little edit made up to call out all the critics of the event, which included Brendan Schaub. So this is
really interesting. So Dana White does a thing on Dana White. Yeah, Dana White does this thing on UFC 300. He basically made like his version of a diss track for the whole people in MMA media. Not all, not that few, but some of the people in MMA media who were kind of critiquing UFC 300. So he plays this video, and I thought this was on Saturday, April 23rd. He did this yesterday. He played the video too.
What's up, guys? It's Luke Golden, UFC 300. MMA experts weighed in on what they thought of UFC 300. For all the fighters that were on this card, when I said this is the greatest card ever assembled in the history of combat sports, this is what the media thought of you guys.
Jesus, 300 people. Makes no sense. Is 85 on this card 300 worthy? This is the most diabolically disappointing UFC 300 announcement. Maybe they did Jesse Jones. It is. It is. And it's awesome that he actually replied. That's so wild. I saw that, and then what did I put up there? I put, I bring up old shit, you know, like gotcha. I put their play UFC 300 was amazing, and then Dan responded, "That's awesome." Hashtag respect. Yeah.
Do you think Green Joe Poppy will ever realize that Dana White thinks he's a joke? I mean, clearly the whole thing was a publicity stunt. Dana grew the UFC off the back of being the underdog that everyone wanted to ban. They were always second to boxing. Nobody took him seriously. So he's always going to use whatever negativity and hatred he gets to promote the UFC and prove everyone wrong. It's so formulaic, you could literally write an equation out for him. So then, why is it that Brendan has to take everything so literally?
And then you always have people like, remember Dana, we've had our issues over the years, but it's all good. I give Dana the credit that I have. If he didn't change the rules and do the Reebok deal, who knows what would happen? He would have stuck around and
course, Brendan tries to turn this into a flex, but wait, it gets worse. So we all know who the Elk Boys are. If you don't, God bless you. You can turn this video off right now and go back to living your life with absolutely zero regrets. But for the rest of us, Dana White aligned himself with Kyle and his buddies, no doubt to capitalize on their audience and maintain relevance amongst the younger crowd. So after Brendan Schaub called out Dana for UFC 300, Steve Will Do It got onto Twitter and trolled him so badly that it was actually funny as hell. Dana White is a top tier human. Brandon Schaub, you're a goofball. I thought you were a former UFC fighter. You failed at comedy and you can't even talk UFC right. Brandon Schaub is a loser. Then he took it down a notch and made fun of his name, saying Brandon Schaub, more like Brandon Slob, #loser, followed by imagine being a former UFC fighter and get introduced by Dana White as a podcaster. Lol, Brandon Schaub, loser. So clearly Steve had a few too many hard seltzers and decided to troll the creature puppy, which honestly seems entirely appropriate. I mean, I agree with almost everything he said. He was speaking straight facts. But for our boy Bubba, he thought that he had no choice but to address Steve on his live stream earlier this week.
Steve Will Do It. He came at me on Twitter. I said, why? Why not? He was close with Dana. And I think he's young. I don't know how old he is, but I think he's young. So maybe that's his way of like getting his boys back, which I respect. I get that. But this isn't, you don't know what you're doing. You're not educated on the dynamics of everything. That stuff doesn't bother me. I've dealt with much worse. He's defending his boy, which I get. I love. I do the same with my fellow guys. Like, do a little research. I'm not done. This isn't it, but this isn't it. I have a background, so there's stuff you can go after. Yeah, I was a world champion. No, I'm not Kevin Hart. So you can poke stuff at that. It's like, oh, I just don't know. To me, comedy. You don't know comedy. That doesn't work. If you're from an outside perspective, I'm not at Kevin Hart or Joe Rogan or Sebastian's level. No. So, I mean, I failed a lot. And 99.999% of the time, it's failed. That's your level. And yeah, all of us are failures.
Absolutely wild. Brendan dedicated almost 1 hour of the short show, or whatever it's called, to discussing the Dana White Steve Will Do It, how much he doesn't care about any of this and it doesn't bother him. Almost an hour of an hour and 25-minute live stream. Yeah, this doesn't bother him one bit. And you can tell the comedy thing really got to him. For those of you who don't know, the creature party had to scale back on his stand-up comedy commitments because he was struggling to sell tickets and was building a reputation for cancelling shows. So he pretended that he was spending more time with his family earlier this year as a cover for effectively retiring from stand-up comedy. And just quietly, on what planet are Joe Rogan and Kevin Hart in the same league of comedy? I should also correct him. He was exaggerating when he said there's only 5 successful comedians on the planet. There's actually 1,000 of them. Or was it 500? It was 250, wasn't it? Anyway, I do have to agree with Brendan on one thing. He definitely isn't a failed comedian. That would imply he was a comedian to start with. Thank you, B. But then things went a little dark. Brendan wasn't done yet. He leaned into it and he started throwing veiled threats towards Steve Will Do It. And don't forget, Bubba has no issues with him. None of this bothers him. He's completely cool with all of this. Just saying.
Steve, I had no issues with him. He seems like a good guy. Everybody that knows him tells me he's a good guy. I don't know what he does. Maybe he's just ill-informed. I'm easy to find. Super easy to find. Super easy to find. And we have a mutual friend in Bradley Martin. I text Brad yesterday. I talk to Brad probably once a week. Brad's a close buddy. Help me out, with my energy levels, peptides, all like Brad's my guy. Absolutely adore Brad. He's the freaking man. And he's best friends with Steve, so there's a mutual friend there. So I'm easy to find. You can do my number from Bradley. There's something going on that I don't know about. You're so upset. I can meet you at Zoo Culture, whichever location you want. You can meet there. We can talk about it. If you're so mad, you can go in the back room and figure it out. You sign papers that you're not going to sue or anything like that. You figure it out. Come on. You know what I'm saying? That's how this would never do that. But I know what you're saying. No, what I'm saying is if he's that mad, it's like if he wants to, yeah, we can figure it out. Yeah, no problem with that. I know. No, I don't want him. He seems like he's small too. So it doesn't, like, I don't come up as a bully. No, never came at me. So it's like, if you're that mad, that's an angle. I'm down.
Okay, Brendan, there's this thing called the Second Amendment, and never mind, let him have his fun. But all jokes aside, not everyone thought this was as cringe as I did. He actually had quite a bit of support for calling out Steve and saying, hey man, if you've got a problem, we can sort this out like men. And I'm not going to lie, I would love nothing more than to see our boy Bubba line up the Dumb Boys and teach them a lesson one by one. The world would definitely be a better place after that. The thing is, though, he didn't just leave it at that. He went on and on and on. Now, I don't know if it was the kratom or the rope pouches, the addies, or just too much coffee. Brendan went to extraordinary lengths to prove to everyone just how much none of this bothers him.
Whatever can be talk to me in that way that's ever come after me, I've never been worried if you lock me in a room with an hour. I've never had to meet a single person on this earth come after me that I couldn't beat up. And that's just a fact. This isn't a bully thing. This isn't a cocky thing. So I think that's why it doesn't bother me, because I know Steve, or I know insert comic, or insert podcast, or insert whoever it is, from anything that I do that talk to you about. I know if we're in the same room, we would not talk about it. When it comes to hand-to-hand fighting, I'm going to fuck you up. Unless your name's Francis Ngannou, Ray Ryan, Tyson Fury, I will fuck you up. You're just facts. You're just facts. Now, we can live in these YouTubers, like Steve, if he's around, we should fight him. Oh, dude, I don't know, dude. He's not doing that. There's that world. There's on social media and YouTube. That's not real. That is not, you cannot fight. I promise you cannot fight. Maybe you can amongst your boys and the YouTubers. Cool. That's not real, Bubba. This will not end well for you in any facet. This is the real world. It's very and that's why I'm cool.
He is 100% cool with this, but you've got to admit, Bubba's right. It's all fun and games on the internet, but once the cameras and mics are turned off and it's just you and Brendan in a dark room, yeah, he's going to have his way with you. Hang on, are we still talking about fighting? The other thing is, to play devil's advocate, no one's calling him out to fight. None of us are saying, Bubba, you're a tool, let's fight, I'll smash you. So it doesn't really make sense to call somebody out to come and fight you when all they were doing was pointing out that you're a loser. It's like if a kid says to another kid that they're stupid and read too slow, and so the other kid says, yeah, but my dad's stronger than your dad. Yeah, but you're still a slow reader. Either way, Brendan's first apparently worked. Also, he thought, to me, Steve was still trolling him and talking absolute shit. I want to take back anything I said about Brandon Shaw. The guy's a very nice person and I should have never attacked him. I don't think he is a nasty person. My bad, Brandon Shaw. You're a good guy, I feel. Looked into you more. It's no more nasty people in 2024, and I don't believe you're nasty. He also said, I listened to him talk about me on his podcast, and I'm like, this guy seems like an awesome guy. So I want to take back what I said. And so Brandon took the bait and replied with, all good, my brother. I'm so glad they managed to clear all this up, and Bubba still has no idea that this whole thing was a massive joke at his expense. But wait, it gets worse. Oh man, this was cringe as hell. Let me explain. So, like I said earlier, not everyone shared my feelings about this whole situation. A lot of people sided with Bubba on this and thought it was about time that he called these clowns out and set them straight. The fact that Steve fake apologized apparently fooled a bunch of people into thinking Brendan had won, and so it wasn't all bad for our boy. But then, in true cringe and Barbie style, he took it too far and tried to milk it for everything. This was the thumbnail for the latest episode of The Fighter and the Kid. He's got Steve in the middle talking into a mic. It says they hashed out their beef, and to the average person, it looks like Bubba managed to get Steve on his podcast to settle this beef. Except it was pure clickbait. In fact, the clickbait was so bad that not only did they not get Steve on the podcast, they spent less than 60 seconds actually talking about it over the whole episode.
I feel like most people are like, remember Chin on Monday, I'll talk about that
Steve will do a guy went really bad on me. He was like defending data. I went dark a little bit how I can kill people, which is bad of character for me, and I apologize. Me and him connected on that. We talked. Yeah. Because me and Bradley are super close, and Bradley texted me, he's like, yo, I'm gonna connect you with Steve.
And when you talk to him, I'm sure he's a great guy. You guys get along.
He was like, dude, I watch your podcast. Like, you're actually a good guy. He's like, I'm drunk, man. He's like, just firing off the mouth.
I love it.
He's like, sorry, man. He's like, I didn't get your hand. But today I told him, I get it, dude. You're talking more similar than we are.
Of course. Good for him. Yeah, I like a lot of the times, man.
Yeah, that was it. And it wasn't the homeless cats that got their knickers in a knot. We all know Brendan's beauty tricks, but it was actually his dying audience that started to turn on him. Steve will do it. Clickbait was pretty shameless. Come on, guys, don't do this. He's not even on the board. What the F, clickbait? 3 minutes 50 for 5 seconds of Steve will do a talk. Laughing my ass off. Not on the pod. Guys, this is ridiculous. Crazy clickbait turned him with the light, which is from the Nil podcast. Wow, what a misleading thumbnail. How was the headline about Steve will do it if you only talk about him for less than 1 minute? And that's how Brandon managed to take what little credibility he mustered through this fake beef and turned it into yet another massive bell, all by himself. And the funniest part is the clickbait didn't even work. That episode had less views than they usually get, which makes it all so much better. This guy's a full-on train wreck at this point, and that extends to the courtroom. Here we go. Alright, let's change gears. So, for those of you who don't know, a couple of years ago, Brandon sued a small YouTuber called Kyle Swindells, who goes by the name Unique. And earlier this year, the judge sided with the defendant, going against our boy Papa, declaring that Kyle's use of clips from Brandon's podcasts fell under fair use, dismissing the case and leaving Papa with an enormous legal bill with nothing to show for it. If you want the full breakdown, you can go and check out my video covering the legal dispute. But you would think that after making one of the biggest bells in internet history, Brandon would let it go, lick his wounds, learn his lesson, and go back into the hole that he came from. I mean, Kyle self-represented with the assistance of a ghostwriter. Nobody knows who he is. It's a complete mystery. He operates from the dark using an untraceable email address, feeding Kyle everything he needs to make his legal filings and representations in court. Anyway, sorry. So you would have thought that Buffer would let it go now, but in true Brandon style, he had to make the whole situation worse by lodging an appeal. Honestly, this guy is the gift that keeps on giving. This is what it says. Reasons why oral argument should be heard. Plaintiff appellant Big Boy Productions pause respectfully request that the court schedule and hear oral argument in this case. This case involves novel and important issues of copyright law and fair use, and how these legal standards should apply in the modern age of internet podcasts and YouTube. The main issue on appeal is whether Swindells has met his burden of showing that his extensive use of Pink Boys podcast episodes, while adding at most relatively short and insubstantial voiceovers, constitute fair use. So, if you recall, the judge agreed with the defendant on all the elements of fair use, except for one. She actually agreed with Big Boy Productions that Unique had used more clips than were necessary for his commentary and didn't specifically comment, criticize, or analyze all of the copyrighted material to the extent that perhaps he should have. She said, all of the accused videos include segments of the copyrighted videos which Mr. Swindells did not criticize or comment on. This is actually something that I personally agree with. Too many commentary channels just dump clips into their videos and don't address them specifically or comment on them. They don't actually transform the material by giving it new context based on an opinion or perspective. They just dump all the sections on podcasts and say, look how stupid Butler is, without actually explaining why he's stupid, which is actually quite an easy thing to do. Yet Butler still lost. Because the defendant satisfied all the other criteria so well, the judge had no choice but to rule in his favor via summary judgment. So if you want to know more about this appeal, I'm going to upload a full breakdown video on my Patreon going through all 60 pages of the appeal. I'm not going to do it here, it'll be far too long and not everyone will be interested. But in that video, I'm going to explain exactly why this appeal is doomed to fail, which has implications for all podcasters, including Joe Rogan. It all comes down to one specific thing that all of the circle jerk, never been funny comedy podcasters just can't seem to get their head around. So check out the link in the description to my Patreon, become a member so you don't miss out on that video next week. But that's it for now. Let me know what you guys think in the comments below. If you're not a regular of this channel yet, hit the subscribe
this video. Thanks for watching. I'll catch you in the next one.
Believe me, bro, I don't care about your UFC bullshit. I will come right at you. I can opinion on you right now. You can try. You can try. You can try. And guess what? The nice guy might come right to your house. And bash you out. You used to be dead, Joe. Yeah, that's me. Probably. What happened was traction control, which I thought was on, was not. So I got you a sweet telling of the boys. And flip my TRX. Flip TRX.
So Brendan flipped his TRX on the latest episode of Toontown titled I Flipped My TRX. Brendan explains how he flipped his TRX, and so far it's looking like the fourth installment on his new channel will probably be the most successful. I mean, it's not every day that you flip your TRX, and in case you can't tell, he could not be more proud of flipping his TRX. He actually did something worth making a video about.
No, my baby did messed up. I got a concussion. Arm got a little rubbed up. But overall, I'm okay. Bad news is my drug's not. It's gone.
So the good news is Brendan's okay. The bad news is this actually happened over a month ago.
Serious, man?
Yeah, I hear you back in the shop.
What do you mean?
It's my headphones.
You're always in the shop now. Yeah, right, I get it.
I just went to the shop.
Yeah, you got a little wound on your arm, too. It's seeping. It's seeping. That wound is seeping, and Sanaz's mouth just open. That's still open right now. That looks like it's seeping. Yeah, not good. Not fun. Now, since you're talking about the shop, I'm probably gonna have to follow you there. How you feeling? You gotta get back to the shop. You're doing what's the truck?
This was a lighting different truck. The truck's out of gear. Pretty much I'll be able to talk you out. What's insurance?
Other truck might be in the hospital, right? Yeah.
Other truck might be 6 feet under. And I probably should.
Yeah. So, what happens? You like insurance will be like, yeah, you have a claim though.
Geez, he's lucky his insurance agreed to pay him out. You'll see why in a moment when I show you the full clip. But who knows with this guy, right? He's known for making stuff up in the moment to sound cool. And while I agree that he probably needed to wait a little bit until the insurance was sorted out before posting a video, the timing of this upload is definitely suspicious. See, he hadn't uploaded any videos to this new channel for the last 6 weeks, and the TRX isn't the only truck that he features on Toontown, so I wouldn't be surprised if he knew this video would attract a lot of attention and banked it until the judgment was handed down in his failed lawsuit as a distraction from what's become the biggest battle of his career. And it's also no coincidence that Brendan's team are deleting any comments asking about or mentioning the lawsuit this week. I've been keeping tabs of this week's uploads across all of his different channels, and in the first few hours of upload, there have been comments asking when he's going to talk about his lawsuit, except now they're all gone. It sounds like someone's trying to cover something up. So as soon as I saw this video and remembered that he mentioned the crash that happened 6 weeks ago, it immediately clicked that he was keeping it up his sleeve until the judgment came out. So just as a reminder to anyone new here, or if you missed my full breakdown of his lawsuit, Brendan sued a smaller YouTube channel called Uniqueness 2 years ago for using clips from The Fighter and the Kid in his commentary videos. And this whole time, he's been lying to his fans by telling him it's a defamation case, but I revealed that it was actually a copyright case and explained all the details earlier this week after the summary judgment was handed down in favor of the defendant, a guy who was self-representing with the assistance of a rogue ghost phantom lawyer. Nobody knows who this lawyer is. It will forever remain a mystery. True story. So, if you don't believe me, go and check out my breakdown video. But here we are witnessing one of the funniest things Brendan's ever done. Just take a look at some of the comments on his TRX video. I thought you were going to give up on comedy. This was hilarious. Spending so much money tuning this truck and then crashing it almost immediately is the funniest thing he's ever done. This is just like his stand-up comedy. Robert has finally found his niche. Just needs to make a video where he totals a new vehicle every week, and he will be back on top of the YouTube world. I didn't know Bubba had a new special out. This is comedy at its finest. And so how did all of this go down, and how exactly did he come to flip his beloved TRX? Well, as As usual, the episode starts out with some modifications, and then he took it off-road to test it out. Now remember, Brendan is a beginner off-roader. He has no experience handling high-powered modified vehicles in an off-road environment. But due to his commitment to the Dunning-Kruger effect and his love of trucks, he found himself out in the open with an absolute weapon.
I mean, if Johnson Valley was a middle of nowhere for this great time to put your truck to the limit, we've done it all. You guys have seen it. We got the King Shots, Kimmy Tech, Alcon brakes for you to be able to stop. With the overkill tuning going on there, with the Innovate wheels, Toyota tires. Now it's time to take this Street Princess, get her dirty.
So you can see just from these clips how heavy the TRX is and how much movement it has due to the raised softer suspension. Now, I know a little bit about this stuff, having done a little bit of off-roading over the years, and a little bit of physics in high school as well, not to mention some basic common sense. But with these types of off-roading setups, you have a lot of weight combined with a higher ride height, with softer suspension, obviously a lot of power as well. And in the wrong hands, this can lead to disaster. Just for a quick comparison, think of a Formula One car, for example, which is the complete opposite. They're very low to the ground, they have incredibly stiff suspension, they're much lighter in weight, as well as an incredible amount of downforce. This creates a lot less body roll and weight transfer, resulting in a lot more grip on the tarmac. But for off-roading, you want to have more freedom of movement so you can clear obstacles and get through more harsh, unforgiving terrain. Similar to rally driving, right? If the suspension is too stiff and the ride height is too low, you end up just sliding everywhere because there's nothing to absorb the weight of the vehicle. Pretty basic stuff, right? So when Brendan decided to leave the dirt road and go for the softer silk road, well, it was obvious that it wasn't going to end well.
As we change location, we're in Local Road here now. This is the money shot. So you know it's finer than sand. It's like it's so fine. So the issue we have is you can't stop. Once you get going, you gotta just pedal to the middle and just march through. Otherwise, it's stuck. It's really set. So last this thing should be an epic shot.
So these are some pretty cool shots here. This kind of off-roading is so much fun. There's a lot more movement, a lot more resistance, and you've got to put in more work to follow the path of least resistance. And like Brendan said himself, you can't lose momentum. You can't take your foot off the gas, otherwise you'll get bogged down, which makes it incredibly difficult to get going again, especially if you're an inexperienced weekend warrior like Brendan is. So when you try to power your way out of it, you just kick up sand and sink deeper, pretty much like Brendan's stand-up comedy career. Now, this right here is so typical he does. He'll try something, it won't work out, so he'll try it again and again until he's exhausted all failures. It reminded me of Murphy's Law, which states anything that can go wrong will go wrong. Or is it the other way around? It's hard to tell. I've heard it both ways. Anyway, Brendan refused to accept his latest failure as a sign from God and decided to push on.
Alright, that's got this kid that's smiling, time to go home without tail. I thought, you know what? Out of the desert. But you know what? We're a cool shot. We're out here. Why not? Let's go. Make it happen.
Provided by the manufacturer. The pencil, press the SOS for cancel button. Starting SOS call.
I actually think he handled that pretty well once he realized he'd rolled over. I think it's easy to criticize people in these situations when you're watching it back in hindsight, but the way he took a quick moment to accept what had happened, he took a look around, and then he scrambled to get out of there. I'd say he acted pretty quickly and just got the hell out of there, which is the right thing to do. You don't know what's going on outside, if there's a fire, or if the car hasn't settled yet, so I'm not going to bag him for that. From the limited angles available in this video, it looked to me like the front end found some grip and grabbed, and then the traction controls started cutting the power to the rear wheels, sending all of that weight to the suspension, which just soaked it all up. And I don't know, maybe some of you watching have more experience.
Remember, Tune on Monday, I'll tell you about that Steve won't do again. Unless your name's Francis Ngannou, Gordon Ryan, Tyson Fury, I will fuck you up. These are just facts. These are just facts.
Brendan Schaub has reminded us this week yet again that he's the biggest loser on the internet. Whether it's getting trolled on Twitter and not realizing it, or going on a CTE rant on his live stream that nobody watches, and then clickbaiting his dying audience on the fighter and the kid. But it's not just that, he filed an appeal this week in court that doesn't make sense, so more on that towards the end, because no matter what this guy does, he finds a way to extract maximum damage and make himself look like an absolute tool in the process. He really has taken losing to a whole new level and almost turned. I say this. Well, we can't play it. Oh, we can't play it because of YouTube. Listen, YouTube, I love you, but come on.
Just so everybody knows, I'm breathing in fumes right now.
I just heard the beast.
That's correct. Yeah, I love that because what happens is all that carbon monoxide sits right here, right now. So I'm getting hot. I do amazing things in about 5 of my friends' houses. You know, I've got to help Brendan when Brendan needed help. You know, I've got to like be there for my friend. I'll help with my mortgage. You just really need it, bro. I need to just do that. Bring it, right? I need I mean, Brian, if you can, Brian, I just like this. She didn't hold up, that's me. Yeah. I don't like this podcast. Shit podcast. There's some bars here, Brian.
Every week, Brian Callen gets closer and closer to walking out on Brendan Schaub and quitting the fighter and the kid. We passed the low energy phase of the podcast. Now we've moved into Brendan's last ditch effort to save the Thick Boy Empire by getting rich dudes on the show and paying them for money. I honestly didn't think they would last this long when they moved to Texas, but now it looks like they're running on fumes, literally. But I'll get to their latest guest, Aubrey Marcus, in a moment. For those of you who don't know who he is one of Papa Rogan's former business partners, the guy who founded Reddit. He brought on tall and funny scientist Joe Rogan to collaborate on the now infamous Alpha Brain supplement, and then sold the whole company to global personal care corporation Unilever during the pandemic for over $200 million. However, like I was just saying, all is not well in the Lone Star State, because Brian is getting sick and tired of having to put up with Brendan's constant exaggerations and fake hype over his latest discoveries.
Style switch barbecue. Why do you say it's good? Because I have to be honest, you're one of those guys that you annoy me because you'll be like, the best wings, the best pizza. I'm like, it's just wings.
Yeah, no, their wings were good. But that's like Brendan's equivalent to Andrew Schultz's epiphanies. When he figures something out for himself, it's the next best thing, and he cannot wait to tell everyone about it. You know, like a child. And that's the ongoing theme with Brandon. It seems like the more things step away from him, the more immature and juvenile he becomes. There's a segment in the podcast with Aubrey Marcus later on that I'll play for you, where if you close your eyes, it feels like you're back in middle school all over again. Except then you open your eyes and realize you're watching 3 grown men dressed like teenage fuckboys, unironically talking out of their asses. But the thing for Brian Callen is that he's clearly struggling financially, and the daily grind of having to turn up to Brendan's storage unit to record the podcast twice a week, while being forced to inhale fumes from Bubba's beast of a drug, and then slugging it out of the comedy mothership where he's constantly workshopping new material that doesn't seem to land. Well, it's all starting to weigh on him. Ryan, everything's a business transaction for him now.
Aubrey Marcus, I have seen you in way too long. I've been here more than 4 months. I know, but we get to a certain age, buddy, where it's like, we ain't making money. If we're not doing business, it's hard to just hang out. When I'm too old, hanging out, I got kids.
Involved in that. That's how we're starting comedy podcasts these days. I'm sorry I haven't seen you since I moved to Texas. I couldn't justify it financially. But we shouldn't be too hard on Callan. It must be hard to support 5 separate families while still living in the shadows of all the allegations that were leveled at you a few years ago, forcing you to work for a guy you clearly despise as you cruise into your 60s with no end in sight. And now that Brian called out Joe Rogan for cosplaying as a scientist on the recent Flight Companion, I'd say his opportunities at the mothership are drying up too. Personally, I'm sad for him. I really wanted this move to Texas to work out for him so he could finally escape from captivity and leave Brendan behind once and for all, just like Theo Bondi. But the thing is, I'd rather watch the fighter and the kid die a long, slow death of 1,000 tiny cuts until the lights literally go out in the middle of a pocket. Oh, no, wait, that already happened. But all jokes aside, no pun intended, their most recent episode with Aubrey Marcus was eye-opening to say the least. I've been documenting their struggle to book guests on the show on this very channel, and here we are with quite possibly one of the slimiest snake oil salesmen you've ever seen, here to lecture us on authenticity on the fighter and the kid. He's lecturing us about authenticity on the fighter and the kid. Alright, I've made my point. Let's roll the tape.
Still taking Alpha Ray now, along with the new correct supplements. You know, there's an interesting study I just saw that was Zach Bush was talking about, where they put people in a Faraday cage and they measured their electromagnetic frequencies and everything that was happening in their body. And when they brought them into emotions of like extreme joy, like talking about a sentimental moment with their grandmother or something with their wife and their kids, the time their kids were born, and they brought them into that moment, there was a spike of energy, whether it was on the heart field or the mental field, there was a spike of energy that was measurable. And then when they asked them about other traumatic, experiences or places where they were super vulnerable, the exact example, they saw the same equal amount of energy itself. And the theory being actually that it's authenticity that actually spikes the field because our souls are in truth. Like our spirit body knows truth. We know the frequency of it, we know the resonance of it. And so when you tap into truth, actually your whole body lights up. And so truth is even more important than positive emotions, being real.
I think especially now with AI, it's AI is going to take over, it's going to open the entertainment business and all these jobs. I think there's going to be a thing where being authentic destroys all that. We're going to be able to tell what's AI, and then the people that are authentic actually have talent are going to be bigger.
So the guy who lied about his football career continues to take anabolic steroids for recreational use, got caught cheating on his girl multiple times, sued a YouTuber for exposing him, and was then forced to submit a sworn affidavit to the court, admitting that he blatantly lied multiple times on his podcast. He's telling us on that very podcast, propped up by fake views and bots, that authentic creators with talent are going to be in high demand once AI takes over. And we're only just getting started with this episode. The absolute lack of self-awareness on display is mind-blowing. You've got Brendan Shaw, the human embodiment of failure, sitting there nodding along to snake oil salesman Aubrey Marcus talking about the power of authenticity, while Brian Callen's soul visibly leaves his body with every passing minute. You can literally see Brian calculating in real time how many more episodes of The Fighter and the Kid will have to sit through before all his kids turn 18 and he's no longer on the hook for child support. Meanwhile, Bubba's sitting there thinking he's about to stage a comeback off the back of a supplement collaboration between him, Rogan, and Aubrey, if I can get the Scorpions to milk themselves. When I was listening to this episode, I thought to myself, this is the perfect snapshot of a dying brand. Even the boards that hate watching at this point.
Your real life using the
Exhibition. How do you feel? This is my thing on it. We both, like you're close to Jake, we both love Jake. I'm with Dana when he was on Pulse and he's like, dude, you're your brother. Fight guys your size. Right. What are you doing? Like, fight people your size, man. I'm a little bit like the Javante Davis Jake. It's like, all right, can Javante deal on the side? But I just know for Jake, and he has this, apparently you know better than most, he has like this yearning for whatever reason he wants this cosign, this validation from the boxing community. He just
That's 100% in his sights. But in the meantime,
like this is pushing that further. Because I think he was kind of here, and then he wanted to use the Mike Tyson's going.
well, so he has this kind of strategy where he'll fight a legit, fighter like Chavez Jr. was getting a little older, but it's still got him right. And he'll go for something that's just a spectacle. And we remember the spectacles in the Pride days where you had some little guy versus a big guy, and everybody's asking that question: how will speed do against size? And then Jake capitalizes on this question that's in people's mind as a fight. And like that, so he has this strategy of like, all right, let me go do the thing that's going to get maximum attention. He's getting Netflix going to co-sign, and then he'll go switch back and then fight another fighter who's on his track. Tell me how that his goal above anything is to be the cruiserweight champion.
That's what I don't get. If I'm Jake, being legit boxing, being the cruiserweight champion, the idea to me more difficult than it is. Just keep doing the circuit.
All right, so let me tell you, I know that's one of my best.
Of course, this guy is best friends with Jake Paul. So far, everything checks out. And you see our boy flip-flopping around, desperately trying to agree with Aubrey about Jake Paul's career trajectory. First it was, I agree with Dana. Why doesn't Jake stick to fighting people his own size? And then after Aubrey spun his web around short head, he came out with, why is he trying to push for the cruiserweight title? Just stick to the circus money fights. Oh, buddy, what are we doing here? Whenever Brendan's in a room with someone wealthier than him, he goes into autopilot and ends up on his knees searching for the truth. Callan, on the other hand, wasn't convinced. One of the only redeeming features of Brian's character is his willingness to call people out on the spot. After sitting there listening to Aubrey washing Jake Paul's balls, he finally had enough and said what we were all thinking. Usually in all the fights, I'll predict to win. And he's been like,
Yeah, they're like, no, 6 for 6. Boy, three of the times we saw we actually will go into meditations together in Breathwork, and we'll have visions, and they happen to turn out, oftentimes in strange ways, like we're going to have a picture of the fighter you just knocked out on all fours. You can get knocked down in a lot of different ways, but we just saw that moment. Their mindset is in the right place, and I think that'll play to Jake's advantage. But let me just answer the question: why is Jake doing this? Jake's doing this because he's got plenty of money, and so at a certain point, the money doesn't matter as much. But what Jake needs is he needs some kind of thing that's scary to him and dangerous to him to actually keep him on the path where he's not off the rails. I think it ends with Jake being a cruiserweight belt holder. I don't know if he'll unify the belts or whatever, but they'll find a path to like somebody in the cruiserweight who has a belt. And I think Jake's going to bring that energy of shocking somebody with the attention. Jake's positive energy that we're working on the whole time. Like, what people don't realize is this is also, for anybody who's seen Chief of War, which is a great show out now on Apple TV Plus. At the end, they have and this isn't a spoiler, at the end they have a battle, and in the battle it's like let the spiritual warfare begin, and their own shamans and singers start calling in the spirits of the elements and all, and like everything to get the mind and the spirit aligned. And Jake's doing that at 100. He's got, Chris Mack is one of the best breathwork practitioners. He's got myself and Lana singing the samples. Like, we're bringing the best spiritual energy, the best training. He's not going to say it. I really appreciate that. This is energy, bro. Because when he's in there with the cruiserweight contender, some dude who's from his right hand since he was 7, I don't think a lot of that's going to matter. That's a big problem. I say that Alex Pereira does the same thing. I'm sure he does. But you see training from both colors. So what I'm saying is the mix. It's like Alex Pereira, when he does that thing where he walks out, it's for real. Yeah. It's for real. He's bringing some deep jungle energy.
Did he just say deep jungle energy? What the fuck did we just listen to? I lost several IQ points after listening to that clip. Deep jungle energy sounds like his next supplement line. Imagine admitting you're friends with Jake Paul in public, but then doubling down by claiming you're his breathing and spiritual coach while wearing those pants. It was only a few weeks ago that Jake Paul announced he was quitting podcasting
podcasting because he's not good at talking, and his brother and all his friends agree with him. Jake thinks he's cooking by fighting a guy almost 70 pounds lighter than him in an exhibition fight. But that wasn't the worst part. Being such good friends and a former business partner of Joe Rogan, I should have known that Aubrey Marcus was trained in the fine art of stand-up comedy worship. You guys know I don't usually do this, but I'm issuing an official cringe warning to anyone new here, or just for anyone with a weak stomach. It's like that old saying goes, laughter is the best medicine.
All spiritual people need friends like all of us because we can get way too serious. Yes. Also, laughter is the most underrated as far as cultivating good energy. You want to feel good energy? Buying a comic that's dialed in, that's locked in, right, and you're under a spell of hilarity, and your gut is bursting. I say that to people like in ecstasy. Yeah. It's the best thing. People hate on comics. I always say hate face. Like we literally spend a lot of time trying to make people laugh. It's like that's the worst we are. We're not great in it. But for the most part, I promise you, the comics that you're hating on, whoever they might be, all we do all day is sit around and think of ways to make money. I work with the best shamans in the world, and the best shamans in the world can cultivate a level of positive energy that keeps you safe and keeps you like focused on what you're learning. The comics are better than any great shaman. They're able to take a whole stadium. Try to get one ayahuasca shaman to get a whole stadium. Maybe they could. Maybe they're the best. But you get a whole stadium in the same energy, laughing, and it's the best, highest frequency energy you can possibly imagine. Like comics are laughter shamans in a way, and it's like, yeah, I have so much respect. So true. So true.
Brandon was awfully quiet during that entire conversation. He wanted absolutely none of that. But that was just a bridge too far for me. As you all know, I'm a huge fan of stand-up comedy. However, we're getting to a point where comedy worship is out of control. The Austin comedy gatekeepers aren't just trying to monopolize comedy, they're trying to monopolize laughter. Do these guys actually believe the bullshit coming out of their own mouths? Or are they just so dialed into their grip that it all comes naturally to them now? Aubrey Marcus was talking about laughter like it's some sacred psychedelic ceremony, while Brendan Shaw was sitting there looking like a kid in timeout. The comedy writes itself for these moments, and Brian Callen's speech about comedians spending every waking minute thinking of how to be funny is just as bad. The reality is they spend every waking minute scheming how to grift off their audience. This brand of pseudo-spiritual grifting is next level. The Austin comedy assassins have moved on from promoting vitamin supplements to pitching their comedy as vitamins instead. And we all know the golden rule of comedy in Austin. If at first your audience doesn't laugh, just keep saying it until they do.
Every conspiracy theory always has a bunch of Jews who are controlling the world, and it's like, well, that's the term cabal, and I think that's like, that's right, by the way, that's all comes from cabal. I've never seen, and so it's actually a Jewish slur, and so this idea that it's the Jews, well, they've been getting blamed for a lot of, and 25, certainly, I think there's probably Sith Jews, and probably full-on Jedi. I know some full-on Jedi Jews. I'm fucking Jewish. Like, I care more about the good than anybody. Yeah, 87% Ashkenazi. So, like fundamentally, yeah, they can go both paths, for sure. I mean, there's something that's in, I think it's also like, so there's this idea, there's this idea that genetic bottleneck.
You got there in the end, Brendan. There's no trend that Bubba won't jump on board with. Did you see how proud of himself he was there? There's nothing quite like interrupting a conversation to explain a joke that didn't land in the first place. One suggestion though, Chin, if you're listening, please get Brandon to say the word anti-Semitism. Seriously, could you imagine? That would be epic. And then after he says it, ask him what he thinks it means. Come on, Chin, you've got the opportunity to do something really funny here. But getting Aubrey Marcus on as a guest is just further proof of just how desperate these guys are. We heard Brendan complaining just the other week over on his Patreon that it's too hard to book guests because he's too busy with the kids to make a phone call or send an email, and also for some reason Brian doesn't want to ask anyone in the mothership green room to come on the show. So all that's left is a Rogan affiliate who peaked in 2016 selling nootropics to CrossFit dads. This guy takes word salad to a whole new level. Quickly though, Brendan is officially entering his spiritual phase. We all knew it was only a matter of time before he entered his right-wing Christian arc. Could you seriously imagine him sitting there on his own after everyone's left him, fumbling his way through the Bible, trying to explain the subtext of each passage? Meanwhile, Brian Callen, who just recently publicly humiliated Joe Rogan, now finds himself spiritually handcuffed to the very man-child that Rogan helped to create in his own lab. This is actually a new experience for Brian. For once, he's being forced to suffer the consequences of his own actions. But that was a low blow. I think that's enough slander from me for today. Make sure you check out the link in the description to my Patreon if you're interested in seeing my breakdowns of Kill Tony, as well as my comedy special reviews and much, much more. And if you want to see more cringe outside the podcast universe, head over to my newest channel, More Cringe, and get subscribed so you don't miss out on my uploads throughout the week. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll catch you in the next one.
Yeah, Rogan said something interesting. He was talking about last night when we were together, and he was talking about some people that tend to get a little bit, they blame other people for their failings, or they get critical, or they get, you did this. Like, what are you doing, man? No. I didn't have anything to do with your not being a superstar. You did. Like, have you, when's the last time you took responsibility for where you're at?
If we were smart, we would have Patreon 10 years ago. We can regulate, so, you know, because a lot of the Reddits and the YouTube is super toxic. You can get rid of all that. So you have hardcore fans that, oh, thank God, you finally comment again and not get destroyed. Yeah. Or get made fun of. That's cool. That's why I would do it.
At this point, I'm convinced that Brian Callen is low-key trolling Brendan. In basically every episode of The Fighter and the Kid these days, Brian brings up a major criticism of your boy and masks it off as a random thought he had or some conversation he was having with somebody else. We saw just a couple of weeks ago how he brought up the shorter life expectancy of athletes and had Chin pull up all the squats that Brendan's attempted over the years, just to show everyone how the leading cause of death is heart disease from steroid and PED abuse. And of course, we can't forget the sad reality of CTE and TBIs in football and MMA. Brendan was sitting there biting his nails, squinting as he read off the screen about how his days are numbered. But over the last few episodes, for some reason, Brian's been grilling Chen about his alcohol abuse and all the various health issues that he's been dealing with as a result. Naturally, Brian has this special way of bringing it up. He has the subtlety of a poet and the precision of a marksman.
So Chin's gonna die, and here's the thing: I'm gonna take your pulse right now.
Ironically, Brian's probably the healthiest person in that story unit, and so in keeping with the theme of bullying his producer over his poor lifestyle choices and bad health, Brendan casually brought up his drinking issues because, you know, it's edgy to air your employees' dirty laundry on a podcast just for a laugh. But things quickly turned on Brendan after Brian dished out a piece of advice that seemingly applied more to Brendan than it did to Chin. This was another one of those moments where Brian Callen directed his wise cautionary tale at Chin when he was really speaking to his boy Bubba. Just quickly though, if you haven't already, check out my new channel, More Cringe, which I just launched yesterday, where I plan to cover cringe from all over the internet, not just on podcasts. Shout out to all of you who had already subscribed and helped to get it off the ground. You guys are the best. Alright, Chin, roll the tape.
So many people message you after that episode. What do they say? A lot of them on my side. They're just like, do you just do your thing? Wait, do your thing, bro. Do your thing. No, and then some people listen to your thing. And one thing about the internet is you can count on that. I appreciate your support. And then also some people said, like, yeah, dude, we love you. We got centered in this area. Yeah, people that care about you are people that actually are in for your best interests. We care about, yeah, that's what we're trying to help. What do you think? Is that people that say, dude, you're fine, keep doing this, is not your friend. I think Brenda and I have been around long enough, and it's got our own issues, and so I think what happens is you get some age on you, is you realize that there's a limit to what you can say and do for anybody, and we all have to be our own source of change. You know, Rogan said something interesting. He was talking about last night we were together. He was talking about some people that tend to get, they blame other people for their failings, or they get critical, they get fearful. And he said, you're where you are because of you. don't then turn and look at successful people and go, oh, those guys are assholes. Like, what are you doing, man? No. I didn't have anything to do with your not being a superstar. You did. So why are you turning to people that have been a little bit more successful and criticizing them? That's exactly right. It's like, yeah, when's the last time you took responsibility for where you're at, man? You know? Yeah. And that's an important thing to say. So, talk about something. Yeah, sure. Exactly. Maybe. I don't blame anyone for anything. I'm just like, no, I'm just saying, and I appreciate that. But I'm saying that, we're all responsible for the condition we're in one way or another. There's like, things happen in life, but, what are you going to do to get out of it? And, there's some salty people out there in our community. And they spend a lot of time kind of like criticizing people that have been successful. And it's like, hey, bro. Yeah. Or maybe that attitude is the reason you are where you are. So you're not happy with it.
I seriously could not watch that clip with a straight face. I was literally cringing the whole time as Brian spelled out Brendan's entire career right in front of him. He is saltier and more bitter than Brendan Shaw. His whole downfall started in the first place because he to be someone he wasn't, thanks to him, who I'll get to in a moment. I don't think I missed that bit. This Martin Aaron beef is out of control. The sheer irony and hypocrisy coming from both Brian and Brendan when it comes to lecturing Chin on taking responsibility for his actions and taking steps to improve his life when they're both sitting in armchairs in some random storage unit in Austin, Texas, making podcasts to entertain their haters and a bunch of bots. Like, imagine being in a meeting at work and your boss randomly brings up that you're an alcoholic with health issues in the meeting about the stationery budget. Brendan has to be one of the biggest hypocrites I've ever seen in my life. Stick around because in a moment I'll pull up a clip of Brendan choking up with tears while blaming everyone else for Brian's problems. He does almost exactly what Joe Rogan was describing through Brian right there in that clip. And like I said, let's quickly switch gears for a minute because when Brian was recalling that conversation he had with Rogan the night before, Brendan blurted out that he was talking about an old salty comedian. And we all know he's talking about Martin Maron. The Rogan beef with Martin is crazy because it all started with Rogan being a little gossip queen and completely making up his own narrative. I know, right? That's completely out of character for a tall and funny comedian like Joe Rogan. When has he ever done that before?
Rogan texted me the other day. I was talking about the podcast, and Rogan texted to me, saying, boy, I was like, he pays attention to that stuff. Joe's hyper-aware of weird concentric circles. Like, he doesn't care about him. He doesn't care about, like, he cares about his boys, and, like, it would just give you a heads up. This guy told me, he said it to me, and I was like, the guy, I'm friends with the guy. I know our podcast 2 times. I wasn't about a real thing.
Like, I was on an Instagram live. I was rambling on, I was talking about Netflix, and basically what I said was that Netflix has created this cash grab culture where a certain echelon of comics can just do, pop-up shows, shit face, and make millions of dollars. Yeah. And I wasn't talking about what? Do you know who I was talking about? No. Chappelle. So I decided to just be diplomatic and not mention names. Somebody on Instagram was like, talking about pressure. Oh, that's how it's done. And then, like, I'm scrolling and I see him on a podcast saying, like, there's this guy, we're friends, he's been on my show, I've been on his show, and, like, he said some shit. And, we're getting told, like, we got my ear, and said, he's not your boy, and his name rhymes with, and I'm like,
So Joe don't read the comments Rogan created a beef with Martin Maron and Bert Kreischer for absolutely no reason at all. On a side note, I couldn't help but imagine what Dave Chappelle's reaction would have been if Rogan called him up to let him know that Mark had been talking shit about him. He'd probably been like, Marco, like the time Joe was explaining to Chappelle how Andrew Schultz is a comedy genius doing his little skits of the pandemic, and Chappelle didn't have a clue who the fuck he was talking about. And so clearly, according to Brian Callen, Rogan hasn't been following his own rules about ignoring the haters, and his comedy special has been keeping Joe up at night. It's so funny to me how Rogan falls for this time and time again. Remember how last year Cat Williams caused a stir by calling out Rogan on Shannon Sharp's podcast, which led Rogan to cave and invite Cat onto his podcast, which in turn gave Cat so much publicity that his comedy special went straight to the top on Netflix a month later. Now everyone's talking about Mark Maron talking shit about Rogan, and what do you know, Mark's also got a comedy special out. The whole business model of going on JRE to promote your special has been flipped on its shiny bald head. Now comedians are just calling him out for the same effect. Now that's genius. Maybe Schultz should try that instead. This is turning into the UFC, except there's no fight, they're just comedians. But I promised you earlier I'd show you a clip of Brendan doing exactly what Brian was describing earlier. How Rogan was saying he's sick of these comedians blaming everyone else for not being as successful as the top 250 are. And what do you know, Brendan was actually talking about Brian.
Yeah, most of it. It drives me, I'm being honest. Leave this joke. I'm speaking from my heart. I know you're not going to like this. I won't credit. It drives me nuts. Nuts. That Brian's at where he's at. I will challenge anyone, any comic, to go on stage after talent. I challenge any of those comics. I'm going to give it to the Comedy Store, Zanies, wherever they're at. And you're telling me Brian's not better than 99% of those fucking comics. It drives me nuts that he's not up there with those guys. He's better than 99% of them. If you want to outcast him over some bullshit, that's what I don't agree with. That's what upsets me. So what makes me proud, and I'm not trying to get mad, what makes me proud is he's not going to lash out at that. Brian's cool. Brian goes to work. Brian's doing the road. Brian's trying to sell tickets. But I'll tell you right now, I don't forget. It's not cool. That's what you don't see in those places. So I can't tell you. Thank you. What else? Probably shouldn't be right now.
Yeah.
Oh, do you guys miss Brendan's side piece, Schnoz? Yeah, me either. I actually have some solid advice for your boy Butler, though. You see, the thing is, B, you can't keep blaming everyone else for Brian's actions. At some point, he's going to take responsibility for where he is. You know, sitting next to a washed-up UFC power body with shit brains. That's on him, bro. You can't keep blaming everyone else for the allegations that brought his comedy career crashing down. By the way, I thought the reason why you don't go to those comedy clubs anymore was because you retired to be with your family.
Yeah, back in the studio, had a health scare with a baby girl. So on social media, she went for emergency surgery. She has trouble breathing. She's been in and out of the hospital, like I explained on my Instagram post. Yeah, I had to cancel Austin and Nashville. Usually I hate doing that stuff. It happens. But, yeah, I think this time I just don't care. That's where I'm at. I gotta be home more. I'm pulled back from touring so much. And I just gotta be home, man. I can't miss Tigers games. I can't miss my Boston growing up. Baby girl. Just I can't do it. I'm tired, man. I'm tired. I've been hustling for 12 years now. Nothing was stop doing the pod, but as far as the playing life and stuff like that, I gotta chill out. I do spots in LA, local, SoCal, NorCal, but going international, coming across the United States ain't happening right now. So I'm gonna take a break from that and just focus on the family and do my thing, man. Do my thing. So yeah, let's get into enough of that.
You need to get your story straight, Vicky. You're going round in circles. First it was family, then it was too many sorry boy comedians talking shit about you, then it was because Rogan left LA and you couldn't get any stage time. What are we doing here, B? But the haters have well and truly broken Brendan's job, and at this point it's more pathetic than it is sad. The amount of absolute dog shit this man has spoken into a microphone and then changed his story to make it worse and then lashed out at people for things that he was entirely responsible for is out of control. And instead of following Rogan's advice to take responsibility for his own actions and improve himself, his solution is to start a Patreon to get away from all the haters. You seriously cannot make this stuff up anymore.
Dude, I can't wait for the day where we don't have any reads, just podcasts. All of these are coming. Yeah, that would be awesome.
Just do podcasts. We don't worry about reads.
If we were smart, we would have done Patreon 10 years ago. Yeah. And so then eventually that gets built up enough where you're making the same money you are on that. So we're just all free of the actual thing. I'd be down for it. We've never really done it. I'd be down for it just for the, because we've been around so long. Are we as big as we were 10 years ago? But one thing we have is hardcore fans.
Yeah.
So we yes, that's the word. Yeah. And you can regulate, so, there's a lot of the Reddits and YouTube is super toxic. You can get rid of all that. So you have hardcore fans like, oh, thank God I can finally comment again and not get destroyed. Yeah. You make fun of it. That's cool. That's why I was doing that. Like, you have to give them incentives after 12 years of a free show. Why they're paying you just $3? You have to add content to it. You can't just do the same show. Like, dude, we got it free for him. If you get some like behind the scenes, you do some live shows, you do extra episodes, you do longer episodes just for the Patreon, you give them a reason to subscribe. That makes sense. I'm down. Audio though, that's all we can say. Audio, you down? I wouldn't actually commit to it. I can say it's going to be a beast. That's more work than we do now. All right. Afraid? What do you think, John? I'm down as long as it gives. We'll still put out free content, right? Just adding to like extra stuff for the hardware version. Yeah, extra episodes, longer episodes, Q&As, choices on there. And like the goal would be eventually to the point where we don't have to do any reason. We're just doing it. They can just enjoy the content with it. That's the biggest thing too. Also, we can not give up the rent. No, yeah, just so we can shoot music on their videos. We're shooting them at the end of the video. Oh my gosh, that's the great reason. Wow, what's the reason? Just be completely raw. I mean, you guys are pretty raw as is. Every now and then, we'll have to do something. I mean, I'll say outlandish things and edit it out. Not just that, but just like saying names. You don't want to put that out there, that kind of stuff.
Give me something else.
Alright, what's for this story? This is wild. I love my serial killers.
That is a classic album right there. The real reason I'm starting a Patreon is for the hardcore fans. It's for them. But also, it's so I can hide from all the toxic haters on YouTube and Reddit. Let's get real for a second here. The real reason why Brendan's never started a Patreon is because without ad reads, there's no reason to have a paid subscription because who's going to pay for all the bots? I'm being serious, think about it. They start a Patreon, they buy a bunch of fake memberships to boost the numbers, but because there are no ad reads, they can't offset the cost of all the bots. So what would be the point? There's no one to fool. And for the life of me, I cannot understand why these so-called comedy podcasters insist on having production meetings in the middle of a podcast. Tom and Bert do it as well. Guys, nobody wants to hear that shit. Have a conversation behind closed doors, make a decision, and then announce it. Talking us through the pros and cons of a business decision is kind of boring. Not only that, Brendan's in for a rude shock if they ever do start a Patreon. Does he really think a bunch of homeless cats won't sign up to troll him with a low price of $3 per month? And no ad reads too? I smell a bargain here, guys. Brendan, you should definitely do that. I can't wait. Sign me up. Incidentally, check out the link below in the description to my Patreon if you want to see my uncensored exclusive content. I'm currently working on a video covering the disaster King Tony show in London that Tony Hinchcliffe and Ryan Redman have been hiding from us. So check that out if you're interested, and don't forget to subscribe to my other channels right here on YouTube as well. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll catch you in the next one.
Right? And this is a prototypical ChatGPT. How do I talk to Brendan Shaw? There it is. He's dumb. He's a meathead. He's bad at podcasting. He's a bad flyer. If I put a truck, did you flip it? The standard shit, right? The standards. None of it's original. Please do put ChatGPT. How do I talk to Brendan Shaw? I can't do it. He's original. So I don't know. Maybe it's a translation issue.
If you think yourself as dumb, think people that watch the Brendan Shaw will troll you to
Shaw is losing his mind in the most prototypical Brendan Shaw way possible. This is some of the funniest shit I've seen in a while. The guy simply cannot stop taking L's. Whenever there's a new situation with his podcast or someone's calling him out when he fumbles a business venture, he always manages to misread the room and make the situation worse than it needs to be, while also embarrassing himself in the worst way possible. This beef between Brendan and UFC fighter Renato Moicano is no different. It's the same shit, different day. Brendan starts it, the other guy claps back, and then Brendan has a full-on meltdown over it while claiming, wait for it, this is the best part, he does not give a fuck. Brendan cares so little about this situation that he decided to dedicate half an episode of The Fighter and the Kid to addressing two sentences Moicano dropped on the Ariel Helwani show. This reminded me of the time Brendan lost his mind over a 6-word Nate Diaz tweet where he ranted for a whole episode and nearly had an aneurysm, C clamps and all, just to tell us how much he doesn't care. And he even brought up his beef with Nate while ranting about Moicano. This dummy spit has everything. We've got Brendan confusing himself, we've got Brian Callen pushing back with logic and Brendan shutting him down by humiliating him, and we've even got some new Shawbisms. Remember though, if you like my videos and you want to keep up to date with my uploads throughout the week, make sure you subscribe to both of my channels, Podcast Cringe and Podcast Cringe Bites, and check out the link in the description to my Patreon for uncensored exclusive deep dives on all the usual suspects. But for those of you who don't know what's going on, this is where it all started.
So I'm sure you. I don't know how much money you give me money. Give me money. I got no time to use it. Give me my goddamn money. I already put a deposit down on a 0-1. Got it. Here's the thing that's about this. So it's the same with all those. Yeah. So what Jim Rob says, not the McCullough turns out 200K. I love him. 200K settlement check in the bizarre display of UFC solidarity. This is not what free market is about. He says, here's the thing. That money can allocate it no matter what. You being a company man and not taking it doesn't an inch of good grades with the UFC. This does not matter. There's guys that are more famous than you that are fighting right now that are taking their settlement. The UFC does not give up. The UFC made out in spades. They got off so easily. It's so dumb not to take the money. It's so dumb. It makes no sense. I'm not his friend. If I could stick him in the side and explain to him how, if he has kids, he can take this money and invest it for your children. And the UFC's not giving me a bad matchup. They literally don't care. One guy's gonna slap me tennis strikes. Send me my goddamn money. I don't give a damn. He's just uneducated about the whole thing.
This all has to do with the recent class action antitrust lawsuit that Brendan was part of by default, which accused the UFC of using monopolistic practices to suppress athlete pay by using exclusive contracts and conversion. The UFC ended up settling for $375 million in October last year, and it was officially approved by the court in February of this year. This whole thing had been going on for over a decade, but the final settlement was split between fighters from December 2010 through June 2017, which is why Brendan Shaw was included, and of course Moicano as well. Except Moicano rejected his $200K portion of the payment because, in his own opinion, it just didn't feel right.
On your podcast, the Show Me the Money podcast, the Great Show Me the Money podcast, shout out to the YouTube channel. Here you are saying that you turned down the settlement money and this created a whole uproar. And I thought everyone weighed in on this. Everyone, Brendan Shaw weighed on it, all the media weighed in on it, other fighters were writing in and whatnot. All sorts of stuff
was based on racism monopoly. I think they should treat the athletes better. I think they should pay more money. And so they filed the lawsuit with the lawyers. They went to the court, and at one point they say, no, let's settle this down. And they do agreement with the fighters in UFC, and they say, no, we're gonna give you 300 and I don't know how much millions. And they dropped the lawsuit. So that was not about UFC being a monopoly. That was the way for the lawyers and the fighters to get money. I'm not blaming the trade
I'm just doing things based on what I